Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 146. Talent. Of course, it wasn't as though Kale couldn't eat. If he ever came across some rare material that required consumption to absorb its energy, he could still do it. In fact, his absorption rate would likely be far higher than that of a normal Pokémon. But for now, the idea of eating just didn't feel necessary. Across the table, the quiet sound of chewing gradually faded. Earl set his fork down, his trembling hands finally stilling. His emerald eyes lifted slowly, staring at the strange, dark-skinned matchup sitting across from him. Fear and confusion flashed in his gaze, followed by something gentler and understanding. This Pokémon had saved him. The memory came in fragments, the terrifying howls, the gleam of fangs, and the split-second blur that had shattered the Mytiana's skull before it could reach him. Yes, Kale had been frightening monstrous, but he hadn't hurt him. He'd protected him. Earl bit his lip. For a long moment he just sat there, then finally whispered, thank you. The words pulled Kale out of his thoughts. He blinked, caught off guard, then gave a small nod. His crimson eyes studied the boy carefully. The redness around those eyes had faded, the panic was ebbing away. Good, Kale thought, he's stabilizing. Then he reached into his pack and dropped a red-bound book onto the table with a heavy thud. Earl jumped, almost falling off his chair. Kale pointed at the book. Then at Earl. You want me to have it? The boy asked hesitantly. Kale shook his head and gestured again, this time toward Earl's mouth. Oh. Earl blinked in realization. You want me to read it for you? Kale nodded, satisfied. Although the request seemed odd, Earl didn't refuse. After all, this strange Pokémon had saved his life. He opened the book and began to read aloud. Solar calendar, year. The world fractured. All across the globe, Pokémon, regardless of species or strength, even certain legendary beings, succumbed to a strange affliction. They lost reason, consumed by madness, and began slaughtering humans indiscriminately. Soon after, vast electromagnetic storms appeared, erasing most of humanity's technology. Cities collapsed. The survivors retreated to isolated strongholds. For over a century, humankind lived on the brink of extinction. Only when the storms began to weaken did mankind manage to cling to life again, using ancient devices left behind by their ancestors and the aid of the few Pokémon who had not lost their minds. In year 2 of the New Age, the trainer Soric led the first. The boy's clear, trembling voice echoed softly through the dim room. Kale sat motionless, but inside, his thoughts were in turmoil. So this was confirmation that this world was not the same one he'd known. A parallel Pokémon world, broken by catastrophe. And the madness spreading among Pokémon, the nightmare seed. It explained everything, the weak defenses at the underground base, the lack of trained Pokémon in Whiteleaf Town, and the apocalyptic silence. Most intelligent Pokémon were gone. The few still capable of rational thought were rare and precious. Even average trainers probably had only 1 or 2 stable partners now. Kale recalled the blood-eyed Mytiana he'd fought earlier. Its movements had been wild, its eyes glowing with that unnatural red haze. It hadn't been fighting for hunger or territory. It had been fighting against corruption. He shivered. Just the thought of that infection spreading made his skin crawl. Nightmare seed. He muttered softly. Guess that's what passes for a virus here. Still, he couldn't just hide forever. He needed strength, and for that, battle was inevitable. High-intensity combat would earn him points faster, accelerate his growth, maybe even help him uncover the truth behind this world, but running headfirst into hordes of nightmare Pokémon. That was suicide. No, he decided. I need a base. A city. Somewhere I can regroup and plan. His mind raced. In a world where normal Pokémon had become this rare, he himself was practically priceless. If he could find a powerful human faction, someone wealthy or influential, he could use them as cover, gain access to resources, and farm the system points he needed far more efficiently. A slow grin crept across his face. Yeah, that might just work. He drummed his fingers absently on the tabletop, lost in thought. Tap. 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 The rhythmic sound was the only noise in the room. Earl had finished reading. He sat quietly, eyelids drooping, exhausted. Within moments, the boy slumped forward on the table, fast asleep. Kale watched him for a long time, expression unreadable. This kid might know where the nearest human settlement is, he thought. Then came the more practical problem. He opened his mouth, then stopped. Right. Even if he wanted to ask, Earl wouldn't understand him. Humans in this world didn't truly understand Pokémon speech. Only a handful of gifted individuals could interpret it, and those were either veteran trainers or people born with rare abilities. Earl was neither. Just a normal, frightened boy. Kale chuckled dryly. Great. Save the only person who can't talk to me. For a brief, foolish moment, he wished he'd been born psychic type. Then at least he could speak directly into the boy's mind. But reality offered no such convenience. He sighed, rubbing his temples. Forget it. One problem at a time. Kale looked out the window. The night sky had fully settled, blanketing Whiteleaf Town in darkness. For the first time in what felt like forever, the place was quiet. He stood, walked over to the table, and gently scooped the sleeping boy into his arms. Carrying him to one of the bedrooms, Kale set him down carefully on the bed. Earl murmured softly, turning in his sleep. The lamplight flickered across his pale hair, strands of white gold splayed across the pillow. Kale paused. The image of that same boy earlier charging at a Maitaiana with nothing but a kitchen knife flashed through his mind. Reckless, but brave. A small smile tugged at the corner of Kale's mouth. Maybe, he whispered, you've got a bit of talent after all. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 147. Reminiscence. Southwest of the Corin Plains, hidden among tall cypress trees, lay a body of water the locals once called Emerald Lake. At barely 3,000 square meters, it wasn't vast, but in the endless plains, it was the largest lake for miles. Without human interference for centuries, its waters had become pristine and luminous. Countless Pokémon had gathered there, drawn by its purity, building nests along the glimmering shore. From above, the lake looked like a perfect mirror framed in green jade, tranquil, flawless, and deceptively serene. But any experienced explorer knew the rule of the wild. The calmer the surface, the darker the depths. Splash. Ripples broke the still water as 2 crimson fins pierced the surface. They shimmered under the morning sun, drinking in its warmth. Beneath the water, a massive shadow stirred. A feraligatr, muscular, scaled, and scarred, slowly arched its back, letting the sunlight heat its blood. A deep, rumbling growl of satisfaction escaped its throat. It was the undisputed king of Emerald Lake. Powerful, ruthless, perfectly adapted to its watery throne. But today, as it floated lazily in the shallows, something pricked its instincts. The nostrils on its snout twitched. A scent, faint but maddeningly familiar, human. The feraligator's golden slit pupils snapped open, glowing with a feral red gleam. Living prey. Without a sound, its dorsal fins sank below the surface. A shimmer of water-type energy cloaked its entire body, blending it into the reflections like a phantom. It glided forward, muscles rippling beneath armored skin. At over 100 kilometers per hour, it was a living torpedo, racing toward the scent at the shoreline. The predator's mind filled with anticipation. It could already imagine the fragile skull crunching between its jaws, the hot, metallic taste of blood on its tongue. Soon. With a violent burst, it surged upward. Boom. Water exploded skyward in a spiral of glittering droplets. The massive reptile erupted from the lake, jaws wide, teeth flashing like knives beneath the sun. Its shadow swallowed the figure standing by the shore. Time seemed to freeze. And then. SHHHHKK. A line of silver cut through the air like a falling star. A ripple shimmered across space itself. A heartbeat later, crimson rain fell. The feraligator's eyes widened. A black gash split cleanly down its armored torso and its body fell apart midair, neatly sliced in two. The remains hit the ground with a wet thud, sending blood streaming into the grass. A gentle breeze passed over the lake, scattering the metallic scent of death. Golden hair shimmered under the sunlight. The man who stood there lowered his arm, the faint outline of a spectral blade fading beside him. His expression was calm, almost weary. Ah. He sighed softly. Guess I took the wrong path again. His azure eyes reflected the lake's still surface as he muttered to himself, exasperated. This blond man was an operative from the Phantom Order, one of their elite hunters and, apparently, directionally hopeless. He'd been pursuing the culprit who destroyed the Order's southern laboratory for nearly a full night. In the wrong direction. If he turned back now, he'd lose another day. If he returned empty-handed, Master would kill him. Perfect. Just perfect, he groaned, tapping the heel of his polished black shoe against the ground. He looked around the silent lake. No witnesses. No answers. All right. Screw it. Closing his eyes, he spun in a lazy circle a few times, stopped, and pointed straight ahead. Fate, take the wheel. This way. And so, with absolutely no logic and uncanny luck, he began walking in the exact direction of his target. Somewhere unseen, the invisible threads of destiny trembled ever so slightly. Whiteleaf Town, morning. Howl. A distant howl rolled across the plains. Kale's eyes snapped open. Sunlight streamed through the cracked window, scattering golden flecks across the white sheets. The warmth soaked into his skin, soft and familiar. For a brief moment, he simply lay there, dazed. Then, memories from another life surfaced on quiet weekends after long workdays, lounging on a couch with the TV murmuring in the background, pulling a cold soda from the fridge, and savoring that sharp, carbonated bite as it fizzed down his throat, cooling him from chest to stomach. Or the laughter of friends at a late-night barbecue stall, complaining about their jobs, talking about upcoming games, dreaming about futures that, now, would never come. Simple moments. Beautiful. Gone. Kale chuckled faintly and shook his head. Yeah, nostalgia won't help me now. He threw off the blanket, stretching under the morning light. The golden rays spilled across his frame, casting soft shadows along the floorboards. The past deserved remembrance, but the present and the future were what truly mattered. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 148, 148. Surprise. Kale padded into the living room and found Earl already awake. The boy sat curled on the sofa with his arms wrapped around his knees, staring through the far wall as if the world on the other side might be kinder than the one he'd left behind. The night had carved a new line into his expression, thin and sharp, like the first etch of a scar. What comfort could Kale offer? None that would matter. Time, he knew, was the only antidote that ever truly worked. Earl flinched at the soft scrape of Kale's footfall. He turned, pale hair falling across his brow, and somehow managed a small, gentle smile for the strange matchup who had saved him. Kale nodded back and sat nearby, thoughts already moving. He needed a human settlement somewhere fortified, somewhere organized. Without a base, everything else was risk and drift. He could fight, yes, but fighting without a plan was just another way to die. And he needed a guide. Whiteleaf Town was gone. As far as Kale could tell, Earl was the only survivor. That made the boy precious in more ways than one. He exhaled slowly. No assumptions, he told himself. Test it. Ahem. Earl looked over, wary but curious, green eyes bright despite the grief. Hello, Kale said. What Kale heard was his own voice, quiet, careful, almost formal. What Earl heard should have been a low, resonant growl. The matchup line's timbre sat oddly between a young man's and a baritone, deepening further with each evolution. To most humans, Pokémon speech blurred into species calls and tone shifts, little more than music without subtitles. Pokémon could parse human languages. After enough time, the patterns made sense. But the reverse? Rare. Human ears missed too many frequencies, human brains filed too much nuance into the same drawer. Even among trainers, true comprehension was a gift earned through long years or granted at birth. So when Kale tried this, he expected confusion. Instead, Earl tilted his head, blinking once. He didn't scramble for meaning or flinch from the sound. He simply listened. Silence stretched. Right, Kale murmured to himself. That's a no. He'd guessed last night that the boy might be gifted, now he prepared to write the idea off as wishful thinking. Then Earl raised his small right hand and gave a tentative little wave. Hi. Kale stared. For a beat, the sunrise might as well have been a spotlight. You understand me? Kale asked, pointing at himself. Yeah. Earl nodded, faintly puzzled by the question. Why wouldn't I? Kale blinked. Once. Twice. A laugh wanted to break loose. He swallowed it, and it came out as a stunned exhale instead. Huh. For Earl, this was normal. He had never held a full conversation with a Pokémon before, but the words he heard now slid into his mind with the same clarity as any human sentence. To him, the idea that someone couldn't understand a Pokémon seemed almost silly, like forgetting how to read a smile. For Kale, it was something else entirely. A windfall from nowhere. A door, opening. He gathered himself, the sly grin that lived somewhere in his bones threatening to show. He let it fade and kept his tone level. Earl, he said, I need your help. The boy straightened a little, that small, automatic kindness flickering in his eyes again. Okay. I'm looking for other people, Kale said. A city. Fortresses. Outposts. Anything safe. Earl's smile dimmed, but he nodded. There's a big city northwest of here. We call it Ignis City. He paused. It's far. And there are patrols sometimes, but the roads are dangerous now. How far? Kale asked. Earl looked down, thinking. 2 days for caravans. Faster if you're strong. The League keeps routes open when they can. He swallowed. Sometimes they can't. Kale filed the facts away. 2 days by caravan, which meant less than a day if he pushed it if it were just him. With Earl, he'd move more slowly. He'd also be alive to ask questions when he got there. Trainers in Ignis? Kale asked. The League still holds it. Earl nodded. The League, and the Guard. Not like before, my dad said, but strong. The name Dad scraped something raw. He pressed his lips together, and the moment passed. Kale inclined his head. Then that's our heading. He stood, crossed to the front window, and parted the curtain with 2 fingers. Morning poured in golden and cold. The street lay silent, cleaned by wind and indifferent sun. No carrion birds. No scavengers. The Mytiana had taken what they wanted and left the rest to time. We'll need supplies, Kale said. Water. Bandages. Anything you can carry. Earl slid off the sofa. I can help. I know which houses had stores. Good, Kale said. But first eat something real. And rest for 10 minutes. We move light, but we move ready. Earl nodded again, obedient by necessity, not fear. He paused, then ventured, Can I ask you something? Ask. Are you normal? Earl said, his cheeks coloring. For a matchup, I mean. You're different. Kale thought of the way electricity had flashed inside a Mytiana's mouth, of the way its jaw had slammed shut on his knee and detonated itself. He thought of the chill that ran beneath his skin when he called up ghost-type energy, the wrongness that felt more and more like home. No, he said simply. I'm not. Earl accepted that with a small, solemn nod, as if he had expected no other answer. Okay. Kale almost smiled. Does that scare you? Earl's eyes flicked toward the door, toward the street where his world had ended. When he looked back, something steadier had taken root. A little, he admitted. But you saved me. That's enough, Kale said. For now. They worked quietly for a while, Earl checking cupboards and closets with the practiced hands of a child who'd been asked to help more often than he should have had to, Kale folding what was useful into a scavenged pack, 2 canteens, a roll of gauze, a threadbare blanket, a dented pan, 3 wrapped ration blocks past the date but edible, a knife whose weight balanced sweetly in his palm. He set the knife aside and found a coil of cord, a flint, and a length of cloth strong enough for a sling. He eyed Earl, small, wiry, resilient, and pieced the future together step by step. A day's march, shade at noon, water by twilight. Watch shifts he would not trust the boy to keep. At the door, Earl hesitated. Will there be more of the red-eyed ones? Yes, Kale said. But fewer in daylight. We'll keep moving. We won't give them time to circle. Earl breathed in, then out. Okay. Kale turned the latch and stopped. One more thing, he said, looking back at the boy. Hearing me as you do that isn't common. Don't tell people unless you trust them. Why? Earl asked. Because gifts make you valuable, Kale said. And sometimes valuable is just another word for owned. Earl absorbed that with a seriousness beyond his years. I won't tell. Good. They stepped out into the morning. The air smelled of dust and something faintly sweet, flowers, maybe, bravely blooming somewhere no one would see. Kale led, Earl a pace behind, both of them shadows stitched to the ragged edge of a ruined town. At the crossroads, Earl tugged Kale's arm and pointed northwest. That way. Kale nodded and set off. They hadn't gone far before Earl spoke again, voice small but clear. Kale. Yes. Thank you, he said, without looking up. For yesterday. And, for today. Kale let the silence answer and kept walking. Gratitude was a weight he didn't know how to carry anymore. Better to keep his hands free. They passed the last house and came to the low fence where Whiteleaf ended and the Corran Plains began, an ocean of tawny grass, bright with dew and edged in wind. The world opened. The horizon sharpened. Kale paused. The old, familiar ache of memory brushed him, fizzing soda, late-night barbecue, friends' laughter rippling like heat over concrete. He let the ache pass through him and away. Forward, he said. They took their first steps into the long grass. Somewhere far to the southwest, a blond man in polished shoes chose a direction at random and by mercy or malice of fate, chose correctly. And between those 2 points on the map, the threads began to pull tight. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 149, 149. Bell. Are there any other human towns nearby? Kale's crimson eyes fixed on Earl. Of course there are. The boy shifted uneasily on the couch under that steady gaze. There's Autumn Shore Village, Somerset Town, and Ignis City, the biggest one. He counted them off on his fingers. Kale nodded, relief loosening his shoulders. Towns meant structure, structure meant options. His plans could still unfold. And where will you go? Kale asked. Staying here isn't an option. Earl's smile faltered. He lowered his head, pale hair hiding his expression. I'll go to Ignis City, he said softly. It's the safest, and the League helps people like me there. Silence settled between them, heavy, respectful. At last, Kale stood, laid a hand on the boy's narrow shoulder, and said, then let's give them a place to rest first. Earl nodded, eyes reddening. Yeah. The sky had turned to lead. Rain whispered down in silver threads, sewing the gray horizon to the earth. The air smelled of mud and wet stone, the blood-stained wind of Whiteleaf Town had finally been washed clean. Earl held a black umbrella, unmoving before the freshly heaped mound of earth. Raindrops rolled from the fabric like glass beads and broke against his shoes. Kale stood beside him without cover, rain coursing over his dark frame. For a fighting type like him, the chill was nothing if anything, the water cooled the heat in his muscles. He watched the boy, saying nothing. Once, long ago, he'd stood the same way before a grave, beneath a sky like this one. The human heart, he thought, is small but stubborn. It breaks and breaks again, yet still it beats. The idea stirred something in him, an echo of fear. He had crossed too many worlds already. Would there come a time when he'd stop feeling altogether? When strength and calculation replaced every trace of humanity he still carried. The thought chilled him more than the rain ever could. Maybe, he needed to remember who he'd been. To keep his heart somewhere near his fists. Power first, yes, but not only power. He exhaled, clarity settling over him like the cooling storm. Time to move, he said. Earl wiped his eyes and nodded. The rain drummed on roofs and earth alike, a soft percussion of parting. They stood for a moment longer in the open street, two still silhouettes against the downpour. Kale glanced sideways. The boy hadn't started walking. You do know where Ignis City is, right? A gulp. Earl's cheeks colored. Of course I do. Kale arched an eyebrow. Really? I've been there before, Earl insisted, then mumbled, once, when I was little. With Mr. Cork, from the guild. Kale sighed. Great. Lead the way, navigator. Far to the north, tires hissed over soaked dirt. A convoy of 3 heavy cargo trucks rumbled along the ruined trade road, flanked front and rear by armored jeeps. Mud fanned from their wheels in thick brown sheets. Each vehicle bore the same insignia on its hood, a pair of dark green wings framing a blue and white coin-shaped emblem. It was the mark of the Ignis Trade Consortium, the largest merchant alliance of the city Earl had just named. Inside the lead truck's cab, a man called Koro gripped the steering wheel, eyes dull from sleeplessness. At barely 35, the gray streaks at his temples looked 10 years too early. Life in the wastelands aged everyone fast. The truck jolted through another rut, and Koro winced as the seat slammed his spine. He stared ahead at the endless ribbon of road, the same color as the sky, dull, metallic, lifeless. Then, a sound broke through the engine's monotone. Chime, chime. A small bell hanging from the mirror swayed with each bump, ringing bright and clean. Koro's lips curved faintly. The bell was cheap steel, polished smooth by rain and time. His daughter had hung it there herself, a charm for luck and safe return. He reached up and steadied it with a finger. Still working, huh? He murmured. Outside, the wind howled. Inside, the little bell sang on light, defiant, and impossibly alive. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 150. The Intercept. Koro wasn't old, barely past 35, but the world had long since stolen youth from men like him. Every day behind the wheel, every night spent in half-sleep beside a humming engine, had pressed another thin line beside his eyes. That small family was probably the only reason Koro still had the will to keep going in this bleak, broken world. Koro's hands relaxed slightly on the steering wheel. He had driven this road between Ignis City and Somerset Town thousands of times. He knew every curve, every slope, every tree and signpost by heart. The Pokémon League's regional division in Ignis City had long since cleared this area of any nightmare-infected Pokémon. Even when transporting valuable cargo for the Ignis Commerce Guild, Koro rarely worried anymore. And today's cargo wasn't ordinary. Up ahead, in the lead vehicle, were League-assigned drivers carrying crucial supplies bound for the Somerset Town outpost. Losing this shipment wasn't an option. The League had even assigned 2 licensed Pokémon trainers to escort the convoy just in case. Koro had earned his spot among them thanks to decades of spotless driving. He'd bragged plenty about it at home that night, his kids wide-eyed with pride as he told them about the League mission. Even on a route long considered safe, the guild left nothing to chance. 2 security teams rode with them, each armed and armored, every precaution taken. Pokémon trainers, huh? Koro couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Even in one of the 9 great human cities like Ignis City, trainers were still rare compared to the vast population. Those who could command the terrifying power of Pokémon often held positions of great status and influence, something far beyond the reach of ordinary people like him. He sighed quietly. He'd read once, in old history books, about the time before the Great Cataclysm. Back then, people lived in peace and abundance. Wild Pokémon weren't twisted by nightmare seeds, they were calm, even friendly. Anyone could become a trainer without needing immense wealth or connections. Those descriptions of a brighter, kinder era always filled Koro with longing. If only he'd been born a few centuries earlier, maybe he could have seen that perfect world himself. A faint chime broke his thoughts. Ding ding ding, the soft ring of the bell hanging from his dashboard. He smiled bitterly. Back to reality, he muttered. There was still dinner to earn. His family was waiting. Suddenly. Screech. Tires screamed against wet asphalt, and thick white smoke curled upward. Koro's head jerked up just in time to see the truck ahead slam to a stop. His heart froze. The metal bumper loomed closer and closer. Instinct took over. He stomped on the brakes. Boom. The violent jolt threw him forward. His seatbelt caught just in time to keep him from crashing through the windshield. Behind him, a chorus of screeching brakes and shouted curses echoed through the convoy. Cold sweat drenched his back. Unbuckling, he stumbled out of the cab, clutching his aching ribs. He hurried to the cargo hold, yanked open the door, and checked the load inside. Every driver knew, in a heavy hauler, sudden braking was a nightmare. Cargo could slam forward, rupture the steel wall, or crush the cab outright. Please be fine, he muttered. After a tense inspection, he finally exhaled in relief. The goods league issue supply crates were still tightly strapped in place. If they'd been damaged, he could have lost his job, and his family's only source of income. Heart still pounding, Koro turned toward the front of the convoy. What the hell happened up there? He took a few steps forward, then froze. His face drained of color. Without a word, he ducked behind his truck, trembling. Rain began to fall in fine, endless drizzle that hissed softly against the metal vehicles. Dozens of trucks and armored cars stood motionless in the muddy road, stretching back like a train gone off its rails. At the very front, the escort jeep had skidded sideways, black skid marks cutting across the dirt. 5 security officers in tactical armor crouched behind it, rifles aimed dead ahead. And standing there, in the middle of the road, it was a hulking silver-gray creature. Its armor-like carapace gleamed under the rain like a polished diamond. 6 serrated limbs flexed from its sides, each joint glinting with lethal edges. A pair of violet antennae twitched above its head, shimmering faintly in the drizzle. It was unmistakably a Golisopod, the armored Pokémon from the Alola region. A Pokémon that shouldn't even be here. This entire zone had been free of nightmare Pokémon for decades. The creature's chitin scraped and clattered like grinding steel. Its antennae waved in the air, sensing, searching. Behind the jeep, a young League-uniformed trainer was shaking uncontrollably. Beside him, a small, rabbit-like Pokémon, his partner, peered nervously through the window gap, eyes wide. Why is there a Golisopod here? He'd only taken this escort mission to fulfill a simple academy quota. Run, the boy's breath hitched. Run, now. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 151. Iron Rain, bonus. A suffocating pressure hung over the road, thick and heavy, like the air before a storm. It wasn't just humidity. It was something far worse. It was the scent of death. Behind the armored jeep, Aiden crouched low, pale lips trembling as he tried to breathe quietly. He was only 17. Barely 2 years into his career as a Pokémon trainer. He'd been through countless simulations and mock battles at the Ignis League Academy, but this was his first time facing a nightmare Pokémon in the wild. Beside him, his partner Pokémon, a trembling Buniri, pressed against his side. Aiden gently stroked its fur, whispering, "Don't be scared. I've got you." He might have been a rookie, but he remembered what his instructors had drilled into him. In battle, a trainer's mindset shapes their Pokémon's courage. Lose control of your emotions, and even the strongest team can fall apart. Stay calm, he reminded himself. For Buniri's sake. But when he glanced past the jeep, his body went rigid. Cold sweat streamed down his face. That monstrous Pokémon loomed ahead like a mountain of silver steel. Its sheer presence was crushing, the same kind of primal dominance he'd once felt standing before his mentors, Excadrill. A true apex predator, and all he had was a Buniri. Panic clawed at his chest. He could almost hear a voice screaming inside his skull, "Run. You'll die if you stay." Maybe I really should run, he whispered, voice shaking. Buniri's legs are strong. If she carries me, we might make it. But as his eyes darted toward the others, the convoy's armed guards still standing firm, guns raised, faces grim but resolute, the thought died in his throat. They weren't running, they believed in the trainers protecting them, believed in him. They had no Pokémon of their own, all they could do was hold the line and buy time for their allies to strike back, and even knowing how hopeless this seemed, none of them hesitated. That unspoken trust hit Aiden like a blade through the heart. He clenched his teeth, memory surged, his home torn apart by nightmare Pokémon, his brother and sister's lifeless bodies lying in the ruins, and his senior at the academy, the one he'd admired most, returned from a mission in a sealed body bag. Damn it. He slammed the back of his head against the steel door behind him, pain bursting across his skull. The sharp jolt cleared his fogged mind. Why am I even thinking about running, he growled under his breath. I became a trainer to stop this. To fight back. To avenge them all. The trembling stopped. In its place burned a fierce, wild determination. Fueled by the guard's faith and his own anger, Aiden straightened his back, his fists tightening until his knuckles turned white. He locked his gaze on the monster on the Golisopod standing in the road ahead. Even so, his training kicked in. Emotion alone wasn't enough. His mind spun rapidly, analyzing every possible move, every second of delay they could afford. There was no way he could defeat it alone. Not with his current strength. They needed backup. The convoy's rear escort would have stopped by now. If she realized what was happening up front, she'd come. He knew she would. She'd never abandon him. 3 cargo trucks. That's about 30 meters. At her speed, 20 seconds. 20 seconds. That's all he needed to buy. His eyes hardened. Buniri, use, focus energy. The command snapped through the rain like a whip. Startled for only a second, Buniri quickly closed its eyes. The trembling faded as it focused, drawing in the surrounding energy. Faint white motes began to shimmer around its body, floating like fireflies before being absorbed into its fur. And then, the Golisopod moved. CRK CRK CRK. Its shell groaned as it shifted, claws scraping across the wet asphalt. Its black eyes gleamed with hunger and violence. It took one heavy step forward, the road cracked beneath its talons. Aiden's pupils shrank. Open fire, he shouted. Bang. 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 Gunfire erupted like a thunderstorm, muzzle flashes flared against the rain, sparks painting the night sky in fleeting bursts of orange and gold, hot brass casings scattered across the road as smoke coiled upward. Silver bullets spun through the air, slicing through the drizzle with a faint spiral glow, but when they struck the Golisopod's carapace, they made only a hollow clang-clang-clang. Each impact rang out like raindrops on a bell. The bullets bounced harmlessly away. Human technology, no matter how advanced, couldn't even scratch it. Against armor as hard as diamond, it was nothing more than a drizzle of molten rain. The creature didn't slow down. It just kept walking, one step at a time, like a cat toying with prey. The air itself seemed to shrink around them, the pressure so thick it felt like the world was closing in. Iron rain fell upon steel skin, and still, the monster came. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 152, 152. Scarlet Thorn. Squelch. A powerful foot struck the muddy ground, splattering filthy rainwater across the cracked asphalt. Kale grimaced, shaking the muck off his leg with mild disgust. Becoming a Pokémon had its downsides. Unlike humans, most Pokémon lived freely in the wild, no clothes, no comfort, no modesty. It wasn't that they couldn't wear clothes, it just didn't make sense. Especially for someone like Kale. He'd learned the hard way that whenever he fought, his muscles would swell with surging energy, his body radiating wild power that could tear through any fabric in seconds. Human clothes were made for comfort, not combat. If he wore them now, they'd shred apart the moment he unleashed his strength. So he'd gotten used to the freedom. Without fabric dulling his senses, he could feel the air currents, the ground vibrations, the flow of energy, everything around him with razor-sharp clarity. Even before the Great Cataclysm, only domesticated or show Pokémon ever wore human-style outfits. Fighters didn't need them. The warriors didn't hide their nature. Are you sure this is the right road? Kale asked dryly, glancing at the endless wilderness stretching ahead. Earl, his human companion, rubbed the back of his head nervously. I think so. Kale sighed, dragging a hand down his face. Unbelievable. You're lucky I don't eat humans. He muttered under his breath, trudging forward anyway. At this point, he'd accepted that Earl's sense of direction was about as reliable as a Magikarp in a desert. Then. Bang. 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 The faint echo of gunfire rippled through the distant rain. Kale froze mid-step, crimson eyes narrowing. Earl blinked, confused. What is it? Kale tilted his head slightly, listening to the rhythmic cracks in the air. Curious, he murmured, turning toward the sound. Without another word, he began walking toward it. Earl hesitated for half a second, then sighed and hurried to catch up. He'd learned better than to question Kale's instincts. The stormy air was alive with the roar of gunfire. High-velocity rounds hissed through the rain, slamming uselessly against the Golisopod's armor. Each impact flared with sparks then died against its diamond-hard shell. Aiden crouched low behind a supply truck, his breath ragged. He'd hoped the guards' weapons could at least slow the creature down. But they did nothing. Each bullet hit like a raindrop against a fortress wall. "Come on, just a little longer," he whispered, his eyes darting back toward the convoy's rear. Through the mist and drizzle, a slender silhouette was sprinting toward them fast. Relief flickered in his chest. She'd come. Beside him, Buniri was still focused, glowing faintly with the energy of focus energy. The white light wrapped around its small body like a cocoon of determination. The guards, seeing the young trainer preparing his Pokémon, redoubled their efforts, pouring everything they had into holding off the monster. But the Golisopod didn't even flinch. It advanced slowly, deliberately. Step by step. Each footfall thundered like a drumbeat pounding inside their chests. Fear spread like poison through the ranks. One of the guards finally snapped. Reaha. He broke formation, charging forward with a combat knife raised high. Aiden's eyes widened in horror. The Golisopod didn't even look at him. Its secondary claw flicked out once so fast the air itself seemed to tear. Shrrrk. A wet, splitting sound followed. Blood sprayed across the mud. The men fell in pieces, lifeless, crimson soaking into the rainwater. The creature raised its dripping claw and brought it to its mandibles, licking the red stain with grotesque satisfaction. Its violet eyes gleamed with predatory delight. The rest of the squad broke. Screams filled the air, panic shattering their discipline. Aiden squeezed his eyes shut, trembling, but he could feel it. The Golisopod wasn't just strong. It was projecting something. A mental pressure, a suffocating aura that clawed at human sanity. It's using a psychic terror field, Aiden realized. It's breaking their minds before it even attacks. Despair began to bloom inside him until a familiar voice cut through the chaos. Vivillon. Use aromatic mist. The voice was light and melodic, but carried absolute confidence. Moments later, a majestic butterfly Pokémon descended from above, its enormous violet wings scattering glittering powder into the air. A soothing, floral scent swept across the battlefield. The guards gasped as clarity returned to their eyes, the crushing dread evaporated. Aiden's heart steadied. He looked up. Made it. He whispered. Standing at the head of the convoy was a tall girl with short, flame-red hair that glistened under the rain. Her lead jacket was rolled up to her elbows, revealing strong, pale arms. Her amber eyes sharp and commanding landed on Aiden with concern. "You okay, Aiden?" she called out, her voice calm yet fierce. He exhaled shakily and nodded. "If you hadn't shown up, I'd be Golisopod food by now, Scarlet." Scarlet Thorn, one of Ignis Academy's top field trainers, smiled faintly. "Good thing I like dramatic entrances." Then her gaze shifted to the towering Golisopod standing ahead, its claws gleaming in the rain. Her smile faded into a smirk. "This one looks tough," she said, rolling her shoulders. "But tough's my favorite kind." Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 153, 153. Toy. A warm current rippled through the field as the healing wind swept across the convoy. The soldiers stirred, their pain easing, their strength returning. The air carried the faint scent of Vivillon's soothing pollen, a reminder that hope still lingered. Scarlet Thorn stood at the front, her red hair whipping in the wind, golden eyes locked on the towering Golisopod ahead. "So it's really a Golisopod," she murmured, tension etched into her face. Thud. 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 The creature's heavy footsteps echoed like a clock's slow ticks. With every step, the ground cracked under its weight. The earlier storm of bullets hadn't slowed it down for even a heartbeat. Even the psychic haze it had cast over the convoy, broken by Vivillon's aromatic mist, barely seemed to irritate it. Its antennae twitched once, and it kept walking. Scarlet could feel the pressure now. When she'd first arrived, she'd been all confidence. But standing before it face to face, she finally understood the overwhelming dread that had paralyzed the guards. Every instinct screamed that this monster could tear her apart at any moment. No, she thought sharply. I can't let fear take control. They had to fight on their terms. Human weapons were useless. If they waited, if Golisopod reached the convoy, even its stray attacks could turn the trucks and everyone near them into shrapnel. She turned to Aiden, voice firm. Get ready. We can't stay defensive, we strike first. Behind them, Buniri sat motionless, eyes closed, wrapped in a brilliant white glow. Energy pulsed across its fur, building to dangerous levels. The focus energy it had been charging all this time was nearing its peak, almost too much for its small body to contain. Aiden clenched his fists and nodded. Ready. Scarlet gave him a brief, steady look. He was young, unpolished, and terrified, but he'd held on. That was enough. On my mark, she said quietly. We go together. Scarlet's mind was clear now. She hadn't taken this job for glory or extra credits. She'd taken it because this route passed through Somerset Town where her family lived. After 2 years of confinement and training inside Ignis Academy, this mission had been her one chance to see them again. She'd never expected to be fighting for her life instead. 3. Vivillon fluttered above, its wings shimmering faintly in the drizzle. 2. The light around Buniri grew blinding, its long ears coiling tightly, gathering every last spark of strength. 1. Go. WHMMM. Vivillon's eyes flashed pink. Psybeam. A spiraling burst of prismatic light shot forward, waves of color mixing and twisting like liquid rainbows. The air warped under its pressure, distorting sight and balance. Even Golisopod faltered, its claws hesitating mid-step. That's our opening. Scarlet shouted. Buniri vanished from sight. A streak of white light ripped through the air, cutting straight toward the enemy. Its body shone like a meteor, ears drawn back, energy compressed to the limit, the culmination of all that charged power. A perfect strike. The impact was blinding. Boom. The explosion cracked the air like thunder. Aiden's eyes widened. For a heartbeat, hope flared. And then it died. Golisopod hadn't even flinched. Its black eyes glimmered with mockery. A faint shimmer ran along its carapace as dark energy gathered around one claw. In that instant, Aiden realized it. It had been pretending, luring them in. It was playing with them. Rock smash. The Golisopod's claw lashed out, colliding head-on with Buniri's charged strike. The shockwave blasted through the rain, the light around Buniri shattered like glass, scattering into countless white motes. Buniri. Aiden screamed. The little Pokémon coughed blood, its body flung backward through the air, but before it could even hit the ground, Golisopod's claw snapped forward again. It caught Buniri by one ear and lifted it effortlessly. Let go. Aiden shouted, rushing forward. Golisopod didn't even look at him. It raised its arm, the limp, unconscious Buniri dangling helplessly. Blood dripped steadily from its claws, pattering into the mud below. It stared at the small Pokémon for a moment, then turned its cold gaze toward Aiden and smiled. To Golisopod, it wasn't an opponent. It was a toy. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 154, 154. The bell rings. Sorry, because of a family emergency, I wasn't able to upload the chapters, but now they will be as regular as before. Vivillon, use poison powder. Scarlet's voice cracked as she shouted the command. Panic had crept into her tone. Violet spores shimmered through the air, fanning outward with each frantic flap of Vivillon's wings, forming a glittering, toxic mist that rushed toward Golisopod. But the monster didn't retreat. It simply raised one claw, the same claw that held the limp, bleeding Buniri, and swung it through the incoming cloud. Scarlet's pupils constricted in horror. A strange, metallic sheen pulsed across Golisopod's silver-gray armor, burning away every trace of the poison before it could take hold. But the same couldn't be said for Buniri. The spores clung to its fur like frost, seeping silently into its wounds. Purple blotches spread rapidly across its trembling body. Buniri gasped, its breathing shallow and uneven. Scarlet's heart plummeted. Her misjudged command had only made things worse. Damn it, she hissed, clenching her fists. Regret, anger, and fear collided in her golden eyes. She'd trained for years, excelled in every test at Ignis Academy, but this wasn't a classroom. And no lecture had ever taught her what to do when her mistake might kill someone. Golisopod smirked, if such a creature could smirk. It flicked its wrist, carelessly hurling the poisoned Buniri aside like discarded trash. Then, step by step, it began walking toward the convoy again, ignoring Vivillon fluttering overhead. Thud. Thud. Each footfall pressed heavier than the last. The air thickened with dread once more. Aiden leaned weakly against the side of a truck, his eyes empty, locked on the small, broken form of Buniri lying motionless in the mud. Brother. Sister, home. He whispered deliriously, voice barely audible through the rain. Now you too. Something inside him cracked. He stumbled forward, shoving aside the soldiers who tried to hold him back, staggering toward his fallen partner. Stop. Scarlet shouted, her voice raw with desperation. But Aiden didn't stop. Rain fell harder, blurring the world into shades of gray. His steps were slow, heavy, trembling, but relentless. All he could see was Buniri's tiny shape in the mud, as if reaching it could somehow undo what had happened. Golisopod tilted its head, almost curious. The parasite, twisting its instincts, didn't understand human grief, only movement, noise, and prey. Its violet antennae twitched. It lifted one claw. Shrrk. Blood sprayed through the air. Aiden froze mid-step. The blow had pierced clean through his chest. For a moment, he just stood there, as if even his body couldn't believe it. Then his knees gave out. Blood bubbled up his throat as he fell backward, eyes still locked on his fallen partner. His trembling hand reached forward, as if trying to touch Buniri one last time, but his fingers closed on nothing. He hit the ground with a dull, wet sound. Scarlet's vision blurred. Her lips parted, but no words came out. Her friend, the boy who'd stood beside her just minutes ago, was gone. She bent forward, retching. The cold rain washed the blood toward her feet, tinting the puddles a deep crimson. Her confidence, her composure, her training all shattered in an instant. The Golisopod didn't care. It flicked the blood from its claws and resumed its march. Scarlet could barely breathe. Fear pressed down on her chest like a vice. Her hair, once bright as flame, clung wetly to her cheeks, dim and lifeless. All that remained on her face was exhaustion and terror. Vivillon, she gasped. Use, Gust. The butterfly Pokémon looked down, its eyes full of sorrow. Still, it obeyed, beating its wings furiously, summoning slicing winds that screamed through the rain. Invisible blades of air struck Golisopod and did nothing. They clattered uselessly against its armor like hail on steel. The monster didn't even slow down. Its mocking gaze lifted toward Vivillon, and its antennae twitched again faster, sharper. Something dark was building. Pin missile. SHHHHT. Dozens of glowing green energy needles burst from its claws, cutting through the sky in streaks of light. The rain couldn't even touch them, they pierced the drops midair, scattering them like shards of glass. Vivillon tried to evade, wings beating desperately, but there were too many. Hundreds. Thousands. Each one slicing closer, faster, until... TCH. The needles punched through its wings, tearing holes in the delicate patterns. Shimmering dust rained down like dying starlight as the butterfly Pokémon faltered, then fell. Its wings folding in defeat, descending like a wilted petal through the rain. Scarlet screamed. Her voice tore through the storm, raw and broken. Vivillon. Her cry echoed through the endless gray. Rising and falling with the rhythm of the rain. A fragile melody of grief and rage. And then... Ding-ling. A soft, crystalline chime drifted through the storm. Gentle. Clear. Like the ringing of a silver bell cutting through the noise of the world. Every sound, the rain, the thunder, the sobs, seemed to fade before it. Scarlet froze. The Golisopod turned its head slightly, antennae twitching. Even the air itself seemed to be still, waiting. The bell had rung. And something was coming. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 155. Wind and Wave. Ding-ling. The silver bell's light, airy chime drifted across the road like a white feather on the breeze. The crushing pressure that had pinned everyone to despair thinned and lifted. Breath steadied. Shoulders unclenched. The world felt possible again. Inside one of the cabs, Koro lay slumped over the wheel, face ashen. He tilted his head, eyes flicking up to the little brass charm swaying by the window. The bell his daughter had tied there for luck. It chimed again as the wind slipped through the cracked glass. Daddy. This is for you. You have to come home safe, okay? The memory washed over him, bright and ordinary and perfect, cutting through the horror like dawn. Out on the road, Scarlet sat in the mud cradling her shredded Vivillon, sobbing into its wings. Her partner had been butchered, her classmate lay bleeding in the rain. The girl who always burned with confidence was bare and breaking now, grief peeling everything else away. The Golisopod paused, antennae pulsing. Somewhere, that bell had rung and the oppressive miasma it had woven over the field had unraveled. Annoyance shimmered in its eyes. It enjoyed human fear. The quiet angered it. The monster exhaled like a bored executioner. Fine rain stippled its armor as 3 pairs of auxiliary claws spread wide, hooks glittering with killing light. No more games, the posture said. Only slaughter. It leaned forward. Talons bit deep into the mud. And then something new bled into the soundscape. A thin, far-off thread of noise that shouldn't have carried, yet did. What is that? Wind. Wham! A black shape tore the rain in half, a bolt hurled by a storm. It struck the Golisopod full in the chest with train-like force, an elbow hammered forward behind a body of coiled steel. The crash detonated in the center of the road. Crimson, jewel-bright eyes flashed through the curtain of rain. Under night-black skin, muscle surged like cables. That iron elbow rimmed by a battered pauldron reminiscent of Terrakian's siegeplate drove into the carapace and kept going. Diamond-hard armor spiderwebbed with cracks. Pale green blood misted the air. The Golisopod, so immovable a breath ago, flew sideways like a derailed car, carving a trench through mud and water. Steam curled off the newcomer's skin as raindrops landed and hissed away. He hit the ground light as a feather, shoulders squared, gaze fixed where the monster had fallen. Kale. Silence crashed down in the wake of the impact. Only the soft tick of rain remained. Scarlet stared up at the figure, tears forgotten, lips parted. The bell chimed again, ding-ling, as a breeze swept the roadside. Kale didn't look away from the crater the Golisopod had made. He hadn't come here to pick a fight, he and Earl had only been crossing the flats, arguing about directions. But there are moments when a person either steps forward or looks away. He stepped. He'd promised himself back in Whiteleaf, he would live by his own code, not by fear or by some system's ledger. If he could stop a massacre, he would no matter the risk. And if he was honest, another truth pulsed under his skin. Since the last round of upgrades, his power had climbed new skills, surging stats, gear humming with legend. He needed a real test. This would do. A harsh, chitinous buzz rose from the pit. Sound pressure warped the rain into ripples, droplets hung for half a heartbeat before falling again. The Golisopod hauled itself upright, cracks veining its chest, eyes burning with insect fury. Kale rolled his shoulders once, a low, hungry calm settling over him like a mantle of wind and wave. The bell rang one more time, clear, bright, unafraid. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 156, 156. Uppercut, bonus. The Golisopod staggered upright from the crater, mud and rain sliding down its cracked carapace. A web of fissures spread along its flank where Kale's earlier blow had landed, and viscous green blood oozed through the seams, sizzling in the water. Its black eyes locked on Kale, burning with hate. Kale's expression didn't change. Outwardly calm, but the air around him shimmered as he quietly began to draw in power. This enemy was dangerous, fast, armored, and relentless. He couldn't afford even a heartbeat of carelessness. Focus energy. Tiny motes of white light winked into existence around him, swirling before sinking into his skin. Each spark sharpened his senses, his muscles, his awareness, the world slowing into perfect clarity. In the games, focus energy increased critical hit odds. Here, in the real world, it did more. It attuned body and spirit, amplifying every stat for a short, burning moment. A low screech erupted from the Golisopod's throat, insectoid and furious. Then it lunged. A silver blur tearing through the rain. The monster's speed carved a glowing white line across the flooded road, mud and water exploding outward like a serpent of liquid steel. Kale didn't flinch. He moved lightly, tracing erratic steps that blurred his outline, a dance of feints and pivots that left his opponent unable to pin him down. The Golisopod's rush faltered, forced to adjust its angle again and again, bleeding momentum until Kale slipped to its flank, untouched. The creature shrieked, incandescent with rage. Its claws ignited in pale blue light. Razor shell. Water streamed from the seams of its armor, spiraling down its arm before hardening into a gleaming liquid blade. The rain hissed against its edge, even the air seemed to shear as it swung. Kale's muscles tensed. He didn't evade. Instead, he crossed his forearms before him, tightening every fiber of muscle until they felt like iron bands. Scarlet fighting aura flared around his elbows, pulsing like molten light, and over it, a faint shimmer of ghostly violet energy formed a second veil of defense. The blade struck. SHHK. Blue met red in a flash of sparks. The spectral energy shattered first, then the fighting aura, then skin and bone. Pain lanced through his arm, blood followed a heartbeat later, warm against the cold rain. Kale's jaw clenched but his eyes blazed. He'd taken the hit on purpose. Now. He twisted at the waist, channeling the pain into motion, into fury, into power. Payback. The red aura surged anew, darker and denser, rippling up his arm as muscle cords bulged and coiled. The air vibrated from the pressure of his fighting energy, now fused with the retaliatory force of the blow he'd endured. The ground cracked beneath his heel as he drove his body upward, every ounce of torque unleashed into a single, explosive motion. A burning fist cut through the downpour, trailing red light. And connected with the Golisopod's abdomen. Crack. The sound split the air like thunder. The monster's body folded inward around the strike, carapace caving under the force. Green blood burst from its mandibles as its feet lifted clear off the ground. Kale followed through, ice cold, rain turning to steam as it struck his skin. The Golisopod arced high into the storm. Its massive frame silhouetted against a flash of lightning before crashing back to earth in a shockwave of water and dirt. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 157, 157. New skill. Disbelief flickered in the Golisopod's black, insectoid eyes. Impossible. Its signature move, Razor Shell, had never failed it before. Every battle, every kill it had carved through its foes like water through sand. So why had its blade shattered here, against a mere matchup? It didn't have time to think further. Kale's blazing fist was already crashing upward into its abdomen, carrying the full fury of payback. The red aura around his arm roared like a wildfire. The air compressed into a scream as his knuckles struck, and the fighting energy exploded outward. Boom. The monster's armored underbells are softer than the rest of its carapace split open. Gray scales shattered like glass, scattering into the rain. Green blood burst free in violent arcs as its organs convulsed from the shockwave. The Golisopod's back arched, its claws flailing as if it had been struck by a hammer the size of a truck. Its body lifted clean off the ground before crashing down several meters away, sinking half into the mud. Kale stepped back, breathing heavily. His chest heaved, each exhale steamed in the cold air. His body screamed from the backlash of the payback, skill too much power, too fast. He could feel his muscles trembling on the edge of tearing. He needed a second to cool down. As he steadied himself, his sharp gaze swept the convoy behind him. None of them had moved. Not one. A flicker of irritation crossed his face. Are they seriously just sitting there? I'm tanking this monster and they're watching. He clenched his jaw. If that thing recovered and decided to take hostages, he wasn't going to hold back to protect anyone. He'd save who he could, but he wasn't dying for cowards. Scarlet sat in the mud, still staring blankly at the battle. Her eyes were unfocused, her mind fogged by trauma and exhaustion. The soldiers nearby were the Sameb too stunned, too scared, trapped in the herd instinct of humanity. They didn't run, didn't fight, didn't think, they simply waited, hoping Kale would somehow win. But their strange paralysis turned out to be a stroke of luck. Because the Golisopod's mind, shattered by the infection of the nightmare seed, had gone berserk. Its intelligence was gone. Now, there was only bloodlust. It wouldn't take hostages. It wouldn't plan. It would simply kill. A piercing shriek tore through the storm. The creature's 6 auxiliary arms spread wide, claws dripping with seething green energy as it lunged once more, wild, unrestrained, a mindless hurricane of rage. Kale exhaled slowly, his breath fogging the air. Finally. A feral calm settled over him. Against a creature this furious, patterns were easy to read, attacks predictable. And he had just the thing he'd been waiting to test. A faint smile touched his lips. Let's see if this works. Dark mist began to leak from his skin, cold, ghostly energy swirling with his fighting aura. For a moment, the two forces clashed in red flame and violet shadow before fusing into something new. The ground at his feet trembled. He'd unlocked this move only recently, right after reaching level 20, but this would be its first trial in real combat. The crimson light in his eyes deepened. Energy built up inside him like a coiled storm, ghostly vapor rising around his shoulders. A new skill ready to awaken. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 158, 158. The Battle's End. A dark violet haze spread across Kale's skin, sheathing his blackened form in a ghostly shimmer. He looked less like a fighter now, and more like a specter, an outline slipping between the living and the unseen. Ahead, the Golisopod thundered forward. Its armor was cracked and bleeding green ichor, its movements fueled by fury and pain rather than thought. 6 jagged claws, each wrapped in flickering green energy, stabbed downward like guillotines, ready to tear Kale apart. But Kale didn't move. The monster's reflection gleamed in his crimson eyes, calm and unblinking. Then, the claws struck. For an instant, Golisopod felt triumph. It could almost feel flesh yielding beneath its claws, but that feeling never came. Its talons passed through Kale's body like wine through smoke. No resistance. No blood. Nothing. The Golisopod's eyes widened in disbelief. Before it could react, a killing chill crept up its spine, a cold presence forming right behind it. Phantom ambush. Kale's voice was low, calm, final. A blur of movement split the rain. The air twisted as his body rematerialized behind the creature, a faint afterimage still lingering where he'd stood a moment before. His right hand was outstretched, fingers together, gathering a whirling cone of ghostly energy. Dark mist coalesced into a violet spiral, its tip honed to a deadly point. The air around it warped, humming with the vibration of death. Kale drove the strike upward, precise, merciless, right into the gap beneath the Golisopod's armored skull. SHHK, KKK. The sound was hideous, like a drill boring into bone. The ghostly energy ate through the armor as if it were wax, softening and corroding it in seconds. Then the spectral spike punched through, grinding deep into flesh and nerve. Green blood sprayed in thin streams. The creature spasmed violently as the dark energy shredded its spine. Then burrowed higher straight into its brain core. SSSK, KRRRK. The monster convulsed once, twice, and went still. Its black eyes lost their glow. The hulking body stumbled forward, momentum carrying it 3 steps, then crashed into the mud with a wet, final thud. Kale landed lightly behind it, exhaling through his nose. He flicked his right hand, the violet energy dissolved into mist, vanishing along with the haze on his skin. The battle was over. The move, Phantom Ambush, was one of the newest moves he'd learned since the last surgery. It allowed him to shift into an ethereal state, dodge attacks, reappear at short range, and deliver a piercing strike that ignored defenses. In essence, evasion, teleportation, and execution all in one move. It came at a cost, draining his stamina and straining his nerves, but as a trump card, it was perfect. A familiar chime echoed in his mind. Plus 35 experience points. Kale opened his system panel briefly. Species, matchup. Level. Ability, steadfast. Skills, low kick, leer, focus energy, confuse ray, payback, grudge, low sweep, knockoff, shadow punch, reversal, phantom ambush. Held items, Terrakian's shoulder guard, Zamazenta's heart, fragment. Evaluation, a peculiar matchup bearing ghost type affinity. From level 20 to 24 in just a few days, his growth was accelerating faster than he'd imagined. 2 new moves in quick succession, reversal, for the fighting path, and phantom ambush, for the ghost. Balanced. Deadly. The latter had already proven its worth. The former, though useful, was a fallback answer to overwhelming strength rather than a killing blow. He'd find a way to perfect both in time. Still, his mind wasn't on moves or stats. It was on what came next. Evolution. From matchup to Mashoki, a transformation that, even among Pokémon, represented a staggering leap in raw power. If a matchup were a boy soldier, a Mashoki would be a warrior king. With his augmentations and dual energy control, the change would be seismic. When that day came, even the phrase, mountain-breaking strength, might no longer be an exaggeration. He was still lost in thought when. Ding-ling. The soft chime of a silver bell drifted through the air, light and pure, breaking his focus. Kale turned, eyes narrowing slightly, toward the convoy behind him. The survivors were still there staring at him through the rain. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 159, 159. After the rain. The storm had passed. The air, rinsed clean by hours of downpour, carried a faint scent of wet grass and earth. A fragile rainbow shimmered faintly at the horizon, arcing above the pale morning clouds as sunlight returned, soft and golden. Along the roadside, the heavy trucks stood silent, water still sliding from their dented metal frames. Their reflections quivered in the puddles below, ghostly reminders of the chaos that had nearly consumed them. A small camp had been set up beside the convoy. People moved quietly among the tents, sorting supplies, tending wounds, and burying the dead. The crackle of a bonfire in the center sent warmth and comfort through the group, its orange glow painting hope into faces that had forgotten what peace felt like. Wrapped in a clean white towel, Scarlet sat near the fire, shivering slightly as she cupped a steaming mug of tea between her hands. Her crimson hair glowed faintly in the flickering light. Across from her sat Kale and Earl, one a dark, silent Pokémon, the other a small boy trying to find words to bridge the silence between them. "Thank you for saving us," Scarlet said softly, leaning forward, her golden eyes sincere. "I owe you my life." Kale opened his mouth to reply, but only a pair of low growls came out. He exhaled through his nose, then tapped Earl on the shoulder. Earl blinked, then quickly translated. "He says it was just a coincidence he happened to be passing by." Scarlet smiled faintly and nodded. Even if he treated it lightly, she knew better. That matchup, no, that being had stepped between them and death itself. Gratitude wasn't enough for what he'd done. In her heart, she made a quiet promise, one day, somehow, she would repay him. She took a sip of tea, its sweetness cutting through the lingering bitterness of fear. Her gaze shifted toward Earl, sitting upright beside Kale. He can understand Pokémon speech. The thought intrigued her. He didn't look like one of the prodigies from the big cities, too small, too timid, his clothes too plain. But there was something sharp behind those green eyes. Finally, she asked, "Are you two traveling together?" Earl met her gaze, then nodded slowly. "He saved me too." Kale shifted slightly, uncomfortable under both their stares. Earl's voice dropped, softer now. "I used to live with my parents in the town. Yesterday." The story hung in the air, brief, fragile, yet heavy enough to silence the camp. The fire popped, sending a spray of embers skyward. Scarlet lowered her eyes, hiding the sympathy welling within them. The boy's tone was too calm for someone his age, his loss was too recent. After a pause, she spoke again, forcing a faint smile. "Do you want to be a trainer someday?" Earl's head snapped up, eyes bright. Of course. But, do you think I can? You have talent, Scarlet said firmly. You hear them, don't you? Their voices. That's something rare even among us. It wasn't flattery. Communication beyond instinct was a gift very few possessed. If nurtured, it could grow into a bond strong enough to rival even elite trainers. The boy's face lit up instantly, excitement replacing the grief. He leaned forward, asking question after question, his curiosity burning anew. Kale folded his arms, staring into the fire, the faintest trace of a smile ghosting across his expression. So this is what it's like, he thought. To just exist. Not for points or missions. Just to watch people live. But reality never strayed far. Before he could enjoy life, he still needed strength enough to move freely through this world without fear. Without it, even a simple peace like this was temporary. That was why he would go to Ignis City next. Earl's destination had become his as well. It was a chance to see how humans had rebuilt after the cataclysm, and to learn how trainers truly fought and survived. And when he evolved. When his power crossed that final threshold, then, maybe, he'd travel the world without restraint. The thought made him glance toward the horizon, where clouds slowly drifted apart. By the time his thoughts settled, the convoy was ready to move. Scarlet rose to her feet, brushing mud from her knees, and bowed deeply to Kale. Thank you, she said again. Then she turned to Earl, placing a hand on his shoulder. From her belt pouch, she took out a small, round metal badge red and white like a pokeball, engraved on the back with her League ID. This is my trainer's badge, she said. Give it to Fina at the League outpost in Ignis City. She'll take care of you. Earl nodded solemnly, tucking the badge close to his heart and fastening the button on his pocket. Scarlet smiled, then straightened, her expression firm once more. The world was still broken, but for the first time since the rain, there was warmth in her eyes. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 160. The City Walls. Scarlet didn't follow Kale and Earl back toward Ignis City. Though the mission had gone terribly wrong, her teammates were dead, her Pokémon gravely wounded, and the supply convoy still had to reach the town. As the only remaining trainer in the group, she had no choice but to stay. They were close now, just a few more miles. The odds of another nightmare Pokémon encounter were nearly zero. She wanted to finish the job and to finally see her parents again, to tell them what she'd survived. With one last wave to Kale and Earl, she climbed into the truck. The engines rumbled to life, black smoke rising into the brightening sky. The convoy rolled out in a line of steel and dust, vanishing slowly down the road. Kale and Earl stood watching until the vehicles dwindled to dots on the horizon. Then, hearing the faint jingle of a bell from the departing caravan, Kale turned his gaze east toward their next destination. Ignis City was once one of the 9 great human bastions. Centuries ago, it had been a fortress against the tide of nightmare Pokémon. Its name came from the dragon that once guarded it, a champion-level Dragonite, the Flame of Dawn. Even after the monster assaults had slowed and the world quieted, legend said the Guardian still lingered, watching from the storm-scarred skies to keep the city safe. By midday, after hours of walking, Kale finally saw it. A towering wall 40 meters high loomed across the horizon. Dark gray stone mixed with gleaming alloy, its surface scarred by old battles and streaked with ancient, rust-colored stains. It radiated the weight of centuries, the smell of iron and blood. Kale stood beneath it, head tilted back. His chest tightened not with fear, but with awe. He could feel it. The wall wasn't just a barrier of stone. It pulsed faintly with the remnants of battle, with the psychic echoes of warriors who had fought and died here. A million voices, rage, courage, pain whispered just beneath the surface. For a Pokémon with heightened senses like Kale, it was overwhelming. Power and memory bled into his mind, flooding him with ghostly images of soldiers standing their ground, of dragons roaring through smoke. He shuddered, forcing himself to breathe. If he let his focus slip, he could lose himself in those memories forever. Still too sensitive. He muttered, shaking off the trance. He ran a hand along the wall's cold surface. To his surprise, the chill seemed to fade beneath his touch, replaced by an echo of warmth like the heartbeat of the city itself. He quickly pulled back, exhaling sharply. Close one. Kale tightened his aura, locking away his overflowing perception before it could drown him again. Earl, who'd been watching in confusion, blinked up at him. Kale offered a small nod. I'm fine. Let's go in. The city gates towered even higher than he expected, massive slabs of dark metal that gleamed faintly in the sunlight. Despite the wall's grim scars, life thrived here. Traders moved in and out. Soldiers chatted by the checkpoint. The air was busy, alive. Kale had half expected a wasteland, a city limping through ruin. Instead, Ignis City was peaceful. People wore simple clothes, not ragged ones. Children ran laughing near the gate. There wasn't a beggar in sight. He didn't know that decades had passed since the nightmare invasions ended. The surrounding wilderness had long been cleansed, and the city's recovery, while slow, had endured. Even the weakest Pokémon now helped humans rebuild a Bellsprout nurturing crops, a Magnemite keeping lights powered, and a match-appalling stone for reconstruction. The world hadn't healed completely. But standing beneath the monumental walls of Ignis City, Kale could feel it as a heartbeat of civilization, stubborn and strong. He looked down at Earl, who gazed at the city with wide eyes full of wonder. "Welcome," Kale said quietly, "to what's left of the human world. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading." Chapter 161, 161. The Unknown. The roadside was littered with dry, yellow weeds, tangled across the brown soil. Unseen insects droned weakly in the desolate fields, their calls blending into the heavy stillness of the land. Outside the rain-streaked car window, the barren scenery rushed past in a blur. The damp freshness of post-rain air slipped through the small gap of the half-open window, filling the SUV's cabin with a cool, cleansing breeze that eased the heavy silence inside. Scarlet hair fluttered gently in the airflow like a flicker of living flame. Sitting in the passenger seat, Scarlet rolled up her sleeves, her pale wrist supporting her chin as she stared out the window with dull, golden eyes. Her expression was distant, her thoughts adrift. A faint shiver of concern flickered across her gaze as she looked toward the rearview mirror. Reflected there was a small, pitiful figure curled up on the back seat of Buniri, wrapped in bandages from its chest to its waist, its long ears drooping lifelessly as it stared blankly at the floor. Scarlet sighed quietly, her chest tightening. What a poor little thing. That injured Pokémon had once belonged to her late teammate, Aiden. It was a cruel twist of fate. Aiden had died trying to rescue his partner from a wild Golisopod, and the same Pokémon that had nearly killed the Buniri had taken his life instead. Yet somehow, against all odds, the wounded creature had survived as if clinging to life out of sheer longing for its lost trainer. Only to wake up and find him gone forever. Scarlet lowered her head, sadness in her eyes. It won't eat. It won't rest in its pokeball. It doesn't respond to anyone. She exhaled deeply. Even the medical bandages, it's torn them off more than once. A painful thought crossed her mind. Maybe, it just doesn't want to live anymore. Logic told her she couldn't let a Pokémon die like this, not as a trainer. But emotion whispered otherwise. For Buniri, living without its partner was no life at all. Maybe, following him would be its final piece. Her thoughts tangled like a ball of frayed yarn. She rubbed her temples and stared blankly ahead only to notice the SUV had begun to slow. "Why are we stopping?" she murmured. Through the windshield, a lone figure stood in the middle of the muddy road, tall and slender, wearing a sharp crimson coat that gleamed faintly beneath the gray sky. As they drew closer, Scarlet could make out his features, a well-dressed man with golden hair, his attire immaculate, a silk shirt, silver-patterned buttons, and a rounded hat trimmed with gold. Sunlight glinted off his hair, making it shine like liquid amber. "Get off the road, idiot," the driver barked, rolling down his window. "You trying to get yourself killed?" This mission had already gone sideways enough times, and now a stranger was blocking the path. But the man didn't react. He simply smiled warmly and raised a hand in friendly greeting, waving cheerfully toward the car. Scarlet frowned, irritation mixing with unease. She was about to signal her guards to handle it when suddenly a strange chill ran through her veins. A gut feeling. If she ignored this, something terrible would happen. She froze, heart hammering, and focused sharply on the man. He looked ordinary enough, refined, almost noble. No pokeballs visible on his belt. No weapons. Nothing dangerous. Yet every instinct in her screamed otherwise. "Trust your intuition," she thought grimly. She tapped the driver's shoulder. "Stop the car." Confused but obedient, the guard eased the SUV to the side of the road. Scarlet stepped out, her security detail forming a protective ring around her as she approached the stranger. "Excuse me," she said calmly. "Is there a reason you're standing here?" The man turned toward her with that same pleasant smile. His voice was soft, gentle, even. "Pardon me, miss. I was just wondering, have you seen any unusual Pokémon around here?" He gestured vaguely in the air, as though sketching invisible shapes. His tone was casual, but the question sent an uneasy ripple through her chest. Her guards frowned impatiently, muttering under their breath. If Scarlet hadn't insisted on stopping, they would have dragged the men off the road already. But Scarlet barely heard them. Every cell in her body was trembling. Because beneath that warm smile, she felt it. A suffocating aura of hatred, deep, ancient, and vast. It rolled off him in invisible waves, filled with the echoes of countless dying cries. Her blood ran cold. It was as if a demon crouched behind her, whispering from the abyss. She bit her lip, forcing her voice through the tightness in her throat. No. Haven't seen anything. Without waiting for his response, she turned sharply on her heel and walked back toward the SUV, her legs trembling under the crushing pressure. Her guards followed quickly, still oblivious to the danger that had nearly frozen her in place. Behind them, the men sighed softly. Ah, I see. That's unfortunate. Scarlett's boots splashed through puddles as she climbed back inside the car, every step deliberate, every breath shaky. Cold sweat soaked her back, her heart pounding painfully. Just as the engine roared to life, a voice calm but laced with an undercurrent of horror echoed behind her. Wait. Her blood turned to ice. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 162. Sneeze. Wait. The warm voice that came from behind her felt, to Scarlett, like the cold muzzle of a gun pressing against the back of her head. A suffocating sense of death closed in. Though she tried to keep her face calm, she was still just a young, frightened, trembling teenage girl beneath the mask of composure. The sound of that voice shattered her poise like thin ice. Her knees gave out. She stumbled and would have fallen if a nearby security officer hadn't caught her in time. Hey. Careful where you're walking, the man behind her said. His tone was polite, but the smirk beneath his golden hair made it feel like mockery. Mind your own business. Scarlett snapped, forcing her fear down beneath anger as she turned to face him. The man lazily pointed to the red and white Pokeball emblem on the convoy truck. You people are with the League, huh? What's that supposed to mean? Scarlett's pale gold eyes narrowed, locking on his unsettling blue gaze. That's a little troublesome, he sighed, rubbing the brim of his gold-trimmed hat as if debating whether to bother killing them. If you weren't with the League, I'd let you go after handing over the driver. He nodded toward the men who'd cursed him earlier. But if you are League personnel, well, the commander won't be happy if I let you leave alive. The guards bristled. His calm arrogance made it sound like he was reciting weather reports. You punk. You think you can mouth off to us? The driver, a League security trooper built like a Machamp, cracked his knuckles and charged, fist cocked to wipe that smile off the stranger's face. League combat units weren't top-tier trainers, but they were far from helpless. They had authority, weapons, and confidence enough to intimidate most civilians. To them, this man was just another nobody with a death wish. Scarlett stood frozen in the center of the convoy, horror locking her in place. The golden-haired man's presence pressed on her like a deep-sea weight, every breath a struggle. She couldn't move, couldn't even scream. The other guards smirked, certain they were about to watch the intruder get flattened. They were right that it would be one-sided. They just had no idea who the victim would be. The man didn't move an inch. He simply smiled, his bright blue eyes reflecting the soldier's charging face. Die, you. Shing. A silver flash cut through the air. No scream. No crunch. Just a clean, silent slice so smooth it seemed unreal. Then came the blood. The trooper froze mid-punch, grin still twisted on his face as his body slid apart at the waist. Both halves collapsed with a dull thud. Hey! Scarlett's scream tore through the air as panic erupted. Gunfire followed instantly. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Bullets seared through the damp night, glowing faintly from friction, their spiral trails slicing the mist. A hailstorm of steel screamed toward the man in gold. He didn't flinch. Instead, he spread his arms slightly, eyes closing as though listening to music. Shoo. Shing. Shing. Silver arcs laced the air, elegant, precise, unstoppable. Each glint severed a bullet cleanly in half, the molten fragments raining down like sparks from a forge. Within seconds, the gunfire died. The smell of metal and smoke filled the silence. Bisharp, the men said softly. Kill them. The order fell like a verdict, death answered it without hesitation. Fate, like time, always corrects itself. Those meant to die might delay it, but never escape it. Ignis City, Outer Gate. The towering steel walls of Ignis City loomed ahead, alive with traffic and chatter. Kale sniffled, rubbing his nose. Ugh, someone must be talking about me, he muttered with a laugh. Beside him, Earl strode calmly, the two of them an odd pair, a boy and a luminous Pokémon walking side by side. Yet no one stared. No one mocked. In this post-calamity world, a sentient Pokémon walking freely wasn't strange, it was revered. Everyone in Ignis City knew their survival depended on Pokémon now. They weren't pets anymore. They were protectors, sometimes even leaders. Many of the strongest Pokémon held higher status than their human trainers. Kale could feel the mixture of awe and respect in the crowd's eyes as they entered the gates. And for the first time in a long while, he smiled. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 163, 163. Reception. The wide avenue was paved with dark stone tiles, neatly set in rows. Crowds filled the streets, their chatter and footsteps blending into a warm, living rhythm, a sound that didn't belong to a world still haunted by disaster. If Kale hadn't entered Ignis City from beyond the walls himself, he might have thought he'd stepped back into the old world before the calamity ever happened. Vendors called out their prices, children laughed and played, and the smell of baked bread drifted through the air. It felt normal. Comfortingly, painfully normal. For someone who hadn't set foot in a city for so long, Kale found himself slowing just to take it all in, that fragile illusion of peace. But he hadn't forgotten why they were here. They needed to find the League headquarters and check in before anything else. Beside him walked Earl, his clothes dusty from days of travel. Even so, the boy's bright green eyes and polite smile drew friendly looks from passers-by. His youthful gentleness contrasted sharply with the towering, dark-skinned matchup-like Pokémon walking beside him, Kale's current form. It was an odd sight, but somehow, people were kind. Helpful. And with a few good Samaritans pointing them in the right direction, they soon found themselves standing before the League's regional office. The building stood 5 stories tall, a gray monolith against the shorter homes around it. Its architecture was simple and efficient, stripped of any unnecessary decoration. The walls shimmered faintly with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, the same alloy used for Ignis City's outer defenses. Above the wide glass doors, the familiar red and white Pokeball insignia gleamed. Kale and Earl stepped through the entrance. Inside, the mood shifted immediately. League trainers moved quickly through the main hall, their expressions focused, their steps deliberate. No one was here to chat, every person had a purpose. Even Kale unconsciously lightened his footsteps. Along one wall stood several reception counters. Behind them, uniformed League attendants worked briskly, helping trainers with paperwork and registrations. Earl scanned the counters until his face lit up. Found her, he whispered, tugging Kale toward the far end. Behind the glass window stood a young woman in a crisp League uniform. Her long teal hair was braided neatly into 2 plaits, resting softly over her chest. A pair of black-framed glasses sat on her nose, adding an air of calm professionalism to her kind face. "Excuse me, are you Miss Fina?" Earl asked politely, hands resting on the counter. "That's me," she said warmly, tapping the nameplate pinned to her chest. "How can I help you, sweetie?" Earl reached into his bag and pulled out a silver League badge, handing it carefully through the window. "This is from Miss Scarlet. She said I could come to you for help." Fina blinked in surprise. She adjusted her glasses, turning the badge over in her hands. Her gaze lingered on the engraved ID number. "Yes, this really is Scarlet's," she murmured. League-issued badges weren't just symbols, they were credentials. Each one carried an encrypted trainer ID that verified its owner's identity. Anyone holding one legitimately meant they had earned that trainer's trust. Realizing this, Fina's formal expression softened into genuine warmth. "Well then," she said kindly, "what's your name?" "I'm Earl." "Nice to meet you, Earl. So, what brings you?" Her voice trailed off. Her eyes shifted past him, to the figure standing silently behind. "Wait, is that a shiny matchup?" she blurted, her tone half in awe, half in disbelief. "Ah, no, no." Earl waved his hands quickly. "He's not mine. He's the one who saved me on the way here." Kale, arms folded across his chest, gave a brief nod of acknowledgement. Through her glasses, Fina's pupils widened slightly. Fully conscious Pokémon were rare inside League-controlled cities. Most were descendants of those raised by humans generations ago. But a wild, intelligent Pokémon. One uncorrupted by the nightmare seeds. That shouldn't even be possible. The realization sent a chill down her spine. If the boy had run into a corrupted Pokémon instead, he wouldn't be standing here. Before she could speak again, Earl continued softly. "I'm from Whiteleaf Town, near the Corrin Wasteland. A few weeks ago." "What?" The sudden shout turned every head in the lobby. Ignoring the stares, Fina rushed out from behind the counter, grabbed Earl's arm, and pulled him toward the staff hallway. For decades, Ignis City hadn't seen a large-scale civilian tragedy. The League's sweeps had cleansed the region of nightmare Pokémon long ago. For an entire town to vanish, that was no simple incident. "Come with me," she said urgently, her boots striking the floor in rapid succession as she led them down the corridor. Kale followed silently, his expression unreadable. In a dimly lit office, the rhythmic tapping of fingers against wood broke the silence. Behind the desk sat a gray-haired man with a deep frown, Director Alt, the regional League head. His sharp eyes studied the young boy across from him. Earl sat quietly in the chair, clutching his knees. Fina stood nearby, fidgeting nervously with the hem of her uniform. "So," Alt said at last, his voice low, grave. "You're saying everyone in Whiteleaf Town is gone?" The ticking clock filled the silence that followed. And as the weight of his words sank in, Earl realized this was just the beginning. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 164, 164. Placement. Director Alt sat behind his desk, looking more troubled than ever. For all his skill, he was a man of comfort, content with routine, hesitant to take risks. That same temperament had kept him safe in a collapsing world, and trapped him in mediocrity. His title, Head of Reception, Ignis City League Office, sounded respectable, but for a 47-year-old graduate of one of the old world's top academies, it was painfully average. Still, Alt considered himself lucky. He had a stable job, a steady income, a caring wife, a bright little daughter, and a life that, by post-calamity standards, was almost luxurious. Until today. The report from his receptionist, Fina, weighed heavily on him. A possible re-emergence of nightmare Pokémon, something the League had believed extinct for decades, was not the kind of news one handled lightly. By protocol, he should have sent an immediate alert to his superiors. But, what if it was a false alarm? His gaze flicked toward the quiet boy seated across from him, Earl, head lowered. Alt rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Over the years, he had received countless urgent reports, most of which turned out to be misunderstandings. If this one did too, he'd be blamed for wasting resources, lose his position, and his perfect little life would crumble overnight. He shivered at the thought. Yet hiding it wasn't an option either. If the rumors proved true and he'd covered them up, the punishment would be far worse. He sighed. Best to wait and confirm. Yes, that was safer. If another case like Whiteleaf Town surfaced within the next few weeks, he'd compile the data, draft a proper report, and only then forward it to command. That way, even if it turned out to be nothing, he'd look prudent and careful, not careless. Alt nodded to himself, reassuringly. Good. That's how I'll handle it. Fate, however, has a cruel sense of irony. 3 weeks later, Alt would submit his carefully prepared report and it would confirm the impossible. The nightmare Pokémon had indeed returned. And had he reported immediately, humanity's high command would have gained 3 precious weeks of preparation. 3 weeks that could have saved countless lives. 3 weeks that might have changed everything. But that was all still to come. For now, back in that quiet office. Alt cleared his throat. Ahem. He straightened, adopting the steady tone of a man in control. I've heard enough, he said. Don't worry, the League will handle this. His eyes turned toward Earl. You've earned recognition from a licensed trainer, correct? He glanced at Fina. Take him to the League Academy for assessment. If he passes the basic aptitude test, he can enroll as an official trainee. Yes, sir, Fina replied quickly. Then, with a small smile, she gave Earl a playful wink. Alt's gaze shifted to the dark-skinned matchup standing silently in the corner Kale. According to League regulations, since Earl had brought the Pokémon in, keeping it with him posed no issue. Still, Alt couldn't help thinking the boy was years away from becoming a real trainer. He'd need formal study, tactical training, and eventually, a bond strong enough to handle a partner Pokémon of his own. For now, the matchup seemed better suited elsewhere. Alt made his decision. Send the matchup to the fighting dojo. Even in this age of ruin, the League still clung to the old tradition of maintaining city-based gyms, though their purpose had changed drastically. Before the calamity, gyms were places for trainers to prove themselves and collect badges. Now, they served a far more pragmatic function, training centers for survival. With most Pokémon corrupted by the nightmare seeds and the population of professional trainers decimated, humanity had no choice but to mass-produce replacements. Gone were the days of personalized mentoring and spirit bond journeys. In their place came regimented, high-intensity programs, information crammed, tactics drilled, instincts standardized. Children with the trainer potential were pulled from the surviving towns and sent into these academies, taught fast, taught hard, taught without pause. It worked, at least on paper. The number of trainers rose quickly. But something essential was lost. Their strategies became mechanical. Their commands are predictable. They followed battle manuals instead of instincts. And the sacred bond between trainer and Pokémon, the very heart of evolution and trust, grew shallow. Mega evolution, once born of perfect connection, became a relic of myth. The League tournaments were long gone, and the training pipelines had been rewritten. But the gyms, those old bastions of mastery, remained. Now, they functioned more like specialized camps, where promising Pokémon were sent to train under powerful mentors until they were strong enough to pair with their human counterparts upon graduation. Ignis City alone hosted 10 of these facilities: fire, electric, fighting, steel, ghost, and more, each an anchor of civilization in a shattered world. Alt assumed the matchup was just another underdeveloped Pokémon, barely evolved, probably weak. Better to let him sharpen himself among fighters than tag along with a child. What Alt didn't realize was that Kale couldn't have agreed more. He didn't need experience, he had more than enough of that. What he needed now was peace. A place to slow down, gather his strength, and evolve when the time was right. The fighting dojo would do perfectly. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 165. Pokémon Academy. Hearing Director Alt's decision, Kale finally exhaled in relief. Honestly, it was the best outcome he could have hoped for. He'd entered Ignis City alongside Earl, and after being officially registered by the League, it made sense that he might have been assigned to remain at the boys' side. That, however, was the last thing he wanted. Kale respected Earl truly, but traveling with a novice trainer would only hold him back. He wasn't some half-trained wild Pokémon. He carried the soul of a human and countless lifetimes of combat experience. His instincts were sharp, his technique refined, and his awareness far exceeded that of most professional trainers. A good trainer could help a Pokémon grow. But Kale didn't need help. If anything, Earl, sweet, kind, and hopelessly inexperienced, would only slow him down. Being stationed at the fighting dojo, on the other hand, that suited him perfectly. A place filled with disciplined warriors, endless sparring, and the quiet focus of mastery, it was exactly what he needed. For the first time since entering the city, Kale felt something close to anticipation. After leaving the office, Fina guided Earl through the necessary paperwork for his League Academy admission. Meanwhile, Kale was escorted by a young League staffer in uniform toward the fighting dojo district. When it came time to part ways, Earl's eyes shimmered red at the edges. The boy tried to stay composed, but his clenched fists and trembling lips betrayed him. He was still a child, after all. Kale sighed softly, stepping forward to ruffle Earl's pale blonde hair until it looked like a messy bird's nest. "Keep working hard," he said simply. "We'll meet again someday." Earl sniffled, blinking away the tears. "Yeah. I'll be strong by then." Kale smiled faintly, then turned and walked away without looking back. His steps were steady and decisive. The afternoon sunlight poured down in lazy golden waves, warming the dark skin of his matchup body. The wind carried the city sounds, the chatter of crowds, the hum of machinery, the faint clang of distant forges. For a fleeting moment, Kale let himself feel at peace. Earl had been different. The boy's innate trainer gift, his empathy toward Pokémon, it reminded Kale of the best humanity still had to offer. In all his lifetimes, few humans had left such an impression. But feelings like that were dangerous. He knew that. With each reincarnation, it became harder to form genuine bonds and to feel anything deeply. Earl's kindness was a spark in a world that had long since gone cold. Still, Kale couldn't deny it had moved him. If things had been different, if he weren't trapped in another Pokémon life, maybe he wouldn't have minded walking beside the kid a little longer. He chuckled softly. TCH. Thinking too far ahead again. By the time Earl graduated from the academy, Kale would likely have left this world entirely. Better to focus on the present. He took a deep breath and followed his guide through the busy streets. "Over here," the League officer said, waving him to the left. Kale followed quietly. The road wound through several blocks before it stopped before a massive complex encircled by towering iron fencing. The bold red characters emblazoned across the gate read, "Fighting Dojo." Kale tilted his head. This wasn't what he expected. In his memory, Pokémon gyms were compact, symbolic places each reflecting its leader's nature and the type they specialized in. Some were artistic, some technological, and others ornate or spiritual. But this was something else entirely. Behind the gate stretched a sprawling network of training halls and facilities, extending as far as the eye could see. Rows of steel structures and open arenas dotted the landscape beyond the iron mesh. It looked less like a gym and more like a military academy. He couldn't help but grin. Well, this is new. The staffer jogged ahead to a security booth, flashing Director Alt's signed credentials. After a short exchange, the heavy gate groaned open, metal grinding against metal as it slowly parted, revealing a narrow passage wide enough for two to walk abreast. Normally, these dojos were sealed tight to the public. The Pokémon trained within were valuable assets, battle-ready partners prepared for humanity's ongoing survival war. Only certified personnel or League students were ever granted access. Kale's case, however, was special. A sentient wild Pokémon was a rarity the League couldn't ignore. With an approving nod, the guard waved them through. Kale stepped forward, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. The moment he crossed the threshold, the air changed. A long path of pale stone stretched ahead, lined with dense greenery on both sides. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, scattering gold and shadow across the ground. The atmosphere was calm, almost sacred. It reminded him of old-world temples, built to instill reverence and discipline in all who entered. Clearly, the designers were trying to evoke a sense of awe, of silent respect. Kale saw through it instantly. Aesthetic conditioning for weaker minds. Nothing more. Still, he couldn't deny it was beautiful. As he walked deeper, the faint sounds of training began to echo through the tree's impact, shouting, rhythm. Kale's eyes narrowed slightly, his senses sharpening. It seemed things were about to get interesting. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 166, 166. Dazed. Hiya. Ha. Sharp cries echoed through the trees, accompanied by the rhythmic crack of fists striking wooden posts. Kale turned his head toward the noise. A group of humans in white martial uniforms was practicing, sweat glistening as they unleashed precise, powerful blows against their targets. So the dojo didn't just train Pokémon. Just like the traditional gyms of the old world, this one housed human disciples apprentices honing their physical skills alongside their Pokémon partners, building strength and spiritual discipline together. It was a slower, more demanding path than the League's mass-production academies, but its results were undeniable. Those who graduated from a dojo often became some of the League's most formidable trainers, their techniques and bonds with Pokémon refined to perfection. Of course, the price of admission was high and not just financially. Without family influence or connections inside the League, ordinary citizens could never hope to secure a place in such a prestigious institution. As Kale passed by, a few of the apprentices noticed him and froze. They had been here for years, long enough to recognize every Pokémon within the dojo's ranks. But the black-skinned matchup walking calmly down the path. They'd never seen anything like him. A shiny variant. Rare. Mysterious. Their eyes lit up immediately. Is he new? One whispered. The fighting dojo wasn't just a place for Pokémon to train, it was also a proving ground for human students hoping to earn a partner. To win the trust of a powerful Pokémon meant stepping into a new world of potential. And this strange, dark-colored matchup exuded an energy none of them could ignore. If they could impress him, if he chose them. Kale had no idea he'd just become the center of their attention. He merely assumed the curious stares were because of his unique skin tone, a side effect of his last reincarnation. Ignoring the whispers, he followed his escort deeper into the dojo grounds. Soon, they reached a large traditional building. Dark slate tiles lined the roof, their edges gleaming faintly under the midday sun. The long eaves curved gracefully outward, casting soft shadows over the pristine white walls. Wooden windows, etched with delicate carvings, lent the structure an air of quiet elegance. Tall bamboo stalks surrounded the building, rustling gently in the wind. The scene radiated calm, but Kale felt something else stirring beneath it. "The master's waiting for you inside," said the staffer. "I'll leave you here." Kale nodded, his gaze never leaving the building. "Something feels off," he muttered. It wasn't fear. Just a sensey kind that came from a warrior's instinct. Something inside was waiting for him. "Well," he said, smirking slightly, no point overthinking it. With brisk steps, he climbed the stone stairs and pushed open the wooden doors. The hinges groaned with a sharp, metallic scrape as the hall revealed itself. It was vast. Polished oak floors stretched from wall to wall, gleaming in the shafts of sunlight that poured through the windows. Everything was spotless, as if freshly cleaned. No clutter. No distractions. Only space is open and disciplined. On the far wall hung a single scroll. Upon it, one bold character painted in sweeping black ink. Heart. The brushstrokes were rough yet deliberate, full of reckless freedom and strength. One word, yet it carried the weight of an entire philosophy. Kale felt a strange calm wash over him, his mind clearing without effort. But his focus shifted quickly to the two figures waiting inside. One was tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a sleeveless martial gi that exposed arms like carved stone. His muscles were knotted and powerful, veins pressing against skin hardened by decades of combat. His thick eyebrows framed eyes sharp and deep, radiating sheer force. This was House, the master of the fighting dojo. In Ignis City, his reputation carried weight even among elite trainers. Normally, a dojo master wouldn't bother welcoming a new Pokémon personally. But the news of a conscious wild matchup had spread fast, and House, never one to ignore a challenge, decided to see it for himself. After all, wild Pokémon with clear minds were almost unheard of now. And House loved anything rare and strong. He had even dismissed his subordinates, choosing to greet Kale himself. Traditionally, when a new Pokémon joined the dojo, the staff would test its temperament by pitting it against one of the senior trainer's partners. It was both a welcome ritual and a warning, a show of dominance to keep hot-headed fighters in check. This time, though, the welcoming committee wasn't a junior trainer. It was House himself. And the Pokémon waiting beside him. Kale's gaze fell on the dark blue figure seated cross-legged at the center of the room. A chill ran down his spine. He'd seen this Pokémon before countless times, in books, in broadcasts, even in the fantasies of young fighters dreaming of strength. But seeing one in person was something else entirely. The sight froze him in place. His heartbeat quickened. For a moment, even Kale felt an old, familiar awe stirring deep within. No way, he breathed. Because sitting before him, silent and composed, was a living legend. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 167. First Strike. Under the sunlight streaming through the dojo windows, the creature's sleek, blue-black fur gleamed with a silken sheen. 3 ivory spikes, one on each wrist and one on his chest, caught the light like polished steel, their sharp edges flashing with lethal promise. His muscular frame sat cross-legged in perfect stillness. Behind him, his long tail swayed through the air with a soft whoosh, the movement precise, controlled, and unnervingly calm. It was the aura Pokémon itself, Lucario. For the first time in all his reincarnations, Kale stood face to face with one in the flesh. In his past human life, Lucario had been an icon, a Pokémon adored by millions for its balance of elegance and might. Its mastery of aura, and its stoic, knight-like demeanor made it one of the most beloved Pokémon in the world. Kale, back when he'd been human, had been a massive fan himself. Now, standing before one in person, feeling the raw pressure that came off its very presence, he couldn't stop the thrill rising in his chest. Lucario sat motionless in the center of the dojo floor, eyes closed, his clawed hands resting upon his knees. The golden light spilling through the windows shimmered across the wooden boards, swirling gently as if drawn by some unseen current. Then Kale felt the faint hum of energy in the air. A soft breeze began to stir. Threads of pale blue light flickered to life around Lucario, dancing like sparks of lightning before fading just as fast. Aura. Kale's eyes narrowed. So this was it, the legendary power of life energy, the force that flowed through both human and Pokémon souls. Aura wasn't just a weapon. It was consciousness itself, instinct, empathy, and will, bound together into a tangible current. Those who could master it, humans or Pokémon alike, became capable of miracles, sensing emotions, shaping energy, even bending the world's rhythm to their heartbeat. Yet true aura masters were exceedingly rare. Among humans, only a handful had ever earned the title of aura guardians. For Pokémon, even those born with aura potential like Lucario's entire evolutionary line rarely reached such depth without guidance or fate's intervention. And the one before Kale now radiated power that was both refined and overwhelming. The atmosphere in the dojo grew heavy. Kale could feel his instincts screaming, every sense sharpened to a knife's edge. Across from him, House, the dojo master, stood calmly behind Lucario, arms crossed. His sleeveless GI exposed arms thick with muscle, veins bulging like coiled ropes beneath bronzed skin. His expression was unreadable, but the faint smile tugging at his lips hinted at anticipation. So this is the legendary House, Kale thought grimly. The master of Ignis City's fighting dojo. He wasn't here to pick a fight. Yet somehow, he'd found himself standing before a Lucario and its master as if he were challenging the gym itself. He could already guess that this was a welcome test, a traditional show of dominance to gauge the strength and temperament of new arrivals. The kind of ritual that reminded fighters where they stood. Figures, Kale muttered to himself. The energy in the room rose, pressing down on him like an ocean tide. He sighed inwardly, rolling his shoulders. So that's how it is, huh? A smirk tugged at his mouth. Fine. Let's play along. Kale lowered his stance, grounding his feet against the polished floor. His breathing steadied. His muscles coiled. He'd already decided he would fight as a normal Pokémon here. No ghost-type abilities, no strange energy manipulation. If the League ever discovered what he truly was, what had been done to him, he'd become a specimen in a lab faster than he could blink. He didn't need that kind of trouble. Until he evolved and strengthened his body further, he'd keep a low profile. That meant this battle would be pure. No tricks. No shortcuts. Just strength versus strength. He glanced at Lucario again, reading the flow of its energy. Even without using aura, Kale could feel it as a steady, controlled pulse radiating outward from its body. Every motion, every breath was deliberate. This wasn't some mindless fighter. It was a warrior priest, sculpted by decades of discipline. A perfect opponent to test himself against. Kale's eyes glinted. All right then. From the sidelines, House's arms tightened slightly. His gaze followed Kale's every movement, assessing, measuring. He murmured. Good. He can read the field quickly. Then his lips curved upward. Let's see if he can handle the pressure. Lucario's eyes opened calm, orange-gold irises gleaming with quiet intensity. In that instant, the dojo's brightness seemed to sharpen, a pulse of blue aura flaring across the floor before fading. Lucario rose slowly, his movements smooth, precise, and utterly effortless. The wind that had been circling him vanished. The light dimmed. Silence fell. And then he tilted his chin slightly, orange eyes locking onto Kale's. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. The gesture said it all. You move first. Kale's lips twitched into a grin. So that's how it is. You're looking down on me already. But there was no anger in his tone, only excitement. It had been a long time since anyone had looked at him like that. Not as prey. Not as an experiment. But as a warrior. He flexed his right fist. The air cracked around it. Fine by me. His gaze sharpened. His body stilled. Even his breathing stopped for a heartbeat. And then he launched forward like a bullet. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 168, 168. Hot-blooded. Power rippled under Kale's night-black skin, tight muscle bunched, then detonated through his fist. Crack. He drove off the polished board so hard a web of fractures bloomed beneath his heel. Wind burst outward, flinging splinters across the hall as his dark figure blitzed forward, pure acceleration, pure intent. The thunder of his charge filled the room. A black iron fist punched a hole through the air, rocketing straight for Lucario's jaw. Lucario's orange eyes narrowed in surprise, flickering, then gone. So he's that strong? He'd questioned why House would waste time greeting a new arrival, himself. The stinging wind across his cheek erased the doubt. Interesting. Even holding back, Lucario still outclassed a basic stage matchup by miles. Blue threads of aura pulsed and pushed an invisible palm, redirecting his body a half-step. Boom. Kale's strike obliterated the floorboards beside Lucario instead, splinters geysering upward. He felt the empty recoil through his knuckles. No panic. No pause. He planted a palm, killed his momentum, and converted the rebound into lift. Red-brown fighting spirit flared along his tibia as his hip snapped. Low sweep. Whip. His shin side to cross only to meet something like steel. Clang. Pain flashed up his leg. A metallic sheen had wrapped Lucario's limb. Iron defense. Not worth forcing. Kale retracted cleanly. And every instinct screamed danger. Arms crossed, fighting aura skimming across his forearms as Lucario's palm rose. Force palm. Aura surged, coiling like twin serpents along his arm before detonating. Thum. It hit like a truck. Kale smashed back into the far wall, white plaster spiderwebbing from the impact. Dust and wood motes hung in the air. He spat red, eyes locked on the calm figure across the floor. The pain didn't cool him, it lit the fuse. In the corner, House watched, arms folded, gaze burning. Power way beyond a normal matchup, reads the field fast, reflexes like a veteran, and fights like he's been doing this for decades. His grin broke free. This one's special. He was already sketching training regimens in his head. But another thought pressed in. Would the matchup keep swinging? Lucario's strength was a canyon away from his own. Most would wilt. A real fighter throws anyway. Laughter burst out of House loud, unrestrained, cutting the tension like a blade. Even Lucario's stoic face twitched with a flicker of amusement. Kale ignored the theatrics. He forced his breathing steady, mind cold, eyes bright. He wouldn't win by trading. He needed angles. Layers. Movement. His decision clicked into place. Focus energy. Hands met before his chest, pinpricks of pale light flickered into being around him like stars beginning to glow. Lucario didn't wait. Respect given is pressure applied. He blurred forward, a dark blue streak knifing across the floor. And Kale let the stellar motes unravel, the charge dissolving midcast. No frustration. No panic. Just the smallest curl at the corner of his mouth. Exactly as planned. He snapped low, weight vanishing from his lead foot. Then reappearing inside Lucario's reach on a razor-thin angle, hips whipping as his fist shot up from below the line of sight. Bullet punch. Compressed step, minimal telegraph. Metal sang off bone as the iron-fast jab chased Lucario's chin. Even as it connected or glanced, Kale's other hand was already coming across, shoulder stacking, core firing. Brick break. He wasn't trying to overpower aura. He was trying to layer his tempo, bait the interrupt, steal the beat, and force the fight into ranges where muscle memory ruled. Lucario's eyes flashed. Aura flex, deflect, absorb, answer. And the dojo exploded into motion. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 169, 169. Heart, bonus. Lucario's dark blue figure blurred forward, his aura flaring like wind-tossed flame. The bone spike on his wrist glimmered with cold silver light as he thrust for Kale's chest. Kale's crimson eyes flashed. He cancelled, focus energy, midcast without hesitation. He'd expected the interruption. In a duel between trained fighters, no one would stand idly by and let the other charge with power. the entire setup had been a feint. Lucario closed the distance, the air crackling around his rush. Kale could see the subtle ripple of fur shifting in the gusts that trailed him. Then Kale moved. His palm glowed with deep red-orange energy, the hallmark of karate chop, and he swung it toward Lucario's head. Knock off. The strike, however, veered off slightly too wide, almost clumsy. Lucario's ears twitched. A lesser opponent might have fallen for it, but Lucario's instincts were razor-honed. He recognized the feint, didn't bother to dodge, and instead drove his steel-coated fist straight into Kale's midsection. SHHHKK. The spike pierced through hardened muscle with sickening ease. A spray of hot crimson splattered the floor. Lucario's eyes softened, regret flickering behind the precision. The match is over. But then he noticed something odd. The matchup before him wasn't grimacing. He wasn't even wincing. He was smiling. And that smile was sharp. Kale's eyes ignited crimson light, flooding them as his mouth opened, exhaling a wave of invisible force that rippled through the air like a psychic scream. Scary face, enhanced by ghost energy. Lucario froze. For a split second, even his iron will faltered. A phantom shadow swept across his mind, dredging primal fear from the depths of instinct. Kale's missed strike snapped down, his clawed hand hooking behind Lucario's shoulder. Got you. He twisted his body, locked Lucario's arm, and in one fluid motion heaved the aura Pokémon over his shoulder. Seismic toss. Wah. House's eyes went wide. His arms, crossed tightly against his chest, dropped to his sides as he took a step forward, disbelief mixing with exhilaration. Kale roared, his voice booming through the dojo like thunder. The wooden floor quaked as he spun, every muscle igniting in explosive synchronization. Lucario's body flipped through the air and then... crash. The impact split the floorboards. Shards of wood and dust spiraled outward in a cloud of chaos. Kale's breath hitched. His vision swam. I did it. That was the last thought before pain surged from his abdomen, darkness rushing in to claim his senses. He fell backward and didn't move. Silence settled again. House exhaled, stepping forward with a grin, half shocked, half proud. Well, I'll be damned. Lucario was already sitting upright, unharmed, dusting off his fur with a faint smile. A bruise, perhaps. Nothing more. But the surprise hadn't faded from his orange eyes. That tiny matchup, bleeding, trembling, half-conscious, had still thrown him, using sheer timing and technique. Impressive, Lucario murmured softly. Truly impressive. His tail twitched behind him, fast, rhythmic, betraying excitement his face did not show. House knelt beside Kale, immediately applying first aid to the wound. He didn't even glance at Lucario, the aura Pokémon could handle himself. The boy on the floor, though. He was something worth protecting. Even with the odds stacked against him, Kale had chosen not to yield. He'd read the flow of battle, created his own opening, and struck with all his will. That, House thought, was the essence of fighting spirit. The room was a wreck, walls cracked, floorboards shattered, the air thick with dust and splinters. And yet, hanging high on the far wall, the calligraphy scroll remained untouched. One word. Bold, black, unwavering. Heart. It swayed gently in the breeze, the lone symbol left unbroken amid the chaos, watching over Master, Pokémon, and the fallen fighter alike. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 170, 170. Mentor. Something soft brushed against his cheek. Warm. Fuzzy. Kale stirred, groaning as a dull ache pulsed behind his eyes. When he blinked awake, the first thing he saw was a pair of curious black and white eyes staring right back at him. Pancham. The little panda yelped in surprise, squeaked, and bolted out of the room, its stubby legs pattering against the wooden floor until it vanished down the hallway. Kale sighed, leaning back against the pillow. He scanned his surroundings, a small, simple room with white sheets, a bedside table, a folded blanket, and nothing else. His abdomen throbbed faintly. When he pulled the covers aside, he found a thick bandage wrapped around the wound Lucario had left. Figures. He pinched the cloth, tore it easily with one pull, and peeled it away. The glossy black skin beneath was already smooth, no sign of the injury remaining. He smirked, pressing a palm to his stomach. Good as new. For a Pokémon like him, part fighting, part ghost, and the product of countless experiments, healing this fast was nothing unusual. Lucario's blow had looked nasty, but the Aura Master had clearly held back. Heavy footsteps echoed down the hall. Yo. House's booming voice filled the doorway as he strode in. Recovering fast, huh? Kale shot him a flat look. Because someone's partner ran me through. House rubbed the back of his head with a laugh. Heh. Call it, a standard entry test. He clapped his massive hands together. Anyway, congratulations, you passed. Welcome to the Ignis City Fighting Dojo. Kale didn't answer, just nodded curtly. His eyes drifted past House to the small Pancham now peeking shyly from behind the man's leg. Cute, Kale muttered under his breath. Hard to believe you evolve into that muscle-bound Pangoro I fought in my last life's tournament. House, oblivious, continued speaking with his usual enthusiasm. The dojo, House explained, was unlike any league academy. Here, Pokémon weren't forced into Pokeballs or micromanaged by trainers. Each one was given its own room and encouraged to grow freely in the vast, natural training grounds that surrounded the main complex. Freedom builds strength, House said proudly. We guide them but they find their own path. Kale listened in silence. He appreciated the idea of freedom, strength, and self-direction. But he also knew the league never did anything without a reason. House went on. Since you're a special case, I've handpicked mentors to help you refine your basics. Can't say where your path will go, but we'll build a foundation solid enough to carry any future form. Kale's ears twitched. Mentors, plural. House grinned. You've earned the extra attention. He explained that once Kale's mentors signed off on his progress, he'd have two choices. Partner with one of the dojo's human trainees as their Pokémon companion, or stay on as a mentor himself, helping raise the next generation of fighters. Kale pretended to consider, but his real plan was already set. He'd train, grow stronger, evolve then slip away when the time was right. No walls. No routines. No leash. House finally wrapped up his speech, still smiling from ear to ear. Right then, that's about it. He crouched, scooping up the hesitant Pancham that had been clinging to his pants. Keep up the good work, kid. I've got high hopes for you. Kale gave another small nod, stoic, distant, polite. Playing the cold type was intentional. Experience had taught him that too much friendliness only drew trouble and attention he didn't need. House turned to leave, but then paused mid-step. Oh. Almost forgot. He checked his watch. It's 7 a.m. sharp. Your first mentor will be waiting for you in the verdant bamboo grove in 1 hour. He pointed exaggeratedly at the wall clock. Don't be late. Then, whistling cheerfully, House exited the room, the Pancham waving goodbye with a tiny paw. Kale stared after them for a moment, exhaling. Right. 1 hour. He looked down at his perfectly healed abdomen, then out the small window where sunlight filtered through a canopy of leaves. A faint smile crossed his lips. Would have been nice if he told me where the hell the verdant bamboo grove actually is. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 171. Charm. The Ignis City Fighting Dojo stretched across what felt like an entire district, less a gym and more a sprawling campus. Dormitories lined one sector, training fields filled another, and natural habitats linked them like arteries. To Kale, it looked uncannily like a human university from his past life, except every student was a Pokémon. From dawn to dusk, the dojo buzzed with activity. Pokémon sparred, meditated, or trained with their mentors, all pushing toward one goal, to reach battle readiness fast enough to defend humanity against the nightmare Pokémon. Even now, though the enemy's assaults had waned, the League hadn't slowed its regimen. Speed and strength still ruled. But with pressure easing, the dojo's atmosphere had shifted. The gloom of wartime urgency was giving way to laughter, conversation, and the warm hum of life again. Kale stepped outside his dorm, blinking in the sunlight. A narrow stone path stretched ahead, framed by walls of thick bamboo and towering trees. The air was fresh, alive, full of rustling leaves and faint battle cries in the distance. His room was part of a long row of small private quarters, all surrounded by greenery so dense it nearly swallowed the buildings whole. To a human, the pathways might have felt cramped. To Pokémon, they were perfect, wide enough for battles, close enough for community. Kale smiled faintly. This is what a city of Pokémon looks like when left to its own devices. All around him, life unfolded in chaotic harmony. A far-fetched practiced sword swings with its leek like a seasoned samurai, feathers puffing proudly as it barked out sharp key eyes between strikes. Next door, a Medicham stormed out of its dorm, grumbling about being late, kicked the Farfetch'd clean off the path, then vanished in a flash of psychic light. Above, several Apom swung from branch to branch, chittering and tossing fruit between them. Kale chuckled softly. Guess even in this world, chaos is universal. But he had a more pressing issue. He scratched his chin and frowned. Now, where exactly is the verdant bamboo grove? Apparently, the path leading there was clearly marked with a wooden signpost near the gate. The only problem. Kale couldn't read a single word of the Pokémon world's written script. Great, he muttered. Illiterate again. Still, he wasn't worried. If brains failed, looks would do. After all, he was an exotic, shiny matchup with sleek black skin and sculpted muscle definition. Surely someone would be happy to help a Pokémon this handsome. He smirked, flexed subtly, and stopped the first passerby, a scowling Krogunk. "Hey there," Kale said, voice smooth. "Mind telling me how to get to the verdant bamboo grove?" He added a confident half-smile, shoulders squared, posture perfect. His aura screamed charm. Unfortunately, Krogunk was having a terrible day. Its last test had gone poorly, its mentor had yelled at it for hours. And now, this random matchup had the gall to interrupt its brooding. "Can't you read the..." The words died in its throat. Its golden eyes widened. Kale stood there, muscles gleaming, veins tight under the jet-black skin, crimson eyes glowing faintly like smoldering embers. That small grin on his face looked less friendly and more predatory. Krogunk swallowed audibly. Haha, the sign. Yeah. It pointed nervously down the path. "Just, keep going north and take the first left." "Easy." Kale nodded, clapping Krogunk on the shoulder in thanks. The frog Pokémon stiffened like stone, a shiver running down its spine. "Thanks, pal." "Why yeah, and no problem." Kale walked off humming, satisfied. "Ha. Works every time. Guess good looks are universal." Behind him, Krogunk dropped to its knees, sweating bullets. "I'm alive." It gasped. "I'm actually alive." Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 172. Morning Dew. Following the directions from the helpful Krogunk, Kale finally arrived at the verdant bamboo grove. What greeted him was breathtaking. A vast sea of emerald stretched endlessly, bamboo trunks rising skyward like green pillars of light. Their smooth, lacquered surfaces shimmered faintly under the morning sun, each one reflecting life's quiet rhythm. A narrow stone path wound through the grove, vanishing into a dim, tranquil heart deeper within. The air smelled clean, cool bamboo, wet earth, and faint dew, fresh enough to make Kale inhale sharply in delight. He smiled. Now this feels like the right place. With steady steps, he followed the curving path, the soft crunch of gravel beneath his feet the only sound breaking the forest's peace. As he walked deeper, the voices and noises of the dojo faded away until only the rustle of leaves remained gentle, rhythmic, like breathing. Sunlight pierced through gaps in the bamboo canopy, painting golden flecks across the mossy stones. The further Kale went, the more comfortable he felt. The shade, the stillness, the whispering wind, it all resonated with the faint ghostly energy within him. By the time the grove opened up into a small clearing, he was utterly calm. In the center stood a lone figure. Tall. Blue-skinned. A sock. It stood perfectly still, hands clasped before its chest in silent meditation. Its body looked carved from stone, dressed in what resembled a white and black martial gi tied with a black belt. The breeze tugged gently at the ends of that belt, and the faint motion was the only proof it wasn't a statue. Kale's eyes widened slightly. "Sock, so this is my first mentor." He took a breath and raised a hand in greeting. But just then, something small caught his attention. From far above, a single droplet of dew trembled on the tip of a leaf, then fell. It tumbled lazily through the air, glinting with sunlight like a tiny crystal. Kale barely paid it any mind, until Sock moved. The warrior's eyes opened. Sharp, clear, perfectly focused. He shifted his palms apart, one hand rising with fluid grace, fingers pressed together into a blade. That droplet was descending straight toward his hand. "He's not." Before Kale could even finish the thought, the drop landed softly in Sock's palm. And didn't burst. Sock's hand barely lowered by an inch, perfectly absorbing the fall's impact, the energy dispersing through his arm like ripples in water. The dew bead now sat intact and still, gleaming on his skin. Kale's jaw slackened. He absorbed the force without breaking it. No aura, no energy, just raw, physical control. Then Sock turned his wrist. The motion was smooth, deliberate, so soft it looked slow, yet so precise it blurred. The droplet rolled down his palm and flicked outward. Whoosh. The sound was faint but sharp, like a bullet slicing air. What? Kale barely had time to react. Instinct took over. He crossed his arms before his chest just as the droplet struck. Paffed. Cold mist exploded across his forearm. Tiny water particles glimmered in the air, scattering like shattered glass. Kale exhaled, heart pounding. That could have taken my head off if it weren't water. Even now, his sharp senses felt no trace of aura. No focus energy, no special move. It was pure technique, strength, timing, and precision all working in harmony. He straightened, expression hardening into respect. Impressive. He murmured. Then bowed slightly. Sir, I'm Kale, the new trainee from the Ignis Dojo. Are you? My mentor. Sock's gaze lingered on him for a few seconds long, steady, measuring. Then, at last, the martial Pokémon gave a solemn nod. Every dojo structure followed a hierarchy. Seasoned Pokémon trained the younger ones, teaching them discipline, combat principles, and technique. Most instructors handled groups of 10 to 15 apprentices at a time. But Kale was an exception. His unusual energy and immense potential had earned him a one-on-one mentorship. Sock, an elder master with 4 decades of teaching experience, had seen countless prodigies before. And nearly all of them shared one thing: pride. That was why Sock always opened his first lesson with a demonstration. No words, just skill. And without fail, it humbled them. Looking at Kale now, tall, scarred, intimidating yet respectful, the old master saw the same spark he'd seen in 1,000 young fighters before. He gave another approving nod. Kale's heart pounded with excitement. To think he'd come here just to train quietly, yet ended up with a mentor like this, someone who could turn a dewdrop into a weapon. If he could master even a fraction of that technique, his growth would skyrocket. Such control, such flow, even evolution wouldn't give him that kind of precision. He clenched his fists, eager, almost trembling. 3 mentors, he whispered. If the first one's already this strong. His crimson eyes burned with determination. Then this is going to be fun. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 173. Worth the journey. A golden leaf drifted slowly through the still air, weightless, fragile, dancing lazily like a dying butterfly. Sock stood in the heart of the bamboo clearing, unmoving, the expression on his face carved in stone. Across from him, Kale stood ready, crimson eyes blazing with anticipation. Before we begin formal training, Sock said calmly, I need to understand your current level. For one-on-one instruction, precision was everything. Sock needed to know his student's limits before crafting a regimen that could refine him properly both in body and discipline. Kale nodded once, taking a deep breath. Understood. He'd already accepted Sock as his mentor, and that meant giving nothing less than full respect. This test wasn't about winning. It was about showing his worth. So he decided, he'd fight seriously, without tapping into his ghostly energy. Pure technique, pure will. Let's do this. Sock drew in a breath, fists tightening at his sides, his stance grounded and stable. Show me. Kale's eyes flared with intensity. A reddish aura ignited around his fists, the telltale glow of fighting spirit. Ha! With a fierce shout, he launched forward, his muscles coiling like springs before releasing a burst of explosive power. The ground cracked under his step, dry bamboo leaves swirling in the updraft as he became a streak of dark motion. The air split around his charge, his aura trailing firelight as his fist rocketed toward Sock. But Sock didn't flinch. His calm eyes gleamed. Good form, he muttered, and raised one hand. At the moment Kale's fist struck, Sock's fingers curved and twisted with uncanny precision, a subtle spiral motion that redirected the entire force. The impact never came. Kale felt his momentum bend unnaturally, a strange whirlpool of force twisting through his body. His energy dispersed in an instant. The next thing he knew, the world spun. Whump. He hit the ground, tumbling through dry leaves before skidding to a halt several meters away. Groaning, Kale pushed himself up, pulling a crumpled leaf off his cheek. But there was no frustration on his face. Only exhilaration. That was incredible. He could tell from that single exchange the level of control, the mastery of flow. Sock hadn't just blocked his attack, he'd used it. To Kale, that wasn't humiliation. It was an inspiration. The stronger his mentor was, the more he stood to gain. Again, he shouted, grinning. Sock smirked faintly. Very well. What followed was a storm of motion. Hiya. Ha. Thud. Crack. Wham. The sound of fists and feet striking echoed through the bamboo grove, each impact punctuated by Kale's determined grunts. Minutes passed. Maybe hours. At last, Kale collapsed to one knee, gasping for breath, sweat dripping freely onto the soft carpet of leaves. His black skin gleamed under the sunlight that filtered through the canopy. Dozens of small bruises marked his body, not from malice, but from learning. Across from him, Sock stood composed, barely winded. His steady breathing and serene posture made him look almost untouchable. He studied the matchup before him carefully. Strong fundamentals. Good reflexes. His instincts are sharp, and he's already built a personal fighting rhythm. For a Pokémon so young, that was astonishing. Sock folded his arms, deep in thought. His power output is fine, but he wastes too much momentum. His rhythm's too rigid. I'll need to soften his motion, teach him flow instead of force. The plan came together quickly in his mind. He looked up at the sun now blazing high above the bamboo tops, then turned to Kale. That's enough for today, he said evenly. I've seen what I need to see. As Sok disappeared into the grove's shade, Kale remained kneeling, eyes fixed on the swaying bamboo above. He was exhausted, sore, battered, and bruised, but the fire inside him had never burned brighter. This was the first time since becoming a Pokémon that he'd truly felt taut. Back when he was a Mareep, the Electivire who trained him treated him like a project, not a pupil. Later, in the Lightning Canyon under Zeraora's harsh guidance, he had grown stronger but not wiser. That training was all brutality and instinct. Sok was different. His every movement carried decades of experience. Every deflection, every grip, every word had purpose. Even this first test had given Kale more to reflect on than weeks of fighting could. His mind replayed each movement, analyzing every counter, every subtle shift of balance. A grin tugged at his lips. If just one morning with him feels like this, Kale murmured, then this dojo's already worth the trip. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 174, 174. Blazing Peak. After resting for a short while beneath the gentle sway of bamboo shadows, Kale finally dragged himself up and began walking back along the stone path toward the dorms. Morning training had left his body sore but his spirit alight. According to the schedule Master had shared with him, the dojo's trainees were given about 2 hours of midday rest after the morning session time to eat, relax, or nap before the afternoon drills began. Kale stretched his arms and nodded. Guess I'll take advantage of that. Been a while since I've had a proper nap. Then he froze mid-step. Wait, lunch. A jolt ran down his spine. Crap, almost forgot. Since his body had been modified during human experimentation, Kale didn't actually need to eat. His cells could absorb ambient energy directly from the air to sustain him. That was convenient when traveling alone but disastrous here. He was living among dozens of Pokémon, under the supervision of humans. If anyone noticed that he never ate, questions would start flying. And if one sharp-eyed Pokémon or trainer reported his odd habits to the League staff. Kale shuddered. Yeah, no thanks. Last thing I need is getting dissected for research. He clenched his fists. I'll just grab something. Doesn't matter what as long as it looks normal. Crisis averted. After asking a few friendly Pokémon for directions, Kale followed the bustling paths until a massive modern building came into view. The dojo cafeteria. Its architecture was surprisingly sleek, smooth white walls, bold orange accents, and curved glass panes that gleamed in the sunlight. It looked more like a high-end human restaurant than a Pokémon facility. Stepping through the glass doors, Kale's eyes widened. Inside stretched a sprawling hall filled with life and sound. Rows of neatly arranged tables, each custom-sized for different species, covered the floor, while voices, laughter, and the clatter of dishes echoed in a cheerful rhythm. The smell of cooked berries and roasted seeds filled the air. For a moment, Kale just stood there, overwhelmed. So this is a cafeteria for Pin. Back in his human life, Poke often is depicted only shown eating out of simple bowls or energy cubes in small groups beside their trainers. This was an entirely different world, bustling, organized, and oddly human. He approached a serving window. The human worker behind the counter paused briefly at the sight of Kale's dark, steel-toned skin but recovered instantly, greeting him with a professional smile. Matchup meal set, got it. In seconds, a tray slid across the counter, neatly arranged orange-gold cubes that resembled softened poke blocks. Kale carried his tray to a quiet corner and inspected the food curiously. They really made these for fighting types, huh? He picked up one cube and popped it into his mouth. A soft hum escaped his throat as flavor spread across his tongue, faintly spicy, earthy, with an undertone of roasted grain. His eyes widened slightly. This is actually good. Even though his body didn't require food, his taste buds still worked fine. And surprisingly, the flavor wasn't the only thing impressive. He could feel a subtle warmth spreading through his veins, melting fatigue from his morning sparring session. Well, I'll be damned, Kale muttered, smirking. Guess this world's cuisine has some real effect. He quickly cleared the tray, genuinely satisfied. What started as camouflage ended up being a pleasant discovery. Back at his dorm, Kale stretched out on his bed, letting his muscles relax. The quiet ticking of the clock filled the small room, blending with his steady breathing. Finally, peace, he whispered. It had been ages since he'd truly slept without fear. In his first life as a human captive, he'd lived with constant dread, terrified the scientists would end his experiment overnight. Even after escaping, survival had been a struggle. Every night meant danger. Now, for the first time, he was safe. The League's walls around Ignis City felt secure. And with mentors guiding him, a path forward was clear. When he woke an hour later, Kale sat up and rubbed his eyes, glancing at the schedule pinned above the bed. Next class. Blazing Peak, huh? He chuckled softly. These humans sure know how to name their training grounds. From what he'd seen, the dojo's infrastructure was astonishing, an entire ecosystem designed purely for Pokémon development. The effort, the resources, humanity truly hadn't given up. A sudden knock interrupted his thoughts. Talk, talk, talk. Kale got up and opened the door only to find a familiar small face staring up at him. Pancham. It was the same one he'd seen hiding behind Master House earlier that morning. The little panda Pokémon was clutching its paws behind its back, head lowered, trembling slightly. Kale crouched down, softening his tone. Hey, little guy. What's up? His gentle voice, however, didn't sound so gentle to Pancham's ears. The deep timbre, the crimson eyes, the sharp aura radiating off Kale's muscular frame, it all screamed predator. The poor panda stiffened, voice shaking. I was sent to take you to your next teacher. Then, without another word, it turned tail and bolted down the hallway, sprinting toward the exit as if being chased by a monster. Kale blinked. Did I scare him? He sighed, scratching the back of his neck. Man, I really need to work on my friendly face. Still, he couldn't help but chuckle as he started after the panicked Pancham. Blazing Peak, huh? Guess that's where we're headed next. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 175, 175. The Climb. Under Pancham's reluctant guidance, Kale soon reached the dojo's southeastern edge, a place known as Blazing Peak. The moment he saw it, Kale stopped in his tracks. The mountain loomed over the training grounds like a blade thrust from the earth, steep, jagged, and dark as forged steel. It wasn't tall by normal standards, but its shape was so sharp and deliberate it looked ready to pierce the clouds. A faint shimmer of heat distorted the air near its slopes, and even from a distance, Kale could feel a strange pressure radiating outward. He smirked. So this is where my next teacher is, huh? Looks fun already. His morning at the verdant bamboo grove had taught him to respect the dojo's methods. Sock's lessons had focused purely on physical mastery, strength, precision, and balance, rather than energy attacks or flashy moves. So if there were 3 mentors, that meant each would teach something different. Technique, power, and discipline are all pieces of a larger whole. And whatever awaited him on Blazing Peak, Kale could already tell it wasn't going to be easy. He glanced back at Pancham only to find the little panda standing perfectly still at the trail's entrance, staring nervously at the mountain. You're not coming? Kale asked, tilting his head. Pancham shook slightly. Its wide eyes flickered between Kale and the towering summit. I am not allowed. The master's waiting for you up there. Kale frowned but didn't press the matter. Got it. Stay safe then. He turned back toward the mountain and took his first step onto the dark stone. The moment his foot touched the surface, Kale felt it. A strange heaviness, faint but undeniable, pressed down on his shoulders. Not enough to hurt him, but enough to notice. He crouched slightly, testing the sensation. It wasn't wind or heat. It was gravity. His eyes narrowed. A gravity field, just like a weighted chamber. Suddenly, Pancham's nervous behavior made a lot more sense. But Kale only grinned. So the test starts the moment I step in. Fine by me. He began to climb. Each step made the pressure a little stronger. The air itself seemed heavier, wrapping around his limbs and chest like invisible chains. To most Pokémon, this would have been exhausting. But Kale's body wasn't normal. The experimental modifications coursing through his muscles, combined with the system's enhancement, made him far tougher than any matchup his size. He adjusted his stance, rolled his shoulders, and pushed forward. Not bad, he muttered. Feels like home training back in Zeraora's Canyon. Except calmer. As he climbed higher, Kale noticed other Pokémon training across the slope. A Meditite practiced steady breathing while maintaining a levitating stance just a few meters off the ground, beads of sweat rolling down its head. Further up, a Makuhita was hammering at a boulder, each strike shaking dust loose from the cliffside. And just ahead, a Minfu was practicing its form's fluid yet powerful strikes, fists cutting through the thickened air with audible snaps. When it noticed Kale passing by, Minfu paused and nodded politely. Kale returned the gesture with a friendly nod. Inwardly, Minfu tilted its head in mild surprise. A new face. Haven't seen this matchup before. It is usually recognized that everyone who has trained on the lower ridges of Blazing Peak. The heavy gravity made it an unpopular spot for beginners. Watching Kale continue climbing, Minfu blinked. He's going higher. Even seasoned trainees rarely ventured far beyond the lower levels, the gravity became dangerously oppressive near the summit. Minfu frowned slightly, tempted to call out a warning. But then it stopped. It remembered its own first climb, how older Pokémon had tried to talk it down, and how it had stubbornly ignored them. It hadn't truly understood the weight of Blazing Peak until it was crushed flat on the ground, unable to move for hours. The memory drew a faint, nostalgic smile to its lips. Let him go, Minfa murmured softly. He'll learn soon enough. Still, a part of it couldn't help but watch. Minutes passed. By now, Kale should have been slowing down, struggling under the mounting pressure. Instead, Minfa blinked again, disbelief washing over its face. There he was, the black-skinned matchup, still walking steadily, his movements smooth and controlled, as if the crushing weight around him was nothing at all. He's still going. The young fighter could only stare, dumbfounded. The realization dawned slowly, canned with it, a sense of awe. Unbelievable that gravity would flatten most of us. Yet he's climbing like it's a morning jog. For a moment, Minfa just stood there, gazing up at the slope where Kale's silhouette marched higher and higher toward the summit, toward his next mentor. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 176, 176. Failure. Minfa's eyes were completely blank as it stared up the slope. Just moments ago, that black-skinned matchup had been standing right beside it. Now, Kale was already a distant speck halfway up Blazing Peak, a place where the gravity became so overwhelming that even Minfa couldn't stand for more than a second. How is that possible? Its voice trembled. He's walking through that pressure like it's nothing. Up on that ridge, the gravitational force was brutal, far beyond anything a normal matchup should endure. If Minfa tried to stand there, it would be slammed flat instantly. But Kale. He wasn't just standing. He was climbing. Steady. Focused. Unshaken. Minfa's fists loosened. Its posture slumped. It looked like someone had just hit it with a 10-ton iron hammer right in the confidence. If this were a cartoon, its face would have turned pale while dark, scribbled stress lines appeared across its forehead. Forget it. What am I even training for? I'm going back to my room, maybe taking a nap. As it dragged itself away, it muttered defeated lines like, the gap between Pokémon, impossible to catch up, hopeless. Meanwhile, halfway up Blazing Peak, sweat poured off Kale in continuous streams. The pressure was crushing his shoulders, his spine, even the air in his lungs. Every breath scraped through his throat like sandpaper. Every step felt like he was dragging a mountain behind him. He wasn't as fine as he looked from afar. Damn, this is heavy. His muscles trembled. His bones ached. The veins on his arms bulged under the strain. Even with his genetically modified body and all 3 lifetimes of experience, the gravity here hit like a rampaging Machamp. But instead of fear, Kale grinned. This is just like the gravity rooms in those old anime back on Earth. Didn't expect I'd get to train in one for real. He puffed a laugh through clenched teeth. If I keep going, what's next? A random old man mentor. A fiancé breaking off the engagement. Some destiny bloodline awakening. He nearly snorted at his own thoughts. But the humor died the second the weight suddenly increased again. His leg buckled. He staggered sideways, nearly collapsing. Focus. Kale forced himself upright, controlling every fiber of muscle to stabilize his stance. On Blazing Peak, falling meant never getting up again. Not without help. He tightened his fists, drew in a long, shaky breath. And pushed forward. The slope steepened. The gravity multiplied. Kale's vision blurred. His heartbeat pounded against his ribs like it was trying to escape. Almost there. A crooked set of stone steps appeared ahead leading to the summit. They weren't tall. Under normal circumstances, he could hop over them with ease. But under Blazing Peak's crushing gravity, they felt like climbing out of a collapsing cavern. Kale braced his trembling legs. Lift. Step. The moment his foot touched the first step, dust scattered then snapped back to the ground as if magnetized. One step. His heart hammered violently. His brain throbbed. His lungs burned. Oxygen felt like a luxury he couldn't afford. But he refused to stop. His world narrowed to nothing but stone, sweat, and the struggle for survival. Another step. Come on, just a bit more. Another. His muscles screamed in protest. His arms twitched uncontrollably. His consciousness flickered like a dying ember. But he kept climbing. Step by agonizing step. Until just one more remained. One last step separates him from the summit. From his next mentor. From victory. Kale reached for it. And reality shattered. His body gave out. The world went black. He collapsed face first onto the final step with a dull, heavy thud. Just before darkness took him. Through the haze, Kale's blurring eyes caught sight of 2 white, fur-covered legs stopping in front of him, legs marked with swirling yellow plates at the knees. A tall figure stood over him, voice carrying a hint of shock, and something like respect. Well now. Didn't think anyone would actually make it up here. Kale's consciousness finally slipped away. Darkness claimed him. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 177, 177. The Device. A deep, numbing weakness spread through Kale's limbs as consciousness slowly dragged itself back from the darkness. Ugh. A low groan escaped him as his eyelids twitched. Harsh sunlight stabbed into his eyes as he forced them open, the blurry outline of jagged stone slowly sharpening into view. He was still on Blazing Peak. Not at the summit, but somewhere along the upper half of the mountain. Even with the gravity slightly weaker than at the very top, a crushing weight still pressed down on his chest, spine, and limbs. Everything hurt. And yet, he was alive. Someone had dragged him out before the peak finished him off. Kale's mind replayed the last fragment of sound he'd heard before blacking out. Oh. You really made it up here. Could that have been his new instructor? Yo. You're awake. A cheerful, energetic voice boomed beside him. Kale turned and froze for a moment. Bright red flames danced like flowing hair atop the figure's head, shedding sparks with every subtle movement. Red and cream fur covered its athletic frame, with golden vortex pattern plates embedded across the shoulders, chest, hands, and knees like pieces of battle armor. There was no mistaking it. An Infernape stood before him. Kale blinked in awe. A starter Pokémon evolution is one of the most beloved fighters in the entire franchise. Infernape had always been famous, even in his past human life, fast, stylish, and overwhelmingly skilled. The fire atop its head flickered proudly as the Infernape crossed its arms. Yeah, I'm your second mentor, it said casually, as if announcing what it wanted for lunch. Kale's heart skipped. It really was his instructor. Apparently satisfied with Kale's reaction, Infernape chuckled. When you stepped onto Blazing Peak, I was already watching. I wanted to see what kind of genius the gym master was making me mentor. Its tone was straightforward, even blunt, but not unfriendly. Honestly, I expected you to collapse after 2 steps. Getting halfway up would have already met my expectations. Infernape leaned back with a smirk. But you almost reached the top. That surprised me. Kale's breath caught. This was praise from a monster who probably shattered boulders with his morning stretch. Infernape continued. When I first trained here, I could barely reach the upper steps, and that was after I evolved into Monferno. Kale was stunned for a heartbeat. That meant he'd exceeded the trial performance of an evolved fire/fighting type. No wonder Infernape looked impressed. And more importantly, Infernape respected not just Kale's physique, but his will. That determination suits a fire-type style very well, Infernape added with a grin. Kale felt a surge of excitement bloom in his chest. This wasn't just a strong mentor, this was a powerhouse who genuinely recognized him. His exhaustion faded slightly as he forced himself upright. Infernape gave a sharp nod. Good. You're recovering fast. Alright, enough chit-chat, time's valuable. Let's get started. Fire types were direct. No dragging things out. No wasted words. Kale nodded firmly. Understood. Infernape's tail flicked, and with a casual motion, it tossed something black toward him. Kale caught it with both hands, blinking in confusion. A device. A strange one. Its core was an oval black crystal, smooth and glossy, yet impossibly deep, like staring into a miniature black hole. The surface shimmered with a faint, eerie distortion that made Kale feel as though it contained both nothing and everything. Attached around the crystal were several dark straps made of some unknown material, each ending in sturdy metal clasps. Kale stared, stunned. Is this some kind of ancient tech from the Dark Era? Infernape grinned at his expression. Strap it on. Chest area. With Infernape helping him secure the straps, the device sat snugly against Kale's sternum. Coolness seeped from the crystal, sending a refreshing chill through his overheated body. It felt strangely comfortable. Kale exhaled with relief. He had no idea that in a few minutes, he'd regret ever thinking it felt comfortable. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 178, 178. Empowerment. The rocky midslope of Blazing Peak was as bleak as ever, no grass, no moss, only endless slabs of dark gray stone. Kale stood there wearing the strange black device strapped to his chest, staring blankly at his instructor. What? His voice cracked with disbelief. Infernape tilted his head, genuinely confused. What's wrong? 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. That level shouldn't be hard, right? Kale just stared at him. His expression said everything. Are you messing with me right now? Infernape blinked innocently, though a tiny spark of mischief flashed in his blue eyes. It's not that I can't do it. Kale muttered, sounding disappointed. It's just, really. That's it. He had expected something else. Something profound. Something worthy of a blazing mountain, a rare device bound to his chest, and a legendary powerhouse as a mentor. Instead, he got the most generic workout routine in the universe. In any normal environment, the exercises would be easy for an enhanced matchup. But this wasn't normal. This was Blazing Peak, a heavy-gravity training ground where every movement felt like pushing against a collapsing mountain. Kale knew the training wouldn't be simple. Still, this was, bizarrely plain. It was like buying a $5,000 gaming PC with a 4K monitor. Only to use it to play Candy Crush. Way too much setup for way too little output. Quit staring, Infernape called lazily. Time's ticking, start already. Kale sighed deeply. Whatever doubts he had, he trusted his instructors. If the gym leader had personally assigned these mentors, then each one surely had their own philosophy behind their methods even if the method looked ridiculous. Fine. Kale lay back on the cold rock, legs together, hands behind his head. His eyes drifted upward, and his fingers brushed the three plate-like ridges atop his head. A sudden thought flickered. A certain bald-caped hero came to mind. If this routine gives me his level of strength, I won't complain, Kale whispered to himself. And hey, I have no hair. No downside. He chuckled, but in the next breath, his expression sharpened. Jokes aside, he was determined. All right. Let's go. He drew in a breath, then his abs tightened like a coiled spring, hauling his torso upward against the crushing gravity. A wave of pain shot through him. It felt like 10 fully grown men were standing on his chest and stomach. His entire black frame trembled violently as he grit his teeth. Finally. Thunk. His elbows tapped his knees. 1. He dropped back instantly, gravity slamming him into the stone like a boulder. Ha, ha. Sweat flooded from his skin, dripping onto the dark stone beneath him. His abdominal muscles spasmed violently. This was way harder than he'd imagined. Nearby, Infernape lounged on a raised rock, completely unfazed by the gravity, watching with casual amusement. All that noise already. Infernape called. Get moving. Don't slack. Kale groaned, forced his body up again, and then. ZZRRT. A flash burst across the black device on his chest. The previously dull crystal flared with brilliant yellow light and arcs of electricity erupted across Kale's body like snapping whips. What? His entire body convulsed as the electricity raced across his arms, torso, and legs. The half-completed sit-up collapsed instantly and he fell flat onto the stone. What is this thing? Infernape grinned, looking far too entertained. That's the empowerment crystal, he explained cheerfully. The League designed it for elite training. It randomly releases different elemental energies while you work. Kale twitched on the ground, smoke faintly rising from his skin. The gravity trains the body. The exercises build your muscle foundation and the crystal toughens your resistance to all elements. Infernape shrugged. Simple but effective. Very effective, judging by Kale's suffering. Some gifted trainees even awaken new moves from the energy exposure, Infernape added, his eyes glinting with excitement. Let's see how far you can go. Then he clapped loudly. Hey! Stop dying on the floor. Back up. That was only the first one. Kale let out a broken groan then forced his arms into position again. Arg. Good. Keep going. Infernape's voice echoed across Blazing Peak like a cheerful demon encouraging torture. Kale's pained shouts mixed with Infernape's motivational yelling. And their voices rolled across the stone cliffs of the mountain. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 179. Ascension. Kale's dark feet dragged across the rocky ground, streaked with gray dust from Blazing Peak's brutal terrain. Sweat ran off him like rain, pattering against the stone in a steady drizzle. The sunset washed his exhausted, obsidian-colored body in warm gold. He bent over with both hands on his knees, gasping like an overheated engine. Infernape's class had ended the very moment the sun dipped low enough to stain the sky orange. And the result? Utter humiliation. Blazing Peak's gravity, the merciless empowerment crystal, and the simple yet lethal workout had crushed him. He didn't even finish the first task. 100 push-ups. He managed 56. 56. In an entire afternoon. The gravity alone felt like it was trying to grind his bones into powder. And every time the crystal flashed a different element into his body, it was like being sucker-punched from inside his own skin. But the worst part wasn't the training. It was the walk down. Dragging his near-dead body down the steep, heavy-gravity slope while praying he didn't pass out and roll half the mountain was a trauma he knew he'd remember for the rest of his life. By the time he reached the bottom, his legs were jelly, his breath came in ragged bursts, and every muscle screamed. Still. He survived. Barely. Kale staggered off the last slab of blazing peak stone, stepping onto normal ground. The weight eased instantly. His body, pushed beyond anything he'd ever experienced, finally began to recover, thanks to his monstrous regeneration. He exhaled, a long, steaming breath that misted into a white cloud in the cooling evening air. Holy Arceus. I almost died. The moment the thought of tomorrow I have to come back here entered his head, his soul shriveled. He shuffled toward his dorm like a ghost who'd accepted his fate. The walk back was slow and miserable, but eventually, he reached his room. He pushed the door open, collapsed onto the soft bed, and sank into the mattress like a stone dropping into a lake. Warm scent. Clean sheets. A real bed. He was done. Fully, completely done. He barely moved a finger. His mind drifted in and out, half-conscious. Compared to Hitmonchan's calm, methodical lessons, Infernape was a furnace, violent, explosive, all intensity and power. Simple exercises. Brutal execution. Zero mercy. And yet, it worked. Kale could tell. This kind of training didn't give results in one day or two. But over weeks. Months. He could feel it. Every fiber of his body was changing, strengthening, shaping itself under the crushing conditions. He was on the path to something greater. His mind floated, slipping into the soft pull of sleep. But then. Knock. 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 Kale jolted halfway awake, twitching in irritation. Who the hell, now? He grumbled under his breath, dragging himself out of bed and rubbing his eyes. He yanked the door open with unnecessary force, the hinges screeching. Golden sunset light spilled into the dark room, revealing a tall, dark blue figure standing silently at the doorstep. A flowing black aura sash trailed behind him like smoke. Kale blinked. Lucario. There was no mistaking the aura warrior from earlier, the one whose overwhelming presence he'd felt the moment he arrived at the dojo. Kale frowned in confusion. Why was Lucario here? Then the realization hit him like a punch. Right. He had 3 mentors. Hitmonchan, Infernape. And the third. Kale swallowed. Excuse me, sir, are you my third instructor? Lucario didn't speak. His orange-red eyes studied Kale with a silent, unreadable intensity. After what felt like 10 seconds, he gave a single, calm nod. A chill ran down Kale's spine, equal parts respect and dread. Lucario was different. Not fiery and loud like Infernape. Not methodical and grounded like Hitmonchan. Lucario radiated something else. A deep mastery, a presence that saw through you. A strength that didn't need to be shown to be felt. Images flashed in Kale's mind. He remembered their fight, the terrifying feeling of every move being read, every strike countered, every thought predicted. To learn under someone like that was priceless. But his body was broken. Every muscle throbbed. His legs felt like wet clay. If Lucario wanted him to train right now, he'd die. Lucario, of course, didn't care about any of that. He simply turned, motioned faintly with his head, and began walking away. Wait, right now. Kale stared helplessly at the ground. Then he sighed. A dead man walking. He forced his trembling legs to follow, stumbling after Lucario like a shadow on its last breath. The sky burned with violet and gold as the sun dipped behind the horizon. Half the world glowed with fading warmth, the other half slipped into night. Lucario walked ahead, tall, silent, unshakable. Kale followed, dark, battered, glowing faintly under the gilded light. Tonight would not be physical training. This teacher was different. This was something deeper. Something that reached into the soul itself. The kind of training only Lucario could give. Kale didn't know it yet. But he was walking toward the first true transformation of his new life. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 180, 180. Aura. The silver moon hung high above the night sky, its cool glow spilling across the world like drifting frost. Footsteps echoed softly through the quiet forest path. Kale walked behind Lucario along a narrow trail paved with smooth river stones, the crimson shine in his eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. His night vision was so sharp that he didn't even need torchlight. The moon alone was enough. Tall trees surrounded the path, their dense canopies swaying in the nighttime breeze. Leaves rustled overhead, whispering like distant waves. Lucario's steps were steady, precise. Kale's weren't. His legs trembled with every step, his body still wrecked from Infernape's brutal training earlier. The energy he once had was gone, only exhaustion remained. Lucario, of course, sensed everything. Aura users did not need to see the body to read the truth inside it. But he didn't slow down. He didn't ask if Kale was alright. He didn't care about muscle fatigue, wounds, or trembling steps. Tonight's lesson had nothing to do with physical endurance. Tonight was a lesson of the heart. Truth was, Kale was originally assigned only 2 instructors, Hitmonchan and Infernape. But after their earlier fight, Lucario went directly to Earl, the dojo master, and made a request. He wanted to be Kale's 3rd mentor. Lucario had no interest in teaching punching forms or fancy combos. He wasn't here to show energy techniques or battle tricks. He wanted to pass on the aura. Just as his own master once passed it down to him. Somewhere deep inside his mind lay the memory of the one he called teacher. And in this broken world, where hope flickered like dying embers, Lucario wanted to continue that legacy. During the earlier battle, he had seen something inside Kale, a spark most Pokémon never possessed. Strength of body was common. Good instincts. Also common. But unbreakable will. A spirit that felt like tempered steel. And a deeper core that felt as bright and pure as a gemstone. That, Lucario had never seen before. Kale wasn't just strong. He was perfectly built for aura. It was like his very soul and body were shaped to carry it. Lucario made his choice in that instant. He would pass down the power of aura to this dark-skinned, crimson-eyed fighter who looked nothing like a typical aura guardian candidate, yet embodied all the qualities of one. His thoughts quieted. His steps slowed. Kale blinked, nearly bumping into him. "We there," he murmured, barely awake. His eyelids lifted, and then his breath caught. Before him, the dark path opened like a curtain being drawn aside, revealing a lake bathed in silver moonlight. A hidden sanctuary. A piece of untouched serenity. A lake so still it looked like polished glass, reflecting the sky above with perfect clarity. Thousands of stars shimmered across its surface, as if the cosmos had sunk into the water. Moonlight cascaded down like strands of silk, painting the world silver. A soft breeze glided across the water, stirring delicate ripples that shimmered like liquid stardust. White sand lined the shore, fine as crushed pearls, untouched by human hands. Kale stepped forward, and the sand shifted gently beneath his feet, soft, cool, soothing. The sight struck him silent. The fatigue in his bones loosened. His mind quieted. His heart slowed. It was beautiful. "What is this place?" Kale whispered, afraid his voice might shatter the stillness. Lucario gazed at the lake, orange-red eyes reflecting the moonlight softened by an emotion Kale rarely saw in him. "It has no name," Lucario said. A hint of nostalgia colored his voice. This was where Lucario trained as a Riolu. Where his own master taught him the first steps of aura. "Come." He nudged Kale forward, and the two walked along the pale shoreline, their footprints trailing behind them in neat pairs. After circling halfway around the lake, Lucario stopped. He pointed toward the moonlit water. "Go there." "Into the lake?" Kale blinked. Was this a midnight swim? But Lucario didn't explain. He didn't even look at Kale again, just waited. So Kale inhaled, stepped forward, and waded in. Cold water brushed his ankles, surprising but refreshing. He walked deeper. Except that the depth didn't change. Still ankle-high. He frowned, then realized the truth: a massive, flat stone shelf lay hidden just below the surface, extending far into the lake like a natural platform. In this moonlight, it looked like he was walking on water itself. Lucario's voice drifted through the air as if carried by the breeze. "Sit." Kale turned. Lucario was still far away on the shore, but his voice reached Kale's ears effortlessly. "Aura transmission," Kale guessed. Respectfully, he sank down, legs crossed, sitting above the shimmering lake. Cold water lapped gently against the stone beneath him. Lucario's voice came again, quiet, patient. "Now, feel." Kale closed his eyes. "Feel what?" he asked softly. Lucario's reply was but a whisper. "Everything." Then silence. Lucario did not speak another word. Kale was alone. Moonlight. Starlight. Silver ripples. The wind brushes across his skin. The world softened. The noise of his thoughts faded. The exhaustion drained away. Slowly, gently. Kale let his mind sink downward, like a pebble falling into still water. The lake quieted. The night deepened. And the black silhouette of a young fighter sat perfectly still on the glowing surface, lost within the reflection of the stars, as if drifting among the heavens themselves. Aura was waiting. Ready to answer the heart that reached for it. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 181, 181. A Restless Mind. Under the quiet blanket of night, the nameless lakeshore was peaceful enough to feel frozen in time. Kale shut his eyes, following Lucario's instructions, trying to calm his heart and tune into everything around him. He could hear his heartbeat thudding in his chest, feel the hot rush of blood surging through his body. His Pokémon senses were sharper than any human's, and in this kind of environment, every small sound around him slipped straight into his ears. The soft rustle of grass shifting in the breeze. Gentle waves are brushing the shore. A ripe berry falling from a branch. A Magikarp breaking the surface and blowing a tiny bubble. The world felt distant, almost unreal, as if Kale had stepped into a different layer of existence. Every tiny noise flowed toward him like a stream of whispers. But those whispers quickly tangled. Unordered. Chaotic. His brows tightened. His focus shattered. Kale's breath hitched as his mind spiraled out of control. He opened his eyes slowly, and the reflection of the starry sky rippled across the lake's dark surface. Everything was quiet again, as if nothing had disturbed him. He knew it wasn't an illusion. The lake was too quiet. His hearing, already sensitive, had become even sharper once he closed his eyes and focused. That concentration pushed his senses to their limit, amplifying everything. So if that's the case, even without evolving yet, Kale carried the innate control of a fighting-type Pokémon. If his hearing was messing with his focus, then fine. He'd just shut it off. He exhaled softly, closed his eyes once more, and fully sealed away his hearing. The world fell silent. Total darkness. Total stillness. He slipped back into meditation almost immediately. But after a full day of training, especially everything he endured on the crushing slopes of Breakridge Peak, his body was already running on fumes. Lucario dragging him out of bed for nighttime training had only been possible because of his iron will sharpened through countless lifetimes. Once he cut off all outside stimulation, his remaining willpower didn't stand a chance. Drowsiness washed over him like warm fog. His consciousness began to sink. Deeper, deeper. He was seconds away from passing out. No. A spark of clarity jolted through his mind. His senses snapped back. Hearing returned. Eyes opened. That was close. I almost knocked out. He muttered under his breath, a little shaken. But now he had a new problem. If I don't block my hearing, I can't concentrate. But if I do block it, I fall asleep. What am I supposed to do? While Kale wrestled with this impossible equation, Lucario watched from the shadows of the lakeside, a barely noticeable smirk tugging at its muzzle. It knew exactly what Kale was struggling with. Because it had planned it. Lucario technically had the right to choose whatever training schedule it wanted for Kale. Machamp or Infernape wouldn't complain. But Lucario had deliberately chosen the worst possible time, late at night, when Kale was exhausted and mentally drained. There was a reason. Aura, at its core, was the life energy that flowed from every living being, something invisible, intangible, but always present. Every plant, every Pokémon, every human gave off a faint pulse of it. To learn Aura, you had to feel the world's heartbeat. Exhaustion made that easier. A quiet lakeside made it easier. A still mind made it easier. Lucario had crafted the perfect environment, all to push Kale's spirit toward awakening Aura. But even under perfect conditions, sensing Aura for the first time was incredibly hard. Lucario itself needed almost 2 years of sitting by this same lake before it finally caught its first glimpse of the world's hidden energy. Kale was talented, no question. But breaking through the doorway of Aura? That would take at least a year of brutal training. Let him taste a little suffering. It'll do him good, Lucario thought to itself. The night breeze rolled past its fur, cool and calming. But within that breeze, something stirred. Lucario froze. That sensation. It was familiar. Too familiar. A shock flashed through its orange-red eyes. It whipped its head toward Kale, staring at the lake where he sat. That's impossible. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 182, 182. Bloom. Kale sat cross-legged at the center of the still lake, motionless as stone. But the air around him wasn't still at all. Tiny specks of soft, blue light shimmered around his body like summer fireflies drifting weightlessly in the dark. They gathered and danced around him as if drawn to a quiet heartbeat only they could hear. A faint pulse rippled outward, stirring the water's reflection of the night sky. Gentle waves rolled outward across the lake, breaking the perfectly calm surface. Lucario froze mid-step. Its pupils trembled. Its paw sank deep into the sand without it even realizing. Because Lucario knew exactly what it was seeing. Those floating, blue motes weren't tricks of moonlight. They were aura made visible, raw, living aura. Kale had done it. He'd crossed the threshold. He'd stepped into aura. Lucario's voice slipped out barely above a whisper. Why? That makes no sense. Everything it knew about aura training, everything it lived, was being shattered in front of its eyes. How could Kale, who just moments ago couldn't even keep his mind steady, suddenly break through the barrier that takes most aura trainees months, sometimes years? To understand, we rewind the clock 3 minutes. At that time, Kale was stuck in a frustrating loop of choices. Should he keep his hearing blocked and risk falling asleep again, or open it and get overwhelmed by the surrounding noise? After a moment of thought, he made the tougher choice. He unsealed his hearing. Lucario told him to feel everything around him. Blocking his hearing was basically cheating himself out of the lesson. And even though Lucario hadn't explained the details, mostly because it was the first class and he didn't expect Kale to master anything today, Kale pieced things together. Between Lucario's behavior, the quiet lake, and the training method, he guessed this was about aura. His memories from his human life weren't clear anymore, but he remembered enough from the anime and the old aura-focused movie to have a rough idea. It wasn't much, but it was something. So he did what he could. He endured the noise. He forced himself to settle, breath by breath, until the chaos faded to the background. But Kale's current body wasn't a normal matchup. It was an artificially created one engineered by the sinister organization that once owned it. Its lifespan had been short, but the raw potential was monstrous. When Kale reincarnated into this body, that fatal flaw vanished, but the overwhelming talent remained. Even then, mastering aura should have taken months at least. So why was he breaking through in minutes? Because of the system. After Kale's Ampharos life ended, he'd earned massive points and bought powerful items before reincarnating. Among them was Terrakian's Cragbreaker Pauldron. Not as overwhelming as his other item, the incomplete Heart of Zamazenta, but still extremely potent. And that Pauldron had 2 traits Kale barely paid attention to. He only remembered the +20 strength, and ignored the rest. The 2 hidden traits were: greatly increases the wearer's affinity with fighting-type energy. A relic named after the legendary Pokémon Terrakion. Those with insight may learn from it. The second trait was vague. The first one. That was the key. Aura, though special, is still tied to fighting-type energy. Even the move Aura Sphere is classified as a fighting-type attack. By boosting his affinity with fighting-type energy, the Pauldron had quietly supercharged Kale's ability to sense aura. So when his will finally steadied and the noise faded, everything aligned. Talent. Exhaustion. Environment. The lake's silence. Terrakian's relic. His system's blessings. And Lucario's perfectly chosen timing. And then. It clicked. In the darkness behind his closed eyes, colors returned. A deep, radiant blue. Fish drifting through the water, plants swaying at the lakeside, Lucario watching over him, everything gave off faint, glowing ripples of aura. Kale felt like he had stepped into another world, a world built entirely from these mysterious waves. He didn't need anyone to explain. He just knew. This was aura. This was the power hidden in the heart of all living things. And in that moment, Kale passed through the doorway. Aura light bloomed around him like a field of drifting fireflies. Lucario stood frozen on the shore, each spark of blue light reflecting in its stunned eyes. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 183, 183. Curtain. The lake breathed. Blue lights wheeled on invisible currents, rising and fading around Kale's still frame. He opened his eyes. For an instant, a thin film of blue crossed his crimson irises and was gone. Don't use your hands. Use your heart. The words didn't hit his ears this time. They arrived in the quiet place inside, Lucario speaking mind to mind through aura. Kale steadied. He raised both hands, palms facing, a small hollow between them. He let the feeling he'd found a minute ago take shape. Draw in, listen. The motes heard him. They coasted toward his chest, dipping between his palms. Blue thickened a ping-pong-sized globe, neither wind nor water, but some of both. More light streamed in. The sphere swelled. Pop. The globe burst, harmless but absolute blue dust and a rush of wind racing across the lake in rings. He grimaced. Of course, it was too early. What he'd tried was the first shape of aura sphere, and he'd made it to step 3 on day 1. No one did that. No one should have. Behind him, water slapped softly. Lucario approached and laid a paw on his shoulder. Confusion, pride, and something like loss tangled behind its orange eyes. Enough for tonight, it said, voice gentle. Rest. This wasn't the lesson Lucario planned. It was expected to teach breathing and patience, maybe lecture on the nature of life's hum. Instead, the rookie had flicked the curtain and seen the stage. Seeing Kale do in minutes what had cost it years hurt in a small, human way. It also rewrote the training plan. Kale's ears drooped. Was I bad? They'd barely been out here half an hour. Ending early felt like a verdict. If only he'd held the sphere a heartbeat longer. You were excellent, Lucario said, and managed a smile. It's late. Your body's spent. Sleep. We continue tomorrow. Kale nodded, misreading the kindness as disappointment. If talent's thin, work thicker, he told himself. I'll earn it. Morning spilled gold through the window. Kale blinked awake, stretched, and checked the clock time before the Hitmonchan class. Resolve returned with the light. Aura wasn't just a neat trick. In this broken world, it was a real edge and knowledge he could carry into other worlds if the system threw him there again. He hopped from bed, raised his right hand toward the curtains, and let his mind sink. 5 seconds. Blue dusted the air. His forearm flexed, the motes drifted forward and nudged the fabric. The curtain swayed. Not much but not nothing, he grinned, beginnings are supposed to be small. He stepped into the hall. Medicham streaked past, all focus and urgency, its psychic field prickling with restless impatience, far-fetched in the courtyard cut through a simple kata, leak blurring, heart as calm as a pond. Ordinary life, and somehow warm. Kale leaned against the doorframe, smile soft. For the first time since he woke in this world, his apprenticeship felt real. Skill progress, Aura, Novice, 0-1%. Equipment synergy detected, Terrakian's Bulwark Pauldron Fighting Type / Aura Affinity Amplified. Reminder, consistency over intensity. Return to the lake at dusk. And somewhere by the water, a teacher rewrote tomorrow's lesson. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 184, 184. The Raven Queen. Thunder snarled across the sky as bruised storm clouds smothered, swallowing almost all sunlight before it could touch the earth. The world lay under a dim, oppressive twilight. Boom. A crack of violet lightning tore through the sky, its glow briefly illuminating the raging sea below. Winds howled violently, lifting the waves into towering giants that crashed against the jagged cliffs, shattering into showers of white foam. Deep beneath the blackened waters, enormous silhouettes drifted past hulking, ancient creatures that belonged to the abyss itself. Their presence alone carried the weight of death and disaster. Then a pair of crimson eyes opened in the darkness. They rose like twin lanterns emerging from the deep, vicious and hungry. The gaze climbed the cliffside, locking onto the ancient fortress perched atop the rocky bluffs. But behind the malice, another emotion flickered. Fear. A tremor ran through the waters. With a violent splash, the creature sank back into the depths, retreating into the abyss with an unwilling hiss. Even the monsters of the deep dared not provoke what lived inside that fortress. Grimshore Cliff headquarters of the Phantom Order. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed along a long, dim hallway. A tall figure walked alone, the flickering wall lamps casting his shadow in uneven shapes on the stone walls. Golden hair, well-kept and glossy. A crisp black uniform trimmed with gold. Blue eyes sharp yet clouded with unease. It was Geek, the Phantom Order's golden agent, the same man who once pursued Kale's tracks. Today, the usual arrogance on his face had vanished. He looked almost tense. After all, the mission had failed. The underground laboratory was wiped out. Dr. Dar and every operative station there were killed by the escaped experimental Pokémon or by the nightmare entity that appeared afterward. And the one responsible for it all, the experimental matchup, had vanished into human territory. Into Ignis City, one of the 9 great cities protected by a Dragonite Guardian and multiple elite-class trainers. Geek had no choice. He couldn't enter the city and risk exposing the Order. He had to return, report, and face judgment. He sighed, adjusting his collar as he mentally prepared an explanation. Soon, the hallway opened into a heavy wooden door. He knocked, 3 soft taps. Come in. A smooth, mature woman's voice drifted from inside. Geek pushed the door open. A lavish study revealed itself. Mahogany shelves overflowing with books, soft carpets, and a crystal chandelier bathing the room in gentle amber light. At the center sat a woman behind a small desk, poised, elegant, and chilling. The Raven Queen. Leader and founder of the Phantom Order. Her long, dark violet hair flowed like silk down her shoulders. Her crescent-shaped eyebrows and narrow phoenix-like eyes exuded a cold, sharp beauty. Even wearing a loose indoor robe, she radiated an effortless, dangerous allure. She closed her book slowly, placing it aside. Propping her chin on pale fingers, she gazed at Geek. Welcome back, she said softly. So. Did you retrieve Dr. Darrell? Geek froze. He lowered his head, voice barely above a whisper. No. An unexpected complication occurred. Oh. Her tone sharpened, icy and amused. Explain. Geek swallowed and recounted everything: the destroyed base, the escaped experiment, the nightmare creature, and the trail leading into Ignis City. As he spoke, the atmosphere thickened. The air itself felt heavier, colder, suffocating. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He lowered his head even further, trembling slightly, sensing the gathering danger. The room fell silent. Then. Ha, ha. A soft laugh. Then a louder one. Then elegant, ringing laughter spilled from the Raven Queen as if Geek had just told her the most delightful joke in the world. A matchup. She nearly doubled over, hand over her lips. One little matchup caused all that. Oh, Geek. His face twisted into an awkward smile. But the moment he dared lift his head. Thud. Pain exploded in his gut. He collapsed to his knees like a puppet whose strings had been cut. A shadow slid across the carpet beneath him, silent, sinister. Tap, tap. High heels clicked as the Raven Queen approached. Her perfect legs stepped into view, elegant, deadly. She crouched, running a cold, smooth finger along Geek's cheek. He shuddered violently. Her touch felt like a serpent tasting its prey. Don't. His voice broke. Give me one more chance. Please, just one more chance. He bowed, forehead pressed against the carpet. Please. I won't fail again. I swear it. Please. The Raven Queen smiled down at him, a smile as beautiful as it was terrifying. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 185, 185. Xerneas. The Raven Queen's cold fingertips brushed across Geek's panicked face. Down from his cheek. Along his jaw. To his throat. Her slender, alabaster fingers suddenly clamped down, far too strong for someone with such a delicate arm. In an instant, she lifted the grown man clean off the floor by the neck. G-H-K-H. A strangled gasp escaped Geek's throat. He kicked and clawed desperately, but the hand around his neck felt like iron, unyielding, merciless. An opportunity. The Raven Queen's voice was low, curt, and chilling. Yet her gorgeous expression remained soft, almost smiling, as if this violence was nothing more than a passing hobby. She pulled him closer. Geek felt her breath against his nose, warm yet suffocating. Her dark violet eyes shimmered beautifully, deep, and filled with abyssal killing intent. Heh. Just before Geek lost consciousness, she released him. Her melodic laugh, normally enchanting, echoed in his ears like a demon whispering from hell. Ha, ha. He dropped to his hands and knees, gasping wildly, trying to reclaim every breath she'd stolen. The Raven Queen crossed one leg over the other, arms folded beneath her chest, looking down at him with the same disdain one might show a stray mutt crawling in the dirt. The first time, and the last time. Understand. Her icy, razor-sharp voice forced Geek to jerk his head up and down repeatedly, tears and snot mixing on his face as he nodded. Good. She idly twirled a lock of her silky dark violet hair around one finger. With that settled, there's something else I need you to handle. Leader. Geek's voice cracked. You're just letting that matchup go. In his mind, everything was the escaped experiment's fault: Kale, matchup, and the entire disaster. Hearing her abandon the pursuit felt unbearable. He gritted his teeth. We're just letting him run. Slap. A sharp crack echoed through the study. Are you deaf? Her voice sank, low and murderous. Ignis City. Do you have any idea what kind of place that is? She leaned down, eyes narrowing. We barely have enough manpower to fill a town, and you want us to storm a great city. Are you planning to drag the entire Phantom Order to the grave with you? Blood trickled down Geek's lip. Shaking, he pressed his forehead to the floor. He didn't dare speak. He'd already realized how foolish his suggestion was. Tap, tap. Soft footsteps drifted away across the carpet. The Raven Queen stopped before the massive floor-to-ceiling window behind her desk. She looked up slightly, her violet hair sliding over her shoulder as she stared into the sky cloaked in heavy, iron-gray clouds. Ever since the cataclysm, the Pokémon world had changed beyond recognition. Humans suffered most, whether it was the official Pokémon League or the criminal syndicates of the underworld, both were nearly wiped out. In some ways, the underworld took an even heavier blow. Before the cataclysm, the League ruled over countless regions, overflowing with resources, talent, infrastructure, and public support. When the nightmare Pokémon emerged, they had enough order and unity to resist and survive. But the criminal groups? They had nothing. Fragmented structures. Secretive cells. Betrayal at every corner. When nightmare mutations erupted across the world, most criminal organizations collapsed instantly, crushed beneath chaos and extinction, leaving only dust behind. Most of the dark groups that exist today were only formed after the cataclysm. Small, desperate, scattered. Even the Phantom Order, considered a powerhouse among the surviving syndicates, was insignificant compared to the League that had endured war, tragedy, and rebirth. And now, the League focused less on chasing criminals and more on something much more urgent. Protecting civilians, stabilizing cities, and containing the dangers of nightmare Pokémon. Because of that shift, small evil groups spread through the wild like weeds, numerous but fragile. The Raven Queen knew all of this intimately. And to rise as a woman to the top of a major organization in such a hellish age, it proved her talent and ambition were far beyond ordinary. This era was both the best and the worst. And she had grand, audacious dreams. One day, she would raise the Phantom Order to rival or surpass the Pokémon League itself. But for that, she needed something the world would never willingly give her. Power. Ancient, divine, overwhelming power. And in the Pokémon world, shortcuts to godlike strength were rare. Very rare. But they existed. The legendary Pokémon are those born from nature's laws and ancient myths. Even corrupted by nightmare seeds, many legends had resisted, sealing themselves away to slumber until recovery. And the Phantom Order. They held one such lead. A trail pointing toward a legendary Pokémon deep in an enchanted wilderness, a being of forests, wisdom, and overflowing life itself. If they could seize its power, the Phantom Order would rise within decades, growing strong enough to challenge even the League. For that singular goal, every action from now on would revolve around this sleeping legend. Pull back the claws. Avoid reckless conflicts. Grow quietly. That was the new rule. The Raven Queen stood motionless before the window, her violet eyes drifting upward as if she could see past the storm clouds, past the sky itself, to the silent silver moon beyond. Her voice flowed like a sacred hymn. The Lord of the Forest. The ancient wisdom that walks the earth. The spring that nourishes all life. Xerneas, where are you hiding? Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 186, 186. The New Arrival. Time slipped by like sand through fingers. Before anyone realized, 3 whole months had passed. Inside Ignis City's fighting-type gym, at the base of Blazing Peak. A mountain stripped of all greenery. Nothing but dark gray stone, jagged and bare, forming a peak shaped like a blade drawn from its sheath, sharp, proud, unyielding. A strange magnetic field and the mountain's unusual mineral composition created a natural gravity zone around the entire area. And the deeper one ventured into the mountain's interior, the stronger that gravity became, culminating at the very summit. Even many adult Pokémon with naturally superior physiques could only manage to reach the mid-slopes before collapsing. To reach the top required 2 things. Power far beyond one's level. And an iron will that refused to break. Because of how brutal the environment was, most of the gym's Pokémon avoided Blazing Peak entirely. But naturally, there were always a few strange creatures in this world, ones who seemed born to challenge danger just for the thrill of it. People even had a name for them. Headstrong maniacs. And right now, one such maniac was standing at the base of the peak. Feld, an officer in the League's Ignis City 6th Recon Unit, had graduated from the League Academy nearly 5 years ago. With passion in his heart and the help of his loyal partner Heracross, he carved out a solid position within the city's League division. He had just returned from a grueling 6-month wilderness reconnaissance mission and was ready to finally take a break. But his Heracross? Not a chance. Despite Heracross being bug/fighting only by secondary typing, it shared the trademark quirk of most fighting types. It was a training fanatic. A relentless grinder. If Heracross wasn't eating or sleeping, it was training. 24 hours a day wasn't nearly enough. Which was why its strength had skyrocketed year after year. And why Feld had been able to join a recon unit at such a young age. He respected Heracross deeply enough that when it insisted on training instead of resting, he tried to find a compromise. His solution. Leave Heracross at the gym for temporary training while he goes on vacation. Heracross got intense workouts, he got peace. Everybody won. But Heracross refused the bug-type gym where it had been born. Instead, it asked to be dropped off at the fighting-type gym across the city. Feld wasn't surprised. He could already guess its reason. Heracross stood before Blazing Peak, its dark insect eyes burning with anticipation. 70% of its decision to come here was staring it directly in the face. Back in the recon unit, a Machamp on Feld's team had bragged endlessly about the fighting gym's special training grounds. Heracross hadn't cared at first. After all gyms in Ignis City were well equipped. But the moment Machamp described the gravity field of Blazing Peak, Heracross felt something spark inside it. Machamp's tone of awe and fear only made Heracross more excited. As a true, headstrong maniac, it needed to test the rumors for itself. With a firm step. Clack. Heracross's armored foot struck the dark rock, echoing sharply. Immediately, a faint, invisible force settled over it, gentle but unmistakably heavier than normal. Interesting. A sharp gleam flashed in Heracross's eyes. It sped up, heading straight toward the infamous summit. Heavy footsteps thudded as it ascended. Halfway up, the gravity intensified sharply, forcing its armored shell to grind loudly, its plates straining, scraping, cracking. To a heavy, armor-clad Pokémon like Heracross, the pressure was brutal. But it didn't care. It was here to confirm the rumors. And to challenge itself. Its strength had hit a bottleneck recently. Its growth had stalled. But Blazing Peak, this brutal, hostile mountain, hinted at a chance to break through. If I can reach the summit, maybe I really can evolve past this limit. The idea electrified it. Strength was temptation. Strength was life. Heracross roared, and though its steps faltered on the jagged path, it pushed on. Years of constant training had built it into a powerhouse of endurance. Even under crushing gravity, with its shell cracking and green blood seeping out, it climbed. Its breath turned ragged. It felt its vision blur. Its once smooth navy shell was split with thin fractures, leaking sticky green fluid across its body. But it was close. Only a few steps. Just a handful of stone stairs remained. Yet somehow, those tiny steps felt like a cliff too steep to overcome. Damn it. I'm so close, why can't I push just a little further? Heracross felt its bottleneck tremble loose and beg to break. Its eyes reddened. Desperation and madness flickered inside. Bent over like a beast, Heracross dug its claws deep into the stone, dragging itself forward inch by inch. Bug blood dripped like thick, green rain. Every movement left a new pool on the ground. Its consciousness wavered. But one thought blazed through the haze. Up, keep going. Up. Up. And finally. At the edge of collapse, it took the last step. Heracross smiled weakly. It did it. Wait. What is that? Its eyes widened, pupils shrinking to pinpricks. At the far edge of the summit, right beside the cliff, sat a pitch-black silhouette, legs crossed in quiet meditation. The crushing gravity that could pulverize a human instantly didn't seem to affect him at all. Still. Calm. Silent. Yet from his presence radiated a serene pressure like the lingering chime of a distant temple bell. Impossible. Heracross forgot the pain entirely, frozen in shock. A heartbeat later, agony surged through its body and its vision turned white. Just before it finally blacked out, it heard a casual, almost amused voice drift across the summit. Yo. You the new guy? Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 187. One strike. Under the sunlight, his skin was pitch black so dark it reflected nothing. Instead, it seemed to swallow the light whole, like a living shadow. Compared to 3 months ago, his muscles were larger, tighter, and more refined but not bulky. Every line across his frame was clean, direct, explosive. One glance was enough to know his body carried terrifying power coiled beneath the surface. A deep ghost-type aura pulsed quietly inside him, sealed tight under his skin. Only a faint purple shimmer would occasionally flash across his surface, hinting at the massive spectral energy lurking in his blood. 3 months of brutal training had buried the killing intent once burning in his crimson eyes. Not gone, simply submerged. Sleeping. Waiting for the right moment to erupt like a beast breaking free of its chains. Looking at the Heracross collapsed before him, covered in wounds, dripping thick green blood, Kale couldn't help but smile faintly. He remembered standing on the summit of Blazing Peak for the first time. In Infernape's eyes, he must have looked just as pathetic. Heh. Kale shook his head, amused at the memory. Those days were long gone. The mountain that once felt impossible to climb, Blazing Peak, with its crushing gravity, was now something he could walk across freely, with no special energy, no tricks. Just his own body hardened through inhuman training. Infernape's hellish regimen had pushed his physical strength and endurance to the absolute limit of what his pre-evolution body could achieve. On the summit, where the pressure felt like the entire sky was collapsing downward, Kale strolled casually toward Heracross. He reached down, grabbed the beetle's massive horn with one hand, and with almost no visible effort lifted it off the ground. Heracross had no business being on the summit. 1 more minute and the gravity would have crushed it to death. If Kale hadn't been here, the beetle might have died without anyone even noticing. Still holding Heracross effortlessly, Kale moved through the gravity field as if it wasn't there. A few light steps, almost like skipping, and he vanished from the mountaintop, racing down toward the base of Blazing Peak. Less than 5 minutes later, he reached the exit. He tossed the heavy, armor-plated Pokémon toward a waiting Holucha who had just finished training and was bowing respectfully. Then Kale headed off on his own toward the dorm area. He had graduated from his 3 instructors half a month ago. No more fixed lessons. No more guided training. They had shown him the path. Now he had to walk it alone. Master leads the way, discipline finishes the journey. That was the idea. The 3 mentors had established the foundation, he just needed to fill it with sweat. Walking down the quiet path, Kale's mind drifted. 3 months. 3 brutal, exhausting, transformative months. He had learned dozens of new skills, physical and spectral. He had absorbed and neutralized the residue of those human experiments that once warped his body. 2 problems solved at once. But now his growth had slowed. He'd learned nearly everything the mentors could teach. It was almost time to plan his next step. Then. Whoosh! A sharp tearing sound ripped through the air. Wind-type energy condensed into a razor-sharp crescent blade, slicing through the atmosphere and coming straight for him. The force shook the trees violently. Loose stones on the road cracked under the pressure, leaving long scars in the dirt. Kale didn't even look concerned. He just sighed. His right hand lifted slowly, muscles relaxed, posture casual, thumb against his index finger, other fingers curled inward. Without even turning his head, he flicked lightly. Crack! A chime echoed like stone striking crystal. He had hit a precise weak point in the technique. The massive wind blade instantly shattered, dissolving into bursts of turbulent air. Dust and debris whipped wildly around him, but a strange energy radiated from his body, flattening everything to the ground. How many times has this been now? Kale called out, half amused. You trying again, far-fetched? Ha ha ha. A sheepish laugh came from the bushes. Farfetch stepped out, green leek resting across its shoulder, rubbing the back of its head in embarrassment. Just learned a new move from the master. Wanted to try it out. Kale rolled his eyes. Oh great. So I'm your test dummy now. Learn a new move, come straight to me. Figures. Farfetch jogged up beside him, still grinning. Hee hee. You're strong, right? Perfect for spotting flaws in my sword techniques. Despite Kale spending most of his time training, he'd somehow ended up with a small handful of friends over these months. Farfetched was one of them. Most Pokémon avoided Kale out of fear, his aura, his stare, his ghost-tainted evolution all made him look dangerous. Farfetched, however, cared only about swordsmanship. A thick-headed, single-minded martial artist. Perfectly oblivious to appearances. After losing badly to Kale once, it immediately befriended him, classic Farfetched behavior. Since then, it often sought him out for duels, hoping to refine its blade skills. Kale didn't mind. Endless training was exhausting, sparring with Farfetched was almost relaxing. Or as relaxing as getting ambushed by wind blades could be. And with the techniques he'd learned from Bennett, these sloppy, wide-open attacks only needed one strike to dismantle completely. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 188, 188. Resonance. If Kale had learned monstrous physical durability and all-type resistance from Infernape, then from his second instructor, he had gained something far more refined. Superior fighting technique and razor-sharp perception. These didn't look as flashy as raw power or defense, but in Kale's eyes, they were just as valuable, perhaps even more. After all, the soul inside Kale's matchup body was a reincarnated adult, carrying memories from 3 different lives. In a world overflowing with fragmented information in his past life, Kale had absorbed countless ideas, perspectives, and analytical habits most Pokémon would never understand. These advantages made Galark's teachings feel almost natural to him, something he learned at terrifying speed. So fast, in fact, that he had begun to innovate on his own. From the outside, his rapid progress would have shocked anyone. With Galark's precise martial foundation beneath him, Kale was confident he could one day forge a unique fighting style, one that belonged only to him. The walk from Blazing Peak to the dorms wasn't long, and chatting with Farfetch'd made it feel even shorter. Before long, they reached the lodging area. Kale waved goodbye, then approached his room. The door was painted in a pale white coat, thin enough that the messy wood grain beneath was still visible. A simple wooden door, nothing unusual to the eye. But what happened next was anything but ordinary. Kale stood still in front of it. Hands at his sides. Not reaching for the handle. Not moving at all. His crimson eyes stared straight ahead. A faint wind seemed to ripple outward from him, subtle, invisible, but charged with a strange clarity. If someone stood in front of Kale right now, they would have noticed something odd. His crimson pupils glowed faintly with an icy silver-blue light. Soft blue sparks materialized in the air like a swarm of tiny glowing fireflies. The lights drifted together, merging into a larger shimmering cluster. Graceful as floating mist, the cluster drifted to the door handle. The metal handle lit up with the faint blue glow. Kriak. Under the telekinetic pressure, the handle slowly turned. Click. The latch released. The door eased open, revealing the tidy room within. Kale smiled proudly at his handiwork. That pale blue energy had been none other than the aura he'd learned from Lucario. Unexpectedly, aura had been his biggest breakthrough in the past 3 months. Lucario had mentioned that Kale possessed extraordinary aura affinity, but even so, the rate at which he learned this power had shocked him. What Kale just demonstrated was a simple form of aura materialization, a basic application. This wasn't even aura's specialty. The ability that made aura famous across the Pokémon world was its mind sense or, more accurately, empathic perception. Psychic resonance. Heart reading. Aura was the spiritual energy of all living beings. Those who mastered aura could sense the emotional waves radiating naturally from other creatures, revealing their intent before they even acted. In daily life, this gave Kale a frightening advantage. He could sense someone's emotions and motives with uncanny precision. Communication became effortless even with humans. Language barriers simply disappeared. With aura, Kale could reach into the heart's wavelength like a psychic-type Pokémon and exchange thoughts directly. If he trained long enough, Kale believed he could one day communicate with plants as well. Even flowers were technically living beings. Their waves were faint, but not non-existent. In battle, aura's applications were even more incredible. Through empathic sensing, Kale could read the opponent's intent, predict their next move, react ahead of time, sidestepping, countering, or striking instantly. It worked very much like a certain sensory ability from an anime in his past life. A future sight of instinct. Of course, there were limits. Against opponents of similar or slightly higher strength, his aura affinity allowed him to track their emotional wavelength clearly. But against beings vastly stronger than himself or Pokémon with formidable psychic resistance, he'd be blind. For example, if he tried reading the aura of the mythical Zeraora from his past life, its electromagnetic field would immediately repel his spiritual reach. Worse, it might trace the connection back and zap him through the psychic link. So choosing the right targets to sense was crucial. Aura had many other applications too. Environment scanning. X-ray-like perception. Defensive barriers. Energy blasts. Kale had experimented with all of them. But true mastery required choosing the right technique for the right moment. Kale sat on the edge of his bed and stretched lazily. The things he'd learned from his 3 instructors couldn't be measured by simple numbers or stats. Those lessons, the intangible ones, were everything he had just reflected on. As for the quantifiable parts of his growth, those were stored in something else. Something quietly waiting in the corner of his vision. Level progress. Skill ratings. Energy reserves. Kale narrowed his eyes and focused on the faint, translucent Pokemblem hovering at the edge of his sight. Ding! A crisp chime rang out. A familiar blue interface unfolded, so simple and janky it felt like it came from a third-rate programmer in his past life. The system menu filled his vision completely. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 189. Attributes. Species, Matchup. Level, 28. Ability, Guts. Moves. Low Kick, Leer, Focus Energy, Confuse Ray, Revenge, Grudge, Low Sweep, Knock Off, Scary Face, Shadow Punch, Vital Throw, Shadow Sneak, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Aura Sphere. Evaluation. Why haven't you evolved yet? Held items. Terrakian's Shatter Shoulder Plate. Zamazenta's Heart, Fragmented. Kale's current stats had changed dramatically compared to 3 months ago, almost unrecognizably so. First was his level. He had jumped from 24 straight to 28 and even held over 1,400 stored experience points. That much EXP wasn't free. By now, after 3 reincarnations, Kale had finally figured out the system's EXP logic. All basic life functions increased EXP in tiny increments. Breathing. Walking. Sleeping. Existing. But the amount was microscopic, and the higher his level rose, the less these passive gains mattered. Back in his first life as a caterpie, simply taking a bite of a leaf earned him double-digit EXP, partly due to bug types growing quickly. But mostly because he had been unbelievably weak. By the time he reached Ampharos in his previous life, he could go 2 or 3 days doing absolutely nothing before gaining a single EXP point from idle life activity. Obviously, passive EXP wasn't a real method for leveling. So, to grow faster, he needed alternatives. Battle EXP. Defeating opponents was the fastest way but also the most inconsistent. If Kale, level 10, defeated a level 20 Rithicate, he might earn 50 EXP, half a bar at once. But if Kale was level 30 and beat that same Rithicate again, he'd get 1 or 2 points at best. So if Kale wanted meaningful EXP from battle, his opponents had to be equal or stronger. Which sounded easy. Until he realized that as he grew stronger, there were fewer and fewer Pokémon in the environment that matched him. Leveling through combat would always slow down later. And Kale couldn't wander the wilderness 24/7 hunting strong opponents, either. He wasn't insane. So he found a solution between the two extremes. Training was broad, covering physical conditioning, aura practice, energy refinement, mental control. And during these sessions, Kale noticed something. His EXP increased steadily with the difficulty and intensity of training. Not as much as a proper battle, but stable. Reliable. Endless. This was the real reason he had gained so much EXP in 3 months. The fighting gym's 10-hour training blocks, personalized high-intensity regimens, and 3 elite mentors combined with nutrient-dense, specialized Pokémon food designed for fighting types. All of it created a perfect environment for EXP acceleration. When everything was stacked together, his huge EXP pool didn't seem exaggerated at all. He had 4 new moves. Fire Punch. Snowflake Ice Punch. High Voltage Thunder Punch. Blue Circle Aura Sphere. All of them learned through gym training. None through leveling up. At level 24, he had just learned Vital Throw. At level 28, it made sense he hadn't unlocked any new moves naturally. His Ghost-type energy had been sealed deep inside during training, so he hadn't learned any new Ghost moves either, expected. Galark's lessons focused on technique, not move creation. Meanwhile, Infernape's nightmarish gravity training on Blazing Peak, combined with empowerment crystals, had pushed his cells beyond their limits, resulting in the 3-element punches. Normally, even the most talented fighting types in the gym might manage to learn 1 elemental punch after weeks of training. Kale learned all 3. It was unheard of. A combination of his cloned body, his unique soul, and Terrakian's Pauldron boosts his fighting affinity. Then there was Aura Sphere. Aura's most iconic move. In the real world, its power depended entirely on the user's mastery of Aura. By condensing that spiritual force into a spinning, compressed sphere and firing it, it automatically tracked the emotional wavelength of living beings. Meaning, it never misses. Kale's absurd aura affinity, boosted by the system's equipment, allowed him to progress at a blazing pace. He was still far behind Lucario, but given time, he might reach that level. Or even surpass it. Kale's eyes drifted down to the system's evaluation line. Why haven't you evolved yet? He let out a helpless laugh. It's not like I don't want to. He looked at his own hands, compact, strong, perfectly suited for growth. It's just, I'm not ready to give this form up yet. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 190. Summer Camp. Yes, Kale wasn't ready to evolve. In the Pokémon world, evolution was the natural way ordinary Pokémon broke past their limits. After evolving, a Pokémon's stats, physique, and even typing could change drastically. Evolution was growth. Evolution was a transformation. Kale originally came to the Ignis City fighting gym to strengthen himself and gather the EXP needed for evolution. But after staying here for a while, he changed his mind. His system had a function similar to an Everstone effect. As long as he didn't choose to evolve, evolution would stay locked. All EXP gained would stockpile in a reservoir, and once unlocked, it would convert into real levels instantly. Kale took full advantage of this. The stronger your foundation before evolution, the stronger you become afterward. A Pokémon that barely reached the evolution threshold, it would never match one who prepared for it for months or years. Kale already had an absurdly solid foundation built from 3 lifetimes worth of lucky encounters and training. Add the 3 months of brutal, high-level training in the gym. His post-evolution power would be nothing short of terrifying. He could challenge opponents far above him. Even Pokémon who'd normally be dozens of levels ahead near the apex of the region, Kale believed he could fight them head-on with strategy and technique. So he did not evolve the moment he hit level 28. Instead, he chose patience. Besides, if he evolved too early, his massive progress from the last 3 months wouldn't have been nearly as big. As a Mashoki, the gym's current facilities would no longer push him the same way. Training efficiency would drop sharply. And the amount of effort needed to progress further could be 10 times what he needed now. It wasn't worth it. Despite the ruined world outside full of nightmare Pokémon and danger, Kale was still perfectly safe in the fighting gym of Ignis City. For 3 full months, life here had been the most peaceful, stable, and meaningful period since reincarnating as a Pokémon. But nothing lasts forever. By now, Kale's strength had risen so fast that staying in the gym without evolving was beginning to bottleneck him. Maybe. His gaze shifted to the system window and the glowing evolve button. The crimson in his eyes flickered with thought. No. His pupils hardened with resolve. Even though he longed for the power evolution would grant, now simply wasn't the right moment. He had grown attached to the gym Pokémon and the trainers here. But staying forever wasn't realistic. Kale wanted to see the world outside. The ruined wilderness. The remains of civilization. The truth of the nightmare era. And the gym couldn't afford to feed and train a Pokémon like him forever. Soon, when Ignis City's Academy students graduated, they would come to select their partner Pokémon. Kale would just need to get picked by anyone. Once outside, he'd be completely free. Cases of Pokémon escaping their trainers were rare but not unheard of. And the league usually compensated the abandoned trainer with another highly talented Pokémon. So Kale wasn't worried about whichever unlucky student ended up selecting him. Still, the gym. His feelings were complicated. Kale's soul was that of a mature adult. He understood gratitude and responsibility. Repaying kindness was something his human upbringing never let him forget. Before leaving, he wanted to do something for the gym that had sheltered and trained him. Or if they ever faced danger in the future, he would return to help them without hesitation. These bonds wouldn't chain him down. They'd become a source of strength, pushing him forward. But evolving now would disrupt everything. Just a little longer. Just a bit more time. Kale sighed, but his eyes stayed firm. When he made decisions about his path, he was always decisive. Even if the outcome wasn't perfect, he would never regret it. He learned, adjusted, and moved forward. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid knocking pulled him from his thoughts. Kale shifted his eyes, and through the flowing aura in the air, he instantly sensed the visitor's identity even through the door. It was House, the gym leader, and the one in charge of the fighting gym. Kale opened the door. What's up? His thoughts resonated directly into House's mind through aura communication. House blinked, slightly startled by the youthful, energetic voice echoing in his head. But it made sense, Matchup was still a juvenile species. House's eyes then drifted across Kale's now towering, pitch-black physique, far stronger than 3 months ago. So you've already started mastering aura, huh? No wonder Lucario said you had a talent for it. A proud smile spread across the gym leader's face. Kale's success reflected well on him too. House casually sat in Kale's chair like it was his own living room, crossing his legs comfortably. Seeing Kale's questioning look, he spoke slowly. I came to check on you, sure. But mainly, I came to tell you something. His eyes brightened with anticipation. This year's Ignis City Summer Camp, are you joining? Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 191. Departure. The Ignis Summer Camp was an outdoor training event organized by the League branch in Ignis City, held jointly with several local gyms. Its purpose was simple. Prepare gym-raised Pokémon for the realities of the outside world. Most of the Pokémon living in these gyms had grown up within safe, controlled environments. They trained hard, yes, but there was still a big gap between gym drill sessions and real missions alongside a trainer. So before they were officially paired with trainers and sent out into the wider world, events like this were considered essential. Ignis Summer Camp was one of them. Of course, the wild, in this case, wasn't truly wild. The camp would be set in a designated safe zone not too far from Ignis City. Letting gym Pokémon face actual nightmare Pokémon at this stage would have been suicidal. Their opponents would mostly be other Pokémon from different gyms and types. Kale leaned back against his chair as House explained all this, listening quietly, a glint of light in his eyes. Summer camp, huh? A few months ago, he would have scoffed at the idea. He didn't lack real combat experience, he'd fought nightmare Pokémon before. Going to some camp would have felt like a waste of time. But now, Kale saw things differently. Staying in the fighting gym any longer wasn't going to bring him the same growth it once had. He'd already decided his next step was to leave Ignis City and explore the broken world outside. Originally, he'd planned to hitch a ride out by getting chosen by a League Academy student after graduation. But this sudden summer camp, it might speed things up. If the opportunity showed itself. A sharp light flashed in Kale's eyes. So, House asked, hands resting on his crossed knee, what do you think? You want to go? I'll go. Kale's answer flowed straight into his mind through aura. House blinked, surprised, then nodded. That was unexpected. In his view, Pokémon like Kale, who had come from the wild, should have been more than content with the relative safety and comfort of Ignis City. He hadn't expected Kale to agree so quickly. Not bad, House thought. Endless grinding isn't healthy. Some contact with the outside is good for him. And with his wild experience, the others will probably learn a lot too. He grinned widely at Kale, then stood up. As gym leader, he had plenty to handle today. Checking on Kale and asking his opinion about the summer camp had only been a quick stop along the way. All right then. The morning after tomorrow, someone will come to pick you up. Got it. Kale silently memorized the time and watched House leave the room. His emotions stirred. The people and Pokémon in the gym had treated him well. If his plan worked, there was no telling when he'd see them again. A faint trace of reluctance rose in his chest. He exhaled softly. But he couldn't stay here forever. Standing still wasn't his style. He buried the feeling deep inside and lay back down on the bed. 2 days later. Morning sunlight spilled in through the window, warm and gentle. The faint scent of grass filled the air, soothing and fresh. Knock, knock. The sound broke the quiet peace of early morning. Kale rolled off the bed and casually used aura to twist the doorknob from a distance. Standing outside was a young man in the fighting gym's trainee uniform. He was sharp-looking and stood perfectly straight, full of energy. Even under the loose training clothes, Kale could see the outline of a well-built body. Morning. I'm here to take you to the transport for summer camp. Kale nodded, indicating he was ready. Being a Pokémon had its perks. No luggage. No phone, no wallet, no ID needed. If he wanted, he could literally just get up and walk out into an adventure. Seeing Matchup ready to go, the young man didn't bother with any small talk. He simply turned and began walking. Quick, efficient, very fitting for the fighting gym. After about 15 minutes, Kale, following his guide, arrived once more at the gym's front entrance. This time, however, a large, yellow vehicle sat parked out front, similar to the buses Kale remembered from his human life. Because the fighting gym valued freedom in growth, most Pokémon weren't kept in Pokeballs before graduation. So for this trip, they wouldn't be sent by teleportation or transmission. Instead, it really was like an old-school field trip, everyone packed into a big bus and heading out together. Kale walked up to the vehicle, nodded a brief farewell to the trainee, and stepped inside. There weren't many slots available for the Ignis summer camp. The gym had chosen those Pokémon who were about to graduate and be paired with future trainers. This would be their final field test, one last chance to sharpen their adaptability and mentality before stepping into the real world. The bus was already crowded. The noise level was almost shaking the roof. Thud. Kale's heavy steps rang against the metal floor as he entered. One by one, the voices quieted down. The fighting gym didn't have an enormous population, and these soon-to-graduate Pokémon formed a pretty tight circle. And this pitch-black Matchup who trained at the summit of Blazing Peak. None of them was a stranger to that rumor. It was like a rowdy class on a field trip, and suddenly, the strict homeroom teacher stepped on board. They knew he wasn't actually going to punish anyone. But everyone still instinctively sat a bit straighter. Heh. Pretty good turnout. Kale found the sudden silence comfortable. His gaze swept across the rows, looking for an empty seat. As his crimson eyes passed over the others, many of them felt their skin crawl with goosebumps for no clear reason. Then, Kale spotted a familiar figure sitting quietly in the corner of the bus. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 192. The Beast. In the far corner of the bus, a Pokémon with smooth, dark violet skin shaped like a Toxicroak sat quietly by the window. Kale's eyes lit up. He remembered this one clearly. It was the same Krogunk he'd run into on the road shortly after first entering the fighting gym. Seeing the empty seat beside it, Kale walked over. He wasn't antisocial. Sitting alone was fine, but when he saw a familiar face, he didn't mind sharing the ride. A little conversation on the way wouldn't hurt. Krogunk had been staring absent-mindedly outside, deep in thought. So lost in its head that it didn't even notice the sudden silence in the bus. Not until it heard heavy, deliberate footsteps getting closer. It turned slightly. And Kale's towering, jet-black physique filled its vision. Gulp. Krogunk swallowed hard, terror flickering in its yellow eyes. Before it could say anything, Kale strode over and sat down beside it. Haha, so you're joining the camp too, huh? Kale casually dropped his thick, muscular arm over Krogunk's narrow shoulders, pulling it in like he was grabbing a chicken. Krogunk's body trembled. Memories of their first encounter in the gym flashed through its mind. Not all of them are pleasant. Feeling that overwhelming strength resting on its shoulder, Krogunk didn't dare move a muscle. Its hands rested stiffly on its knees as it stammered. Why yeah. What a coincidence. A dry, nervous laugh escaped Krogunk's mouth. At this point, Kale, this mysterious Matchup from the wilderness, had become a living legend within the fighting gym. A strange origin outside Ignis City. An unbelievable set of elite mentors. Rumors of him training at the summit of Blazing Peak. The stories, true or exaggerated, only gave him more mystique. Clap, clap. Suddenly, applause echoed through the bus, drawing everyone's attention. A muscular middle-aged man in a white fighting GI stood up from the front row, clearly about to speak. "All right, looks like everyone's here. Time to head out." He smiled broadly. "Let me introduce myself. I'm your instructor for this trip, Rock. And this," he gestured, "is my partner Pokémon Breloom." A green, kangaroo-shaped Pokémon with a mushroom cap atop its head rose and waved to the students. Even though the Ignis Summer Camp was a citywide event, the participants were divided into several groups, each heading to different training zones. Too many Pokémon in one place was difficult to supervise and increased the risk of accidents. The Fighting Gyms group this year included Pokémon from the Grass-type gym and the Flying-type gym. Together, they'd head to a controlled wilderness region north of Ignis City. This area had been thoroughly cleared by the League decades ago. No nightmare Pokémon, no mutated threats, nothing dangerous. For more than 10 years, not a single summer camp incident had occurred. At first, the League used to send powerful veteran trainers to escort each group. But after so many peaceful years, the gym leaders eventually realized it was unnecessary. And so, security was reduced. Now, most groups had only one professional trainer accompanying them. Kale's group was no different. Rock was the only League-certified trainer in charge. Kale glanced briefly at Rock's Breloom, sensed its energy level with aura. Then looked away. Even as a fully evolved Pokémon, Breloom wasn't anywhere near Kale's level. If something went wrong in the wild, Rock and Breloom couldn't protect anyone. Kale already knew. He would be the real shield. And he didn't believe this summer camp would go smoothly at all. Ever since he agreed to join, his aura-enhanced intuition had been ringing like a warning alarm. But instead of fear, Kale felt excited. It was like being a gamer in his previous life. After grinding for months and acquiring god-tier gear. You want a challenge. You want a boss fight. You want to show off. Kale had been training inside the gym for 3 months straight. It was time to stretch his claws. Besides, his Systems Evolve button had been glowing for so long. And he hadn't touched it. This upcoming trip might finally be the right moment. As for whether he should warn House, Kale had thought about that. His intuition had always been sharp, especially after gaining aura. But intuition wasn't a prophecy. If he were a psychic type with a move like Future Sight, people might trust him. But he was just a matchup gifted, yes, but not enough for anyone to take a vague, instinctive warning seriously. Even if he said something, House would probably just look confused, maybe nod politely, and nothing would change. And the future wasn't fixed. Even strong premonitions could fail due to unexpected factors. Sometimes worrying too much only gets in the way. Kale rubbed the bridge of his nose, calming the restless energy inside him. He had grown far more than he realized during these 3 months. If the armored knight Pokémon he fought on the road to Ignis City appeared again today, he wouldn't even need special moves. His raw physical strength alone could tear it apart. From one perspective, he wasn't the one who should be afraid. It was the enemy. The unknown threat lurking ahead. Who should fear him? Right now, Kale was like a starving beast drooling at the scent of prey, eyes blazing hungrily at every nightmare seed that dared cross his path. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 193. Birchwood Grove. North of Ignis City stretched a thick expanse of birch forest. Birchwood Grove. Its canopy formed a continuous blanket of emerald leaves, blocking the gentle morning sunlight. Most of the forest floor lay wrapped in deep, cold shadow. Even though the tree growth was lush, the place felt strangely lifeless. Years ago, the League had purged this entire region of nightmare Pokémon. And ever since then, Birchwood Grove had carried a stillness, a silence so heavy and unnatural that even early morning felt like midnight. VVVRRRM. The low rumble of an engine approached from a distance, growing louder as tires ground against dirt and gravel. We're just about there. Everyone, get ready. Rock, the instructor from the fighting gym, stood from the front seat, turning toward the Pokémon behind him. He reached beneath the seat, pulled out a metal case, and opened it. Inside were rows of black wristbands, shaped like small, rugged watches. Here. Everyone put one of these on. Kale picked up a band, examining it. Black rubber. Durable. A metal emblem in the center, the fighting type symbol. What's this for, he wondered. Rock's voice answered from the front. This year's summer camp has the grass and flying gyms joining us as usual. All their Pokémon will have similar wristbands. His voice dropped a little lower, serious, almost stern. Your objective is simple, collect as many wristbands from other gyms as possible. 3 sunsets from now, whichever gym holds the most total wristbands, wins. And those who collect the most. Rock grinned. We'll have special rewards for you. The point of the summer camp was to prepare these nearly graduated Pokémon for the real world, to expose them to wild terrain, unpredictable encounters, and real combat rhythm. The victory didn't actually matter that much. The rewards? Even more trivial. The only reason there were rewards at all was to motivate the lazier Pokémon into actually trying. Kale's expression twitched. This is really a summer camp. Feels more like someone tricked me onto a battlefield. But he didn't care. He wasn't here to chase points, prizes, or titles. This entire event was a convenient springboard away to slip out of Ignis City. The other Pokémon didn't share his surprise. Even Krogunk beside him didn't bat an eye. Clearly, they'd all been briefed beforehand. All right, we're here. Everyone off. Rock's booming voice echoed through the bus. The other gyms will be entering the forest from different sides. Stay alert. Pokémon began filing out in groups, chattering in teams of 2 or 3. The Ignis summer camp didn't forbid teamwork, but it did limit the size. No team could exceed 3 Pokémon. It kept things fair. Without a limit, a 20 Pokémon megasquad would steamroll everyone. And it defeated the purpose of learning individual survival skills. Most of the gym Pokémon had already formed teams long before this trip. This was their final exam, after all. Kale, who'd only joined last minute, had made no prior arrangements. Which was perfect. With Kale's overwhelming strength, having teammates would only slow him down. They'd be liabilities problems he'd have to hold back for. Solo was better. As for Pokémon from the other gyms, Kale's nose curled into a faint, amused smile. Heh. If they were smart, they'd keep a respectful distance. If not, they'd learn the hard way. His pitch-black feet stepped onto the soft earth, leaving shallow prints behind. The air was thick with the scent of vegetation fresh enough to clear the mind. Huh. Kale frowned, tapping his chin. His clone-enhanced body came with an extraordinary sense of smell. And beneath the fresh greenery, something else lingered. A faint, faint odor. Not rot in the physical sense but a mental stench. Decay. Corruption. The scent of something violated by nightmare energy. Familiar. Kale narrowed his eyes. That smell. Flash. His crystalline crimson pupils flared sharply, red light bursting out like a blade. For an instant, a wave of pure killing intent erupted from him. Surging outward like a tidal explosion. Though he reined it back almost instantly, the aftermath rippled through the air. All around him, the Pokémon who were forming teams froze mid-step. A cold chill shot up their spines as if an invisible claw dragged itself up their backs. Conversation died on the spot. Kale smiled dark, sharp, predatory. Without another word, he stepped silently into the shadowed forest ahead. Behind him, Krogunk lifted its hand slightly, wanting to call out to him. Its body trembled. That burst of killing aura had nearly frozen its lungs. It watched Kale's silhouette disappear into the trees. And slowly, defeated, lowered its hand. Krogunk didn't have many friends in the gym. Its antisocial temper scared most away. So for the camp, it had no team. It had hoped just maybe to join Kale. He looked fierce, yes. But he spoke kindly. He was reliable. Strong. Confident. A perfect teammate. But the aura that erupted a moment ago. Krogunk shuddered again. No. It couldn't bring itself to call out. Sigh. Krogunk let out a soft, frustrated breath. Well, guess I'm going solo too. Straightening its back, it steeled itself and stepped into Birchwood Grove. The sunlight outside was warm and bright, but beneath the dense birch canopy, the forest felt like the open jaws of a beast. Waiting to swallow them all. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 194, 194. Underbrush. Silence weighed heavily over the dim forest. Only the soft rustle of leaves swaying in the breeze broke the stillness. Tall black-barked birch trees rose in dense clusters, their thick crowns forming a curtain overhead that blocked almost all light. High up on one of the trunks, 2 faint presences lay hidden among the branches. Like assassins in the shadows, patiently waiting for their prey to walk into range. Tangela curled its round body inward, vines tightening around itself. Its dark blue tendrils wrapped so densely that it blended almost perfectly into the gloom. 2 vine tentacles, covered in fine fuzz, wrapped tightly around the branch, anchoring it in place. Even hanging upside down, Tangela didn't sway at all. On a neighboring branch sat another Pokémon. Strange in shape, equally well hidden. Its lower half was a brown, stump-like structure, textured like real wood. Pressed up against the dark birch trunk, it looked almost like part of the tree. Its upper half, coated in frostwhite, radiated a biting chill. A thin layer of icy energy sealed away any trace of its presence, minimizing the chance of detection. This was a Snover, still in its first form along its evolution line. But anyone who underestimated it for that reason would likely find themselves frozen solid by its icy barrage the next second. Both Pokémon were participants from the Grass-type gym. Their typing matched the forest environment perfectly. The moment they entered Birchwood Grove, it was like fish slipping into water. In almost no time, they had found an ideal ambush position. Matching the terrain didn't mean they were weak. On the contrary, among the Grass Gym's campers this year, these two were easily among the elite. As soon-to-graduate Pokémon, they weren't here for rewards or prizes. They were here for experience. Real, practical, battlefield-style experience. According to their prearranged plan, they would fully exploit the advantage of grass types in a forest environment using this summer camp as a mock future mission. Even after nearly 2 hours of silent waiting in the canopy, neither of them showed the slightest hint of impatience. Harsh training in the gym had taught them how to be still. Tap. A faint footfall echoed through the forest. Even though it was still distant, the quiet of the woods magnified the sound, making it crisp and clear. Snover's eyes sharpened. It turned slightly and exchanged a glance with Tangela. Both confirmed the same thing. Someone was approaching. Calmly, carefully controlling its internal energy flow, Snover flicked its right claw. For a brief moment, a soft green light flashed almost invisibly. Several tiny grass seeds sprinkled down, concealed under a thin veil of icy breath, landed softly in the soil. Then, like frost melting under sunlight, they faded into the earth without a trace. A subtle grass-type technique. Grass energy, full of vitality, was sealed into the tiny seeds, buried under the dirt. When an enemy stepped over them, Snover would trigger them. In an instant, the seeds would explode into twisting vines and thorny growth, wrapping and restraining the target before they could react. At that moment, Tangela's role would begin. With its barrage of control-type moves, it would constrict and hinder the trapped enemy further, draining their ability to resist. And finally, Snover, with its ice subtyping and strong offensive power, would finish the fight. One controller. One finisher. Simple plan. Perfect synergy. Backed by the strength they both possessed, any average 3 Pokémon team would be in serious trouble running into them here. Tap, tap. The approaching footsteps grew louder, heavier, clearer. Only one. A flicker of surprise crossed Snover's light green eyes. Then its tension eased. It exhaled silently. All their preparations, trap layout, energy control, attack timing had been structured around the assumption of a 3 Pokémon squad. If only a single Pokémon walked into this zone, that one poor soul would be on the receiving end of everything they'd built up. In Snover's mind, there was simply no way anyone here could withstand that. Even some of the gym's instructors would have to treat this kind of setup carefully, much less an ungraduated camp participant. This round, it was already won. Confidence gleamed in Snover's eyes. Sha sha sha. The underbrush rustled as bushes swayed in the distance. Snover held its breath, not daring to make a sound. Even knowing there was just one enemy, it still refused to waste its setup. A small frown tugged at the back of its mind. Normally, in a forest filled with unknown threats, most Pokémon would move cautiously, keeping their steps light. But whoever was approaching wasn't even trying to be quiet. Every step was loud. Obvious. Strange. Beside it, Tangela still looked fairly relaxed, but its vines coiled tighter around the trunk, bracing itself as it waited for the enemy to walk into range. Sha. The bushes shook harder now. Leaves fluttered down in clusters. Shrrrk. Suddenly, a pitch-black, clawed hand tore through the undergrowth. Muscles flexed, palm twisting sideways in a smooth, violent motion. Rip. The dense shrubs that had taken years to grow, interwoven like a natural wall, were shredded like thin paper. Broken branches, torn leaves, and sap sprayed outward in a chaotic blast, filling the air with debris. What a pain. A black, powerfully built Pokémon stepped through the wreckage, grumbling. The dim lighting of the forest only made his ghost-typed aura feel even more at home. To Kale, this gloomy silence felt like a cool, shaded room in midsummer, comfortable. The only thing annoying him was the endless, clingy tangle of bushes and undergrowth that kept snagging at his legs like sticky gum. So he'd simply gotten a little impatient. And vented. Just a bit. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 195, 195. Armor. Shredded branches and torn leaves brushed past Snover's cheek, making its eyelids twitch. That power. Snover knew it could also destroy thick underbrush with its own physical strength, but absolutely not with the same ease and casualness as the Pokémon walking toward them now. Its earlier confidence vanished. Every part of its body sharpened with alert seriousness. Thump, thump, thump. The heavy footsteps drew nearer. In the dim forest light, the approaching figure grew clearer. A hulking black silhouette, built like a walking monolith. What stood out the most were the eyes. Two crimson, crystalline pupils, glowing faintly, sweeping through the forest with a pressure that made Snover's spine freeze. His skin pitch black like a void absorbed whatever stray light slipped through the treetops. Even the forest shadows seemed pale compared to the darkness coating his frame. And then there were his muscles. Perfectly proportioned, carved like obsidian stone, each movement rippling with terrifying strength. Badum. Badum. Snover's heart hammered violently. What kind of Pokémon is that? The low light blurred the creature's features so much that Snover didn't even recognize the species at first. Only after several seconds did it realize. This was an alternate-colored matchup line Pokémon. A jet-black variant. An omen-colored powerhouse. A bad instinct jolted through Snover's mind, something ancient, primal, warning it of danger. Sweat dripped down its back. No. No, calm down. It forced itself to breathe. Yes, the enemy looked strong, but he was alone. And Snover and Tangela had already set up the battlefield. Traps ready. Ambush prepared. Enemy unaware. They held every advantage. Snover clenched its fists. Just stick to the plan. The black matchup walked forward slowly and predictably stepped right onto the unseen patch of seeded earth. Crunch. His foot sank into the damp soil, breaking old leaves beneath. Then. A faint green pulse flashed under the dirt. Trigger. Snover's mind roared in triumph. Kale felt a strange, life-filled ripple under his foot. Then. SHRRKKK. The soil burst open. Thousands of thorn brambles exploded upward like serpents. They wrapped around his ankles. His shins. His waist. His chest. All the way to his neck. Squeezing. Tearing. Binding. Stun spore. Poison powder. Sleep powder. Tangela unleashed a triple-layered wave of powder, blending yellow, green, and purple into a swirling indigo toxin cloud. The air itself seemed to shimmer with deadly fumes as the powder spread toward Kale. Beside it, Snover gathered power. The temperature plummeted. Mist rose. Frost formed on branches. Tiny snowflakes crystallized in midair. This was their moment. Just one clean shot and they'd win instantly. Snover glanced downward to confirm its aim. And froze. Impossible. Kale, bound from neck to ankle in thorn vines, showed no fear. No pain. Not even surprise. Only a faint, almost playful smile. He tilted his head. Opened his mouth. And exhaled. Foo. A roaring blast of wind erupted from him like a storm engine suddenly switching to maximum output. The entire forest shook. Branches whipped violently. Leaves ripped free. The ground groaned. The swirling indigo poison cloud pride of Tangela's layered trap was shredded instantly and hurled back into the forest, scattering into useless glittering dust. Toxic spores landed on plants, staining them blue with rot, but none reached Kale. The area around him looked like a crater in a storm, wrecked, torn, chaotic yet perfectly clean of poison. Snover's mind blanked. This wasn't possible. Even newborn Pokémon could tear a human in half with physical strength alone. But Kale wasn't just physically strong. His body had been pushed past natural limits. Through experiments. Through the system's enhancements. Through months of brutal training. Tangela's powder attacks were still powder. And powders had no weight. Blowing them away with sheer force. It wasn't just possible. For Kale. It was trivial. Kale's crimson eyes shifted up toward Tangela's tree branch. A cold grin cut across his face. He flexed. Crack. The vines constricting him split open with a sickening sound. Thick, thorny coils shattered like brittle sticks. Sap splattered everywhere. Boom. A violent shockwave blasted outward as the last brambles burst apart. Fragments flew in all directions like shrapnel. Kale stood in the center, casually rolling his shoulders. The countless barbs that once lined the vines had failed to pierce even a millimeter of his obsidian skin. Because beneath that skin, fortifying him, was the effect of Zamazenta's heart, fragmented, granting immense damage resistance. And layered atop that, the defensive might he'd built through Infernape's brutal weight pressure training, which had hardened every fiber of his body. His body wasn't just muscle. It was a living suit of armor. A walking set of invisible steel plates. Terrifying. Immovable. Indestructible. Kale's armor. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 196, 196. Friction. Snover's pale green eyes shrank tight. Its heart pounded violently. Kale's terrifying display, like a war god descending from the sky, completely shattered the confidence it had just moments ago. The trap they painstakingly prepared. Destroyed effortlessly. The triple-layered powder attack Tangela had stored up. Blown away with one breath. This opponent was not something they could fight. Run. We have to run. Snover's instinct screamed. But the ice-type attack it was charging was only half finished. Stopping now would cause severe backlash. It had no choice but to speed up the final release and pray Kale hadn't spotted its location. Unfortunately. Snover suddenly felt a cold, suffocating pressure lock onto it. A crimson gaze. Heavy. Predatory. Murderous. Its whole body froze. It was like falling into a bottomless glacier. Ah. Snover roared, forcing its ice-type energy to surge. Violent overflowing power rattled through its veins. Every conduit of energy stung with overexertion. But finally. At the breaking point a brilliant white orb of ice condensed before its chest. Ice beam. Zzzzz. The beam erupted downward, glowing with crystalline brilliance. Cold mist and glittering snowflakes swirled through the forest as the temperature plummeted. Branches frosted over instantly. Kale didn't even flinch. He simply blinked once. Then slowly raised his left hand, palm open. The ice beam struck. Kale casually swatted it aside. Like flicking away a fly. SHH bang. The beam bent at a perfect right angle, smashing into a cluster of trees. Thick trunks froze solid in an instant, turning into massive pillars of clear ice. On Kale's hand, a small patch of frost formed. Then melted instantly from the natural heat of his body. He lowered his hand. Unimpressed. Run. Tangela screamed at Snover from the treetops. Then leapt downward, vines spreading wide like dark blue whips. In the harsh training of the grass-type dojo, they had learned one thing. When facing an overwhelmingly stronger opponent one fights. One runs. Never both. Their emergency plan, simple but functional. Tangela stalls. Snover escapes. Tangela was the weaker attacker but the stronger disruptor, a natural choice to delay the monster below. Snover, with higher special attack and better mobility in forests, would flee and regroup. They never thought they'd actually need this plan. Not against another trainee. Not in a controlled summer camp exercise. Yet fate laughed in their faces. The first enemy they encountered was Kale. A being that should have been filed under special exceptions, not standard opponents. Traps. Useless. Powders. Worthless. A fully charged ice beam, their trump card, was swatted aside like dust. Tangela didn't need Snover to explain anything. Judgment honed by harsh training made the decision for it. It roared and dove, spreading vines like a collapsing net. Snover, panting hard from the ice beam's cost, shot it one last glance. Its eyes flickered with regret. Then it turned and bolted deeper into the forest. The trees, vines, and undergrowth welcomed it like allies. Grass types were born for terrain like this. With a single flex of energy, it slipped past trunks and branches like a floating leaf. Below, Tangela's vines whipped through the air. Pup. Explosive cracks echoed as its tendrils sliced wind. Kale sighed softly. He reached up. Extended one finger. Just one. A faint blue ripple of aura shimmered from his fingertip. WHUM. The world seemed to stop. Tangela froze mid-fall. Its body suspended for a split second, caught between motion and stillness. Then. Thud. Its vines dropped limp, and the entire body collapsed to the ground in a tangled heap. Its eyes rolled white. Unconscious. Kale didn't look twice. His crimson gaze shifted to where Snover had run. Only a faint flicker of movement remained in the trees. He picked up a small stone that had been kicked loose earlier by the storm he created. Tossed it lightly in his palm. Perfect weight. He nodded. Drew back, his arm muscles tightening like braided steel ropes. FWOO bang. The stone vanished from his hand with a sonic crack. It shot through the forest like a sniper round, air ripping apart behind it. And struck Snover's back of the head with surgical precision. But under Kale's precise control, the moment it touched. Crunch. It shattered into harmless stone dust. Snover heard the faint air slice. Then pain exploded behind its eyes. Darkness swallowed its vision. It collapsed mid-stride, rolling violently across leaves and mud, finally stopping after tumbling several meters along the forest floor. Out cold. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 197. Killing Field. Kale dragged Snover by one thick leg, the snow Pokémon completely unconscious. He tossed it onto the ground beside the limp Tangela, stacking the two grass types together like bags of grain. His crimson crystal eyes narrowed in thought. Back when he had first stepped off the bus, he'd already sensed it. That faint, rotten stench was buried in the damp forest air. With his sharpened perception, he couldn't miss it. The smell of nightmare Pokémon. They carried a unique, disgusting aura. A twisted mix of madness and decay that no ordinary wild Pokémon possessed. Kale hated them. Creatures stripped of reason, driven only by cruelty and slaughter. Monsters. The moment he picked up that scent, he made his decision. He would personally walk into this forest and clean out every nightmare Pokémon hiding inside. Following the faint rut threaded through the fresh woodland air, he pushed deeper and deeper into Birchwood Grove. He hadn't expected the first thing he'd run into would be grass gym ambushers instead. The thorn traps they had buried. He'd seen them from far away. To them, the life energy in those seeds was quiet, hidden. To Kale's eyes, enhanced by his strange vision, it was like shining spotlights in the dark. He'd been tracking the nightmare scent at the time. So of course, he made one assumption. The trap belonged to the nightmare Pokémon. He'd planned to walk into it on purpose, lure the enemy out, and kill them in one go. Instead, he dragged out two unlucky grass types who just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Kale sighed and smirked bitterly. At least he'd realized mid-fight that they weren't the real enemy and had held back. If he hadn't controlled his strength, there wouldn't be two fainted Pokémon in front of him right now. There would be two corpses. Tangela and Snover were Pokémon from Ignis City's grass-type gym. They were here for experience, not war. Even their ambush, while aggressive, had never been aimed at killing him. Only defeating him. Kale understood that. So he had no intention of taking their lives. Instead, he dragged both of them into a dense patch of bushes and dropped them there, hidden but safe. A few hours of unconsciousness and they'd probably wake up on their own. Incidentally, their loss would also keep them out of further danger. With that minor detour resolved, Kale turned back to his original task. That foul stench of nightmare was getting closer. He stood quietly beneath the oppressive canopy, letting his breathing slow, eyes half-lidded. Then, soft blue light seeped from his body. Aura. Like a gentle river, it spread outward in all directions, filling the air around him. In moments, Kale stood at the center of an invisible aura field, a dome of perception. With it, even the smallest disturbance in the forest would be relayed back to him in detail. But the cost was high. The sharper the feedback, the more his mind burned. Even Kale couldn't maintain this level of aura awareness all the time. This was a tool for critical moments. And nightmare Pokémon definitely qualified. The faint blue aura pulsed through the air, nearly colorless, like diluted moonlight. Kale began to move. From a distance, his pace looked calm and unhurried, but each stride was long, precise, and deceptively fast. It created a strange visual contradiction, like watching slow motion, that somehow bridged the distance in an instant. Suddenly, his nose twitched. Something changed. His brow furrowed. Amid the scent of damp soil and greenery, a new smell surfaced. One he knew all too well. Blood. Kale's eyes flashed. He shifted forward and then his speed exploded. Air boomed around him. Branches and leaves thrashed wildly in his wake as he tore through the underbrush. But even with his acceleration, he was late. Very late. The sight waiting for him was chaos. Branches were shattered and scattered on the ground. The soil churned, as if something had plowed through it, flipping earth and roots alike. Blood. Thick, vivid crimson-soaked patches of dirt like blossoms of red roses blooming across the forest floor. Gray-black feathers, slick with blood, drifted down through the air, settling in the mud, on leaves, across carcasses. It was a quiet slaughterhouse in the heart of the woods. A field of butchery. The remains belonged to a small flight squad, Tranquil and a Staravia. For mid-sized bird Pokémon. This kind of terrain, a dark, cluttered forest, was usually ideal. Branches for cover. Airspace to dive and weave. Perfect for hit-and-run combat. With the combat skills they'd forged through relentless training back at the flying-type gym, this pair should have been one of the most dangerous scouting teams in the summer camp. They should have had a good shot at scoring high. Instead, they hadn't even made it past the first afternoon. Squish. Kale's black foot pressed into the blood-soaked ground, the wet soil deforming around it. He expanded his aura field, carefully reading every detail of the surroundings as he moved toward the corpses at the center. He crouched down. The bodies were already cooling. The blood that had once been hot with life now felt dead against the air. Wounds jagged, savage, too many to count covered their bodies. Large patches of feathers had been ripped out by brute force. Kale's eyes hardened. Based on the marks, based on the spread of blood, based on the feather scatter pattern. He knew. They hadn't just been killed. They'd been tortured. The attacker had more than enough strength to finish them quickly. But hadn't. Instead, they'd chosen to prolong it, to play with them. To peel away their feathers while they still screamed. To tear them apart inch by inch. To kill them slowly. To savor it. Trash. The word left Kale's lips in a low, icy growl. He'd taken many lives by now, but in all his kills, there was one line he never crossed. He never toyed with his enemies. He never mutilated, never mocked. He crushed them quickly. Efficiently. Clean. But this was different. This was deliberate cruelty. This was enjoyment. It crossed his line. He stamped down the fire in his chest, forcing his rage to cool into something sharp and focused. Bending closer, he examined the wounds again, this time focusing not on the physical damage, but on the faint energy traces left behind. Claw marks. Impact patterns. Residual aura. From this, he could begin to piece together exactly what kind of nightmare Pokémon he was dealing with. And once he knew that, hunting it down would just be a matter of time. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 198, 198. The hunt begins. The number was 3. 3 different Pokémon. One of them could manipulate tough, sticky threads, clearly something bug type. Another had enough raw power to crack the ground with a single strike, definitely a physically dominant species. And the last one. Kale's eyes narrowed. A force had plucked every feather clean off a Staravia without leaving a single bruise. No tearing. No kinetic impact. It was as if an invisible hand had done it with surgical precision. A psychic type. Kale clenched his fists, chest rising and falling as he exhaled a sharp breath. The warm air fogged instantly in the cold forest gloom. It didn't matter what those nightmare Pokémon were, bug type, fighting type, psychic type, or something worse. The moment he crossed paths with them, his fists hardened by aura would crush their skulls before they could blink. Faint blue wisps of aura swirled off his knuckles, stirring the cold air around him. Then, a tiny disturbance. Barely noticeable, but Kale's heightened aura sense caught it instantly. Found you. A cruel smirk crept across his face. He shot forward toward the faint ripple of energy like a launched projectile. Meanwhile, Toxic Roke. Toxic Roke moved cautiously through the dim underbrush, muscles tense, poison sacs pulsing softly along its cheeks. Its long, slender arms were raised defensively, ready for whatever might lunge out of the shadows. A dark violet toxin glimmered on its fingertips, strong enough to take out a whole truckload of people if applied directly. As one of the few lone Pokémon participating in the summer survival camp, it was considered a prime target by others. Every step had to be silent. Every sense is fully alert. It wasn't as overwhelmingly strong as Kale, but Toxic Roke didn't lack confidence. If it faced 1 or 2 opponents, it could escape. Maybe even take someone down with its toxins. Rustle, rustle. The bushes in front of it suddenly shook violently. Toxic Roke's heart lurched. It leapt backward, bracing for an ambush. The poison sacs on its cheeks swelled, and the violet glow on its fingers sharpened into a thin, deadly gleam. Then, a shape emerged. A humanoid Pokémon stepped out, lean build, spring-loaded khaki legs, and razor-sharp bone spurs at its ankles. Dark markings framed its eyes, and its pupils were ghost-white. Hitmonlee. A fighting type famous for kicks powerful enough to shatter boulders. Its elastic legs allowed unpredictable, lightning-fast strikes. But instead of attacking, Toxic Roke relaxed the moment it recognized the newcomer. Damn, you scared the poison out of me. It patted its chest with an annoyed grunt. Hitmonlee might be strong, but it wasn't an enemy. They both came from the same fighting dojo. Camp rules discouraged dojo members from attacking each other, and they often helped one another instead. Hitmonlee let out a sigh of its own, clearly relieved to see a familiar face in this murderously quiet forest. Before Toxic Roke could say anything, Hitmonlee turned and waved someone forward. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps shook the ground as another shape forced its way through the undergrowth. A round, yellow-skinned Pokémon lumbered into view, its body padded with thick, protective fat. Its black glove-like fists rested at its sides, radiating dangerous strength. Toxic Roke tensed. One clean punch from this thing would knock it out instantly. Hariyama, the arm-thrust Pokémon. Another dojo member. A small team. And they looked like they'd already been through hell. Hariyama's pudgy arms were covered with scrapes, bruises, and cuts. Several patterned wristbands dangled loosely from its thick wrists earned through hard battles. Toxicroak's pupils narrowed. Its heartbeat quickened. It wasn't exactly popular at the dojo. More like, disliked. And here they all were alone, deep in the woods, with no witnesses. For a moment, Toxicroak wondered if they planned to settle old grudges. Hitmonlee quickly waved both hands in frustration, signaling, "We're not here to fight." And truthfully, they had no energy to pick a fight. Every ounce of stamina mattered in this hostile forest. No one would waste strength on petty dojo rivalries, not when danger lurked behind every shadow. Hariyama gave 2 friendly smacks to its own belly, thud, thud, and offered a goofy smile. Trying to appear harmless. Toxicroak still kept a safe distance, poison glowing faintly on its fingertips. Caution was survival. And in this forest, that caution had just saved its life. Because behind them, hidden deep within the shadows, a pair of feral, predatory eyes narrowed. A violent hunger radiated from the darkness. The hunter had found its prey. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 199. Gentle Cruelty. Fwish. Something sliced through the air. The sound was so faint that even the 3 battle-hardened dojo Pokémon in the clearing didn't notice it. Hitmonlee's expression tightened. Krogunk still wouldn't relax, still wouldn't trust him. He'd originally wanted to invite Krogunk into their little squad. With how dangerous this summer survival camp had become, an extra fighter, especially a poison type, could have helped. But seeing the way Krogunk stared at him like he was the threat, Hitmonlee's patience wore thin. "Forget it," he said, waving a hand. "Whatever. Just go. We're not gonna jump you." Krogunk stared at his brown, lanky silhouette, backing away step by careful step. It didn't dare take its eyes off him for even a second. And yet, something was wrong. Deep in its chest, its ability anticipation was screaming. Logically, Krogunk knew Hitmonlee and Hariyama wouldn't attack it here. They were from the same fighting dojo. Same camp. Same side. But anticipation didn't care about logic. That instinct had saved Krogunk more times than it could count. It wasn't about what it thought was safe. It was about what truly wasn't. And right now, anticipation felt like a blaring alarm. Even if Hitmonlee didn't shoo it away, Krogunk had already decided it was leaving. GHH, GHH. The wet, choking sound cut through the tension. Krogunk's golden pupils flicked toward Hariyama. The big Pokémon was still wearing that same goofy smile as before, but something about it was wrong. The smile was frozen literally. It didn't blink. It didn't shift its weight. Its thick arms stayed wrapped around its belly like a statue. Only that awful, strangled, GHH, GHH. Leaking from its throat proved it was still alive at all. "That's not right. What's wrong with you?" Hitmonlee stepped forward, alarmed. He grabbed Hariyama's shoulder and shook it. No response. Hariyama didn't move. Didn't even flinch. It just stood there, smile locked in place, while its throat made that horrible, suffocating noise. By now, even the slowest thinker would know. Something had gone terribly, terribly wrong. "Hariyama, hey. Talk to me." Hitmonlee's voice wavered. "What happened?" He shook the bulky body harder. Krogunk, halfway to the tree-lean, froze. Anticipation burned through its nerves like electricity. Its pupils contracted to slits. With its naturally sharp vision, Krogunk finally caught it, the detail it had missed before. Under the dim, forest-filtered light, something flashed near Hariyama's neck. At first glance, it looked like a trick of the eye, a tiny glint of metal. No. That's not light. That's... Krogunk swallowed hard. A thread. A single, impossibly thin strand of silk stretched tight in the air like a piano wire. It gleamed faintly, like a fishing line made from metal, delicate yet radiating a terrifying sense of tension and strength. One end vanished into the darkness deeper in the forest. The other end. Krogunk's gaze traced it. And felt its blood run cold. The thread was buried in Hariyama's thick neck, passing straight through and out the other side. Like a garrote. As if sensing Krogunk's stare, the nearly invisible strand quivered. Zing. With that tiny vibration, a spray of red shot from both sides of Hariyama's throat. Hitmonlee finally saw it. His eyes went wide, the world narrowing to that single, glinting wire. "Who?" he roared, voice cracking. "Who's there? Get out of here." He spun toward the shadows, shouting at the trees. Then he did the only thing that made sense in his panicked mind, He raised one long, clawed leg and kicked at the thread, trying desperately to knock it loose and save his partner. Clink. Bone spurs scraped against the silken wire. The sound that rang out was almost pretty, light, and chiming, like a silver bell. The thread that looked so fragile, so easy to snap, did not break. Instead, it used Hitmonlee's force. The vibrations intensified. Splurt, splurt. Hot blood erupted from Hariyama's neck in violent pulses. Hitmonlee froze. His attack hadn't saved Hariyama. He just made it worse. What do I do? Hitmonlee whispered, his usually sharp mind blank with terror. A soft chuckle slipped out of the darkness. It sounded almost kind. Almost gentle. Like someone laughing at a child who'd tripped over their own feet. A slender shape stepped out from the shadows. Its light yellow body was wrapped in clothing woven from leaves. Two long, sharp leaf blades served as its arms, and a skirt of fresh green foliage draped over its plump, insectoid abdomen. Levany. A bug-slash-grass type from the Unova region. In games and Pokédex entries, it was praised as a nurturing Pokémon using its silk and leaves to sew clothes for its offspring and other small Pokémon in need. Normally, it was the very picture of a gentle caretaker. But this Levany's eyes were wrong. Corrupted by something like a nightmare seed, its once soft temperament had twisted into something else entirely, something feral, cruel, and delighted by pain. In its right hand, it held the thread running through Hariyama's throat. Its left hand covered its mouth in a mock-demure gesture as it giggled at Hitmonlee. Scarlet pupils burned with contempt, as if Hitmonlee's helplessness was nothing but entertainment. Aya. Hitmonlee snapped. He didn't think. He didn't plan. He just charged. The moment he saw the thing responsible, every emotion he'd been holding back erupted into blinding rage. His legs coiled, then launched him forward like a missile aimed straight at Levany's head. Levany tilted its head slightly, amused. Its fingers tugged the thread lightly, almost lazily. SHHK. A red curtain exploded from Hariyama's neck. The wire, as tough as steel fishing line, coiled around his thick throat several times, tightening in an instant. The fatty tissue that had made Hariyama so tanky in battle, the muscle that had tanked countless hits before, none of it mattered. In this thread, it was all as soft as tofu. Crack. Bone snapped audibly beneath the pressure. A fine red line traced itself around his neck. Then his head slipped free, smile still frozen in place, tumbling to the ground and revealing a perfectly smooth, cleanly sliced stump. Thud. The body collapsed. Blood spread across the dirt in dark, widening petals, a grotesque crimson flower blooming in the middle of the forest. Nuu. Hitmonlee's scream tore through the trees, raw and animal. His grief and fury echoed between the trunks, shattering the oppressive silence of the woods. But Levany only watched him. Its gaze was soft, almost tender. Like a mother looking at a child throwing a tantrum. Soft. Patient. And absolutely merciless. Gentleness, twisted into cruelty. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 200. The Puppet. Hitmonlee couldn't process it. One moment, Hariyama was beside him. Next, his head rolled across the dirt. The shock hit him like a brick wall. His charge toward Levany slowed, then stopped. His mind went blank, empty, and hollow. Across from him, the corrupted Levany watched with delighted cruelty. Its scarlet eyes danced with a mocking light as it flicked its right arm, gently plucking the thread in the air like a musician tuning a harp. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The thin, metallic silver line hummed as it threaded itself through Hariyama's now decapitated body. Silent. Precise. Horrifying. What are you doing? Hitmonlee choked out. His voice trembled, barely more than a whisper. Levany didn't answer with words, only a soft giggle behind its leafy hand, its gaze dripping with disdain. The silver threads glistened as they darted through the corpse. And then, Hariyama's body moved. Not a twitch. Not a spasm. It sat up. It rose from the pool of blood like a grotesque marionette being lifted by phantom strings. Its arms dangled lifelessly. Its legs bent at impossible angles. Its posture was stiff, an empty shell being puppeteered by lines of silk. So many silver strands shimmered above the corpse that the air itself looked stitched together. Boom. The corpse suddenly lunged. Mud exploded beneath its feet as the massive body barreled toward Hitmonlee like a cannonball. Levany's skill with threads was legendary. Before the nightmares came, clothes handcrafted by a Levany were prized by humans, smooth, durable, and impossibly well-made. But now that same mastery had twisted into a nightmare art. It drove silk into arteries, wrapped bone, bound muscles, and strung the corpse together like a horrific puppet. Hariyama was dead. But under Levany's control, its body obeyed every command. Its movements were jerky. Wrong. But its strength. Still terrifying. And pain meant nothing to a corpse. You. Hitmonlee roared. His fury trembled in his chest, his vision blurring with rage. He barely had time to think before Hariyama's body was already upon him. Hitmonlee sprang aside in a desperate leap. Crack! The puppet's massive fist slammed into the ground. The earth split open, spiderwebbing outward as dust shot into the air. Hariyama slowly pushed itself upright again, its body wobbling as Levany manipulated the threads. The fist that had struck the ground twisted grotesquely backward, bone poking through torn flesh. Levany didn't care. It wasn't its body. Every movement Hariyama made shredded the corpse further. Every strike broke muscles, tore ligaments, crushed bones. To Levany, it was just a toy. Broken. Disposable. Replaceable. You. How dare you? Hitmonlee's voice cracked with pain and fury. His chest rose and fell with burning breaths. Fighting-type spirit pure, stubborn will flared through him like wildfire. Fear fell away. Grief drowned beneath rage. He would make this monster pay even if it cost him everything. His legs tensed. Springs compressing. Power building. He fired forward like a launched spear straight at Levany. He knew the only way to win was to ignore the puppet. Hit the puppeteer. If he reached Levany, even one solid strike could. Boom. Hariyama's body reacted first. Levany yanked a thread. Hariyama's left leg exploded into a cloud of blood as tendons snapped and muscles burst from the violent torque. It didn't need that leg. The blast of recoil sent the corpse rocketing through the air like a missile. Whoosh. In an instant, the massive body blocked Hitmonlee's path. His right leg glowed red-brown with power. He wanted to kick it aside. But then he saw it. Hariyama's body. His friend. The countless battles they'd fought together. Training. Laughing. Growing. Memory stabbed through his chest. His kick faltered. That single heartbeat of hesitation cost him everything. Hariyama's left fist, one of the few parts still intact, smashed toward him. Hitmonlee twisted his torso violently midair, barely avoiding a direct hit. But the shockwave. Thud. The blast of force caught him full on. And the corpse's remaining arm shattered on impact, bursting into a spray of red mist. Hitmonlee was hurled across the dirt, tumbling through leaves and mud until he skidded to a stop in a choking cloud of dust. He lifted his head, dizzy, aching. And saw Hariyama's ruined body looming over him, strings visible now, glinting in the dim forest light. Levany watched calmly, eyes half closed in contentment. Its bell-like laugh rang through the clearing, a soft, gentle sound completely at odds with the carnage. To Hitmonlee, that gentle laugh sounded like the whisper of a demon. Cold. Merciless. Bone deep. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 201, 201. Heavy kick. Hitmonlee felt like his entire body was coming apart. Every muscle screamed. Every bone throbbed. Even the air pressure from Hariyama's puppet fist had nearly crushed him. That wasn't Hariyama's strength. That was Levany's control forcing the corpse to strike far beyond anything the real Hariyama could survive. Even a glancing blow had nearly shattered him. Hitmonlee staggered to his feet, legs trembling, breath ragged. Across from him, Hariyama's headless, torn-up body twitched grotesquely, held upright by dozens of nearly invisible threads. A puppet. A nightmare puppet. This can't go on. Hitmonlee thought, chest heaving. He could feel his stamina collapsing. He had already burned through most of his energy fighting rival dojo teams earlier. Now, after tanking 2 horrifying puppet strikes, he was nearly spent. If he didn't act now, forget avenging Hariyama, he wouldn't live through the next minute. Just get close, just let me get close. Levany wasn't stronger than him in direct combat. Hitmonlee knew that. If he could just reach its real body, bypass the puppet, he could end this. On the other side of the clearing, Levany reclined lazily in the shadows, watching him with curious amusement. Silver threads wrapped around its leafy blades, stretching across the clearing like a spider's web, connecting directly to Hariyama's corpse. And then Hitmonlee moved. His long, spring-loaded legs compressed like steel coils. And then exploded. Boom. He launched forward like a rocket, slicing through the air with blistering speed. In under a second, he would reach Levany. He could already imagine landing the killing blow. But between them, Hariyama's massive corpse remained, a bloody barricade in his path. Hitmonlee's face was calm, but his twitching brow gave away the panic beneath. The puppet's mangled arm rose, bone jutting, flesh hanging, and swung. Here it comes. This moment would decide his life. Heat erupted across Hitmonlee's skin, his blood felt like it ignited. Steam burst from his body as a thin red-white membrane formed across his torso. Endure. Hariyama's corpse was punched. Crack. The protective shell shattered instantly, absorbing most of the killing force, but the remaining power still smashed Hitmonlee through the air, flipping him violently. Blood sprayed from his mouth. But he didn't die. He landed hard, then forced himself upright. Endure had kicked in, leaving him with one sliver of life. At the cost of his future strength, his lifespan, everything. He didn't care. He only wanted Leaveney dead. Using Endure to absorb the puppet's attack, he blasted past Hariyama's body and saw his opening. Now. Flames seemed to burn in his eyes. Dai. A brilliant blue light erupted along his kicking leg, brighter than anything he had ever produced. He channeled everything, every last scrap of stamina, every drop of willpower, into one final technique. Mega Kick. His strongest move. His last hope. Wind screamed past his ears as he closed the distance, aiming to obliterate Leaveney in a single hit. At this speed, nothing could block him. Leaveney should have looked terrified. But it didn't. Its round face didn't change. No panic. No fear. Just a small, eerie smile. Why? Hitmonlee's heart dropped. He was right. Mega Kick would kill Leaveney. Close combat was its only weakness. But he forgot one thing. Leaveney wasn't alone. A shadow moved beside him. Huge. Silent. Fast. Boom. A massive arm, covered in deep violet armored plating, erupted from the darkness. It tore through the air. And smashed directly into Hitmonlee's ribs. The glowing blue energy around his leg shattered instantly. The force ripped through him like a shockwave. Muscles tore. Bones snapped. Veins burst. Blood sprayed from his nose, mouth, and eyes. His body froze midair, then rocketed sideways at terrifying speed, crashing through branches and dirt like a rag doll. The forest shook. Leaveney didn't even blink. Still smiling. And from behind it, a towering figure finally stepped into the light. Another nightmare was here. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 202, 202. Intent. Thud, thud. Hitmonlee's broken body tumbled across the dirt, limbs twisted at unnatural angles. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The crushing force from Nidoking's strike had turned his insides to liquid. He no longer felt pain. Only a numb, sinking cold. An empty void was swallowing him whole. He understood. He was dying. With the last fragment of consciousness he had left, Hitmonlee forced his fading eyes toward the clearing. There. Hariyama's puppet body finally collapsed, lifeless once again now that Leaveney's threads had withdrawn. Together. That's fine too. And the darkness took him. Leaveney pouted, voice dripping with annoyance. You hit too hard. I wasn't finished playing yet. Thump, thump. Heavy footsteps approached as a massive purple figure ripped through the brush. Thick armor plated its body like living stone. A huge, toxic horn jutted from its skull, glowing with venomous purple light. Rows of sharp teeth filled its jaws, and bulging muscles wrapped its entire frame. Its arms were thicker than tree trunks, and its legs looked sturdy enough to crush boulders. The walking fortress. The drill king of the wilds. Nidoking. Leaveney strode toward Hitmonlee's corpse, stepping gracefully like a lady inspecting merchandise in a boutique. She crouched beside the body, using the sharp tip of her leaf blade to flip it over, careful not to get blood on her perfectly woven leaf and silk dress. Elegant. Delicate. Cruel. Tisk, TSK. Her voice grew impatient. Look at this. You smashed the muscles into paste. How am I supposed to use a body like this? She didn't look back as she continued scolding. You owe me a replacement. I'm not taking this one. Behind her, Nidoking remained silent. Head lowered. A mute giant carved from stone. Leaveney sighed dramatically. Forget it. Talking to you is pointless. Then suddenly. Wait. Her crimson eyes brightened with realization. She remembered. When she first arrived at this clearing, before Hitmonlee and Hariyama died, there was one more Pokémon. That little one who ran. Krogunk. Oh, that will do nicely. A hungry gleam flickered in her eyes. She licked her lips. So that's the direction it ran, HM. Her expression shifted into confidence. As though she already knew her prey couldn't escape. And indeed. The bushes on the far side trembled violently. Two figures drifted out from the shadows. The lower one was a small purple silhouette. Krogunk. But it was frozen mid-air, limbs stiff, held in place by an invisible force. Only its golden eyes flickered, proving it was still alive. Above it, sitting cross-legged as though floating on invisible furniture, was a black and purple psychic type. Black pearls embedded in its forehead and chest pulsed with psychic light. The air between it and Krogunk warped with unseen pressure. Grumpig. The final member of Leaveny's nightmare squad. The strategist. The controller. It didn't even look up as it flung Krogunk forward with a flick of raw psychic energy. Thud. Krogunk hit the dirt at Leaveny's feet. Eek, Leaveny chirped with excitement. She had never puppeteered a Krogunk before. The novelty thrilled her. Freed from psychic hold, Krogunk collapsed like a wet cloth. It didn't try to run. Didn't move at all. Danger sense screamed loudly inside it. A primal warning. Any attempt to resist equals torture. Equals death. The warning was so intense that Krogunk's body refused to act. Ha! Krogunk exhaled shakily. It had escaped Leaveny before barely. But in fleeing, it stumbled straight into Grumpig, who was guarding the rear. Escaping one hunter only to fall into another. Ridiculous. Hopeless. Now it had been dragged back to be turned into another puppet. Is this fate? Krogunk thought, eyes heavy with despair. Is this how I die? What should have been an ordinary summer camp had become its funeral. Leaveny stepped toward the trembling Krogunk with graceful, dancing steps. Leaf blades extended slowly. Silver threads swirled around her arms like a living storm, glittering, twisting, slithering like metallic serpents. Her eyes were filled with hunger. She lifted her blades ready to claim her next marionette. But then, something shifted. A wave of killing intent, cold as a glacier. Violent as a tidal wave, exploded out of the forest. It wasn't directed at anyone. It simply was. And it froze everything. Leaves stopped falling. Blood drops hung suspended in midair. Even the puppet strings seemed to stop vibrating. Time didn't slow. It stopped. Alongside that murderous pressure came a voice not spoken aloud, but echoing inside the mind of every Pokémon present. Come. Emotionless. Deadly. What do you think you're doing? Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 203, 203. Evolution. The killing intent that had been locked inside Kale for over 3 months finally erupted. Ghost-type energy, dense, ancient, and violent, roared out of his core like a storm breaking free of its cage. It clawed outward, flooding the clearing with a cold, suffocating malice that felt capable of swallowing the world. Kale was laughing. Not from joy. Not from relief. But from a shivering, feverish excitement. The kind of laugh born from holding back too long, and finally being allowed to snap. Gore, KHH, KHH. He couldn't contain it. Ever since the surgery that force-fused ghost-type energy into his body, his temperament had been warping, becoming harsher, darker, more ruthless. He still had his human consciousness, his self-control, but in battle, the cracks had already shown. A growing burst of aggression every time he fought. A creeping thrill whenever he smelled blood. 3 months of strict training at the fighting dojo had kept the monster caged. Now that he was leaving, know that there were no restraints. The lock finally broke. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed across the clearing. Every step was like a war drum from somewhere outside reality. Leaveny's heart hammered wildly. Her blood surged hot. Cold sweat slid down her back. Her instinct screamed. A pressure she had never felt before, deadly, enormous, crushing, filled the air like invisible blades pressing into her skin. Don't move. Don't breathe. You'll die. You'll die. You'll die. You'll die. The thought repeated uncontrollably in her frozen mind. She couldn't think. She couldn't react. Her thoughts drowned beneath the suffocating wall of killing intent. Something monstrous, was coming. A flicker of light caught her eye. 2 bright, glowing crimson pupils stared out from the darkness, sharp enough to feel like knives pressed into her soul. She had only a split second to see them. Then. Form. A burst of searing, sun-hot radiance tore upward. Evolution light. But not the usual white-blue glow seen in normal Pokémon. This one burned dark red. Kale wasn't waiting anymore. He chose this moment to evolve. A violent hum tore through the air. Black-red energy wrapped around Kale's entire body like a living nightmare. The ground trembled beneath him. The air warped and shook. Blood-scented energy spiraled outward, thick enough to choke on. Killing intent mixed with ghost-type power until the entire atmosphere felt like a battlefield drenched in centuries of death. 3 months of training had pushed Kale's matchup-tier body to absolute peak condition. Not one more ounce of power could fit inside him. This was his perfect moment to evolve. Under the shroud of crimson light, Kale's silhouette swelled. Taller. Broader. Denser. The ground beneath him cracked like dry bones under a hammer. Magnetic pressure warped the air into chaotic waves of distortion. Even time felt as if it stuttered. Levany stood frozen mid-motion, arms half extended toward Krogunk. Her pale face and wide eyes showed nothing but pure horror. The pressure alone had paralyzed her. She didn't know who the newcomer was, but the oppressive aura told her everything she needed. She was in unimaginable danger. At last. A harsh crackling sound split the air. The evolution reached its peak. The dark red glow shuddered, then shattered like glass, exploding into drifting star-like embers, a tiny meteor shower of crimson dust. When the light faded, Kale stepped forward. His evolved form was monstrous. Over 8 feet tall, twice the height of a normal Mashoki. His muscles were carved like stone, stacked with impossible density, forming a living suit of organic armor. Yet nothing about his build felt bulky or slow. It looked dangerously explosive, like a powder keg shaped into a man. The ghost-type energy inside him, once unstable, had fused perfectly during evolution. Dr. Dar's life's work, the human-to-Pokémon hybridization, was complete. His skin had shifted from deep black to a cold, iron lavender shade, marking the merge between fighting-type strength and ghost-type essence. Wispy trails of faint purple flame drifted off his body, vanishing like smoke into another dimension. His eyes no longer even resembled eyes. The original crimson irises had vanished. Now, 2 glowing scarlet orbs burned inside black sockets like embedded lights, feral, unblinking, predatory. 6 claw-shaped marks on his arms pulsed with eerie violet light in rhythm with his breath. The golden belt once used by trainers to help Mashoki control their power. Gone. He didn't need one. The brutal regimen of the dojo had already taught him how to restrain or unleash his strength at will. Kale inhaled slowly through his long, reptilian jaw and exhaled a plume of mist that blasted the dust around him into swirling clouds. He flexed his right hand. Crack. The air itself seemed to burst under the pressure, crying out in protest. Power surged through him, endless, intoxicating, overwhelming. His glowing red eyes scanned the 3 nightmare Pokémon in the clearing. And a vicious grin twisted across his face. So, he murmured, voice like gravel scraped across metal. Who wants to die first? Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 204, 204. Offensive. The air rippled with heat. A rolling tide of faint red energy surged outward from Kale, carrying with it a chilling, suffocating killing intent that crashed over the 3 nightmare Pokémon like a wave. Freshly evolved, Kale's body felt like a pressure cooker ready to explode. He needed a fight. He needed something to tear apart. Something to bleed off the overflowing power rampaging inside him. The boost he'd gained going from matchup to Mashoki felt even greater than when, in his past life, he'd evolved from Flaffy into Ampharos. A perfect storm had formed inside this body. A clone's flawless genes. The hidden buffs of his system. Human surgical modification, fusing ghost-type power into his being. 3 months of brutal, precision training in the fighting dojo. All of it had accumulated in his matchup stage, saturating every fiber of his body to its limit. And evolution had just turned all of that stored potential into pure, violent reality. In that instant, Kale felt like his very existence had been upgraded. His glowing crimson eyes swept over the 3 nightmare Pokémon frozen in place by his earlier killing intent. Levany. Nidoking. Grumpig. He looked at them the way a predator looks at prey standing in its dish. Forget it, he said quietly. You can all come at once. It wasn't arrogance. To him, in his current state, none of the 3 looked remotely threatening. If they came one at a time, the fight would be over too quickly. He wouldn't enjoy that at all. With overwhelming strength, even selfishness felt justified. His red pupils flashed. In a single breath, the murderous aura suffocating the clearing snapped back, sucked into his body like a collapsing tide. Silence crashed in after it. Thud. 3 bodies hit the ground at once. Ha, ha. Levany braced herself on both arms, gasping for breath. The suffocating bloodlust from moments ago had nearly drowned her. She lifted her head weakly, staring at the towering figure standing in the middle of the clearing. In the glow of the dark purple flames licking off his body, Kale looked less like a Pokémon and more like a demon that had crawled up from hell. Run. You have to run. Now. The thought hammered wildly through her mind. For once, the usually vicious, bloodthirsty Levany didn't think about counterattacking. She thought about running. She knew, very clearly, that whatever kind of monster could unleash that kind of pressure was not something their little squad was built to handle. The only path to survival was escape. She flicked a glance at Grumpig, eyes filled with desperate hope. Teleport. Use teleport. Get us out of here. But Grumpig only shook its head helplessly, eyes tight with strain. It couldn't. Kale had already sealed that option the moment he evolved, warping the local space with a surge of aura and ghost-type power, locking the area down like a cage. With Grumpig's level of psychic strength, there was no way to break that spatial interference. No teleport. No retreat. Damn it. Levany gritted her teeth and forced herself shakily to her feet. She could feel Kale's gaze on her. Mocking, amused, cold. Weakness and humiliation burned inside her. She was a nightmare-infected executioner, a tailor of corpses. And now someone else was looking at her like trash. She could barely accept it. Running won't work. Even if they somehow tried to sprint into the trees, could they outrun something like that? All Kale had to do was release that suffocating killing intent again, and they'd instantly freeze like before, left helpless, waiting to be butchered. Their only chance. He was to bet everything on his arrogance. If he underestimated them, if he wanted to enjoy the fight and held back, then maybe, just maybe, they could hurt him enough to open a path. Fine. A hard glint flashed in Levany's eyes. She met Nidoking's and Grumpig's gaze. The three of them straightened slowly, taking up fighting positions, forming a loose triangle around Kale. The nightmare infection had twisted their minds over time, turning their battle style cruel and sadistic. But years of fighting side by side had also forged something else. Teamwork. They didn't even need Grumpig to coordinate with telepathy. Their formation snapped into place on its own. Power began to build inside each of them. Kale just watched. Calm. Interested. This was better. Opponents who'd already given up could never push him. Only those who still clung to hope could show him everything they had. And Kale wanted to see that hope break. He wanted to crush it himself. SHHHK. The air ripped. Levany vanished. Her green silhouette blurred, reappearing from Kale's blind spot in a flicker of motion. Most Pokémon thought of her as a long-range controller, someone who fought from a distance with strings and silk. They were wrong. Her body was aerodynamic and lean, built for speed. Her leaf blades were razors. Her silk was sharper than steel wire. With nightmare corruption amplifying her cruelty and precision. Levany was an assassin. She moved like one now. SHK SHK SHK. A glittering storm of silver threads exploded from her arm, lashing toward Kale. Threads that could slice stone like warm butter. Kale didn't move. He simply let his left arm hang where it was, at his side. The threads wrapped around his forearm, tightening instantly, digging in with tremendous tension. Now. Levany's eyes flashed. She jerked her arms back with lethal force, intending to sever the limb in a single, clean cut. In her mind, she already saw the spraying blood. The torn flesh. The ripped tendons. Nothing happened. Kale's arm didn't even twitch. The wire-thin strands were pulled taut, straining with all their might. And his dark, muscular limb might as well have been made of solid steel. How? Levany's eyes widened. A tremble of disbelief shook her chest. Her threads tightened again, vibrating with power. Still nothing. Kale's arm remained exactly where it was, resting casually at his waist. He turned his head slowly, looking down at the silky wires eating into his skin. Then he looked at her. Kee-hee-hee. The twisted laugh crawled out of his throat as his lips stretched into a wide, savage grin. The kind of grin that said, "You picked the wrong toy." Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 205, 205. Ignition. The shimmering strands of silver silk glowed with a pale, moonlit sheen as they tightened around Kale's boulder-like arm. The thin threads wrapped him layer by layer, stretching like a web of razor wire over his dark, violet-toned skin. The silk pulled taut, attempting to slice into the flesh beneath, but against Kale's skin, hardened to near steel through high-gravity training on Blazing Peak and repeated exposure to infused elemental crystals, it produced nothing more than a frustrated screech. His crimson eyes flickered with amusement, as if he were watching a scared creature struggle in its own trap. A low, mocking chitter echoed from the Levany. Suddenly, 6 faint, glowing streaks pulsed across Kale's left arm like phantom claw marks. A flash of bright violet surged outward. Kale barely twitched. The movement was so subtle Levany didn't even register it. But the effect was catastrophic. Ting. 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 The thread snapped like over-tightened guitar strings that broke mid-performance. Brilliant sparks erupted across Kale's arm as the severed silk whipped outward in silver arcs, dissolving into weightless strands that drifted through the air like dying embers. His arm, moments ago wrapped in unbreakable bug-type silk, remained completely untouched. Not a single mark. Not even a faint line. Kale's body had undergone a complete defensive metamorphosis. High-pressure gravity conditioning, elemental empowerment from attribute crystals, and the passive shielding from his system artifact, Zamazenta's heart, fragmented, all layered together to create a defense few Pokémon could ever hope to pierce. Leaveny's silk was impressive, but against Kale's reinforced hide, flexible like rubber yet as durable as armored plating, it was laughably insufficient. Realizing its unstoppable silk had snapped like cheap thread, Leaveny stiffened. This is bad. A chill surged through its body like stepping into an ice-cold cavern. It leapt back instinctively, assassin instinct screaming at it, when a strike fails, retreat. But Kale wasn't about to let prey slip from his grasp. His thick arms snapped upward, muscles coiling with explosive power. The swing tore the air apart with a sharp, sonic crack. Before Leaveny could blink, Kale's shadow fell over it vast, suffocating, inescapable. His violet hand closed around Leaveny's head. Thud. Leaveny's slender body dangled helplessly in the air, legs kicking, its leafy skirt fluttering uselessly. It slashed wildly with its razor-sharp leaf blades. Clang. 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 The strike sparked against Kale's arm as if hitting solid metal. Useless. Kale's towering figure contrasted harshly with the delicate, trembling bug type in his grip. His eyes narrowed, a cruel smirk carving across his face. Light surged again along the 6 glowing marks on his arm. Energy gathered. Something ignited. A single ember burst from Kale's wrist then bloomed into a violent blaze. Flames roared upward, swelling and feeding on invisible fuel. Whoosh! A scorching inferno lit up Kale's fist, radiating heat so intense the surrounding grass withered instantly. Fire punch. His flaming fist transformed into a miniature sun. And Leaveny bug/grass type to its core was the perfect fuel source. Fire snaked across its body instantly, devouring the emerald layers of its leafy dress. The elegant green turned charcoal black, crumbling into drifting ash. Ayowa. Its shrill, piercing scream echoed through the clearing. Its pale body twisted helplessly in Kale's grip as the flames swept up its torso, filling the air with the acrid scent of burning plant matter and sizzling chitin. Leaveny burned like a living torch. And Kale's expression remained cold. Unmoved. Unforgiving. From the severed wings of the Starly he saw earlier, to the crushed corpse of the fallen Mashoki in the arena. Kale understood exactly what kind of creature he held. A sadistic predator. A killer that delighted in torment, turning victims into grotesque dolls. To show mercy would be to insult every life it had mutilated. The inferno consumed it completely. Kale didn't look away. He simply tightened his grip. And the flames roared higher. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 206, 206. Shattered Wind. The shrill scream echoed across the battlefield, crawling into the ears of every Pokémon present and sending an involuntary chill down their spines. Leaveny's slender body writhed in Kale's grip, engulfed in flames, twisting and warping as it burned. Though it felt like an eternity. In reality, less than 5 seconds had passed since the battle began. As the team's designated assassin, Leaveny had always been frighteningly fast. In under a second, it had closed the distance to Kale, launching a rapid sequence of attacks built entirely on speed, precision, and mobility. Those attacks had taken almost no time at all. The only moment that truly cost Kale anything was the instant he reached out and seized Leaveny mid-movement. Even then, the explosive strength packed into his newly evolved body drastically shortened that moment. Snapping the silk. Igniting the flames. Executing fire punch. Each of those actions required nothing more than a thought. To the other Pokémon watching, it looked as if Kale had simply reached out once. And the fight had ended. Only now, as Leaveny sank into a blazing inferno, did the rest of the Nightmare Squad's support finally arrive. Thud. 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 Heavy footsteps shook the ground. A furious roar followed, saturated with raw sound pressure. Nidoking charged. Its massive body thundered forward like a living siege engine, purple armor gleaming as it barreled across the terrain with unstoppable momentum. Infected by the Nightmare Seed, Nidoking's mind was already fractured, but under the crushing killing intent Kale had released moments earlier, whatever restraint remained completely collapsed. It didn't care about its burning teammate. It didn't even see Leaveny anymore. Its bloodshot eyes locked onto Kale alone, madness boiling within them. One thought dominated its consciousness. Crush him. White light flared violently across Nidoking's armored arm as energy condensed at terrifying speed. Megaton Punch. It's already a monstrous charge that amplified the attack further, stacking raw momentum atop brute force. Kale didn't move. He didn't dodge. Didn't brace. He simply stood there. Having just evolved, much of his own body still felt unfamiliar. He hadn't had time to fully measure how far his strength had risen. But there was one thing he knew without doubt. Even before evolving, Kale's physical power had already been monstrous. Now, it felt limitless. So much strength surged through him that it bordered on violent excess, an overwhelming urge to tear the ground apart just to release it. Earlier, he deliberately restrained himself, keeping Levany alive long enough to let it feel fear. But now, facing a Pokémon renowned for raw power even in the Pokémon world, Kale decided it was time to let go. He casually flung Levany's lifeless, charred corpse aside. Excitement burned in his crimson eyes. He exhaled deeply. The breath came out long and forceful, as a beast's inhale before a kill, whipping up violent winds that blasted dust into the air. His right arm drew back. Rock-solid muscle stacked and compressed, steel-hard and terrifyingly precise. Power surged through his veins, blood roaring so hot that thin white steam curled off his dark violet skin. His right leg stepped back to anchor his stance. Crack. The ground beneath his foot split, fractures spiderwebbing outward. Bare back muscles rolled and rose, shoulder blades bulking like layered armor forged from flesh. By the time Nidoking reached him, the glowing megaton punch was already descending. Kale's heart pounded. Heat surged. A grin crept onto his face. He aimed his fist straight at the incoming blow. Power gathered. Muscles locked. And he punched. Boom. 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 Invisible pressure barriers shattered as the air screamed under the strain. Condensed vapor clouds spiraled violently around Kale's fist, forming layered sonic bursts from the sheer force behind the strike. Then, impact. The world froze. The collision detonated like a missile strike, shockwaves ripping outward in expanding rings. Kale's dark violet arm bulged violently as unimaginable power erupted from it. The blinding white energy of Megaton Punch shattered on contact, exploding into scattered fragments of light. Nidoking's thick armor cracked. Then collapsed. Shell. Muscle. Bone. All pulverized. The limb twisted grotesquely, reduced to a mangled ruin incapable of bearing weight. Nidoking howled. Blood sprayed violently across its body. Its massive, tank-like frame was launched backward, torn from the ground by a single punch, crashing through the air as a rain of crimson scattered behind it. But Kale wasn't finished. His leg detonated against the ground, blasting a crater inward. Thud. He vanished. A heartbeat later, Kale appeared above Nidoking midair, overtaking it with pure physical force. His hands clasped together. Fingers interlocked. Both arms rose overhead like a descending warhammer. Then, he brought them down. Whoosh. The air shrieked as it split apart, shattered wind scattering in violent spirals. The blow landed cleanly on Nidoking's armored skull. Crack. A sound so sharp and final it froze the battlefield. Bone fragments exploded outward. Blood and matter splashed through the air. The massive body dropped. And another corpse was born. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 207, 207. Mind. One punch. One hammer blow. That was all it took. The heavily armored Nidoking, once a walking fortress that ruled the battlefield like a living tank, collapsed under Kale's overwhelming assault, reduced to nothing more than a lifeless corpse. After evolving into Mashoki, the boost Kale received far surpassed what ordinary Pokémon experienced. Part of it came from the brutal foundations he'd built over countless trials. But the true difference, the decisive factor, came from the system. Every level up didn't just increase stats. It performed a complete bodily recalibration, erasing hidden injuries, correcting structural flaws, and pushing Kale's body closer to a theoretical state of physical perfection. This wasn't new to him. He had already experienced this phenomenon in a previous life during his Ampharos phase. But this reincarnation was different. The most significant change aside from his species was the presence of 2 legendary tier system artifacts. Zamazenta's Heart, fragmented. Terrakian's Shatter Shoulder Plate. Both granted percentage-based enhancements rather than flat bonuses. A 50% damage negation. A 20% physical strength amplification. Though the system never explicitly stated it, those percentages scaled directly off Kale's own body. Before evolution, these bonuses had already pushed his combat power to frightening levels. After evolving, when his raw strength and stamina multiplied several dozen times, the effect became downright absurd. Take Terrakian's Shatter Shoulder Plate as an example. If Kale's pre-evolution strength was measured at 10, the armor would add 2 additional points during physical attacks. But after evolving into Mashoki, when Kale's baseline strength surged to something closer to 300, the same equipment now provided an extra 60 points of force. The numbers themselves were only illustrative, but they made one thing terrifyingly clear. The stronger Kale became, the more monstrously powerful his equipment grew with him. The same applied to damage negation. The higher the incoming damage, the greater the absolute amount that was nullified. Both artifacts were, in every sense of the word, growth-type legendary gear weapons that evolved alongside their wielder. And Kale had only just begun to tap their potential. Drip, drip. Warm, viscous blood slid from Kale's clenched fist, splashing into the widening pool beneath his feet and blooming into dark crimson ripples. A faint, mist-like violet aura rolled off his body, half smoke, half flame. Combined with his towering, muscle-packed frame, now well over 2 meters tall, the oppressive presence he radiated smothered the forest clearing. Not far away, floating above the ground, Grumpig was barely holding itself together. It was known that the enemy was strong. But strong enough to erase 2 elite teammates in seconds. That went far beyond its worst expectations. Grumpig respected Levany and Nidoking's strength. Otherwise, it would never have joined their squad. But what it had just witnessed bordered on nightmare fuel. A sense of absolute hopelessness began creeping into its thoughts. Escape wasn't an option. The space around it had been sealed by a strange, oppressive fluctuation teleport wouldn't activate no matter how it tried. Paired with the sheer brutality Kale had just displayed, one conclusion was unavoidable. This was a fight to the death. All Grumpig could do now was cling to a single hope. Kale lacked experience dealing with Psychic-type Pokémon. At the very start of the battle, Grumpig should have used Psychic to restrain Kale from a distance, creating openings for its teammates. But it hadn't. The murderous pressure Kale released upon entering the field had immediately triggered every danger instinct Grumpig possessed. This wasn't prey. This was a predator. If Grumpig focused on control alone, and Levany and Nidoking failed to bring Kale down quickly, it would be trapped with no exit. So it changed tactics. It let its teammates engage, first stalling, probing, buying time while it stayed back to charge a decisive psychic attack. 3-on-1, overwhelming force. That plan might have worked. But Grumpig had catastrophically underestimated Kale. 2 powerful allies were annihilated in moments, crushed beneath pure, unrestrained violence. Now, its charged attack was ready, but it stood alone. Suppressing the panic threatening to tear through its mind, Grumpig sat cross-legged in midair. Its forelegs extended slowly, as if pushing against an invisible wall. Hum. The air warped. Ripples spread outward like distorted water, tinged with faint pink light. Psychic. A massive surge of mental energy erupted from Grumpig's mind, amplified through the black pearl embedded in its chest and crown. The ground beneath Kale churned violently. Wet soil was ripped upward from below, leaves and broken branches spiraling into the air under the grip of invisible force. The psychic wave slammed forward with overwhelming pressure. Kale didn't dodge. Instead, he turned and faced it head-on. Evolution enhanced everything. Body. Energy. Mind. But there was something else, something most Pokémon never noticed. A hidden force that grew quietly alongside evolution. Aura. The power born from will and spirit. The same mysterious energy spoken of in ancient legends. Kale had already brushed against it as a matchup. And with system-boosted aura affinity. Now, as a Mashoki. The growth he experienced in this domain was nothing short of terrifying. The psychic wave closed in. And Kale stood his ground. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 208, 208. Eye of the Storm. Ha. A harsh, steady light flared in Kale's crimson eyes as he opened his narrow, fawn-lined mouth and exhaled long and slow. The clash with Nidoking had lasted only 2 moves, but it had been enough. Enough to bleed off that swelling, restless excess of power inside him, the kind that had nowhere to go unless he broke something. Now only one nightmare Pokémon remained. And Kale decided he'd handle this one differently. For a moment, the clearing felt heavy. The air held still under the pressure of Kale's presence, as if the forest itself had learned not to breathe. Then, a wind stirred. It was pale and faintly luminous, carrying a soft blue sheen almost like transparent silk drifting through the air. It didn't lash or howl. It simply arrived, quiet and smooth, circling Kale as though the world had decided to move around him instead of against him. The oppressive tension from earlier didn't vanish, but it changed. The battlefield took on an eerie calm. Under the influence of the aura, everything felt gathered. Focused. Settled. Like a lake holding perfectly still before something monstrous surfaced. And then the psychic force hit. Boom. A flood of pink psychic energy slammed into Kale's pale blue aura wind, and a thunderous roar cracked across the sky. But the aftermath was wrong. There should have been devastating shockwaves ripping trees apart, debris exploding outward. Instead, the clash produced almost no outward blast at all. The psychic torrent struck Kale's aura field and split cleanly, like a violent tide crashing into a cliff face forced to peel away to the left and right, frothing as it was redirected. Kale stood at the center of it all. An eye in the storm. A circular veil of soft blue aura expanded around him, shielding a wide patch of ground. Inside the field, stillness. Outside it, chaos. From a distance, Grumpig's dark eyes widened in disbelief. It didn't make sense. It had been charging that psychic attack, building and compressing power, preparing to crush Kale in one overwhelming burst. And Kale had blocked it like it was nothing. No. Panic surged through Grumpig. It unleashed more power, dumping everything it had into the attack. The black pearl set into its chest trembled under the strain, vibrating as it might crack. Kale only shook his head. Then he stepped forward. One step. Then another. The soft blue aura field moved with him. Grumpig's psychic wave crashed against it again and again, but the barrier didn't budge. From above, it looked like a small boat pushing upstream slowly, maybe, but driven by something unbreakable. Kale kept walking. His right hand lifted slightly to the side. He made a simple motion almost lazy. And closed his fingers. Whump. The air popped, like a sound being crushed in a fist. The gentle aura that wound around Kale snapped from calm to violent. It churned, spiraled, and surged outward like it had heard a battle horn. That same moment. Grumpig's mind stuttered. A wave of strange dissonance rolled through its thoughts. Its already panicked energy flow, already unstable, broken rhythm, completely like a musician losing the beat mid-performance. The pink psychic stream in the air wavered. It thinned. It became uneven, struggling to sustain itself. Aura and psychic power overlapped in function, but they weren't the same. Psychic excelled at force-grabbing, crushing, and tearing matter apart. Aura excelled at intent reading, responding, and shaping the battlefield through will and spirit. Kale didn't just block the attack. He touched Grumpig's emotional state through aura, fed the fear, deepened the instability, then watched its control slip. He could have ended this instantly the same way he ended Nidoking. Rush in. Close distance. One blow. But he didn't. Kale had only just evolved. He needed to learn what his body could do now, how each part of him worked, how each new edge of strength felt. So after the first opponent that truly enraged him, he decided the rest would be practice. Kale planted his right hand near his waist, fingers curling inward, forming a loose cup aimed at the floating Grumpig. A clean, crystalline hum rang out as polished stone struck against stone. Blue light flared into existence, thickening and gathering in Kale's palm. It swirled like a whirlpool, as if the sea itself had been compressed into a single point. Wind spiraled inside the glow, dozens of shimmering currents, layered and rotating. Slowly, a sphere formed. A bright, azure orb alive with rotating streams of aura. A technique Kale had only rarely seen taken seriously in the old world's games. Now revealed its true brutality in real life. Aura sphere. Across the field, Grumpig's skin prickled. Something invisible locked onto it, cold and absolute, like a targeting system snapping into place. Every instinct it had screamed at once. Move. Now. Get out of the way. Grumpig's eyes filled with dread. It forcibly cut off its psychic attack, pain lanced through its skull, nausea and vertigo flooding in from the sudden interruption. Even without teleport, Grumpig still had one advantage. Precision psychokinesis. It could move its own body through the air with delicate control, zigzagging unpredictably to dodge most special attacks. So it did. It jerked and darted in jagged patterns, erratic and fast, refusing to follow any clean line. Normally, that would have been enough. But this wasn't a normal attack. Aura sphere didn't rely on sight lines or guesswork. It wasn't thrown. It was guided. Every living being has a unique aura signature, impossible to perfectly replicate. Kale had already marked Grumpig's. And the moment he released the sphere, it would follow that signature like a guided missile. To dodge it, brute movement wasn't enough. You needed space manipulation, a clean displacement. Teleport. A phasing strike like phantom force. Anything that removed you from the attack's tracking path entirely. Wild evasive movement. It looked flashy. It looked smart. But against Aura Sphere, it meant nothing. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 209, 209. Clarity. The radiant blue aura spiraled tighter in Kale's palm, thin streams of pale wind shedding outward as if peeled from the sphere itself. The aura followed a rhythm not mechanical, not physical, but something born from the mind. Each pull sent orderly waves rolling into the air, expanding and contracting like a living breath. The glowing mass swelled steadily, growing to the size of a basketball. Kale's awareness brushed across the battlefield. Grumpig's unique aura signature unmistakable, chaotic, strained. Was perceived. Understood. Locked. Kale's thick, rock-hard right arm never fully aligned with Grumpig's position. Instead, he simply pushed upward gently toward the sky. Hum. A sharp, crystalline resonance rang out, like countless blades of wind colliding at once. The azure sphere detached from his palm and surged forward, accelerating smoothly, not violently, like a guided missile released from its launch rail. Aura was a strange force. Neither fully physical nor entirely intangible. It could remain invisible, folded into the fabric of the world. Or blaze brilliantly when shaped by will. The difference lay not in the energy itself, but in the one who commanded it. Among those known in ancient legends as aura users, such power had been refined into countless forms. That adaptability was why, even though Aura Sphere existed as a standardized technique in the Pokémon world, it could still be endlessly customized by those who truly understood it. And Kale was already doing exactly that. This battle had only one target. So he didn't split the sphere. Didn't disperse its force. He compressed everything to focus on speed, impact over spectacle. With the surrounding space already sealed and Aura Sphere's natural tracking in effect, there was no need to waste energy increasing velocity. Damage was the priority. Even with Kale's limited experience wielding Aura, the optimization was instinctive. Given time, he could sharpen the sphere into a piercing lance for armored opponents like Nidoking or Rhyperior. Or expand it into a crushing wave for amorphous, resilient targets like Mook or Swalot. The possibilities were endless. But that was for the future. For now, this was enough. The blue sphere advanced, trailing fragmented wisps of pale wind, moving straight toward Grumpig in the sky. Not that fast. I can dodge it. Grumpig's black eyes flared with sudden confidence. The aura sphere radiated intense danger, but its speed wasn't overwhelming. Using precise psychokinesis, Grumpig wrapped its round body in dense psychic force. And shot sideways in a blur. Relief flashed across its mind. Then, its heart dropped. What? The blue sphere curved. It turned. Like something alive, it adjusted its trajectory and pursued. Shock twisted Grumpig's expression as it forced another evasive maneuver, then another. Whoosh, whoosh, hum. The sound of psychic flight clashed with the clean resonance of aura as both cut through the air. Grumpig moved wildly, erratically, darting in ways no normal attack could predict. But the sphere never hesitated. It followed the optimal path every time. Each dodge only brought it closer. Desperation bloomed. It's over. The gentle blue glow reflected in Grumpig's dark pupils, staining them with calm, merciless light. In a final act of resistance, it thrust both hands forward. The air blurred. An invisible psychic barrier rose between it and the approaching sphere. It shattered instantly. The sound was sharp and brittle like glass breaking. The next moment, the aura sphere engulfed Grumpig completely. Boom. A thunderous detonation rolled through the forest canopy. A massive shockwave erupted outward, branches whipping violently as leaves and debris were torn free and flung skyward. Within the fading roar, a blood-soaked, round body could be seen tumbling downward. Thud. Grumpig struck the ground, carving a shallow crater into the earth. It wasn't dead. Not yet. In the most literal sense. It had one breath left. No finishing blow was needed. The aura sphere's internal destruction had already ravaged its body beyond recovery, organs shattered, energy pathways collapsed, structure broken from within. Whether 5 seconds passed, or 3, death was inevitable. The only reason Grumpig remained conscious at all was its powerful psychic mind, stubbornly clinging to awareness. And that awareness was a curse. Pain flooded every corner of its being. Not sharp, not explosive. But constant. As if countless needles were piercing every nerve, every muscle fiber, every inch of skin. Its facial muscles no longer responded. Its eyes were unfocused, drowned in darkness. Memories surfaced like drifting slides. The red-tinged moon on the night it was born. The screams and crushed flesh from training its psychic power. And finally, that gentle, brilliant blue light. At the very end. Deep within Grumpig's mental space. A twisted, corrupted shadow began to dissolve. A presence soaked in malice, rot, and obsession. Faded. As it vanished, clarity returned. The dull, lifeless haze in Grumpig's eyes lifted. For the first time since infection. There was peace. At the instant its life slipped away. The mind of the psychic-type Pokémon, freed from the nightmare seed, awoke. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 210, 210. Displacement. The nightmare faded. Grumpig, barely clinging to life, looked as though it had awakened from a long, poisoned sleep. The dull haze in its eyes cleared, and for the first time in a very long time, a spark of real awareness returned. A final lucid surge. At the very edge of death, something impossible happened. The external pressure of Kale's aura and the immense psychic strength still burning inside Grumpig's dying mind intertwined for a single, perfect instant. The nightmare seed, already loosening its hold as Grumpig's body began to fail, was torn out of its mental space and scattered like smoke in a storm. And in that breath of clarity, the Pokémon that had spent its entire life drowning in slaughter and madness, both hateful and tragic, woke up. Its vision was blurred, but it could still make out the massive silhouette standing over the battlefield. Kale. Grumpig didn't feel hatred toward him. Strangely, what rose inside its chest wasn't rage but something closer to remorse. Relief. A quiet, broken kind of repentance. Drip. Its battered right hand trembled up from the blood-soaked ground. Thick blood slid from its fingertips and fell back into the crimson pool beneath it. Grumpig lifted that hand toward Kale's fingers, curling, as if trying to grasp something that wasn't there. Through the gaps between its trembling fingers, that dark violet figure radiating a violent, predatory aura looked, in Grumpig's eyes, like the first slice of dawn splitting open a sky that had been dark for far too long. Its fingers tightened. It caught nothing. And yet Grumpig knew. It had held onto light. The next moment, a fine trembling began deep in its chest and spread through its entire body. Its blood, once scorching, cooled. Its resilient skin dulled into lifeless gray. With the last shred of willpower it possessed, Grumpig pulled the remainder of its psychic reserves from its broken body, extracting everything it had left. A psychic type that powerful didn't waste its final breath. Not like this. Not when it had finally seen what it believed was a real chance. Grumpig gathered every last fragment of itself and poured it into the black pearl embedded in its chest. In its dying seconds, it seemed to catch a faint intuition of something it couldn't explain, something it didn't understand but couldn't ignore. This Mashoki standing before it, this being that felt as though it didn't belong to the normal cycle of the world, was important. A key. Maybe even the key. Grumpig knew it was dying. Grumpig knew this might mean nothing. And still, it chose to spend everything. To add even a tiny fraction of strength toward the world seeing daylight again. The black pearl vibrated violently, barely containing the energy being forced into it. Cracks crawled over its surface, and pale pink light leaked through the fractures like blood through a bandage. But at the very brink of collapse, the pearl completed its purpose. It amplified the condensed essence of Grumpig's remaining power. NNN. A strange, unnatural hum rose like something resonating from outside reality. Then, a flood of dazzling pink light burst outward, vast enough to feel like it could paint the entire sky. It moved with a speed that didn't feel like speed at all. More like an intention arriving instantly, bypassing distance. It rushed straight toward Kale. Because Grumpig held no malice in that final act, Kale, fresh from battle, didn't react in time. And by the moment he sensed something wrong, it was already too late. The dreamlike pink radiance swallowed him whole. Time seemed to freeze. Within the luminous torrent, Kale's dark violet form began to fade, becoming thin, distant, unreal. A blink. And he was gone. The pink flood vanished into the canopy like a reverse meteor, streaking upward before dissolving into the treetops with a ripple of warped space. Grumpig's entire remaining psychic essence anchored to a desperate, last-second, high-level psychic technique akin to future sight, carried its final hope, and hurled Kale toward an unknown destination. Even Grumpig didn't know where. But it knew it was a place that could help him. A place that could push him farther down the road toward tearing open the darkness and dragging the world into mourning. Not far from the slaughtered clearing, Krogunk collapsed with both hands on the ground, sliding backward until its spine hit a tree trunk. Its mouth opened slightly, as if it wanted to speak. But no sound came. Its golden eyes stared blankly at the silent battlefield, broken bodies, blood-soaked earth, and a sudden, impossible emptiness where Kale had just been. Everything that had happened felt like a violent hallucination. First, the two fighting-type companions it had been talking with had vanished in an instant, butchered by the nightmare Pokémon like they were nothing. Then, as Krogunk tried to flee, it had been caught and dragged back by the remaining enemy. Hope had died in its chest. It was sure it was going to die there. And then, the matchup it had met once, the one that had been strangely friendly, appeared. Evolved on the spot. And with terrifying ease, it crushed 3 nightmare Pokémon that Krogunk had believed were untouchable. Krogunk had barely begun to think, I'm saved, how do I thank him? When Grumpig, in its dying seconds, unleashed a power Krogunk had never seen. And Kale vanished from the battlefield as if reality itself had rejected him. Krogunk stood there, frozen. HHH. A light breeze brushed its face. It inhaled. The stench of blood hit its nose so hard it almost gagged. Its body reacted before its mind could, goosebumps rising, skin tightening, a violent shiver crawling up its spine. It snapped itself upright, legs still weak, one hand bracing hard against the tree trunk to stand. Even through the shock, one truth surfaced. Whatever this was, whatever had happened here, the camp at Ignis City couldn't continue. Not after this. The only smart choice was to get out of the forest and find the outside instructors. Nightmare Pokémon. Kale's disappearance. The truth behind it all was far beyond Krogunk's strength. Chasing answers would get it killed. The only way Kale might be found, the only way anything here would make sense. It was as if the Pokémon League had been told everything. Every detail. Every second. Krogunk swallowed. Hard. Gulp. Just because those 3 nightmare Pokémon were dead didn't mean there weren't more lurking in the woods. And that thought hit like ice. Krogunk's head jerked left, then right. Now every shadow looked like a predator. Every patch of darkness felt like a mouth waiting to close. Fear flooded its limbs. Even with its legs trembling, Krogunk turned and ran, stumbling at first, then sprinting full speed toward the forest's edge. Toward safety. Toward help. Toward anything that wasn't this blood-soaked silence. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 211. The Driver. Outside the unnamed forest. A yellow coach bus sat quietly along the roadside. The red and white Pokeball insignia stamped onto its metal exterior made its origin unmistakable. It was the same League-issued transport that had brought Kale and the others here. By schedule, the bus would remain stationed at the forest's edge for 3 days, only departing once all Pokémon participating in the Fighting-type gym's summer camp had regrouped. At that point, it would return to Ignis City for final processing and evaluation. Of course, only a few hours had passed since drop-off. The return trip was still far away. Slurp. Inside the bus, Rock, chopsticks in hand, noisily pulled up a mouthful of instant noodles. As the assigned supervising instructor for this summer camp, his duties were simple: conduct a scheduled patrol into the forest each day, and otherwise remain on standby inside the vehicle in case of emergencies. To be honest, Rock felt the precautions were excessive. The Pokémon selected for this camp were all nearing graduation from their respective gyms. They might lack real battlefield experience, but they understood restraint. None of them would fight recklessly enough to cause serious harm. And Pokémon were far tougher than humans to begin with. True, serious injuries could happen, but they were rare. And even then, injured Pokémon were typically escorted immediately to the temporary medical station set up outside the forest. Fatal incidents. Practically unheard of. As Rock chewed, his movement suddenly paused. He frowned slightly, then shook his head. Slurp. Another bundle of noodles disappeared into his mouth. Impossible, he muttered. The Ignis City summer camps had been running for years. Ever since the League cleared the surrounding wild zones of nightmare Pokémon, there hadn't been a single major accident. There was no way his year would suddenly be different. Honestly, Rock sometimes felt his presence here was mostly symbolic. If not for the generous League compensation, he wouldn't have agreed to sit in the middle of nowhere eating cup noodles for 3 straight days. Sigh. He reached over and gently patted the Breloom beside him as it calmly munched on an energy block. Rock wasn't a powerhouse within the fighting gym. Most of his work was administrative paperwork, logistics, and coordination. The pay was decent by city standards, but for a trainer supporting Pokémon development, it barely stretched far enough. If not for the fact that Breloom had recently hit a critical growth bottleneck requiring a rare, high-quality energy material to break through, Rock would never have accepted this uncomfortable League assignment. Cough. A light cough from the front of the bus snapped him out of his thoughts. Right. He wasn't alone. There was still the driver. Rock glanced up, catching the reflection of a middle-aged man in the windshield. He paused, thinking. They were going to be stuck together for 3 days. Might as well make things less awkward. Setting his bowl aside, Rock straightened in his seat and spoke. Hey, driver. Anything interesting happening in the city lately? Friendly relationships often start with casual conversation. And for someone whose job involved driving League vehicles between Ignis City and outlying towns, a broad, open-ended question was perfect bait. Besides, Rock had been focused entirely on Breloom's training lately. He'd been out of the loop. Interesting, the driver laughed. Oh, plenty. Across worlds and species, one thing seemed universal. Drivers talked. And talked well. This particular middle-aged man was no exception. The moment Rock finished his sentence, it was like opening a floodgate. Well, not long ago, something nasty showed up near town, a nightmare Pokémon, they say. Heard people actually died. Oh, and the department heads have been whispering, League's planning some big changes. Our whole transport division might be getting a raise. Fingers crossed, eh? And just the other day at my kid's school, the teacher told me my daughter's got real trainer potential. Imagine that. Rock's smile stiffened. His posture grew rigid. He kept his eyes politely trained on the driver's reflection in the mirror, expression blank, as the words continued pouring out like an endless stream. Listening to the relentless chatter buzzing in his ears, Rock began to regret starting the conversation at all. Then, the driver suddenly turned his head slightly, lowering his voice. Trainer, he said quietly, conspiratorial. You've heard about Whiteleaf Town, right? Rock's expression instantly hardened. He nodded. An entire village was wiped out by nightmare Pokémon. Even though he'd been in closed training at the time, the news had still reached him. The incident had shaken the entire Ignis City League branch. The upper ranks had dispatched several veteran trainers immediately, but so far, no conclusions had been announced. Rock vaguely remembered hearing that the only survivor was now studying at the League Academy. Seeing Rock's reaction, the driver stopped teasing and leaned in slightly. I heard something new, he said. Some trainers found something near Whiteleaf Town recently. He paused. This thing. It's not over yet. The bus fell quiet. Outside, the forest stood silent as if listening. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 212. Pale Pink Anomaly. Oh. Rock looked at the driver's secretive expression. Curiosity was immediately piqued. What do you mean? Well, I only heard this. Can't guarantee it's 100% accurate, the middle-aged driver said, raising his hand slightly to shield his mouth as he lowered his voice. They found signs, outside Whiteleaf Town, near the edge of the Corrin Plains. Traces of nightmare Pokémon, moving in groups. What? Rock shot to his feet so fast his chair scraped loudly against the bus floor, startling the Breloom beside him. That made no sense. Whiteleaf Town hadn't been built randomly. The League only established settlements after confirming absolute safety. Decades ago, after the Nightmare Pokémon offensive had receded, the Ignis City League had dispatched large numbers of trainers to conduct a full-scale purge along the Corrin Plains perimeter. On top of that, the lingering Dragon-type pressure left behind by Ignis City's Guardian was supposed to ensure Nightmare Pokémon could never return to the area. Even so, veteran trainers were still sent every few years to patrol the region just in case. In Rock's mind, the Whiteleaf Town massacre was already an absurd statistical anomaly. Now he was being told that groups of nightmare Pokémon had breached the Dragon-type deterrent. Did that mean another wave? Trainer, sir, please don't get worked up, the driver said hurriedly, waving his hands. I'm not sure myself. It's just something I heard. But Rock barely heard him. His thoughts were already spiraling. As he connected this rumor with the strange movements he'd noticed among several familiar trainers lately, a heavy realization began to form. This wasn't random. This wasn't a coincidence. The nightmare Pokémon. We're coming back. Rock forced himself to breathe, then slowly sat back down. His face was tight, expression grim. Looking straight at the driver, he spoke firmly. If there's anything else you know anything at all, tell me. Well. The driver hesitated. It's fine, Rock said. True or not, I need to hear it. You won't blame me. I won't. The driver swallowed. All right. A while back, I transported a group of professional trainers from Crack Sand City. They were heading out on an unscheduled assignment. His voice dropped lower as he spoke. The quiet bus seemed to amplify every word, as though history itself was shifting in the background. 20 minutes later. Rock sat silently in his seat, expression unreadable. As expected. Combining what the driver had said with his own observations, the conclusion was impossible to ignore. Something big was happening. The situation was delicate. The League had likely noticed the signs but didn't dare act openly. To avoid public panic, after years of peace, they were probably restricting information to only the strongest trainers, preparing quietly behind the scenes. Trainers like Rock. Still in the dark. A strange light flickered in his eyes. The return of nightmare Pokémon was a catastrophe. But for someone like him, stuck at a developmental bottleneck, it might also be an opportunity. Boom. A sudden, distant explosion from deep within the forest shattered his thoughts. Rock frowned and turned sharply toward the window. Through the scratched, dust-streaked glass, he caught sight of something strange above the treetops. A faint, fleeting blue glow. It felt familiar. His mind flashed back to moments spent at the fighting gym. Suddenly, his heart skipped. Aura. The gym leader. That blue light. He recognized it instantly. That was the color of the aura. And in the entirety of Ignis City, only one trainer and one Lucario were known to wield it. Why? Rock stood up slowly, confusion spreading through him. Why would the gym leader be anywhere near the summer camp? Wasn't he supposed to be dealing with matters in Crack Sand City? Unless there was a hidden mission. Curiosity overcame caution. Rock opened the bus door and stepped outside with Breloom at his side. He looked up once more at the now clear blue sky, hesitated only briefly. Then, they headed toward the forest. It was almost time for patrol anyway. He could take a look. Bzzzzzzzzzzz. A sudden, piercing high-frequency hum ripped through the air, far louder and sharper than the earlier explosion. It felt like a sonic blade drilling straight into Rock's skull. Aff. Rock clutched his ears and collapsed to his knees, agony tearing a hoarse scream from his throat. What is that? A shadow fell over him. He forced his head up and saw Breloom standing in front of him, having moved instinctively to shield him from whatever was coming. But something was wrong. Breloom's usual calm expression was gone. Its posture was rigid. Its mushroom-like cap lifted high as it stared toward the forest interior, eyes locked on something unseen filled with unmistakable wariness. What is it? Gritting his teeth through the pain, Rock followed Breloom's gaze. And froze. Above the emerald sea of treetops, ribbons of brilliant pale pink light drifted like silk in the wind. The sky clear and blue moments ago now looked like smooth water, as if ink had been spilled across it. Waves of pink radiance spread outward, dyeing the horizon above the forest a soft, unreal rose. Along with it came relentless psychic pressure. The air shimmered. Space itself warped and blurred. The shrill noise continued, vibrating through bone and mind alike. No way. Rock's pupils shrank. Did something really happen? That kind of phenomenon was far beyond what any camp Pokémon could cause. Good or bad, he didn't know. But one thing was certain. Something had gone terribly wrong. The spectacle above the forest was so immense that it would be visible from dozens of kilometers away. There was no point in contacting nearby colleagues. They'd already seen it. Without hesitation, Rock took off running Breloom at his side, charging straight into the forest. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 213. Inspection. The southeast monsoon rolling in from the Cyril Strait carried with it the faint, briny scent unique to the Emerald Sea, circulating high above Ignis City. Moisture thickened the air. Warmth settled in. Even though summer hadn't fully arrived yet, people across the city had already switched to light shirts, chasing whatever brief comfort they could find. Tap, tap. White chalk scraped across a dark green board, fine powder drifting down as it moved. Nidoran's horn contains highly concentrated toxins. During combat, if envenomation occurs, the first priority is. A middle-aged man with thinning hair and black-rimmed glasses stood at the podium, a heavy textbook tucked under his arm, voice steady and strict. Sunlight streamed through the windows, filling the spacious classroom with warmth. By the window sat Earl. His slim right hand propped up his chin as platinum blonde hair fluttered lightly in the breeze. His green eyes stared past the glass, fixed on the lush shrubs outside, clearly somewhere else in thought. It had been just over 3 months since he'd entered the Pokémon League Academy. Life had been stable. Quiet. Though his body was still as frail as when he first arrived, there was now a trace of youthful vitality that hadn't existed before. Earl. The teacher's voice snapped him back. After being poisoned by Nidoran, what's the correct response? Earl blinked once but didn't panic. He stood smoothly and answered with calm confidence. Avoid strenuous activity and remain calm. Wild pecha berries can help neutralize toxins and slow their spread through the bloodstream. Administer 10 milliliters of antitoxin orally, then apply the remaining solution evenly to the wound. His voice echoed clearly through the quiet classroom. Well said, the teacher nodded approvingly. Dosage timing is especially. He gestured for Earl to sit and continued the tightly scheduled lecture. Earl exhaled quietly as he straightened in his seat. Absent-mindedly, a black metal fountain pen spun between his pale fingers with practiced ease. Because of his exceptional trainer aptitude, the League had placed him into one of the Academy's priority classes. Perhaps out of guilt over what had happened at Whiteleaf Town, the League had gone out of its way to provide him with support, free housing, free meals, and even hints that his future starter Pokémon selection would be adjusted in his favor. Earl was grateful. Though Whiteleaf Town's destruction had occurred, in part, due to the League's oversight. He didn't hate the League. He knew who the real enemy was. The nightmare Pokémon roam the wilds. Only by eradicating them completely could tragedies like his be prevented. His parents had died at the hands of those monsters. His hometown had been reduced to ruins. By all logic, Earl had nothing left. And yet, he didn't feel empty. The grief, the anger, the sorrow buried deep in his chest. He'd forged it all into fuel. Fuel that carried him forward along a dark road, one he intended to follow until dawn finally broke. No. Maybe I'm not completely alone. His emerald eyes shifted, thoughts stirring. Faces surfaced in his mind. Friends at the academy, laughing together. A confident girl with fiery red hair and a bright, fearless smile. And finally, a tall, powerful figure, dark and silent. A figure whose presence felt distant, yet unforgettable. Earl's gaze drifted back out the window. What are you doing now? Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 214. Descent. As a senior league investigator, Loria could read causes of death directly from the shattered remains before him. Decades of fieldwork had trained him to decipher violence with unnerving accuracy. Severe burn trauma. Overwhelming blunt force impact. And traces of a high-density energy strike far exceeding normal combat thresholds. What truly unsettled him wasn't the destruction itself but the precision behind it. The strength involved was immense, yet controlled. With the same force and technique, perhaps even the Pokémon partner who had fought beside him for decades could replicate such devastation. But if someone told him that the scene resembling land swept clean by a raging storm had been caused by a Machoke that had only just evolved mid-battle, Loria would have dismissed it outright. And yet, every piece of evidence pointed to exactly that conclusion. The sole eyewitness, a toxic rogue from the fighting gym, had already undergone a full league interrogation. Its testimony aligned perfectly with the physical evidence. Further analysis of the battlefield confirmed it from another angle. The one who had crushed and annihilated 3 powerful nightmare Pokémon, saving competitors from 3 different gyms, was undeniably a Machoke that had broken through its limits on the battlefield itself. Loria lowered his head, deep in thought. Once the Machoke's actions were confirmed, the investigation team immediately accessed the League database to review its background. Shiny variant. Unknown origin. Exceptional natural talent. Early mastery of aura. The more he read, the colder his spine became. To think such a Pokémon existed within Ignis City. Had he known earlier, Loria would have exercised his authority to pull it directly under his command. But now, it was too late. According to Toxicroak's testimony, one of the nightmare Pokémon, Grumpig, had released an enormous psychic surge at the moment of death. A phenomenon visible across dozens of kilometers. A final act resembling mutual destruction. The shiny Machoke had vanished along with it, erased from the battlefield in an instant. Even someone as emotionally hardened as Loria couldn't suppress a trace of regret. In these tense times when unseen currents churned beneath the League's surface, a combatant capable of facing multiple nightmare Pokémon alone would have been invaluable. And worse still, this Machoke wasn't at its peak. All indicators suggested it was still growing. With proper guidance, it might one day rival even the Lucario of the fighting gym leader, a level spoken of only in rumors. Damn it. Loria exhaled softly. After instructing his subordinates to fully sanitize the site, he turned away without another glance and headed toward the forest exit. The summer camp incident had been fully resolved. No additional nightmare Pokémon were detected. Aside from the administrative wrap-up, his task here was complete. Under normal circumstances, someone of Loria's rank wouldn't have come in person. A remote command from his office would have sufficed. But these were not normal times. Through sealed briefings and fragmented intelligence, even mid-level officials knew something was wrong. Any movement involving nightmare Pokémon now carries the highest priority. Given the situation, Loria's presence on site wasn't excessive. It was necessary. A heavily armored League off-road vehicle reserved for senior officials thundered across the open road, thick metal plating vibrating under acceleration. Inside, Loria sat with arms crossed, eyes fixed on the dark forest slipping past the window. Unease weighed heavily in his chest. Nightmare Pokémon sightings were increasing. Some of the League's most disturbing internal predictions might soon become reality. Massive tires churned forward as the steel beast barreled across the plains, like a creature struggling through a mire of mud clinging to its frame, decay closing in. Beneath it, disaster coiled. Beside it, death waited. The night, having only just revealed a hint of dawn, was swallowed once more by deeper darkness. Chaos. Emptiness. Kale was suspended within an ocean of psychic energy, completely unable to move. Everywhere he looked. Radiant, swirling pink light. His powerful limbs drifted gently, swayed by unseen currents flowing through the void. He had no idea where he was. Or even what state he was in. Vast waves of psychic force washed over him, as though he'd been swept into a torrent racing through empty space. The dense energy wrapped around his body. A cocoon that both shielded and restrained. Strangely, Kale felt no fear. If anything, he observed his surroundings with open curiosity like a child exploring something new. Ever since his days as a matchup, Kale's perception had been unusually sharp, likely influenced by the strange ghost-type energies lingering within him. After evolving, that sensitivity had only intensified. The instant Grumpig's psychic flood engulfed him, a subtle intuition, something beyond language, had surfaced in his mind. A silent reassurance. You won't be harmed. And more than that. This will lead somewhere beneficial. Kale welcomed the thought. After evolving, he'd already planned to leave Ignis City and explore the wider world. The only problem had been choosing a direction. Now, that problem had solved itself. If Grumpig wished to use its final psychic strength to send him on his way, Kale saw no reason to resist. He allowed the vast pink tide to carry him forward, drifting toward an unknown destination. After a long while, with nothing particularly new revealing itself, Kale thought, I might as well take stock of my gains. With a shift of intent, the system interface hidden at the edge of his vision snapped open. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 215, 215. Attributes. Ding. The familiar, crisp system chime echoed inside Kale's mind. The first thing that popped into his field of vision was, naturally, the Notifications panel. Defeated Pokémon, Levany. Plus 11 experience points. Defeated Pokémon, Nidoking. Plus 9 experience points. Defeated Pokémon, Grumpig. Plus 15 experience points. Better than nothing, I guess. Kale glanced at the pitiful amount of experience he'd earned and clicked his tongue. The system's experience calculation formula was notoriously complex. It didn't just account for the level gap between Kale and his opponents, it also factored in real-time combat performance, environmental variables, and a variety of hidden modifiers. After evolving into Machoke, Kale's overall strength had skyrocketed to an entirely new tier. Those 3 nightmare Pokémon might have seemed formidable to most trainers, but compared to Kale's post-evolution combat power, the difference was like heaven and earth. Given that disparity, earning so little experience was perfectly reasonable. With Kale officially leaving behind his matchup stage and ascending further along his evolutionary line, it could be said that he had exited the phase of rapid, explosive growth. Unless he encountered some extraordinary opportunity, his power progression would now enter a relatively stable, gradual period. From this point on, the harsh, repetitive training methods used in the fighting gym would yield diminishing returns for his Machoke's body. At the same time, opponents capable of matching him in the wild would become increasingly rare. After all, even nightmare Pokémon squads like the one he just faced weren't something you encountered often. Wild Pokémon on Kale's level were typically territorial apex monsters, each ruling over vast regions, and they were few and far between. Relying on grinding wild Pokémon for fast level gains. Pure fantasy. Of course, thinking this far ahead was unnecessary for now. Kale's current focus was on understanding his new strength and exploring the world. As for power, his philosophy was simple. As long as it's enough. He flicked through the notification panel once more. Seeing nothing else of interest, he mentally minimized it and shifted it to the corner of his vision. Now. The real highlight. A faint glow burned in Kale's crimson eyes. Raising the hand wrapped in the flowing pink psychic current, he lightly tapped the Attributes tab. Species, Machoke. Level, 45, 7100 EXP. Ability, Steadfast. Moves. Low Kick, Leer, Focus Energy, Confuse Ray, Payback, Spite, Low Sweep, Knock Off, Scary Face, Seismic Toss, Phantom Force, Shadow Punch, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Aura Sphere, Superpower, Dual Chop, Bulk Up, Shadow Ball, Nightshade. Evaluation, a newly emerged species possessing both fighting type and ghost type attributes. Held items. Terrakian's Shatter Shoulder Plate, Zamazenta's Heart, Fragmented. Dense lines of glowing blue text filled Kale's vision, enough to make anyone dizzy. He steadied himself. Then, line by line, word by word, he examined everything carefully. The first thing that caught his attention was the level. Because he'd checked his status just the day before, Kale clearly remembered. As a matchup stuck at level 28, he'd been sitting on roughly 1,400 stored experience points. Even after evolving and defeating those 3 nightmare Pokémon, by his estimates, he should have gained around 15 levels at most. Which meant his level should have landed somewhere around 43. Yet the number displayed was unmistakable. 45, that's weird. Where did those extra 2 levels come from? Kale frowned, genuinely puzzled. What he didn't realize was that the source of those extra experience points lay within his own body. Back in the research facility, the scientists determined to waste nothing before evacuating had injected Kale with concentrated ghost-type energy extracts from numerous Pokémon species. Some of that energy had been consumed naturally during battle. Some had dissolved as Kale's system level and life tier increased, converting directly into experience. But those portions were minor. The majority, essence refined over countless years from elite ghost-type Pokémon, had simply settled silently into Kale's bloodline, dormant and undisturbed. To awaken that dormant power required a stimulus far greater than normal combat or passive growth. Evolution was exactly that kind of stimulus. When the strange evolutionary light ignited and Kale's ancient genes activated, the ghost-type essence buried deep within his blood surged awake, feeding the flames of evolution like hidden fuel. That was one of the reasons Kale's evolution had granted such an overwhelming boost. Some of that energy fused into his skin, muscles, and bones, strengthening his physical body. Some transformed into potent internal energy, circulating through his meridians for him to wield. And, as always, a portion was converted into invisible experience points within the system, elevating his life tier. Those extra 2 levels had come from exactly there. Of course. Even now, not all of that ghost-type essence had been fully activated. It was like an iceberg. Minor disturbances chipped away fragments. Evolution cracked off massive chunks. But the core, the vast, sleeping mass beneath the surface, still drifted deep within Kale's bloodline, waiting for an even greater shock. Perhaps only his next evolution, bathed in an even fiercer evolutionary light, would finally melt it entirely. Staring at the glowing blue, level 45, Kale pondered for a long while, and got nowhere. Eventually, he shrugged internally. Free levels were free levels. Complaining about them would just be stupid. Besides, a Pokémon's level only represented its life tier, not its true combat strength. Higher levels granted raw stat advantages, yes. But actual battle outcomes depended on far more. Movesets, technique, instincts, adaptability, and real-time judgment. Kale knew that better than anyone. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 216, 216. Thoughts. Taking Kale himself as an example. Although his level currently sat at only 45, not even halfway to the theoretical cap of level 100. The sheer combat power he possessed under layered conditions and bonuses far exceeded that of ordinary Pokémon at the same level. If placed on a real battlefield, even those Pokémon who had followed a conventional path slowly and steadily grinding their way up to level 60 or even 70 might still not be his match. Granted, Kale was only at the second stage of his evolutionary line, and his raw combat output still fell short of what he had achieved in his previous life as an Ampharos. But when it came to foundation and stability, his current Machoke body was far more solid than his previous incarnation ever had been. Given enough time to grow, surpassing Ampharos and reaching his historical peak strength again was hardly unrealistic. I still need time. Kale sighed softly in his thoughts. As a human soul from another world armed with a system and layered stat bonuses. Once he had secured a basic level of self-preservation, the only thing limiting his growth was time itself. He shook his head lightly, scattering the tangled thoughts. His gaze shifted downward, skipping past the unchanged, ability, steadfast, and settled on the moves section. Only 5 new moves. That genuinely surprised him. With the massive jump in level, Kale had expected his move pool to balloon. Instead, the increase was almost underwhelming. And among those 5, Shadow Ball and Nightshade existed only because of his unique ghost-type attributes. If he excluded those external factors, his fighting-type progression had granted him just 3 new moves. In the Pokémon world, this was actually an unspoken rule. Young Pokémon were weak but adaptable. Their learning capacity was high, their combat styles undefined, making it easy for them to pick up new techniques rapidly. But as a Pokémon grew stronger and its battle instincts solidified, the number of new moves it could naturally learn would gradually decrease. In exchange, every move it did learn would perfectly align with its combat style, allowing it to bring out its full potential. Rather than learning chaotically, like in the early stages. All things considered, the trade-off was well worth it. Kale wasn't disappointed. His time in the fighting gym had already added a large number of techniques tailored specifically to his fighting style. Compared to quantity, he valued quality far more. And fortunately, every one of these 5 new moves met his expectations. Superpower. True to its name, this move directly amplified Kale's raw physical strength, pushing his destructive power to another tier entirely. Had he activated it during his clash with Nidoking, a single punch might have been enough to pulverize its body from the inside out. Dual Chop. A dragon-type physical attack, still novel to Kale in this life. Combined with his already expansive three-hit striking style, it widened his damage coverage even further, nearly spanning the entire Pokémon type chart. Bulk Up. A rare status move that significantly enhanced both attack and defense. When paired with Focus Energy, it allowed Kale to push his combat power to terrifying heights in a very short time. Shadow Ball. One of Kale's few long-range special attacks. While Aura Sphere already covered aerial targets with devastating force, its energy cost was high. Shadow Ball served as the perfect alternative, a reliable ranged option for regular engagements. Nightshade. A special attack carrying fear-based control effects. Paired with Shadow Ball, it formed a potent ranged combo. More importantly, Nightshade's damage scaled directly with Kale's level, giving it exceptional long-term growth potential. With these new additions combined with the techniques he had mastered in the fighting gym, Kale's moveset was now fully rounded. Across land, sea, and air regardless of type, size, or combat style. He was confident he could find an effective counter using his comprehensive skill pool. Of course, there were limits. This applied only to battles on a planetary surface. If someone expected him to fight in outer space or within a collapsed space-time rift, that was pure fantasy. Suspended within the psychic current, Kale's tall, muscular body swayed gently. He felt both excited and overwhelmed. Excited because he had gained 5 powerful, practical moves. Overwhelmed because he had just finished mastering his fighting gym techniques. And now had 5 more to internalize. The upcoming process of familiarization, refinement, and real combat application would take a significant amount of time. One step at a time. Kale exhaled softly. As long as he didn't actively seek death, he would be in this world for quite a while yet. Plenty of time to master everything. His gaze drifted downward again, settling on the evaluation and held items sections. The system's interface was laughably barebones. Nothing like the detailed Pokédex stat breakdowns from his previous life. After reviewing the meaningful changes, there was little left to see. His held items remained the same too. The evaluation, however, had finally changed. Heh. Kale chuckled quietly. Wasn't he, in essence, an entirely new Pokémon species now? Though he still carried the name Mashoki, his physical structure, energy composition, and even base stats had diverged dramatically from the norm. In the games of his previous life, Mashoki's base stat total sat at a mediocre 405. Firmly in the lower middle tier of the Pokémon hierarchy. Even at its final evolution, it barely crossed 500, slightly below starter Pokémon. Hardly exceptional. Yet Kale was different. He could feel it. Under the combined influence of Ghost-type energy and the system's interference, his current base stats were far beyond 405. How far beyond? That, he didn't know. 500. 550. 600. The system didn't provide that information. For all he knew, he might already be brushing against pseudo-legendary territory. Ha. Kale laughed at his own runaway imagination. If he was already that strong now, what would happen after his next evolution? Wouldn't he be approaching legendary levels by then? He shook his head, clearing the dizziness caused by the psychic current and shoving the absurd thoughts aside. Just as Kale was about to close the system and check whether he was nearing his destination, a thought struck him. Wait. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 217, 217. Exit. Wait. Kale suddenly realized a very serious problem. In the Pokémon world, not all evolutions are governed by level alone. A considerable number of Pokémon required strict and unusual conditions to evolve. Take Eevee, for example, a Pokémon that had been immensely popular among players in Kale's previous life. Because its genetic structure was notoriously unstable and highly susceptible to environmental influences, Eevee possessed more evolutionary branches than almost any other Pokémon in existence. Yet simply leveling up could not trigger any of those evolutions. Instead, it required exposure to elemental stones, or more abstract and almost mystical conditions such as friendship or affection, to complete its transformation. Kale's own evolutionary line followed a similar rule. The final evolution of Machamp represented a massive leap in power. But its evolution condition was problematic. Trade evolution. In the Pokémon world's oddly skewed technological tree, this was a form of black box technology that combined advanced spatial transfer and electronic data transmission. 2 Pokeballs could exchange Pokémon across vast distances in an instant. And for reasons still not fully understood, certain Pokémon could only evolve during that exchange process. Some researchers theorized that the intense virtual and electronic energy involved in transmission temporarily altered a Pokémon's genetic structure, activating dormant ancestral factors and triggering evolution. Whatever the reason, Mashoki evolving into Machamp required a trade, Back during humanity's golden age, before the nightmare Pokémon invasion, this had been trivial. Pokémon centers were everywhere. Trade machines were commonplace. Machoke didn't even require a minimum level. Back then, Kale could have evolved from Machop to Machoke, stepped into a trade booth, and immediately completed the entire evolutionary line. But now, that world was gone. In the shattered era left behind by nightmare Pokémon, humanity barely clung to survival. During the Dark Years, countless technologies representing the pinnacle of human ingenuity were rendered useless by electromagnetic storms, abandoned in cities that later became ruins. Trade technology was one of those lost systems. Even though humanity had regained some stability in recent decades, it was still far from its former peak. Exploration of urban ruins remained extremely dangerous, blocked by nightmare Pokémon roaming the wilds. At least in Kale's experience during his 3 months at the fighting gym, he hadn't seen a single functioning trade device. Either the technology hadn't been recovered yet, or it was monopolized by the League's upper echelons. In either case, it was far beyond Kale's reach. And now, he had already left Ignis City, drifting toward an unknown destination. When he'd return, if he ever did, who knew how long it would be? Great. Kale scratched the back of his head, irritation creeping in. Back when he was still a Machop, he'd focused solely on training and growth, never considering this issue. Now that he'd evolved, the headache came crashing down all at once. If he wanted to reach the absolute pinnacle of combat power in this world, evolving into Machamp was unavoidable. For now, all Kale could do was hope that during his journey, he might stumble upon a surviving trade device or encounter some extraordinary opportunity. As he wrestled with these thoughts, suddenly, a strange tremor rippled through the psychic current enveloping him. Kale's focus snapped back instantly. He closed his eyes and extended his highly sensitive perception toward the disturbance. The once rushing pink psychic torrent had begun to slow. Its momentum was weakening. After all, Grumpig was only a normal psychic-type Pokémon. Even after burning through every last drop of its energy, including its life force, attempting to transport a living being across vast distances like a legendary Pokémon was simply too much. Realizing this, Kale's calm finally cracked. At the moment, he existed within a special subspace. This space allowed rapid traversal across unimaginable distances, but it was also completely devoid of oxygen and violently unstable. Without the psychic current protecting him, Kale wouldn't survive even a minute. If Grumpig's psychic power ran out halfway, his body would be torn apart by spatial turbulence, his soul dragged back into the cycle of reincarnation. That outcome was unacceptable. He had endured too much, planned too long, only just reached the point where his strength had undergone a true qualitative leap. To end here would be unbearably anticlimactic. Kale instinctively drew his powerful body inward, minimizing movement to avoid wasting even the slightest bit of energy. Beyond that, there was nothing he could do. A faint sense of regret surfaced. Panic would achieve nothing. Calm was the only option. To distract himself, Kale let his thoughts wander. If he didn't know that Grumpig bore him no ill will, he might have suspected this was a final suicidal attack meant to drag him down as well. Did I really gamble my life on a gut feeling? Perhaps he trusted that vague intuition too much. In the future, he'd need to weigh actual conditions more carefully, avoid cornering himself into situations with no retreat. Just as the pink psychic current around him weakened further, beginning to unravel, a brilliant white light suddenly flared into existence ahead of him. Like the mouth of a tunnel, blazing and absolute. Space around it twisted and distorted. The surface shimmered like rippling water made of light, and through the blinding glow, Kale could vaguely glimpse something beyond. A hazy, unreal scene. This is support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 218, 218. Alola. Heavy, iron-dark storm clouds spread across the vast sky like a descending curtain, pressing down upon a land long stripped of life. Sand and dust roared through the air, whipped into endless storms by violent winds that scattered humanity's lingering pollution across every corner of the world. Rivers had dried. Vegetation had withered. Nature's balance once delicately maintained had been shattered by unchecked consumption, leaving behind nothing but death. What had once been towering skyscrapers, bustling streets, and radiant city lights were now only cold ruins, broken concrete and twisted steel stretching endlessly into the distance. The noise of crowds. The lively cries of Pokémon. All of it had faded into nothing more than echoes preserved in the records of history. Only the wind remained. A wind that never ceased howling through shattered ruins, screaming across collapsed streets, as if mourning a world that had truly died. Other city. Once a thriving metropolis in the Alola region. Humanity's reckless destruction of the surrounding environment had rendered it uninhabitable, turning it into a frozen dead zone and erasing it from the map. Perhaps during humanity's peak, a handful of environmental preservationists had tried to save what remained. But after the nightmare Pokémon invasion, humanity no longer had the luxury. And so, Other City became a forbidden land, untouched for centuries. Today, after hundreds of years without a single human footprint, the ruins welcomed a new outsider. A low hum suddenly rippled through the air, breaking the monotonous wail of the wind. Beneath the oppressive leaden clouds, the frozen sky twisted. Space itself blurred and distorted. A pinprick of brilliant white light appeared, then violently expanded. In the blink of an eye, it became a glowing ring nearly 3 meters in diameter. The air trembled. Pale pink fragments of energy poured out like liquid light before fading into nothingness. Then, a massive dark purple figure burst through the ring like a meteor falling from the heavens. The last remnants of pink psychic energy coiled around his arms like dying flames, torn apart by roaring winds and scattered into glittering motes. Kale was panicking. He had just escaped death in subspace, only to immediately find himself plummeting from the sky. Gravity seized his body, transforming freefall into an overwhelming downward force. Oh! Razor-sharp wind screamed past his ears, faint pain biting into his hardened skin. Kale spread his limbs wide, desperately trying to slow his descent. Useless. His crimson eyes narrowed as the dark yellow desert below rushed closer and closer. Kale trusted his evolved body's durability. But he had never tested whether it could survive a fall from this height. And he wasn't willing to gamble. The wilderness was unforgiving. Even if the fall didn't kill him outright, severe injuries would turn him into prey for nightmare Pokémon. Recovery required time. Time he wouldn't have. He couldn't let himself keep falling like this. Roar. Kale let out a thunderous shout. His rock-solid muscles tightened all at once, his frame visibly swelling as power surged through him. Bulk up. A skill he had only just acquired, still unfamiliar, was unleashed on pure instinct. A radiant sheen spread across his dark purple skin, as though coated in liquid steel. His attack and defense surged instantly. But it wasn't enough. Kale clenched both massive fists. Crack. The frigid air was crushed in his grip, releasing a sharp cry. A biting chill surged along his arms. Ice Punch. A move meant for close combat was forcibly repurposed midair. Blue-white frost erupted from his fists, blasting downward like the breath of an ice dragon. Crack, crack. Thin, translucent layers of ice rapidly formed below him, stacking one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Shards exploded outward, scattering through the air. Bone-chilling cold crawled over Kale's body, raising goosebumps even through his resilience. But his descent slowed. Only slightly. He wasn't an ice-type Pokémon. Creating fragile ice barriers mid-fall using Ice Punch was already beyond what should have been possible. The ground was dangerously close now. Kale's sharp vision could already make out individual grains of sand rolling across the surface. His speed had dropped. But not enough. New world. Unknown threats. He needed to be cautious. Suddenly, Kale closed his eyes. His mind emptied. Calm. Stillness. Like an ancient monk in a forgotten temple, detached from fear. Boom. The power buried deep within him detonated. Azure aura surged outward, crashing into the ground below like a violent storm. The force erupted upward, colliding with gravity itself. A massive updraft formed beneath Kale, resisting the fall. Then, crash. Sand and debris exploded skyward. The dark purple figure slammed into the desert, vanishing beneath the surface. A massive crater formed, then collapsed as sand poured inward. Silence returned. The wind howled once more, as if nothing had happened. The outsider from the sky had seemingly perished before taking even a single step in this dead land. Thump. Sand burst outward. A thick, powerful dark purple hand punched up from beneath the dunes. Kale was alive. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 219, 219. Release. Paw. Paw. Kale grimaced in disgust, spitting out the sand that had accidentally flown into his mouth. The stench filling his mouth was like rotten fruit left under the sun. Even with his high tolerance, he could not stop himself from bending over and retching a few times. The process had been unpleasant. But at least he was alive. Kale let out a quiet breath of relief. His earlier judgment had been correct. From that terrifying height, if he had allowed his body to freefall without intervention, he would not have died outright, but the resulting injuries would have left him in an extremely dangerous state. The countermeasures he had taken were necessary and correct. Only because Kale possessed fast reaction speed and strong mental composure had he survived. If it had been any other Pokémon without flight capability, being suddenly dropped from that height would almost certainly have meant death. Straightening his back, Kale shook his massive frame lightly. Sand clinging to his body cascaded down in sheets. He raised his head and looked back toward the sky. The white circular portal that had once allowed him to pass through freely had already shrunk to the point of being barely visible to the naked eye. Before long, the space-warping passage that Spoink had forced open with its entire lifetime's psychic power would close completely. A one-way ticket, huh? Kale muttered softly, then withdrew his gaze and began examining his surroundings. Dark yellow. Sand. Relentless wind. It felt like standing in the Sahara Desert from his previous life, an endless sea of lifeless dunes stretching to the horizon. Yet the sand here was darker, coarser, heavier. Large grains slammed into Kale's steel-hard dark purple skin, shattering into finer particles with sharp rattling sounds. Suddenly, Kale's expression tightened. Now that his attention had fully settled, he noticed something strange within the frigid air surrounding him. It was not scent. Not dust. It was radiation. Kale was not entirely certain, but his heightened perception detected faint, invisible particles laced with danger drifting through the atmosphere. To his current evolved body, this radiation was meaningless. The air felt no different from normal. But for humans, prolonged exposure would likely cause dizziness, vomiting, and organ failure within hours. No wonder no humans live here. Kale thought calmly. Without specialized protective gear, survival in this environment would be impossible. What Kale did not know was that this radiation was the result of humanity's own actions. Uncontrolled industrial discharge, left untreated for centuries, had poisoned the land beyond recovery. Which way do I go? Kale turned slowly, scanning the dunes, but found no landmarks. The sandstorm was too violent. Visibility was abysmal. And it did not look like the storm would come anytime soon. Rather than standing still and waiting like a fool, Kale decided it was better to choose a direction and keep moving. At least that way, there was a chance of finding something. After a brief consideration, he committed. Kale stepped forward. One step at a time, his dark purple figure gradually disappeared into the yellow haze. 2 days later. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps sank into the loose sand, producing dull, lifeless sounds. The wind still howled. Sand still flew. And Kale was nearing a mental breakdown. At first, when he had decided to venture into the desert, he was filled with confidence born from his newly evolved strength. But as the days passed, surrounded by endless storms and unchanging scenery, his mindset began to erode. No matter how strong one's willpower, walking alone through an unchanging wasteland for 2 full days would grind anyone down. This was despite Kale's special physiology, which allowed him to draw energy directly from the environment without needing food. Any other Pokémon would have already become bones buried beneath the sand. For the first time, Kale began doubting the accuracy of his once reliable intuition. Back when he was still within Spoink's psychic torrent, his premonition had told him that this place would bring profound, positive change. But now. Kale stared numbly at the endless storm. Positive change? Is this some kind of endurance training? A bitter, self-mocking smile tugged at his stiff face. Oppressive monotony. Crumbling mental state. Cold isolation. A road with no visible end. Layered together, these conditions allowed emotion to overpower reason. Aya! Kale suddenly stopped and roared toward the sky. Muscles bulged violently as massive power surged through his arms. Superpower. He clenched his fists, raised both arms high, and slammed them into the sand beneath his feet. Boom. The explosion roared like artillery fire. Shockwaves rippled outward as sand was blasted skyward, pulverized into fine dust that filled the air. A massive crater appeared beneath Kale's fists, carved purely through raw physical strength. Crimson light flickered in his eyes as a flash of ferocity passed through his expression. Pulling his hands from the ground, Kale exhaled, a strange satisfaction washing over him. A grin spread across his face. Much better. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 220, 220. Human Ruins. There were many ways to vent negative emotions. Back in his previous life, Kale might have listened to a calming song or treated himself to a good meal. But now, inhabiting a Pokémon body defined by raw physical power, there was no better method than throwing a punch with everything he had. As that devastating blow landed, the frustration weighing on Kale's mind seemed to disperse along with it, fading significantly. He stood still and took a few deep breaths, steadying himself. Once his emotions were under control, he prepared to move on. His knees bent, calf muscles tensing as he prepared to leap out of the crater he had created. But just before he jumped, something flickered in the corner of his vision. Huh. Interest glinted in Kale's eyes. He relaxed his legs and turned his head to look. A square, blue-black object had been partially exposed within the crater, revealed by the force of his earlier strike. This is. Kale swung his powerful arms, flinging away the sand that threatened to bury him again. Under the force of his movements, sand shattered into fine powder and blasted outward. The object gradually revealed its full form. Clean, precise textures with no natural imperfections. A strange material, neither metal nor stone, but possessing qualities of both. There was no doubt. This was not something nature could produce. Every edge and angle carried the unmistakable mark of human craftsmanship. Though time and sand had eroded its shape, Kale could tell from its block-like structure that it was part of an ancient building. He curled a finger and tapped it lightly. Clink. Clink. A crisp metallic sound echoed. Kale fell silent, thinking. In a dead land like this, traces of former human habitation were not unusual. But for someone stranded in a sea of sand, this discovery was nothing short of hope. The technology required to create such material implied that this place had once belonged to a relatively advanced civilization. Even if the environment later collapsed and forced abandonment, remnants should still exist. If he could find them, there might be answers, or resources. At the very least, it was something. And right now, that was enough. Encouraged by this unexpected find, Kale felt his steps grow lighter as he continued in the same direction. 2 hours later. His sharp vision finally caught sight of several tall black silhouettes rising along the distant horizon. Though blurred by distance and haze, Kale knew immediately what they were. Ruins. Human ruins. Like a traveler spotting an oasis after days in the desert, Kale's heart surged. 2 days of non-stop, solitary walking through relentless sandstorms had pushed him to the brink. This was salvation. His pace quickened, strides lengthening. The dark purple figure tore across the sandstorm like a speeding train, deep footprints left behind as he rushed toward the looming shadows. Skyscrapers that once pierced the clouds had been sheared in half, their remains collapsed across wide roads littered with broken stone and shattered glass. Steel rebar jutted from crumbling concrete, rusted dark red by centuries of exposure. Elegant white buildings, long abandoned and scoured by sandstorms, were now coated in dull gray decay. A once thriving metropolis. Now reduced to a silent graveyard of concrete and steel. Only the vast grid of streets and tightly packed structures hinted at its former prosperity. Kale walked slowly through the empty streets, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Even across 4 lifetimes, this was the first time he had ever seen ruins of this scale. The grandeur mixed with decay stirred a strange sense of melancholy within him. In a way, this too was one of the system's hidden gifts. Reincarnation across worlds allowed Kale to witness scenes that 99% of all life would never experience. Untamed forests. Neon-lit cities. Apocalyptic wastelands. In just over a decade as a Pokémon, he had already seen more than most beings would in a lifetime. Without realizing it, he began to look forward to the endless journey ahead. Chick! A strange cry suddenly echoed from the shadow between nearby buildings. Oh! Kale turned his head, eyebrow lifting. Sheltered by the towering ruins, the sandstorm was noticeably weaker here. Through the thinning haze, he spotted several small figures lurking in the darkness. Rodent-like bodies. Large, white, razor-sharp incisors. Triangular crimson eyes. Long, spindle-shaped tails. They were Alolan Rattata. Kale wasn't surprised by their strength. He was surprised they existed at all. Life surviving in an environment like this was unexpected. But the moment Kale noticed them, they noticed him. A massive, muscle-bound figure over 2 meters tall standing in the open street was impossible to miss. The overwhelming vitality radiating from his body was like a blazing flame. To the nightmare-infected Rattata, it was irresistible. The scent of fresh flesh filled the air, igniting madness in their bloodshot eyes. Driven by hunger and corruption, fear vanished. With shrill cries, the small figures charged. Straight toward the dark purple silhouette. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 221. Ambush. As expected. Kale shook his head with a hint of helplessness. He had briefly hoped that Pokémon capable of surviving in such a brutal environment might possess something special. In the end, they were still nothing more than irrational nightmare remnants, driven solely by the instinct to devour fresh flesh. Disappointment flickered in Kale's crimson eyes. Show. Filled with an obsessive hunger for blood, the 5 Alolan Rattata formed a hunting pack and charged forward at blinding speed, their movements so fast they nearly left afterimages in the air. Acting purely on instinct, the brown-black figures crisscrossed along the ground, deliberately attempting to confuse their prey. In less than 3 seconds, they closed a distance of nearly 100 meters and reached Kale. Their small limbs kicked off the cracked concrete, bodies launching upward in swift, precise arcs toward the towering dark purple figure. Each Rattata had a clear role. One aimed for the throat. One for the chest. Two for the abdomen. One for the lower back. In their eyes, these were the weakest points of any Pokémon's body. Their snow-white incisors gleamed sharply. Against an average Pokémon, this coordinated strike would have been lethal. Unfortunately for them, their opponent existed far outside the normal rules. Kale's crimson eyes locked onto the charging Rattata. The twisted hunger and madness in their expressions made his skin crawl. The faint good mood he had regained vanished instantly. He had no intention of dragging this out. Kale calmly raised his left hand. Whoosh! The thick muscles of his forearm swelled explosively as his index finger pierced the air at a speed that shattered the sound barrier. 5 taps. So fast they were nearly invisible. Bang. 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 A blur of purple streaked through the air. 5 clouds of blood exploded outward mid-leap. The Rattata didn't even feel pain. Their brain cores were destroyed before their minds could register fear. Their mangled bodies dropped lifelessly to the ground. Kale flicked his finger, casually shaking off the sticky blood. Is there really no such thing as a normal Pokémon left in the wild? He sighed inwardly. The spread of the nightmare seeds in this world was far more severe than he had imagined. His thoughts drifted. Given how deeply corrupted the world had become, what role did the legendary Pokémon play in all of this? Had they resisted the nightmare seeds? Or fallen under their control? Neither makes sense. Kale frowned. If the legendaries were still sane, then beings like Xerneas, embodiment of life, or Ho-Oh, bringer of blessings, would never allow the world to fall into such devastation. But if the legendaries were corrupted, then with their power to reshape continents and distort time itself, the world would already be completely destroyed. Not left in this half-dead state. Strange. Kale didn't know it yet, but the legendary Pokémon he was pondering would one day appear before him in ways he could never have predicted. Boom. A massive sound suddenly echoed through the dead city. The hollow impact reverberated between collapsed buildings, lingering long after the initial strike. Kale froze. He turned sharply toward the source. Silence. The ruins returned to their deathly stillness, as though the sound had never existed. But Kale's expression darkened. Though the presence was fleeting and extremely well hidden, his heightened senses had caught a trace of it. A residue of something foul. Curses. Malice. Oppressive despair. A concentration of negative emotions unlike anything he had ever encountered. Boom. The sound came again. This time. It was close. Ice surged up Kale's spine, crawling to the back of his skull. He shuddered, goosebumps erupting across his skin. The first sound had been distant. This one was right beside him. A lethal sense of danger exploded in his instincts. Kale's body reacted instantly. Muscles hardened like stone, terrifying power coiling within them, ready to erupt at any moment. Crimson light flickered in his eyes as his perception expanded outward. Wave-based sensing spread silently through the air, mapping every movement within a 100-meter radius. Fighting-type energy and ghost-type energy surged together through his veins, crimson and dark purple intertwining into a chilling pressure that distorted the atmosphere. In less than half a second, Kale entered full combat readiness. Stillness. Calm. The ruins remained silent. But Kale did not relax. His massive frame stood tense in the center of the street like a predator waiting to strike. Every instinct screamed danger. This was not imagination. Something was coming. Sand battered the skeletal remains of skyscrapers, rattling steel and concrete with harsh clattering echoes. Pebbles rolled across the ground, threatening to break his focus. Then, the air shifted. A subtle, unnatural fluctuation. It's here. Kale moved. His legs exploded sideways, his body vanishing from where he stood. The next instant. Impact. Boom. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 222, 222. Guzzlord, bonus. Number 200 Power Stones goal completed. Boom. Like a colossal black serpent lurking within a bottomless swamp, a massive pitch-black tentacle burst from the shadows of the ruins, slamming down with terrifying force onto the spot Kale had occupied just moments earlier. The concrete street caved in instantly, leaving behind a deep, shattered crater. What the hell is that? Shock flickered through Kale's crimson eyes as he turned toward the source of the attack. Within the swirling dust and debris, a gigantic black silhouette slowly emerged. Its body was shaped like an enormous sphere of darkness. 2 tree-trunk-thick legs supported its weight, cracking the ground beneath them with every subtle shift. A grotesque mouth covered nearly 3/4 of its body, stretched wide in a perpetual grin. Black and yellow fangs jutted outward, and within its cavernous maw glimmered an eerie blue light, as if the throat itself led to another world entirely. The tentacle that had just attacked Kale was revealed to be one of two massive, spike-lined, pincer-like tongues, slithering and swaying like venomous serpents. Compared to its body, its head was absurdly small. Bright blue eyes glowed with unrestrained malice. Four pairs of demonic horns curled inward, forming ring-like structures that radiated pure brutality. Guzzlord. Kale's pupils contracted sharply. This wasn't fear born of instinct. It was recognition. Guzzlord. Codename UB-05, Glutton. One of the Ultra Beasts. Ultra Beasts were creatures introduced during the Sun and Moon era, monsters originating from the Ultra space, entirely alien to the Pokémon world. They possess terrifying power, capable of effortlessly slaughtering humans and Pokémon alike. Because of this, the Pokémon League classified them among the ranks of legendary-level threats. Most Ultra Beasts were defined by overwhelming destructive urges, rampaging without reason, and annihilating everything in their path. Even at humanity's peak, dealing with them required massive mobilizations of elite trainers. And even then, those were usually just stragglers. The true Ultra wormholes were typically guarded by legendary Pokémon themselves, until the rifts could be sealed. And now, standing before Kale, was one of the most infamous among them. The Devouring Tyrant. The Demon Lord of Gluttony. Guzzlord. A creature said to consume everything in existence. Land. Mountains. Rivers. Nothing escaped its endless hunger. Though its authority didn't match that of traditional legendary Pokémon, in terms of pure destructive capability, Guzzlord ranked firmly among the upper tiers of god-level threats. Kale was terrified. He trusted his strength. He trusted the power he had gained after evolving into Mashoki. But standing before an entity that could rival legendary Pokémon, every shred of confidence was shattered instantly. He wasn't even in his final evolution. Level 45. Second stage. Even if he someday evolved into Machamp and reached level 70 or 80, he might dare challenge lesser legendary Pokémon. But now, facing one head-on meant death. I need to run. Kale wasn't stupid. He wasn't some classic shonen protagonist who charged headfirst into impossible battles. If he couldn't win, he'd escape. That was the plan. Based on his past knowledge, Guzzlord's massive, bloated form made it sluggish. As long as he reached the dense ruins, he had a chance. Kale twisted midair using his core strength, landing and immediately channeling power into his legs. The concrete beneath his feet cracked as explosive force surged through his calves. He launched himself toward the maze of collapsed buildings. But Guzzlord had lived far too long to be ignorant of its own weaknesses. HNNNNG. A strange, low-frequency hum rippled outward from its body. At the same time, hundreds of glowing crimson eyes abruptly opened in the surrounding void, hovering in midair around Guzzlord. A suffocating pressure slammed down on the battlefield. Mean look. A massive beam of black light erupted forth, moving with thought itself rather than speed. In an instant, it engulfed Kale. The explosive power in his legs vanished. The tension in his muscles collapsed. A wave of primal fear seized his heart. Damn it. Kale knew what this meant. Mean look didn't deal damage. But once marked, escape was impossible. The only way out now was a victory. Kale stared at the massive, twisted silhouette ahead. A cold dread settled deep in his chest. This Guzzlord had arrived in this world decades ago, long before Kale ever appeared. And with its comparatively weak mental defenses, it hadn't resisted the nightmare seed even for a moment. Now it was nothing more than a living weapon. A slaughter engine. It still devoured endlessly, just as it always had. But when faced with living prey, it now delighted in cruelty. It would torment, crush, break. Only then would it eat. And this time, gazing upon Kale's fresh, powerful body, Guzzlord intended to savor every second. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 223. Resonance. TCH. Kale's crimson eyes locked onto the massive silhouette looming within the rolling smoke and dust ahead. Even separated by dozens of meters, he could still feel it. That bottomless, earth-devouring hunger. Under the effect of mean look, his retreat had been completely sealed. If he wanted to live, there was only one option left. Fight. Kale was not reckless. Against enemies he could not currently overcome, retreat had always been his preferred and rational choice. But once battle became unavoidable, no matter how overwhelming the opponent, What awaited it was only Kale's blazing combat will, and fists forged like iron. The instant he accepted that there was no escape, every trace of hesitation vanished. Battle intent ignited. His mind sank into clarity. The human soul behind his thoughts accelerated, countless combat calculations flashing through his consciousness. Muscles hardened like stone, swelling outward as his entire frame seemed to expand. Scalding blood thundered through his veins, heat radiating from his body as wisps of white steam rose from his dark purple skin. His eyes appeared calm, almost dim. Yet every shred of attention was focused on the monster ahead. In a battle at this level, even the smallest lapse would mean death. This was Kale's first time since evolving into Mashoki. Going all out. Guzzlord's typing is Dark plus Dragon. My ghost typing is suppressed. To deal meaningful damage, I need Fighting. Dragon. Ice. A precise and ruthless plan snapped into place. His mind burned hot with resolve, yet remained cold and controlled. Both arms lifted, drawing inward before his chest. HNNNG. A sharp, wind-like hum rippled through the air. Brilliant blue streams of aura manifested, swirling like living currents and converging violently into Kale's hands. Yes. Against a foe possessing strength rivaling legendary Pokémon. Kale chose to strike first. He understood this clearly. Against monsters of this caliber, only by seizing the initiative could he dictate tempo. Only then could he carve out even a sliver of victory. Spiraling blue light compressed violently. A massive aura sphere formed so large that it nearly eclipsed Kale's entire body. Aura sphere. This was not a restraint. This was excess. No armor break tuning. No speed optimization. No splitting. Everything was discarded in favor of one thing only. Damage. 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 Kale didn't know Guzzlord's internal structure. He didn't know how it fought. So he stripped the move down to its rawest form. Pure destructive output. His bare right foot pressed lightly into the concrete. Cracks spiderwebbed instantly. And the colossal aura sphere launched forward with terrifying force. Hum. Blue radiance twisted violently through space itself. The air warped. The sphere tore along invisible aura pathways, screaming toward its target. Guzzlord did not dodge. It stood there. Centered in the road. Waiting. Its black and yellow fangs spread apart as thick, foul saliva dripped downward. Its monstrous maw opened wide, large enough to swallow Kale whole. Deep within its throat, a piercing blue glow burned like an abyssal gateway. As the aura sphere closed in, Guzzlord bit down. It swallowed the attack whole. For a moment, its massive body shuddered. The pitch-black flesh rippled as faint red heat spread across its surface, as though scorched from within. Thin trails of dark smoke leaked from between its sealed teeth. But that was all. Moments later, the jaws opened again. Inside. Nothing. The aura sphere was gone. Completely consumed. No visible damage. No structural collapse. Kale's opening assault had failed. There was no avoiding it. The power gap was simply too vast. Even with a type advantage. Even with aura. Against a monster with god-class durability and an alien physiology, Kale's level 45 attack could only scratch the surface. Guzzlord's silver blue eyes gleamed with mockery. Amusement. It wanted to see how much more this prey could struggle. One massive claw with 3 golden talons lifted lazily as it glanced toward where Kale had stood. Then. It froze. The dark purple Mashoki was gone. Before Guzzlord could process it. A tearing howl split the air above its head. Its small, disproportionate skull snapped upward. What it saw was a falling meteor. Kale's massive body descended from above, wrapped in momentum and killing intent. Using the blinding impact of the aura sphere as cover. Kale had already closed the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed dozens of meters, using pure explosive power to reach Guzzlord's blind spot. His crimson eyes burned with resolve. Both arms swelled to their limit, muscles straining as though ready to tear free from skin. The aura sphere had never been meant to win. It had only been bait. A smokescreen. A distraction. What followed was the real killing move. Ruhar. A phantom dragon's cry echoed across the ruined city. Ice-cold, ancient, and tyrannical. Resonating through the air itself. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 224, 224. Electric Gleam. Frost bloomed across Kale's left arm. Moisture in the air crystallized instantly, forming delicate snowflakes that drifted downward in slow spirals. Ice Punch. At the same time, his right fist ignited. Brilliant blue-violet light surged and churned around his knuckles, compressed dragon-aligned energy roaring like an unseen WYRM coiled beneath his skin. Dual Chop. Ice-type and Dragon-type energy. Two attributes that strongly countered Guzzlord's existence. Kale unleashed both without hesitation, pouring everything he had into a single, decisive assault. In his past life, even while buried under work and responsibility, he had never stopped being a Pokémon fan. He had watched every official anime episode he could find. Guzzlord's appearances were brief, but unforgettable. An ultra beast defined by endless hunger. A creature that devoured worlds. He remembered clearly how it had been defeated before. Not by ordinary strength. 1. It had taken the intervention of legendary Pokémon. 2. Its weakness had been exposed. Yes. Even an ultra beast from ultra space, boasting near peerless destructive power and absurd durability enhanced by hardened flesh and a black hole like maw, was not without flaw. Its weakness lay in contrast. Compared to its colossal body, Guzzlord's head was disturbingly small. That narrow, conical skull served as the control center for the entire mass. If enough damage could be dealt there, the whole body would shut down. Guzzlord knew this. Through countless cycles of devouring and evolution, it had grown sharp, horn-like protrusions around its head to protect that fatal point. Against most opponents, that was more than enough. But against someone who knew where to strike and possessed the strength to reach it, those defenses were little more than a delay. Kale stood on the edge of that threshold. He had the knowledge. What he lacked was certainty. Could his current strength break through? There was no answer yet. Only motion. His massive arms bulged as muscle surged to its limit. Dragon-type energy roared around his right fist. Bitter cold condensed over the bones of his left. Violence and frost intertwined, braided together by sheer physical power. The combined force descended as Kale's fists fell toward Guzzlord's head, carrying enough pressure to tear the ground apart. If the blow landed cleanly, it might carve out a single chance at survival. But Guzzlord was already a god-class existence. Nothing was ever that simple. No. It was not. The air exploded. A violent pressure wave tore through the space around them. From the corner of Kale's vision, a black blur surged forward. What? He had no time to think. A suffocating sense of death flooded his instincts. I'll die. At the last possible instant, Guzzlord finally revealed the full extent of its power. Its grotesque maw split wider, and from within surged massive black tongues, thick and muscular, lashing out like twin abyssal serpents. They struck with terrifying speed. Kale's crimson eyes flashed as experience took over. If his fists continued downward, he would wound Guzzlord. But the counterattack would shred him apart. Trading his life for an injury that would heal in days was meaningless. But he was airborne. With no foothold. No leverage. No room to change course. What do I do? Was he really going to die here, just to slow this monster for a few days? The black tongues were already upon him. Razor-sharp wind pressure sliced across his face, pain blooming as the air screamed and burst around him. The malice radiating from Guzzlord's body overwhelmed his senses. His thoughts tangled, slowed, collapsed. Death closed in. Then, something deep within him reacted. A sudden, violent clarity. Dark, ghost-type energy erupted through Kale's body. It surged like a flood through veins and muscle, far faster than his frame could safely handle. Pain tore through him. Blood seeped from his pores as his body strained under the overload. A dark purple haze ignited around him, half smoke, half flame, wrapping him in something unreal. For a fleeting instant, Kale looked less like flesh and more like a wandering spirit. Phantom force. A pitch-black shadow bloomed behind him, swallowing his form entirely. The space he had occupied collapsed a heartbeat later as Guzzlord's tongue struck, detonating the air itself. 10 meters away, the atmosphere twisted. Shadow unraveled. Kale crashed onto the pavement, skidding across broken concrete before slamming hard into the ground. He coughed. Hot blood spilled from his mouth, splashing against the asphalt. In that instant of desperation, he had forcibly reversed dragon and ice energy mid-transfer, converting it into ghost-type power. The maneuver had saved his life. But the internal backlash was brutal. His internal pathway screamed under the strain, leaving him with serious internal injuries. Damn it. Kale pushed himself up, breathing hard. His crimson eyes locked onto Guzzlord, burning with frustration. The gap between me and something like you. Is it really this wide? Heavy footsteps thundered closer. Guzzlord advanced, its massive black tongues writhing through the air as it closed in. A flicker of unease stirred within it. That had been close. Too close. It would not allow another mistake. This prey would die now. Thick, foul saliva dripped from its jagged teeth, sizzling faintly as it hit the ground. Its silver blue eyes glimmered with raw greed as it stared at Kale's battered form. Neither of them noticed. High above the ruins, far beyond the shattered skyscrapers and drifting smoke, a blinding arc of lightning tore through the sky. Brighter than the sun. A dazzling electric gleam appeared. And the battlefield was about to change. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 225, 225. Mutation. Kale staggered as he forced himself back to his feet. The internal injuries caused by forcibly reversing his energy flow were severe. But against the backdrop of his evolved Pokémon body, they were not enough to rob him of his ability to fight. Still, the truth was unavoidable. Guzzlord's strength far exceeded his expectations. This was not an opponent Kale could defeat at his current stage. But surrendering himself to death had never been his way. Even if he was going to die, he would die like a cornered predator, tearing a chunk of flesh from his enemy no matter the cost. Focus energy. A sharp hum rippled through the air. Pinpricks of white light bloomed around Kale's body like scattered starlight, then surged inward, sinking into his muscles and bones. Bulk up. Tum. A deep, drum-like vibration echoed outward as Kale's physique swelled visibly. Muscle fibers tightened, hidden reserves awakening as his attack and defense surged upward. The stacked effects of both status moves forcibly suppressed his injuries, pushing his body into a short-lived peak combat state. Dark, ghostly energy rose like smoke from his skin, intertwining with red-brown fighting-type aura. The two forces collided, overlapped, and ignited. Kale poured power out without restraint. The radiance grew so intense that even his physical outline began to blur, as if his body itself were dissolving into raw energy. Only his crimson eyes remained clearly visible. Cold. Feral. Burning with madness. Once Kale fully accepted that survival was impossible, he stopped holding anything back. He would gamble everything. In the distance, Guzzlord continued its steady advance. Part of that was necessity. Its immense size limited rapid movement. The rest was deliberate. Each heavy footstep sent tremors through the ground, crushing Kale with invisible pressure. After nearly being caught off guard earlier, Guzzlord no longer treated Kale as a toy. The mockery was gone. Playtime was over. This was a kill. Seeing Kale's aura surge, a flicker of interest flashed through Guzzlord's silver blue eyes. Oh. So you're choosing desperation. Its massive secondary tongue swayed slowly through the air, coiled and alert. Guzzlord would not allow Kale to gather strength freely. A blinding gray-white light ignited in front of its body. The air warped violently, saturated with annihilating energy. Hyperbeam. Kale's instincts screamed. An overwhelming sense of danger surged toward him, forcing him to shift his stance and prepare to evade. But before the beam could fire, something else caught his attention. High above. A brilliant streak of golden light. What is that? Zratzra. The next instant, the sky split open. A pillar of lightning descended like divine judgment. Branches of electricity exploded outward, fracturing the air itself as the atmosphere ionized violently. The thunder arrived late. Deafening. Bone deep. The golden lightning struck Guzzlord before it could react. The charging hyperbeam collapsed instantly, dissolving into useless gray motes. Guzzlord howled. Its massive blue-black body convulsed under the blinding electric assault. Claws spasmed. Tongues lashed wildly. Aerg. For the first time, its rubbery, near-indestructible hide failed it. The golden lightning tore straight through, scorching flesh and leaving behind a choking stench of burned material. Yet strangely, the lightning did not continue. After the initial strike, the sky still crackled with power, but no second bolt followed. The attack felt deliberate. Measured. A warning. Guzzlord panted heavily. Its claws drooped. Its tongues withdrew. Its gaze shifted between Kale and the distant electric glow in the sky, greed giving way to unwilling restraint. For once, the Ultra Beast hesitated. Normally violent beyond reason, Guzzlord now resembled a scavenger forced to back away from a superior predator. After glaring viciously at Kale, it turned. Its massive body retreated, vanishing into the deep shadows of the ruined city. Kale stood frozen. The sudden reversal left him stunned. But one truth was undeniable. He had survived. The moment his tension broke, the aura surrounding his body collapsed. Pain surged back all at once. His legs trembled. His body nearly gave out. Still, he wasn't worried. The greatest threat was gone. With his Pokémon physiology, these injuries would heal completely in a matter of days. Slowly, Kale lifted his head. His crimson eyes locked onto the fading golden light high above. A being even stronger than Guzzlord. Had it intervened by chance? Out of principle? Or simple goodwill? Kale didn't know. But one thing was clear. Even from this distance, the presence radiating from that electric light felt unmistakably righteous. Powerful. Heroic. A force of destruction driven not by hunger, but by protection. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 226. I have indeed been infected. The figure suspended in midair, wrapped in blazing golden lightning, seemed to sense Kale's gaze. Zurzra. Electric arcs screeched sharply as the presence began to descend. Slowly. Deliberately. Kale swallowed. A trace of unease crept into his chest. The Pokémon about to land before him possessed power that far surpassed even Guzzlord's. In his current condition, if anything went wrong, escape would be nearly impossible. He said nothing. He simply stood there, eyes fixed on the descending golden silhouette. As the distance closed, the details became clearer, even through the veil of crackling electricity. Vibrant orange-gold fur stood out starkly against a jet-black body, fine electrical patterns rippling across it like waves on water. Its arms ended in sharp, obsidian-black spikes, edges gleaming with cold light. On the backs of its hands, massive shield-like golden shells protruded outward, etched with strange, ancient markings that resembled sacred tribal sigils. They radiated solemn authority mixed with primal ferocity. 3 powerful legs, cloaked in orange-gold fur, drifted effortlessly through the air. A potent electromagnetic field distorted the space around them, providing stable, overwhelming levitation. The bringer of thunder. Tapu Koko. One of Alola's island guardians. A legendary electric-type Pokémon steeped in myth and history. Unlike Guzzlord, a creature from ultra space classified as legendary purely due to raw power, Tapu Koko was a true guardian deity. Its existence had been recorded by humans for countless generations. Fickle. Violent. Curious. Because of its dominion over lightning, ancient cultures associated it with judgment and punishment, revering it as a divine protector of the land. Tapu Koko's curiosity was infamous. It sought stimulation through battle and competition, often clashing with other Pokémon simply for the thrill of it. Because of that, human records about it were unusually detailed for a legendary Pokémon. Tapu Koko, Kale murmured. His crimson eyes reflected the lightning-wrapped figure. He should have realized it sooner. If an ultra beast like Guzzlord had appeared, then the island guardians of the same region showing up was inevitable. Their roles were inherently opposed. Back when ultra wormholes had first opened and ultra beasts poured into the Pokémon world, the island guardians had fought fiercely to protect the ecosystem and the lives of ordinary Pokémon. The battles had been brutal. But more often than not, the guardians emerged victorious, driving the invaders back into ultra space. And yet, Kale muttered. His gaze sharpened as Tapu Koko drifted closer. This guardian felt wrong. Very wrong. Compared to the fierce, radiant presence Kale remembered from past knowledge, the Tapu Koko before him felt diminished. Kale had once possessed limited experience manipulating electrical energy in a previous life. Though he had never reached exceptional heights, it was enough to recognize the problem. The lightning surrounding Tapu Koko felt like a nearly drained battery. Weak. Exhausted. The thunder still carried terrifying force, yes. But beneath it lay unmistakable depletion. That should have been impossible. Legendary Pokémon like Tapu Koko were favored by nature itself. Their lifespans dwarfed even dragon types, approaching a form of partial immortality. Their internal energy reserves were meant to grow with age, not decline. Electrical depletion could only mean one thing. Severe, life-threatening damage to its core. The once lustrous orange-gold fur now looked dull in places, stripped of its former brilliance. The golden shell armor on its arms had lost its radiant sheen, appearing faintly tarnished. But what unsettled Kale most were its eyes. In Kale's memory, Tapu Koko's eyes should have been a crystal-clear ocean blue. Instead, what stared back at him now was a murky, dark crimson hue. Not violent. Not enraged. But wrong. Like stagnant marsh water swallowing light. If not for the unmistakably righteous aura still radiating from Tapu Koko's body, free of the foul stench associated with nightmare corruption, Kale might have believed the guardian had already fallen completely. Wait. Kale's breath caught. A terrible realization clawed its way up from his gut. When Tapu Koko encountered Guzzlord, it should have been a fight to the death. An island guardian would never tolerate such a destructive ultra beast. And yet, it had struck only once. Driven Guzzlord away. And stopped. Why? Why show restraint when it held overwhelming power? Thoughts spiraled rapidly, connections forming too fast to ignore. A chilling possibility surfaced. Had Tapu Koko already been infected? No. Kale rejected the idea almost instantly. If legendary Pokémon were truly defenseless against such corruption, then with their godlike power, the world would have been erased long ago. There had to be safeguards. There had to be resistance. So why did everything still feel wrong? As Kale struggled with the contradiction, trapped in his own spiraling thoughts, a voice spoke. Not aloud, but directly inside his mind. You are not wrong. The voice was deep, hoarse, worn thin, like something standing at the edge of collapse. I have indeed been infected. Kale's eyes widened. The voice continued, weak and strained, as if every word cost immense effort. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 227, 227. Even legendary Pokémon are infected. Kale froze. It took him a heartbeat to realize that the voice echoing inside his consciousness did not belong to his own thoughts. It was coming from the guardian before him. But he lifted his head, hesitation flickering in his crimson eyes as he looked at the radiant figure slowly descending from the sky, as if wanting to say something. There is no need to doubt. Tapu Koko landed on the ground. The piercing shriek of electricity gradually receded, and with the blinding lightning gone, the abnormal weakness in its body became impossible to ignore. The venomous blood of the nightmare seed has already spread throughout my entire being. Invisible electromagnetic fluctuations rippled through the air, carrying structured information directly into Kale's awareness, allowing him to comprehend Tapu Koko's meaning without spoken words. But you're not like the nightmare Pokémon I've seen before, Kale said slowly. They lose themselves. They become nothing but killing machines. Tapu Koko let out a faint, almost amused sound and shook its head. The nightmare seed does not spread like a conventional disease. Isolation is meaningless. Physical separation, cutting off contact with other life forms, consuming only purified water, even sealing oneself in a perfect vacuum, all of these fail to prevent infection. This anomaly originates from outside our reality. Its transmission exists somewhere between time and space. The moment it breached the boundary and entered the Pokémon world, every being capable of sustaining it became potential soil. Only a very small number of Pokémon, possessing unknown anomalous traits, were spared. Kale frowned, about to interrupt. But Tapu Koko's gaze stilled him, urging silence. He listened. We do not know what those traits are, the Guardian continued. But one thing is certain. The vast majority of legendary Pokémon do not possess them. Kale's confusion finally boiled over. Then why hasn't the world already ended? If even legendary Pokémon are infected, this planet should have collapsed long ago. And you said yourself that you're infected, yet you're nothing like the mindless monsters I've fought. Tapu Koko nodded. You are correct. If we had all fallen into complete madness, extinction would already be inevitable. But there is a reason your kind refers to us as legendary Pokémon. Tapu Koko raised a claw, pointing toward its own eyes now completely clouded in dark, murky red. The nightmare seed creates monsters by embedding itself deep within a Pokémon's mental domain, continuously releasing waves of malignant cognitive signals. These signals steep the mind endlessly, like tea leaves soaking in boiling water. Over time, they rewrite thought patterns, reshape perception, and reduce living beings into engines of negative emotion, feeding the seed's growth. We are no different from ordinary Pokémon in origin. But because we are favored by nature itself, our mental capacity and inherent sanctity far exceed the norm. To a degree, this allows us to resist the mental restructuring imposed by the nightmare seed. That is why I am still standing before you. The voice in Kale's mind fell silent. He stood there, absorbing the weight of what he had just heard. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. If legendary Pokémon can remain conscious, he asked quietly, then why allow the nightmare Pokémon to run rampant? Pokémon like Lugia or Kyogre would never tolerate their seas being corrupted. And an island guardian like you should be even less willing to stand aside. Tapu Koko shook its head slowly. You know more than you should. While we can suppress the seed's influence, we cannot erase it. Even the smallest daily intrusion accumulates over centuries. To prevent ourselves from becoming true monsters, most legendary Pokémon chose sleep. Endless sleep. By reducing mental activity to the absolute minimum, they slow the spread, effectively freezing the nightmare seed within their consciousness. Kale stared at Tapu Koko's eyes, now completely swallowed by that murky darkness. Concern stirred deep in his chest. He wanted to speak. The words reached his throat. Then he swallowed them back down. Tapu Koko gave a soft, tired chuckle. I know what you want to ask. Why did I not choose to sleep like the others? Kale felt a bit embarrassed at having his thoughts read so easily, but still nodded. Yes. Tapu Koko did not answer immediately. Instead, it looked directly into Kale's eyes. Past the crimson glow. Past the surface. As if peering into the deepest layers of his soul. The wind howled across the ruins, grains of sand scraping against shattered concrete. After a long moment, Tapu Koko finally looked away. Come with me. Before Kale could respond, a sharp crack of electricity snapped from Tapu Koko's body. A powerful electromagnetic field surged outward, washing over him like a tide. Gravity vanished. The pull of the earth was gently neutralized, replaced by controlled magnetic levitation. The hum of electricity filled his ears. Kale's feet lifted from the ground. Wrapped in a dense magnetic field, he rose into the air. Floating alongside Tapu Koko. And together, they ascended. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 228, 228. The Ultra Wormhole. Because Kale had once possessed experience with electromagnetic levitation in a previous life, the sudden ascent into the sky did not panic him. What truly occupied his thoughts was a quieter curiosity. Where was Tapu Koko taking him? Something else also bothered him. Based on everything Kale knew from games and animation, Tapu Koko was supposed to be aloof, cold, and distant. Not the type to rescue strangers, much less reveal secrets bordering on forbidden knowledge. Yet here it was. Not only had it pulled him from the jaws of Guzzlord, but it had also spoken openly about the Nightmare Seed and its own corruption. That contradiction lingered uneasily in Kale's mind. At present, he was completely enveloped by Tapu Koko's electromagnetic field, carried steadily toward an unknown destination. Still, he did not feel afraid. If Tapu Koko had wanted him dead, he would already be ash scattered beneath the lightning. There would have been no warning, no struggle. And regardless of its intentions, one fact was undeniable. Tapu Koko had saved his life. That alone earned trust. Not blind faith but enough to follow without resistance. Wrapped in the powerful magnetic field, Kale remained silent as they streaked through the air. Despite Tapu Koko's visible weakness, its control over electricity and magnetism remained vastly superior to that of ordinary electric-type Pokémon. 20 minutes later, they had crossed more than half of the ruined city. From above, Kale finally grasped the scale of what had been lost. The crowds were gone. The factories had fallen silent. Machines that once hummed with precision now lay rusted and broken. Yet even after centuries of erosion and sandstorms, the skeletal skyline still spoke of impossible prosperity. A city that had once thrived. A quiet melancholy settled in Kale's chest. Eventually, their speed slowed. Pulled back from his thoughts, Kale lifted his head. Their destination had come into view. A towering skyscraper, nearly 100 meters tall, loomed ahead. Most of its glass had long since vanished, leaving behind rows of black, hollow window frames embedded in gray concrete. Faded signage still clung to its outer walls, hinting that this building had once been a massive commercial center. They entered through one of the dark openings. Inside, the corridors twisted and branched, forcing them through a labyrinth of shadowed halls before they reached the structure's heart. A small indoor plaza. The first thing Kale noticed was the sound. A clear, resonant hum. As if tens of thousands of silver bells were ringing at once, overlapping into something vast and almost majestic. Then came the light. Brilliant white radiance spiraled into existence, forming a rotating vortex suspended in midair. It glowed like a fragment of the Milky Way, shedding tiny motes of starlight that vanished into the darkness. A hole in reality. An impossible structure hidden inside a ruined building. Kale froze. This is. Recognition struck him instantly. An ultra wormhole. Tapu Koko's voice echoed within his mind, heavy and emotionless. The source of calamity. The passage that brings ultra beasts from their native reality into this world. It continued calmly. When spatial currents collide under extremely rare conditions, the boundary between neighboring worlds can rupture. What you see here is one such rupture, a stable passage formed by coincidence. Kale stared at the swirling white vortex, unease settling deep in his gut. From everything he knew, ultra beasts were not apex predators in their own realm. They were merely common life forms adapted to a harsher reality. If he were dragged through that vortex, death would be inevitable. Relax, Tapu Koko said quietly. As long as you do not step directly into it, the spatial current will not pull you in. Kale still took several cautious steps back. Curiosity did not outweigh survival. One day, when he was stronger, he might explore that other world. But not now. Tapu Koko paid no attention to his caution. It stared at the ultra wormhole, its dimmed eyes reflecting the swirling white light. After a moment, it spoke again. When I first realized I had been infected by the Nightmare Seed, I intended to sleep. To slow the corruption. Its voice grew lower. But something intervened. Just before I could enter hibernation, the ultra wormholes appeared. Not one. but more than a dozen. Scattered across the ruins of the city. They emerged without warning. And with them came ultra beasts more than had appeared in the previous decades combined. Tapu Koko paused. At that time, I could have ignored everything. I could have allowed them to devour life and destroy the land while I sealed myself away. But I did not. There was something fierce beneath the exhaustion in its voice. Centuries of watching over this place bound me to it. I could not abandon even the smallest life. Not the weakest Magikarp in a stream. Not a single blade of grass growing in the cracks. They were under my protection. Its gaze hardened. So I chose. It lifted its head slightly. To fight. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 229. Away. Tapu Koko was revered by the people of Alola as an island guardian not only because of its overwhelming power as a legendary Pokémon, but also because of the moral force bound to its nature. Fierce and volatile like a storm, yes. But when Pokémon or humans faced mortal danger, it was almost always the first to appear. When the Age of Darkness arrived and the Nightmare Seed began spreading through the world, Tapu Koko understood the risk clearly. If it did not enter dormancy, the corruption would eventually erode its mind. It would lose itself. Become nothing more than a puppet driven by malice. Yet for the land beneath its feet, etched with centuries of memory, Tapu Koko abandoned the thought of sleep entirely. Wrapped in blazing lightning, it stood alone as a living spear, blocking the advance of the Ultra Beasts. It fought. Alone. At the cost of most of its remaining power and wounds so severe they bordered on fatal, it either drove the invaders back into Ultra space or destroyed them outright. And even then, it still did not sleep. The Ultra Beasts may have retreated under the threat of their strength, but the Ultra Wormholes scattered throughout the ruins remained. And those were not threats that could be destroyed by force. The only way to close a passage to Ultra space was time itself. Given enough years, the spatial structure would destabilize and collapse naturally as reality repaired itself. In the era before the Nightmare Seed, this was a trivial solution. For legendary Pokémon with near-endless lifespans, waiting centuries was insignificant. But after infection, every second spent awake in the world accelerated the descent toward irreversible collapse. Waiting for the Ultra Wormholes to fade naturally meant gambling against total corruption. Yet Tapu Koko hesitated for not even a moment. It chose to become what the title truly demanded. A guardian. 10 years. 50 years. 100 years. The once thriving metropolis was ground down by time into a silent graveyard of concrete and sand. The vibrant ecosystems that once flourished became nothing but barren earth. Only one thing remained unchanged. Tapu Koko. Standing alone in sandstorms and frozen winds, unmoving like a divine statue, watching over the ruins. Wave after wave of Ultra Beasts fell beneath its lightning. And one by one, the Ultra Wormholes collapsed. Until now. By the time Kale arrived, the vast city held only a single remaining passage. The calm, steady narration echoed through Kale's mind, as if recounting nothing more than ordinary history. Yet as he stared at the slender, exhausted figure before him, his head lowered unconsciously. He said nothing for a long time. What filled his chest was not fear, but awe. To stand alone for centuries, clinging to a fragile hope, guarding dead land against endless disaster. Such resolve could not be measured in words. Kale knew himself well enough to admit the truth. If their roles were reversed, he could not have done this. The voice faded. The ruined shopping complex returned to its oppressive silence. Only the low hum of the Ultra Wormhole remained, white light spiraling endlessly in the darkened plaza. Seeing Tapu Koko standing motionless, seemingly lost in memory, Kale hesitated before speaking. Carefully, he asked, trying to lighten the heavy stillness. This last Ultra Wormhole, it should collapse soon, shouldn't it? After all this time. Silence. Tapu Koko did not answer immediately. Its gaze remained fixed on the rotating vortex, murky eyes reflecting the harsh white glow. After a long pause, a hoarse voice finally echoed in Kale's mind. No. It will not. Kale's head snapped up as he took an instinctive step forward. How is that possible? You said Ultra Wormholes collapse naturally over time. Under normal conditions, yes, Tapu Koko replied. It raised a blackened claw and slowly traced the edge of the spiraling light. But this one is different. Prolonged connection between two worlds has caused a stable spatial backflow to form inside this passage. The structure has reinforced itself. Time is no longer a limiting factor. Kale's breath caught. Then, does that mean this Ultra Wormhole will never disappear? The implications were horrifying. A permanent Ultra Wormhole was not merely dangerous. It was apocalyptic. The threat was not the passage itself but what it represented. Ultra beasts that required legendary Pokémon to barely repel here were merely common organisms in their own realm. If such creatures discovered a permanent gateway, the Pokémon world would not survive. Compared to that, even the Nightmare Seed was a slower death. At least remnants of life still endured. A full-scale Ultra Beast invasion would leave nothing but corpses. A world already half-dead would become truly lifeless. As Kale's thoughts spiraled toward despair, Tapu Koko's voice rose again. Calm. Measured. And tinged with something like sorrow. There is a way. The words echoed softly through Kale's mind. And for the first time, hope trembled in the darkness. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 230. Vigil. Tapu Koko sensed the shift in Kale's breathing. What is it? Kale asked carefully, already aware that something was hidden beneath Tapu Koko's calm words. Myself. Tapu Koko turned fully to face him. Its sharp, obsidian claw lifted and pressed lightly against its own chest. Hundreds of years ago, during the first great outbreak of Ultra Beasts, Tapu Koko had burned through an enormous portion of its fundamental life force to repel the invasion and protect its homeland. That loss should not have been permanent. Under normal circumstances, a legendary Pokémon could recover such damage through extended hibernation. But Tapu Koko never had that luxury. Guarding more than a dozen Ultra wormholes scattered across the ruined city left no opportunity for rest. New incursions appeared without warning. And all the while, the Nightmare Seed continued to burrow deeper into its consciousness. Each battle, each year of wakefulness, shaved away more of its core. Until now. After centuries of solitary vigilance, Tapu Koko had reached the end of what even a guardian deity could endure. The fact that it still lived. That it still retained consciousness under constant corruption. That it had even managed to drive Guzzlord away. Was not the result of remaining strength. It was willpower. Nothing more than a single breath stubbornly held. Compared to its prime, Tapu Koko's current strength was a shadow. In the past, an ultra beast like Guzzlord would have been erased instantly by its lightning. Now, it could only rely on accumulated authority and intimidation to keep such threats confined within the ruins. Ultra wormholes were not new phenomena. Even in ancient eras before human civilization, such spatial ruptures had appeared from time to time. Most collapsed naturally. A rare few stabilized. And for those rare cases, countermeasures had been passed down among legendary Pokémon through generations. Tapu Koko had inherited that knowledge. As a guardian not particularly gifted in spatial manipulation, the only way for it to close a stabilized ultra wormhole was to burn away a portion of its own origin essence. For a healthy Tapu Koko, that cost would have been manageable. Years of rest would restore the loss. But for the Tapu Koko standing here now, it was a death sentence. In other words, to seal the final ultra wormhole, it would have to give up its life. No, Kale said quickly, shaking his head in panic. There has to be another way. Don't. He couldn't finish the sentence. They had only met today. And yet, in that short time, Tapu Koko's selflessness, restraint, and quiet devotion had carved a deep impression into Kale's heart. A guardian who had endured centuries of solitude, standing watch like a monk of thunder, protecting a dead land. And this same guardian had saved Kale's life. No matter how he looked at it, Tapu Koko did not deserve this end. Ha! Tapu Koko chuckled softly at Kale's distress. There was relief in that sound. Then it raised its head slightly, allowing Kale to see its eyes clearly. Those eyes were no longer blue. They were completely submerged in murky darkness. Do you see it? The roots of the Nightmare Seed have already reached the deepest layer of my mental domain. Even my origin has been tainted. I do not have much time left. Kale froze. Tapu Koko continued, its voice steady but tired. Rather than losing myself one day and becoming a creature that devours fresh blood without reason, it is better to end things now. To let my essence disperse and collapse the ultra wormhole completely. I am very tired. Even the strongest will erode eventually. Centuries of corruption. Endless invasions. Unbroken vigilance. For this lone guardian, self-sacrifice was not only a duty. It was release. A way to preserve dignity. A way to end its watch on its own terms. Kale stood there, speechless. His mouth opened, but no words came. Tapu Koko lowered its claw and looked at him quietly, a faint smile touching its expression. Are you not curious? It asked gently. Why I have told you all of this? Kale hesitated. Then nodded. In the end, he was just a Pokémon Tapu Koko had rescued by chance. Even if he was somewhat unusual, even if his foundation was solid. In strength, experience, and status, he was nowhere close to a guardian deity. So why him? Why bring him here? Why entrust him with this truth? Was it simply a need to speak? In part. Yes. Before the nightmare seed spread, this city had already been largely abandoned by humans. Tapu Koko could only occasionally speak with environmental wardens or the few Pokémon resilient enough to survive here. After the nightmare seed's arrival, even that vanished. Humans disappeared. Pokémon became mindless thralls. The ruins of city became a true dead zone. Kale, dragged here by an accident of fate, was the first outsider in centuries. Even for someone as aloof as Tapu Koko, the desire to speak to be heard was unavoidable. But that was only part of the reason. The deeper reason. Why Tapu Koko trusted him. Why it spoke as if delivering final words. Came from something far more subtle. A premonition. Something felt in the depths of its fading consciousness. Something that told it. This strange Pokémon before it mattered. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 231. Death. Tapu Koko, the guardian of the island of Alola, had lived for centuries. Such an immense lifespan, paired with its status as a legendary Pokémon, granted it terrifying depth in one particular domain. Not the body. Not raw energy. But the mind. Though its physical growth and energy reserves had long since plateaued, its mental domain had expanded without limit. Had it not been constrained by its elemental nature, unable to wield psychic-type abilities, it could have easily been mistaken for a half-psychic legendary. Even a Pokémon as minor as Grumpig had managed, in the moment before death, to glimpse the abnormalities buried within Kale's fate through a sudden surge of clarity and mental power. Tapu Koko had seen far more. The moment it noticed Kale, it sensed something deeply unsettling. His destiny did not lie cleanly on the world's board. It was faint. Ashen. As if it could vanish at any moment. And yet, it carried an inexplicable sense of permanence. An anomaly. A variable. An existence that did not belong to the established order. That intuition told Tapu Koko something important. This strange, off-colored Mashoki might be the key to saving a world already collapsing into darkness. That realization reignited the last spark of hope within Tapu Koko's fading consciousness. And it solidified its resolve. To stake everything on something so intangible. Kale asked, stunned. On a feeling you can't even explain. Tapu Koko nodded calmly. For a legendary Pokémon already at the brink of collapse, its body ruined, its energy nearly exhausted, and its mind eroding under corruption, rational certainty had lost all meaning. All that remained was instinct. There isn't much time left, Tapu Koko said, cutting off further protest. The lightning that had used to drive away Guzzlord had already drained the last of its remaining reserves. Saving Kale had pushed it closer to the edge than ever before. Its time was nearly gone. One reason it had brought Kale here was to reveal the truth of this world's crisis. The other. It was to accelerate his growth. In Tapu Koko's view, every step Kale climbed reduced the odds of total annihilation. A sharp hum rose through the empty plaza. Brilliant white light burst from Tapu Koko's body. But this was not the glow of evolution. Evolution refined life from the outside in. This light was the opposite. It erupted from within, the radiance of a structure collapsing at its most fundamental level. Like a meteor disintegrating in the atmosphere, countless fragments of white brilliance scattered outward, rushing toward the ultra wormhole behind it. Tapu Koko raised one trembling claw toward Kale. Its voice was faint, as though it might dissolve before the sentence ended. Promise me. If you can. Save this world. Kale's body jolted. For a moment, he seemed frozen. Then he lifted his head and met Tapu Koko's eyes directly. There was no hesitation. No bravado. Only sincerity. I promise. The instant the words left his mouth, thunder roared. A bolt so powerful it felt capable of tearing the earth apart detonated through the ruins. Pure white lightning erupted from Tapu Koko's body. The golden storm that once defined it was gone, replaced by crystal-clear brilliance born from its very origin. That final surge crossed the distance instantly and poured into Kale's body. This was not an attack. It was a gift. The last legacy of a guardian who had stood alone for centuries. For the first time since the light began to consume it, Tapu Koko smiled. Warmly. Peacefully. Kale's answer, no more than a spoken promise, was enough. The weight it had carried for hundreds of years was finally lifted. Tapu Koko looked away from Kale and toward the sky. As if its gaze could pierce the ceiling. The sandstorms. The clouds. As if it could see the vast, clear blue above the world it had protected. Heh. A final breath. A sound filled with nostalgia and release. Tapu Koko's form dissolved completely into light, merging with the ultra wormhole until both vanished together. Silence returned to the building. The spiraling white passage was gone. And so was the lone guardian who had watched over this dead land for centuries. All that remained in the plaza was Kale. Electric arcs still wrapped around his muscular frame as the final traces of Tapu Koko's essence flowed into him, reshaping his growth in ways not yet visible. Time passed slowly. Eventually, the sharp crackle of lightning faded. Kale stood motionless on the cold floor, head bowed. The changes within his body barely registered. They did not matter. In the span of half a day, he had come to regard Tapu Koko as something far greater than a legendary Pokémon. A protector. An elder. Someone worthy of trust. And just as he had begun to believe he could learn from that presence, it was gone. The guardian of a ruined homeland had offered up its broken life, pouring hope into a world drowning in darkness. The act may have seemed small in the face of such a vast catastrophe. But it was brave. And it was enough to light the first spark. Grief settled heavily in Kale's chest. His crimson eyes dimmed as he stood there in silence, paying tribute in his own way to the fallen guardian. Not with words, but with resolve. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 232. The Path. The promise Kale made to Tapu Koko had not been spoken in a rush of emotion. Before answering, he had already thought it through. For a long time, Kale had defined his role in every Pokémon world as that of a traveler. An observer. With the system's reincarnation mechanics, that stance had once seemed perfectly reasonable. Watch. Experience. Move on. But as his strength grew, so did the contradictions. Kale began to realize that even the smallest action taken by someone like him could trigger a chain reaction large enough to affect an entire world. A butterfly effect. And that clashed violently with the idea of being a detached observer. The contradiction gnawed at him. So he once considered two possible paths. The first was restraint. To strictly limit his actions, to behave exactly like an outsider passing through. Minimal involvement. Minimal emotional investment. The advantage was stability. Cold clarity. Every action would revolve around a single core objective, points. That approach maximized efficiency and ensured optimal rewards when a reincarnation ended and he returned to the system space. For a time, near the later stages of his life as an Ampharos, that was exactly how he lived. But as experiences accumulated, people he met, moments he witnessed, he began to feel less like a living being and more like a machine. A machine that existed solely to harvest points. At one point, Kale genuinely feared that if he continued down that road, he would eventually lose the ability to feel anything at all. So he considered the second path. Ignore points entirely. Act freely. Follow his heart. This approach let him truly experience the worlds he passed through, without constantly calculating value and efficiency. But freedom did not guarantee good outcomes. In this life, after reincarnating as a matchup, Kale had largely followed that philosophy early on. Thanks to the powerful items and advantages he had earned in a previous life, along with several extraordinary encounters, he had built a foundation far stronger than most Pokémon of his level. Yet with that freedom came anxiety. If he continued acting purely on impulse, what would happen when the reincarnation ended? The system's evaluation criteria were opaque. He had no idea where the thresholds truly lay. But one thing was certain. If he relied forever on past advantages and made no meaningful contributions, the final point tally would be humiliating. And a shortage of points did not affect just one life. It created a cascade. Weak starts. Limited options. Several future reincarnations are trapped in mediocrity. Spiritual growth mattered, but without points, even survival could become uncertain. This life itself was proof. Without the legendary grade equipment and potential enhancing items he had purchased earlier, Kale would have died long ago. Maybe from failing to stabilize ghost-type energy due to insufficient potential. Maybe torn apart by enemies in the underground base. There would have been no later journey. No encounters in Ignis City. No chance to stand where he stood now. Points were not everything. But they were indispensable. And so, after proving that both extremes were flawed, Kale finally reached a conclusion here, in the ruins of this city. A third path. Participation. Like a role-playing game from his past life. He would immerse himself in the world, take part in its stories, care about its people, but never forget that he was also a player. Detached, but not indifferent. Engaged, but not blind. He would act according to his heart, while still planning his growth and point acquisition. Enjoy the journey. Accept responsibility when necessary and gain rewards worthy of the risks he chose to take. The rules of this path were not sharply defined. They were flexible. blurred. But Kale trusted one thing. Practice would refine it. As long as he continued moving forward, this approach would evolve naturally until his actions no longer felt forced or conflicted. Seen in that light, his promise to save the world was not reckless. Yes, part of it came from being moved by Tapu Koko's unwavering resolve. But it was also the first real test of this new path. The old Kale acting purely on emotion might have agreed in the moment, only to waver later. After all, in his human life, he had always avoided heavy responsibility. He preferred wandering freely, as a lone drifter unburdened but unaccountable. Now, however, with his principles taking shape, and under the influence of Tapu Koko's sacrifice, Kale had truly accepted the weight. Not as a savior chosen by destiny, but as someone willing to try. To do what he could. As far as he could go. A balance of reason and emotion is intertwined perfectly. He felt no regret. Only anticipation. At last, Kale had glimpsed a road that could guide him through countless future worlds. To find one's direction by the third reincarnation was rare even across the multiverse. Kale let out a long breath. Though his path was now clear, the sorrow left behind by Tapu Koko's passing still weighed heavily on his heart. He steadied his mind, calming the turbulent inner sea. There was no point in drowning in grief. Life moved forward. And his journey had only just begun. To stagnate because of loss was the choice of the weak. With that thought, Kale finally turned inward. And began examining the changes left behind by the Guardian's final gift. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 233. Change. Inside the vast, silent ruin, Kale stood motionless. The towering building around him lay drowned in darkness, and his dark purple skin blended almost seamlessly with the shadows, forming a natural camouflage. The grief in his heart had already been sealed away. What replaced it now was confusion. As a fighting-type Pokémon, Kale's combat style relied almost entirely on physical dominance. Power. Precision. Direct force. Because of that, his familiarity with his own body bordered on obsessive. To exaggerate only slightly. If even a single internal pathway suffered damage, he could sense it instantly through the faintest disruption in blood flow and correct it through controlled circulation and muscle adjustment. Yet now, after receiving the final gift left behind by Tapu Koko, he could not find a single change. Not in strength. Not in endurance. Not in energy flow. Nothing. That made no sense. This shouldn't be possible, Kale muttered. Tapu Koko had lived for centuries. Even the faintest fragment of a legendary guardian's origin energy should have caused a noticeable transformation. The complete absence of any detectable change was deeply unsettling. There's no way it was that simple. Kale's brow furrowed. He remembered clearly. Before dissolving into white radiance to seal the ultra wormhole, Tapu Koko had unleashed a final bolt of lightning straight into his body. He had felt it. A warm yet violent surge that rushed into his bloodstream and coiled deep within his core. Hallucination was not an option. So why is there nothing? The question lingered. Until a thought struck him. The system. Kale's eyes narrowed slightly. If the change wasn't physical, then perhaps it wasn't meant to be sensed directly. Focusing his attention on the faint, translucent Pokeball icon hovering at the edge of his vision. Ding. A clear chime echoed as the system interface unfolded before him. He ignored the message feed and went straight to the core display. Species, Mashoki. Level, 45, 47,100 EXP. Ability, Steadfast. Moves. Low Kick, Leer, Focus Energy, Confuse Ray, Payback, Spite, Low Sweep, Knock Off, Scary Face, Vital Throw, Phantom Force, Shadow Punch, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Aura Sphere, Superpower, Dual Chop, Bulk Up, Shadow Ball, Nightshade. Equipment, Terrakian's Shatter Shoulder Plate. Zamazenta's Heart. Kale scanned the panel carefully. Species. Unchanged. That was expected. Even a legendary guardian could not forcibly alter a Pokémon's species. That was the domain of beings on Arceus level. Still 45. The accumulated experience lined up correctly, including what he had gained from Nightmare Pokémon and the brief clash with Guzzlord. So Tapu Koko's gift had not translated into raw experience. A small disappointment surfaced. For Kale, system levels were still the fastest way to convert potential into immediate combat power. With his foundation already secure, a level increase would have been a massive boost. But reality was reality. Next. Moves. His gaze swept through the long list. No additions. No alterations. Exactly the same set he had possessed after evolving. Kale's expression darkened slightly. He was certain something had changed. But whatever it was, it lay outside his immediate perception. That uncertainty gnawed at him. He had always demanded absolute control over his body. Even a negative change was acceptable, as long as it was known. This vague, hidden alteration felt intolerable. Suppressing the rising irritation, Kale scanned the remaining sections, preparing to perform a full internal diagnostic afterward. Then, his hand froze mid-gesture. Huh. His crimson eyes locked onto the equipment section. At first glance, nothing was wrong. The same 2 legendary artifacts remained equipped. But one detail, a crucial detail, was different. Zamazenta's heart. The parentheses were gone. It no longer read Zamazenta's heart, fragmented. The system was many things, but sloppy was not one of them. Item suffixes never vanished without cause. That meant only one thing. Something fundamental had changed. Kale's breathing slowed as excitement flickered in his eyes. Don't tell me. Focusing his attention on the item name, he selected it. With a soft pulse, the detailed panel expanded. Item, Zamazenta's heart. Effect, hero of many battles, all incoming attacks that deal no more than 25 HP are reduced by 50 damage. When HP falls below 30%, damage reduction increases to 75. Effect, Shielded King. During battle, generates a special energy resource, shield value. When shield value reaches 100, unlocks the Shielded King state. Description. A priceless relic of the legendary Pokémon Zamazenta. Under the influence of a unique external energy, its fragmented core has been restored, allowing it to display its true power. Just as I thought. The tension in Kale's body finally released. A smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. So that was it. Tapu Koko's final gift had not strengthened Kale directly. Instead, it had completed something that should never have been possible. A fragment of a legendary core, restored through the sacrifice of another legendary guardian. This was not a temporary boost. It was permanent. And far more valuable than a simple level increase. Kale closed the system panel slowly. In the quiet darkness of the ruined building, his crimson eyes gleamed faintly. Tapu Koko's legacy had not vanished. It had become part of his path. And now, that path was beginning to reveal its shape. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 234, 234. Incoming threat. So much for things going smoothly. The ancient source energy accumulated by Tapu Koko over countless centuries did not act on Kale's body, nor did it strengthen his mind. Instead, it slipped in silently, bypassing both flesh and thought, and sank straight into the deepest layer of his soul. There, the system refined and converted it into the form of power that would grant him the greatest immediate combat boost. The result was absolute. The Zamazenta's heart was fully restored. The moment the word incomplete was erased by divine source energy, the equipment in Kale's possession crossed a fundamental threshold. What had once been nothing more than a passive item finally evolved into an active artifact. The abilities that had been sealed due to structural damage were now fully unveiled before him. Shield Gauge, unlocked. Shield King Form, unlocked. When Kale originally selected this item from the system shop, his attention had been focused almost entirely on its passive damage mitigation effect. As for its secondary transformation type active ability, he had barely spared it a thought. Now, it was clear that he had severely underestimated it. What Kale did not know was that Zamazenta, as a legendary Pokémon of the Galar region, held a status bordering on reverence. Its legend was woven into epic myths and ancient songs, passed down through generations. Even among legendary Pokémon across the entire world, Zamazenta's raw combat power ranked near the very top. Though the anime never fully explored its limits, the numbers alone spoke volumes. In its 2 forms, its base stats reached an astounding 670 and 720 respectively. For comparison, even Groudon, before undergoing primal reversion, capped at 670. While Zamazenta might not govern natural forces directly, its sheer strength placed it firmly at the apex of the legendary hierarchy. That status, combined with the symbolism of a heart as the core of life itself, made the Zamazenta's heart an artifact with terrifying amplification potential. Kale simply lacked the experience to fully grasp this. Once he traveled through more worlds and became familiar with the system shop's upper tiers, he would understand just how absurdly rare and powerful this item truly was. Even in a damaged state, its bonuses surpassed those of most standard equipment. In fact, had the item not been incomplete when he redeemed it, even pooling all his points together at the time would not have been enough to afford it. With the Shield King form fully restored, the item's value would easily triple or quadruple. What was once an almost tragic imperfection had now been perfectly resolved, all thanks to Tapu Koko's source energy. Ha! Kale snapped his right fist through the air. Dense, rock-solid muscle unleashed explosive force, shattering the air barrier in an instant and producing a low, thunderous boom. As he swung, he caught sight of something in the upper corner of his vision. A faint, hazy energy bar. Dull crimson in color, as though embers smoldered within it. With a thought, Kale immediately realized what it was. The shield gauge. Under normal circumstances, a newly unlocked gauge would have started empty. Instead, nourished by Tapu Koko's divine energy, it was already filled to its maximum. Kale had a strong feeling that if he simply focused on it and activated it with a single mental command, the legendary Shield King form would reveal itself. Naturally, he had no intention of doing something that reckless. This was not an ability to test casually. Instinct told him that once activated, his combat power would skyrocket to an absurd level. This was a true trump card. The restoration of the Zamazenta's heart was largely a coincidence. The system's conversion was only one part of it. The real key was Tapu Koko's accumulated divine essence. Energy refined over centuries by a guardian deity carried an adaptive intelligence of its own. When infused into a host, it instinctively reinforced what was most needed. If potential was lacking, it forced the ceiling higher. If physical strength was insufficient, it reinforced the body. And when it encountered someone like Kale, whose foundation was already rock solid, it selected the single most compatible enhancement. By pure chance, that intelligence resonated perfectly with the system bound to Kale's soul. The result was the complete restoration of the Zamazenta's heart. The conditions required for such an outcome were so extreme that the probability bordered on impossible. Kale stumbling into it was nothing short of outrageous luck. Still, had Tapu Koko's final gamble truly ended here? Of course not. The equipment restoration was only the tip of the iceberg. The changes that would truly accelerate Kale's growth would reveal themselves over time. At present, he knew nothing of that. The restoration alone was enough to leave him grinning like an idiot for hours. Cold air brushed against his skin, and the dim environment felt oddly comfortable to someone with ghost-type traits. Still, lingering here was not an option. He had made a promise. And whether it was for that burning sense of resolve or the massive rewards waiting at the end, Kale needed to take his first real step toward saving this world. Using his enhanced night vision, Kale searched for an exit from the ruined mall while planning his next move. First things first. This urban wasteland had to be abandoned. The land was barren, resources were scarce, and there was no long-term growth potential to speak of. More importantly, Guzzlord was still here. And that alone made the decision easy. There was an old saying back in his previous life. Don't stand under a collapsing wall. Guzzlord was far beyond what he could handle right now. One day, when he was strong enough, Kale would come back and settle that score. But not today. Roar. A greed-soaked, violent roar suddenly exploded beside his ears. Kale's pupils shrank. Damn it. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 235. Gluttony. Centuries of guardianship had finally pushed Tapu Koko to the brink. Infected by the nightmare seed, its life force had long since burned down to embers. Its body grew weaker with every passing year. Yet at the same time, those same centuries had forged their legacy into something terrifying. Wave after wave of ultra beasts had been repelled by its thunder. So many, in fact, that even within ultra space, the fear of Tapu Koko's lightning had spread far and wide. For a very long time, ultra beasts deliberately avoided the ultra wormholes leading toward the city. They knew. On the other side of those wormholes waited an opponent whose strength bordered on the absurd. Of course, no matter the world or dimension, there was always a certain type of creature. The reckless kind. The one that never listened. The Guzzlord that now lurked within city was precisely that sort of anomaly. When its kin had warned it away, it had ignored them completely, charging headfirst toward a wormhole others avoided like a death sentence. In a cruel twist of fate, that recklessness saved it. Because under the pressure of Tapu Koko's overwhelming deterrence, ultra beast incursions had become rare. By the time Guzzlord slipped through, Tapu Koko's internal energy was already nearing exhaustion. For the first time in centuries, its vigilance slipped. Guzzlord crossed over undetected, and Tapu Koko missed the brief window when the ultra beast was at its weakest. By the time the guardian deity realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Guzzlord devoured entire sections of the surrounding ruins. Steel, concrete, sand, debris, all vanished into its abyssal maw. With its black hole-like digestive system, it rapidly replenished its strength and survived the vulnerable adaptation phase. At that point, Tapu Koko's body had deteriorated too far. Defeating it was no longer possible. Killing it was out of the question. All Tapu Koko could do was rely on the fear it had cultivated over centuries, combined with what little thunderous power it still possessed, to restrict Guzzlord's movements. The Ultra Beast was effectively imprisoned within the ruins of City, unable to roam freely and consume the outside world. And because Guzzlord had been infected by the nightmare seed the moment it entered the Pokémon world, its mind had steadily degraded. Its thoughts grew dull. Its instincts blurred. It never realized that the being suppressing it was nothing more than a bluff held together by reputation. So it stayed. Until now. When Tapu Koko sacrificed itself to seal the Ultra Wormhole, the energy fluctuations it released were impossible to hide within a ruin that had been dead for centuries. Guzzlord noticed immediately. And then it realized something far more important. That lightning aura it feared was gone. Tapu Koko was dead. With its final restraint erased, the nightmare seed corrupted Guzzlord plunged into absolute madness. Cold steel. Cracked concrete. Dry sand and broken stone. Everything was devoured. And then, carried on the air, came something else. Fresh flesh. A scent so intoxicating that foul saliva flooded its jaws. Without thinking, Guzzlord followed the trail, swallowing everything in its path. At the same time, Kale was still drowning in the grief of Tapu Koko's death, lost in thought as he planned his future path. By the time he sensed that something was wrong, it was already too late. Roar. The savage roar tore through the air, shockwaves rippling outward. Walls that had withstood centuries of erosion began to tremble as though struck by an earthquake. Dust and powdered concrete rained down, filling the air. A single beam of blinding light cut through a crack in the wall. Then another. Then another. Boom. The reinforced concrete wall collapsed entirely. Before it could even hit the ground, an overwhelming suction force erupted from behind it, grinding the rubble into fine dust and dragging it straight into a massive mouth lined with black and yellow fangs. A pitch-black, serpent-like tongue thrashed violently through the air. Bright blue pupils locked onto Kale with unrestrained greed and brutality. This is bad. Panic surged through Kale's chest. Why is it already here? He had been thinking about how to avoid Guzzlord and escape the ruins. And now it stood right in front of him. What do I do? Their previous encounter had already proven one thing. Right now, Kale stood no chance against Guzzlord. Run. Before he could even move, a massive column of black light slammed down around him. Escape vanished instantly. Within the darkness, hundreds of crimson eyes blinked open. Mean look. With Tapu Koko gone, Guzzlord had no intention of letting its prey escape. The moment it spotted Kale, it used the move designed specifically to prevent retreat and force combat. Damn it. Kale clenched his teeth, crimson pupils blazing as he stared down the rampaging colossus. Fury burned in his eyes. But inside, his mind was ice cold. He knew that losing his composure now meant only one outcome. Death. His thoughts raced. Strategies surfaced and collapsed in rapid succession. No, that won't work either. Against such overwhelming power, even the most meticulous plans felt meaningless. Whoosh. Before Kale could settle on anything, Guzzlord's attack was already upon him. The air detonated with a tortured scream. A massive, spike-covered tongue lashed out at blinding speed. Pure instinct took over. Kale twisted and leapt sideways. Crack. The concrete floor split apart, debris exploding outward as a crater formed. Before Kale could even breathe, a second tongue snapped toward him. Whoosh. Whoosh. The twin tongues blurred through the air, raining down a relentless barrage. Guzzlord's mind was consumed by hunger so intense that even the nightmare seed's influence was temporarily drowned out. No games. No torment. No delay. It wanted only one thing. To swallow the fresh, living prey standing before it. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 236. Sun, Moon, and Void. Guzzlord's relentless, storm-like assault left Kale no time to think. He moved purely on instinct, scrambling between the massive, spike-covered tongues as they lashed down around him. Thin arcs of blood sprayed into the air again and again, carved from his dark violet skin by the jagged barbs lining those writhing appendages. In barely over a minute, Kale's body was already riddled with countless shallow wounds. None were immediately fatal. But the problem lay deeper. The corrosive toxins carried by Guzzlord's body were seeping through the open cuts, spreading rapidly through Kale's bloodstream. He could feel it clearly. His nerves were going numb. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before his movements slowed. One mistake would be all it took for Guzzlord to seize him and crush him into a shapeless mass of flesh. This won't work. Kale bit down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain cut through the creeping paralysis, keeping his mind barely clear despite the spreading neurotoxin. He had just made a promise to Tapu Koko. He refused to die here. He had to live. Yet no matter how he searched, he could not see a way out. Breaking through with chained skills. Impossible. Hoping for someone else to save him. Delusional. Kale scoured his mind for any option that might let him escape with his life. Nothing surfaced. As the poison stiffened his body further, a faint trace of despair crept into his eyes. Then. A spark. Something clicked. Kale's movement stuttered mid-dodge. Wait. I almost forgot. Just moments ago, after receiving Tapu Koko's final gift, Kale had confirmed that the Zamazenta's heart had been fully restored. Along with it came an active ability. Shield King form. But against something like Guzzlord, an ultra beast with power rivaling legendary Pokémon, would it really work? Kale doubted it. But doubt no longer mattered. Like a drowning man clutching the last piece of floating debris, even the faintest hope was worth gambling everything on. His consciousness shifted. The shield gauge appeared before his eyes. The pale crimson energy within it flickered like spectral flame, filled completely to the brim, so saturated it felt ready to overflow at any moment. Kale locked his focus onto the fully charged bar. And roared inwardly. Shield King form. Activate. Reawa. A thunderous roar erupted from nowhere, as though bellowed from the depths of the void itself. It carried with it boundless savagery and ancient authority. Violent air currents surged outward, rolling across the darkened ruins like a crashing tide. Dust and debris were torn from the ground and hurled skyward. A deep, metallic rumble followed the roar, growing steadily louder, echoing through the cold air like massive plates of steel grinding together. It was deafening. Yet within that overwhelming noise was a strange solemnity. Almost sacred. As though standing inside a grand cathedral forged of iron and will. A pressure rooted deep within blood and instinct spread outward. The moment the roar sounded, Guzzlord's whipping tongues froze mid-strike. They trembled. And then stopped. The dark violet figure that had been Kale vanished entirely. In its place. Blinding light. Crimson gold spectral flames intertwined with cold, radiant steel, pulsing in rhythm with something vast and distant, as though answering a call from beyond reality itself. Valor. Ferocity. Resolve. Unyielding will. Emotions that should not coexist wove together like interlocking threads, radiating outward with the surging light. Click. Whir. Clang. The precise sounds of shifting metal echoed from within the radiance. Something intricate was assembling. Strange, luminous glyphs shimmered into existence around the forming shape, their symbols alien yet resonant, orbiting the light in slow, deliberate motion. The Zamazenta's heart. Among the countless items flooding the system shop, it stood unchallenged at the very peak. Was it because of its 50% damage negation? No. Even such an absurd defensive effect alone was not enough to claim the summit. What truly elevated it above all else was its second attribute. Shield King. To wield the power of a legendary Pokémon in a mortal body. To shatter the invisible boundary separating the ordinary from the transcendent. A level of power that countless beings across the multiverse would never touch in their entire existence. And once the shield gauge was filled, that power answered the call, transcending time and descending directly upon flesh and bone. This was a shortcut. A direct path toward the distant realm of divinity. Bathed in that blinding radiance, Guzzlord did not move. A suffocating scent of blood and war flooded the space, making even an ultra beast recoil, as though standing on an ancient battlefield soaked in carnage. The primal aura stirred something buried deep within Guzzlord's genetic memory. An instinctual terror older than reason. Unrelenting battle intent. Indomitable resolve. An ironclad will that crushed down upon it from all sides. Even the nightmare seed's whispers and the ravenous hunger flooding its mind were forcibly suppressed. The crimson-white brilliance before it was unfamiliar. Yet the overwhelming majesty carried within that light compelled submission. In that moment, Guzzlord recalled legends whispered even within ultra space. 3 figures are spoken of as myths. Sunday moon. Void. Blazing hunger that devoured the sun. Cold radiance that called down the moon. And the final presence. The black prism that brought annihilation between dusk and dawn. Tremble. Tremble. The devouring lord. A being capable of reducing worlds to nothingness. Now shook in fear beneath the radiance before it. For the first time since its birth, a suffocating shadow of death wrapped around its massive form. As though the next instant, it would be erased entirely. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 237, 237. Kale vs. Guzzlord. Heat. Kale's vision was swallowed by blinding white light as overwhelming heat surged outward from his chest. HNG. His teeth clenched tight, a hoarse cry forced from his throat as searing pain exploded across his body. Every nerve screamed. His blood felt like it was boiling, his entire frame on the verge of ignition. Within his mental space, the battle instinct unique to fighting-type Pokémon ignited like dry powder meeting flame, erupting into uncontrollable fury that flooded Kale's consciousness. Somewhere beyond perception, he seemed to hear a vast, ancient roar echoing from the void. The bloodlust of primordial battlefields surged through him. Cold steel began to form across his dark violet body. The contrast was brutal. Scalding heat met glacial metal as armor assembled piece by piece, the chill cutting sharply against his burning skin. Clang. 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 Inside his mind, the system's crisp notification chimes rang out in rapid succession. The status panel was forcibly deployed before his eyes. But Kale had no attention to spare for it. Pain and heat blurred his awareness, and without the unseen force anchoring his mental space, he would have already collapsed into unconsciousness. As the Zamazenta's heart entered Shield King form, pure fighting-type energy poured in from beyond reality itself. It did not merely flood his body. It sank into his soul. The system processed that refined energy through methods Kale could not comprehend, converting it into sustenance perfectly attuned to him. On the system panel, his level indicator began to change. The clear number 45 wavered. Then, as if erased by an invisible hand, the 4 vanished. In its place appeared a 7, wrapped in a faint crimson flame-like afterimage. Level 75. Under the effect of the Zamazenta's heart, Kale's level had been forcibly elevated to an absurd height. One of the artifact's core effects was simple and terrifying. It temporarily raised the wielder to an entirely higher tier of power based on their existing strength. The lower the original level, the sturdier the foundation, the greater the amplification. Kale, not yet level 50, yet tempered by repeated life and death trials, met those conditions perfectly. The result was a staggering 30-level surge. As the transformation neared completion, the thunderous rumbling in the air began to subside. The metallic clashes grew sparse. The crimson spectral flames and brilliant white radiance started to draw inward. The figure hidden within the light slowly emerged. Aya! Kale roared as the immense energy swelling inside him pushed dangerously close to his physical limits. He did not know what state he was in. Only that if the power continued to expand, his body would tear itself apart. At the final moment, just before collapse, the energy stopped. The blinding light faded. And in that receding glare, Kale glimpsed a fleeting silhouette of crimson and indigo, moving with impossible grace, accompanied by a low, resonant growl that echoed deep in his bones. Boom. Metal struck solid concrete. The sound rang through the ruins. All brilliance vanished. All overwhelming noise ceased. As if none of it had ever happened. Silence returned, broken only by the heavy breathing of Guzzlord. The colossal ultra beast stood frozen. Like a mouse staring at a predator far beyond its understanding. Its massive body was rigid. The once flailing tongues were withdrawn into its jaws, unmoving. Its bright blue eyes were locked on a single point ahead, filled with deep wariness and instinctive terror that rose from the core of its being. There, within the shadow cast by a collapsed skyscraper, stood a lone figure. The power that elevated the Zamazenta's heart above countless treasures. The true form of Shield King form. Revealed for the first time. A full suit of armor encased Kale from head to toe. Its primary color was a restrained, ancient dark gold, as though it had been tempered and weathered across countless ages. Time itself clung to it. Massive shoulder guards shaped like flowing fire and storm clouds rested over his broad frame, ornate yet balanced, radiating controlled authority rather than excess. Crimson patterns traced across the armor's surface, elegant and mysterious, lending it an almost sacred artistry without invoking any specific religion. At his chest, layered plates formed the shape of a regal shield, dignified and imposing, like an emblem passed down through royal bloodlines. Despite fully encasing his powerful body, the armor carried no sense of bulk. Instead, Kale stood like a lion on the plains. Still. Dominant. Oppressive. With a thought, Kale shifted the system panel aside. He already knew his temporary level. 75. He had expected a significant boost from Shield King form. But not something this extreme. Lowering his gaze, he scanned the dark gold armor covering him. Even the blood racing through his veins felt different, faintly infused with the sacred resonance of a legendary Pokémon. Endless energy surged within him. Strength vast enough to tear the sky apart coiled in his limbs. Kale knew this power was temporary. In 30 minutes, everything would vanish. The armor. The amplification. The borrowed divinity. He would return to what he was before. 30 minutes. He exhaled slowly. That's more than enough. Kale raised his head. His gaze locked onto the trembling Guzzlord ahead. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 238. Kale vs. Guzzlord. Guzzlord's pupils widened as it stared at the broad figure wrapped in that ornate armor. Just moments ago, this had been a weak opponent. A piece of meat that could not fight back. So why, in the span of a single heartbeat, had that same prey become something that radiated an aura it could not ignore? Under the nightmare seed's corruption, Guzzlord's mind was hazy and fractured. The craving for fresh blood still prowled through its thoughts, urging it to swallow the living body in front of it. But unexpectedly, Guzzlord hesitated. Something older than hunger rose up inside it. A primal fear, carved into its instincts. The kind that makes a predator pause when it realizes it might not be the top of the food chain. For a moment, it simply stood there, frozen, unable to decide whether to strike or retreat. Kale, however, had no hesitation. Once he adjusted to the new weight of power in his limbs, the urge to test it became impossible to suppress. Zamazenta, in legend, was the bearer of a radiant shield said to turn aside any assault, a presence so steadfast it could crush an enemy's will before the fight even began. No matter how brutal the battlefield, it did not flinch. It advanced. And its shield-like armor was not merely defense. It was a weapon. With the Shield King form, now fused to him, Kale found knowledge surfacing in his mind as if it had always been there. He understood, with sudden clarity, the simplest and most effective way to fight in this state. No tricks. No flashy techniques. Zamazenta was courage and endurance made tangible. Any enemy that stood before it would be ground down by armor harder than anything in the world, reduced to dust by relentless force. Kale's eyes sharpened. His body leaned forward. Thud. His right foot, encased in heavy dark gold plating, lifted and fell. Then his left. Thud. Thud. Each step landed like a war drum. The sound deepened, the cadence tightening. Slow became fast. Fast became relentless. The dark gold metal struck the floor, and the concrete gave way as if it were brittle stone. Clear imprints formed with every step. Small craters dimpled the ground in a line, spiderweb cracks spreading outward until it looked like the earth itself was about to split. Thud. Thud. As those footsteps hammered on, crimson spectral flame ignited. From shin to knee, from waist to forearm. A dark red blaze, like dried blood turned to fire, rippled across the gleaming armor, painting the dim ruins in streaks of scarlet. Steel-born battle intent pulsed within it. Thud. Thud. The rhythm felt connected to a heartbeat. And with each step Kale took, Guzzlord's heart sank deeper. Pressure. Suppression. Kale's pace accelerated, and Guzzlord's heart rate climbed with it, rising beyond control. Hot blood surged through its veins like a flood breaking loose, pounding so violently that microscopic fractures began to form inside its own vessels. Thin streams of black smoke curled from its dark skin as capillaries ruptured and heated blood seeped outward. In the pounding drumbeat of Kale's approach, Guzzlord's heartbeat hit a frantic peak. Dizziness crashed through its skull. Its vision blurred. Its bright blue eyes dulled, the world smearing at the edges. And through that haze, it saw it. A dark gold figure wrapped in crimson fire, charging straight toward it with terrifying rhythm. Whoosh. Whoosh. The air ahead of Kale compressed and detonated, releasing a strained, cracking howl. His thick arm swung with the cadence of his breathing as heat spread from his chest, pouring into every limb. It looked almost simple. Like a runner sprinting with everything he had. Then. A silver-white metallic brilliance surged outward in front of him, scattering like clustered starlight, weaving through the crimson flame. Battle spirit became structure. Iron resolve became trajectory. Pride became fuel. And Kale became a force like a charging engine, smashing through anything that dared stand in his way. Boom. A world-shaking impact erupted. Crimson, dark gold, and brilliant white collided together and slammed into the black mass of gluttony. Light exploded across the ruins as energy spilled outward. Guzzlord's enormous body, under Kale's armored charge, was lifted off the ground. For an instant, sheer impact overcame its immense weight and sent it flying. Black and yellow teeth scattered into the air. Claws twisted at unnatural angles. Pain flooded its bright blue eyes. A broken, struggling wail echoed through the shattered maw. Kale, controlling his momentum by force of will, stopped his forward drive. He tilted his head slightly, the crimson glow of his eyes flicking over Guzzlord's battered form. There was a trace of regret in his gaze. I'm still not strong enough. That strike had looked like nothing more than a straightforward tackle, with a burst of power layered into it. But as one of Zamazenta's primary combat methods, it contained countless subtle mechanics. Timing, angle, weight transfer, pressure control. Kale could only use it at all because, Shield King form, had imprinted partial combat knowledge into his mind. Even so, despite pushing it as hard as he could, he had not killed Guzzlord in a single hit. If that charge had come from the true Zamazenta, against an ultra beast already in such a compromised state, Guzzlord would have been pulverized instantly. Kale exhaled, then raised his right hand sharply, aiming at the massive body suspended above, starting to lose lift and fall. One hit wasn't enough. Then I'll use two. The moment Shield King form activated, Kale's level surged by 30, and along with that leap in raw power, something else shifted. A technique sealed within another system item responded to the same fighting type energy coursing through him and unlocked as well. Terrakian's Shatter Shoulder Plate. An artifact named after the Unova legendary. Under the stimulation of Zamazenta's fighting type power, the equipment finally released everything stored inside it. A signature move once wielded by the Swords of Justice. In this broken, lightless world, it would blaze again. Kale's voice cut through the dust and silence. Sacred Sword. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 239, 239. Kale vs. Guzzlord. Sacred Sword. Hum. A sharp, high-frequency vibration tore through the air. In the next instant, a dark red glow ignited in Kale's palm, shining through the ornate dark gold armor that encased his hand. It was the visible fusion of the two energies unique to his body. Fighting-type power intertwined with ghost-type essence. Under the activation of the legendary move, Sacred Sword, that fusion was drawn fully into the open. Though the move itself had appeared only rarely in official media, fragments of its nature were well documented. Kale knew that Pokémon capable of wielding Sacred Sword were exceptionally rare. And even among them, the manifested blade differed wildly. The color was never fixed. Though classified as a fighting-type technique, Sacred Sword did not carry the usual reddish-brown hue. Instead, its appearance adapts to the user's core energy. The blade forming in Kale's grasp was a mixture of shadowed black and glass-like red-brown, merging into a deep, spectral crimson. Shing. Dark red radiance surged outward from his palm like a released spring, condensing instantly in the cold air. A long, slender blade of pure energy extended forward. Its edges were faintly translucent, ghost-type energy thinning the boundary until it seemed sharp enough to slice through space itself. At the tip, wisps of crimson flame drifted lazily. Battle fervor and eerie stillness coexisted within the blade, creating a deeply unsettling beauty. Despite its name, Sacred Sword was not a sword in any traditional sense. First, it had no hilt. As an externalized energy weapon, it could not form independently. It required a physical anchor. A horn. An arm. A limb strong enough to bear its output. Second, because it was composed entirely of energy, the blade possessed both extreme flexibility and destructive power far beyond ordinary metal. In that sense, it resembled the energy blades of old science fiction more than any forged weapon. Kale felt the two energies inside him merge seamlessly under an unfamiliar yet precise technique, flowing from his core and extending naturally through his arm. It was his first time using Sacred Sword. Yet it felt instinctive. As though he had always known how. A violent downdraft swept across the ruins. A massive shadow fell over Kale, blotting out the dim light. Under the overwhelming impact of Zamazenta's power, Guzzlord had suffered catastrophic damage. The force of the charge had lifted its immense body into the air, leaving it suspended in a brief, helpless moment of weightlessness. That moment was all Kale needed. Bzzz. The spectral blade in his hand vibrated sharply. With a thought, it elongated, thinning and refining itself. Longer. Narrower. Sharper. From a distance, the blade looked less like a sword and more like a razor-straight ribbon of light. A piercing needle. Kale did not pour additional energy into it. He relied solely on his reinforced physical strength. Pivoting his body, he slashed upward along Guzzlord's falling trajectory. The air split. There was no sound. Only a flash of dark crimson as the blade crossed space and appeared directly in front of Guzzlord. Roar. A howl of rage and hatred shook the ruins. As one of the most physically resilient ultra beasts, Guzzlord had not lost consciousness from the Shield King charge alone. The pain, however, was unprecedented. Its body felt as though it had been crushed beneath a speeding train. Driven mad by the nightmare seed, the damage only pushed it deeper into frenzy. The incoming crimson blade did not inspire fear. Only murderous intent. With visions of tearing Kale apart, Guzzlord lashed out, both massive black tongues snapping downward toward the dark gold figure below. Its bright blue eyes burned with hunger and hatred. But it had misjudged two things. The cutting power of Sacred Sword under Shield King form. And the limits of its own legendary physique. The next second. Chhhk, chhhk, soft slicing sounds echoed through the air. Like a knife through softened clay. Both massive tongues were severed cleanly. along with jagged horns and hooked claws. The spectral blade passed through them effortlessly, leaving behind smooth, flawless cross-sections. Rhea. A scream of pure agony tore across the city ruins. Guzzlord's eyes bulged as pain flooded its senses, threatening to drown its consciousness entirely. Only then did its blood react. Thick, pitch-black liquid erupted from the severed wounds, corrosive and foul, raining down like a storm. Clink. 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 The viscous blood splattered against Kale's armor, each drop rebounding harmlessly off the Shield King plating. What could eat through concrete left not a single mark. Overwhelmed by pain and imbalance, Guzzlord lost control midair. Its mangled body, along with fragments of its own limbs, plummeted toward the ground through a curtain of black rain. It's over. Kale spoke softly. Beneath the V-shaped opening of his helmet, crimson eyes glimmered. Dark red flame drifted from the tip of the sacred sword. He aligned the blade with Guzzlord's small, cone-shaped head. Extended his arm. And thrust. Gently. Boom. A thunderous explosion detonated across the ruins, shaking the shattered city to its foundations. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 240. Something's wrong. The core brain controlling Guzzlord's massive body was shredded by the energy riding along the blade, reduced to nothing in an instant. The enormous reserves of power stored inside its body, packed tight like explosives, lost control completely and detonated outward. Boom. Dark blue energy waves surged out from Guzzlord's corpse like a raging tide. Thick, fall black blood mixed with shattered stone and debris, swept high into the air by violent shockwaves and scattered between the surrounding high-rises. Even the ground trembled beneath the blast, like a localized earthquake. Only after a long while did the aftermath finally settle. What remained was devastation. Blood poured from the Ultra Beast's ruined body in staggering volume, flooding the nearby streets. Concrete that had long since dried and cracked under constant sandstorms was now transformed into a stinking swamp of viscous black gore. At the center of it all, Kale bent forward, breathing steadily. The tension that had bound his nerves finally snapped as Guzzlord's death became undeniable. Since being reborn as a Pokémon, this had been the strongest enemy he had ever faced. Without Tapu Koko's source energy repairing the Zamazenta's heart and unlocking Shield King form, the outcome would have been inevitable. He would have been nothing more than food. That was close. Kale raised his left hand, brushing it across the solid shield etched with crimson patterns at his chest. A lingering chill of fear flickered through his eyes. He lifted his legs from the blood-soaked ground and moved toward a cleaner stretch of concrete. Although the Shield King's armor completely blocked the corrosive blood from harming him, the stench and suffocating filth were still deeply unpleasant. As if guided by some subtle force, the black mire parted smoothly beneath his steps, flowing away without resistance as he passed. With Tapu Koko gone, the Ultra Wormhole sealed, and Guzzlord destroyed, the ruins of city were finally silent. Only a few hardy low-level Pokémon remained, survivors like Rattata that had endured through sheer adaptability. Nothing else here posed a threat to Kale anymore. The battle itself had lasted less than 10 minutes. There was still plenty of time left before Shield King form would naturally expire. But there was no reason to maintain it. Forcing his level 30 tiers higher had pushed his body to the brink. Every second spent in that state was another burden. Even with his exceptional physique and recovery, unnecessary strain was a bad idea. With a thought, Kale summoned the shield gauge. What should have been empty after the release of Zamazenta's power had instead surged upward again after Guzzlord's defeat. It would not be long before he could activate it once more. Not bad. Satisfied, Kale focused his mind and manually cancelled Shield King form. The change was immediate. Pain crashed over him like a tidal wave. HHK. Before he could brace himself, his body pitched forward and hit the ground. His back arched, veins bulging along his neck as his frame curled inward. Every cell screamed. Weakness and agony merged into a suffocating haze that threatened to swallow his consciousness whole. Sweat poured from his skin, soaking the ground beneath him. Compared to the benefits of forcibly raising his power, the price itself was not unreasonable. But the sensation felt like thousands of needles stabbing him at once, sharp and relentless. It was agony. Only after more than 20 minutes did the pain begin to fade. Ha. Gasping, Kale forced himself upright with trembling arms, his eyes unfocused. The pain itself was manageable. He had endured similar ordeals before. 3 reincarnations had seen to that. What truly gnawed at him was something else. The crushing emptiness. After tasting power that felt nearly unrivaled in the Pokémon world, being dragged back down to his current level left him hollow. The contrast was brutal. If one day, he muttered, I could reach that level without relying on equipment. He replayed the memory of that overwhelming strength in his mind, letting it fuel his imagination. maybe it's not impossible. Light flared in his eyes. With the solid foundation his current body had built, another evolution and enough levels could bring him closer to that realm. He might never match Zamazenta itself, but reaching something comparable. That no longer felt like a dream. The emptiness slowly transformed into resolve. Heat returned to his chest. His spirit reignited. That mental resilience came partly from Kale himself. And partly from his fighting-type nature. After all, relentless drive and unbreakable will were practically written into that typing. Sitting on the cold concrete, Kale adjusted his breathing and began planning his next steps. Saving the world is one thing, but right now. Wait. His thoughts cut off abruptly. Kale frowned. Something felt wrong. He raised his right hand, fingers slowly curling into a fist. Snap. The air burst apart with a sharp crack. Ignoring the aching protest in his forearm, Kale stared at his clenched hand. His pupils narrowed. Yeah. That's definitely not right. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 241, 241. Gaia. God. As a fighting-type Pokémon, Kale's control over his own body was extremely precise. Even the smallest deviation would never escape his awareness. Although the backlash from Shield King form still left him sore and drained, once he pushed through the worst of the pain and adapted to the weakness, he began to notice something strange. I'm stronger. Kale lowered his head, staring at his hands, still marked with countless shallow cuts. His strength had increased. His physique felt denser, sturdier. Even the 2 elemental energies dormant within him had clearly grown. Not explosively, but undeniably. His overall physical parameters had risen across the board. And that was the unsettling part. This kind of comprehensive improvement was not something ordinary training could produce. In Kale's experience, there was only one way this usually happened. Did I level up? The thought made him pause. But the magnitude of the improvement felt far beyond what a single level, or even 2, should provide. Frowning slightly, Kale opened the system interface tucked away at the corner of his vision. Ding. The familiar notification chime echoed in his mind. Defeated Pokémon, Guzzlord. Experience gained, 462. 400. Kale sucked in a sharp breath. This was the first time he had ever received this much experience from a single battle. Even in his previous reincarnations, gains on this scale were rare. And this was with Kale already standing at the highest level he had ever reached across all his lives. In the Pokémon world, his current strength already placed him solidly in the upper middle tier. At this stage, growth slowed dramatically. Most Pokémon, aside from those with exceptionally long growth cycles like dragon types, eventually hit a bottleneck. Progress became a matter of time and accumulation rather than sudden breakthroughs. Even with the system's assistance, Kale had clearly felt that slowdown. And yet, Guzzlord alone had given him nearly 500 experience points. The sudden windfall left him momentarily at a loss. At the same time, doubt crept in. Even accounting for a level gap, this felt excessive. He had relied on external power. The Zamazenta's heart and Shield King form had played a decisive role. Under normal logic, the system should have discounted the reward, not inflated it. The experience calculation was becoming strange. Still, since it brought no immediate downside, Kale chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he opened his status panel. Species, Mashoki. Level, 50, 9100 EXP. Ability, Steadfast. Moves. Low Kick, Leer, Focus Energy, Confuse Ray, Payback, Spite, Low Sweep, Knock Off, Scary Face, Seismic Toss, Shadow Sneak, Shadow Punch, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Aura Sphere, Strength, Dual Chop, Bulk Up, Shadow Ball, Nightshade, Earthquake, Sacred Sword, Locked. Evaluation, a promise made before a higher existence has drawn the attention of the world itself. Whether this becomes a danger or an opportunity depends on your choices. Held items. Terrakian's Shatter Shoulder Plate. Zamazenta's Heart. With the experience from Guzzlord, Kale's level had crossed the midpoint of the long progression curve. Level 50. On paper, it looked ordinary. In reality, Pokémon that reached this tier were exceedingly rare. Even at the height of human civilization, many elite trainers had ace Pokémon hovering around this level. In this shattered world, where human influence had nearly vanished, it was even more exceptional. Kale smiled faintly as he glanced at the number, then continued reading. Earthquake. Another move well-suited for close-range dominance. Worth practicing. When his eyes landed on Sacred Sword, Locked, anticipation flickered across his expression. He had already felt its edge while in Shield King form. Its power. Its flexibility. There was no doubt it was a top-tier combat move. But for now, it remained sealed. Likely because his base level was still insufficient. Only by borrowing the authority of Shield King form had he been able to force it into use. Still, Kale was confident. With continued combat, repeated exposure, and higher levels, Sacred Sword would eventually become a standard part of his arsenal. As he finished reviewing the panel and prepared to close it, something at the bottom caught his eye. This is new. The evaluation text had changed. Higher existence. Promise. World itself. Kale's expression grew serious. The higher existence should be Tapu Koko, he reasoned. And the promise was my vow to save the world. But this, world attention. A realization began to form. Kale had spent more than a decade in his previous life immersed in speculative fiction. He was familiar with the concept. World consciousness. Or, more precisely, Gaia. The idea that a planet could be treated as a macro life form, possessing a form of instinctive awareness. Not a god. Not a thinking mind. But a system. One that regulated ecosystems, stabilized climate, balanced chemistry, and preserved the continuity of life. In simpler terms, a planetary caretaker. And this Pokémon world was dying. Nightmare seeds. Ultra beasts. Ecological collapse. The natural system that Gaia represented had already suffered catastrophic damage. Yet both of the primary species she once relied on, humans and Pokémon, had lost the ability to protect themselves. Even if the world wanted to save itself, it lacked the means. Gaia could not act directly. To influence reality, she required an agent. A being with a physical body. And at the moment when this world teetered on collapse, an outsider soul had appeared. Kale. An existence not native to this world, yet bound to it. At that thought, a quiet tension settled in his chest. He had not simply drawn the attention of a legendary Pokémon. He had drawn the attention of the world itself. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 242, 242. Fate. Before Kale evolved into Mashoki, his soul had already possessed qualities foreign to this world. But back then, his strength had simply been too limited. There was nothing about him that truly warranted the attention of a planetary-scale consciousness. That changed the moment he received Tapu Koko's final gift. As a legendary Pokémon that had protected its region's natural balance for centuries, Tapu Koko had never truly left Gaia's awareness. Yet under the spread of the Nightmare Seed, Gaia could no longer intervene directly or offer meaningful support. When Tapu Koko sacrificed itself to seal the Ultra Wormhole, the one who inherited its unfinished will was Kale. And that inheritance did not go unnoticed. From Gaia's perspective, Kale's promise was not an impulsive declaration made in desperation. It was a deliberate choice. One made after reflection and acceptance. At the same time, Gaia perceived something else. Kale's soul did not belong to this world. It was untouched by the Nightmare Seed, resistant to corruption, and shaped by circumstances far beyond normal probability. Potential layered upon potential. In a world already collapsing under ecological failure, Gaia realized something unsettling. This outsider soul, suspended between reality and something beyond it, might be the last viable variable left. And so, at the moment when the fate of the planet began to tilt irreversibly toward collapse, Kale became the key variable. Not through power. Not through authority. But through possibility. Gaia formed a connection. Not something physical. Not something measurable. A bond rooted in probability, causality, and outcome. In Kale's previous world, beings touched by such influence had many names. Chosen One. World Axis. Fate Bearer. Different terms across countless stories, all describing the same phenomenon. An individual whose luck defied death. Whose presence distorted the flow of events. Whose actions, intentionally or not, bent the trajectory of the world around them. Now, because of the uniqueness of his soul and the severity of this world's collapse, Kale had become exactly that. The sole focus of Gaia's attention. The true convergence point of this broken world. Or, put simply, its protagonist. From this point forward, as long as Kale remained in this world, any event capable of influencing its fate would inevitably intersect with him. Disasters or miracles. Hope or catastrophe. He would be pulled into them all. Given the reins, whether he wanted them or not. For Kale, this meant danger would only increase. But at the same time, opportunities capable of accelerating his growth would emerge just as relentlessly. Of course, Kale knew none of this. All he sensed was that the abnormal experience gained from defeating Guzzlord likely involved Gaia's interference. Great. Kale sighed softly and rubbed his temple. A quiet frustration crept into his expression. He had the distinct feeling that the days of quietly hiding in safe zones like Ignis City were over. Under Gaia's gaze, inaction was no longer an option. If he failed to meaningfully slow the world's destruction, consequences would follow. Severe ones. But where do I even start? Kale let himself fall backward onto the cold concrete, arms spreading out unconsciously. The rough texture of gravel and dust pressed against his skin, but he barely noticed. His empty gaze drifted upward. Above him, yellow-brown sandstorms churned violently beneath heavy, polluted clouds. From Kale's perspective, the collapse of this world stemmed from two primary causes. The first was obvious. Nightmare Pokémon. The Nightmare Seed had stripped countless Pokémon of reason, turning them into creatures driven only by hunger and destruction. Ironically, humanity's fall had removed nature's original greatest threat. But the ecosystem that once balanced itself through adaptation was now irreparably broken. For Kale, the only realistic response was to eliminate nightmare Pokémon wherever he encountered them. Yet compared to their overwhelming numbers, his efforts were insignificant. A drop in the ocean. Unless he possessed power on the level of legendary beings capable of rewriting space and time, this alone could never save the world. And that level of strength was far beyond what his current body could ever reach in this life. Which left the second cause. Ultra Beasts. From Kale's understanding, Ultra Beasts were an even more immediate threat to planetary survival than nightmare Pokémon. Guzzlord alone was proof enough. Left unchecked, it could reduce an entire city to a lifeless wasteland in a matter of days. Its endless hunger and corrosive fluids devastated soil, infrastructure, and biosystems alike. And Guzzlord was not the worst of its kind. Ultra wormholes, the gateways that brought these creatures into the world, were not anomalies caused by the Nightmare Seed. They were natural phenomena. Which meant they were not going away. Even if clusters like Ether City were rare, isolated wormholes were still likely appearing elsewhere. In the past, human organizations had pushed Ultra Beasts back. Now, with humanity barely surviving, those restraints were gone. Ultra Beasts could invade freely, draining what little life remained on the planet. And not every legendary Pokémon would choose sacrifice the way Tapu Koko had. Worse still, powerful legendaries that succumbed fully to the Nightmare Seed would become catastrophes far exceeding even Ultra Beasts. Kale pushed himself to his feet, dusting debris from his body. Without choosing a specific direction, he began walking out of the ruins. Compared to Nightmare Pokémon, Ultra Beasts were fewer. But far deadlier. Eliminating them might actually change something. That counts as saving the world, right? As for where to go next, Kale wasn't worried. He had the distinct feeling that he wouldn't need to choose. Gaia would guide him. Whether gently. Or by force. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 243. Fran. The sky was clear and bright. Heavy, lead-colored clouds were scattered by a gentle breeze, peeling away to reveal a stretch of long-absent blue overhead. The rain that had lingered for days finally stopped, replaced by warm sunlight spilling across the land. Grr. Thick black rubber tires rolled over damp ground, carving straight tracks through the soft mud. On the wide, empty road, 3 off-road vehicles raced forward, engines roaring. Each bore the familiar red and white Pokeball insignia of the Pokémon League painted across the hood. Fran sat quietly in the back seat of the middle vehicle. She gazed out the window as the scenery rushed past, her expression distant, clearly lost in thought. Silvery hair slipped past her ears and drifted gently with the breeze seeping in through the cracked window. Her features were delicate and balanced. Clear, pale eyes like fresh snowfall reflected the light, and her small upturned nose gave her an air of youthful confidence. She was slender, her fair skin contrasting softly with her rare silver hair, giving her an almost weightless, refined presence. Even dressed in the standard red and white league trainer uniform, she looked less like someone on assignment and more like the cover of a lifestyle magazine. At the moment, however, Fran was frustrated. She had been a licensed trainer for 2 years since graduating from the academy, and in her mind, she had proven herself across more than enough missions. Yet now, with Nightmare Pokémon resurging and humanity facing its greatest crisis, she had not been assigned to the front lines she had hoped for. Instead, under direct orders from the League's Fallon City branch, she had been sent to a small town far behind the main battle zones. Seriously. She exhaled softly, her chest rising and falling as she sighed. Fallon City, one of humanity's 9 remaining major strongholds, housed the largest and most prestigious trainer academy still operating. Fran was one of its graduates. Thanks to her top-tier performance, she had earned the right to remain stationed in Fallon City instead of being transferred elsewhere. In her own assessment, after 2 years of real-world experience, she was already halfway into elite territory. She might still lack some frontline combat experience, but facing Nightmare Pokémon head-on was well within her abilities. And yet, She couldn't help recalling her captain's words from a few days earlier. The lecture itself had been repetitive. Caution. Patience. Risk management. But the concern behind it had been genuine. Fine, she muttered under her breath. Waiting a little longer won't kill me. She lifted one slender arm, tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. Cool air carrying the scent of wet soil filled her lungs, clearing her head. Basking in the warmth of the sun, Fren felt her mood steadily improve as her tangled thoughts began to settle. She pressed both hands against her cheeks and gave herself a quick shake, as if physically pushing her doubts away. Since she had already been assigned to the rear, she might as well focus on the mission. Her destination was a small settlement known as Nance Town. The population wasn't large, but it had once been famous for its textile industry. During the early Dark Age, thanks to its abundance of bug-type Pokémon resources, Nance Town had supplied woven materials and clothing to several nearby cities. It had been an important logistics hub. Now, with industrial manufacturing slowly recovering, that advantage had faded. The town's former bustle had disappeared. The streets had grown quiet. Visitors were rare. Recently, however, the Fallon City League branch had noticed something off. Staff stationed in Nance Town continued to submit weekly reports as usual. But whether in written form or voice communication, something felt subtly wrong. Nothing overt. Nothing specific. Just an unsettling sense that something was out of place. Follow-up scans using Psychic-type Pokémon in Fallon City had confirmed the suspicion. Something abnormal was happening in that quiet town. What exactly, no one knew. To be safe, the League assembled a small investigation team, built around 2 professional trainers, and sent them in. Under normal circumstances, any irregularity inside a populated settlement would receive serious attention. But with the front line stretched thin by nightmare Pokémon incursions, manpower was scarce. And Nance Town lay deep within human-controlled territory, surrounded by multiple cities. The likelihood of nightmare Pokémon appearing there was extremely low. The station's staff were still communicating normally, and no one appeared to be in immediate danger. Given all that, sending just 2 trainers was a reasonable decision. Even if something unexpected happened, the team carried a direct communication device linked to Fallon City. Reinforcements could be dispatched quickly if needed. In Fran's mind, this was little more than a routine patrol. She even suspected that overworked League analysts were reading too much into nothing. A faint sense of annoyance crept in. She hoped to finish the inspection quickly, return to Fallon City, and maybe, just maybe, get reassigned to the front. Screech. The sudden scream of rubber against asphalt ripped through the air. Ah. The abrupt braking caught Fren completely off guard. Thrown forward by inertia, her slender body lurched ahead, slamming hard into the seat in front of her. The impact knocked the breath from her lungs. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 244, 244. Sweet and sour. What happened? After finally steadying herself, Fren rubbed her forehead where she had slammed into the seat and raised her voice toward the driver. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. The middle-aged driver in the League's black uniform explained hurriedly, his voice stiff with anxiety. The car in front stopped suddenly. I didn't have time to react. In an era where nightmare Pokémon roamed freely, trainers held far higher status than before. A single careless complaint could cost someone their job. It's fine. Fran's tone softened as she replied. Despite her position as a professional trainer, she was still just a young woman in her early 20s. The ideals of equality instilled during her academic years continued to shape her instincts. Her irritation earlier had been reflexive. Now that she had calmed down, she saw no reason to press the issue. Straightening her uniform, creased from sitting too long, Fren opened the door and stepped out to see what had happened. Cool, damp air rushed in, carrying the noise of raised voices and scattered movement. Members of the convoy had already exited their vehicles and were gathering ahead, clearly discussing something among themselves. As Fren took this in, a clear male voice filled with concern came from beside her. Fren, are you okay? She turned. Standing there was one of the only 2 trainers assigned to the team. Quark. He had a buzz cut, dark skin, and a presence that radiated discipline and resolve. I'm fine, Fren replied quietly, shaking her head. Quark, like her, had graduated from Fallon City's League Academy. He was 2 years older, and his talent had earned him rapid recognition. Already an elite-level trainer in his early 20s, he served as the team's deputy leader. His future was widely considered promising. At the moment, his eyes were fixed on her, unmistakably worried. Fren noticed it. She always did. And though there was no malice in that gaze, she instinctively stepped back a fraction. She remembered clearly how Quark had refused reassignment to the front lines just days ago, choosing instead to accompany her on this investigation. She wasn't inexperienced enough to misunderstand what that meant. Romance was hardly an unfamiliar concept. She had seen it often during her academy years. Hand-holding couples. Quiet laughter. Shared moments in stolen time. Perhaps she herself had once wondered what that kind of sweetness might feel like. But the thought never lasted. Born into the Dark Age, Fran had grown up beneath expectations of sacrifice and responsibility. While others relaxed, she trained. While others dated, she studied. While others struggled, she pushed harder. Now, having finally earned her place as a professional trainer and taken her first true step toward her goal, she refused to let emotions distract her. Not now. Not when humanity itself was on the edge. She felt Quark's sincerity. She respected it. But she could not accept it. Not when survival was still uncertain. A clean refusal, she believed, was kinder to both of them. Sensing the distance in her body language, Quark's expression dimmed slightly. But he did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, clearly trying to ease the tension. The lead vehicle's engine stalled, he said, his voice careful. It'll take a few minutes to fix. We should be moving again soon. Fran nodded without meeting his eyes and turned toward the front of the convoy. Behind her, she thought she heard a quiet sigh. Rustle. As if the moment itself had been cut short, violent movement erupted from the forest lining the road. Leaves shook. Branches snapped. Quark reacted instantly. Without hesitation, he grabbed the poke ball at his waist and hurled it forward. Out here, hesitation could be fatal. Click, flash. Red light burst outward, and a powerful form landed between Fran and the treeline. Flames surged into the air. A proud, muscular Pokémon with pale yellow hide and a blazing mane stood guard, fire rippling along its back like a living crown. A Rapidash. Elegant. Fierce. Unyielding. Fran barely had time to process what happened before another blur exploded from the foliage. A brown and cream figure streaked through the air. Wings cut sharply through the wind. A pale purple beak glinted with lethal intent. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary Pidgey. But its eyes told the truth. Savage. Empty. Hungry. A nightmare Pokémon. The air screamed as the creature tore forward at terrifying speed. Fast. So fast that even Quark could only track it as a vague shadow diving straight toward them. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you so much for your support and for reading.